This young man was an insect expert in his previous life, but after reincarnating, he unexpectedly became the most powerful poison master in the martial world, turning the giant blue-spotted centipede that once terrified the land into his mere pet. The yellow wind queen, who commands 10,000 bees, was also raised by his hand, along with adorable larvae that are obedient and protective of their master. Though they seem harmless, each one is a rare and deadly poison of this world. If you dare to challenge him, even the demonic cultists will end up in their graves. The story begins with Xiao Long, who was once a famous streamer known for making videos about various venomous insects and animals. After a stroke of bad luck where a snake bit his hand, he was reincarnated into the world of the martial arts. Yet no matter where he is, Xiao Long cannot abandon his passion for collecting poisonous creatures. Today, a group of travelers asked Xiao Long for shelter for the night as darkness fell, and judging by their attire, he immediately recognized them as members of the Sichuan Tang clan. Xiao Long agreed, telling them they could rest anywhere they liked, but they were not to approach the main hall where he was currently working. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Tang clan, Tang Shan, clasped his hands in gratitude toward the young hero, after which Xiao Long excused himself to attend to some important business. It turned out that his important business was feeding his precious pets, so Xiao Long entered the house and opened a jar containing several insects that looked like crickets. He held the jar and sighed, remarking that he was almost late and asking if they were hungry before reaching out to open another jar. Inside was a black earth tiger, a species of tarantula found in China's Hainan region, which can grow up to 20 centimeters in size. Xiao Long used chopsticks to pick up a cricket and gave it to Xiao Hai, who immediately devoured it as if it had been starving for a long time, while the young man muttered about his own lateness before moving to a nearby storage cabinet. Inside the drawer was a chameleon, a species native to this land characterized by the stripes on its body and tail. In his past life, it was difficult to buy one, but now they could be found crawling everywhere. Seeing the young man standing there without feeding it, the chameleon grew angry and bit Xiao Long's finger, causing him to cry out in pain just as Tang Shan suddenly came to find him. He thanked Xiao Long for allowing them to take shelter from the rain and asked if he would like to join them for dinner, as they had just hunted a deer in the forest. Hearing that there was meat to eat, Xiao Long's eyes sparkled with tears because since being reincarnated here, he had not had a decent meal and had to survive on snakes and lizards. Thinking this, Xiao Long happily agreed, thrilled to finally eat meat, and the scene shifted to another location where everyone sat around a fire roasting the meat. The fragrant aroma of the roasting meat filled the air, making Xiao Long salivate, and while waiting for the meat to cook, Tang Shan asked if he lived alone on the mountain and how old he was. Xiao Long replied that he was likely around 14 or 15 years old, and not wanting to reveal too much, he lied and said he had suffered an injury as a child and could not remember his past clearly. He explained that he had lived alone on the mountain since he was young, catching and skinning snakes to sell for a living, and after a while, the roasted meat was finally ready. Tang Shan's father, Tang Jun, handed him a steaming hot deer leg, and Xiao Long thanked the elder before happily accepting it. He immediately took a large bite, and the meat felt as though it were melting in his mouth, being tender, fragrant, and perfectly seasoned. It had been roasted to perfection, retaining its juices without becoming dry, and it had been a long time since Xiao Long had eaten such delicious meat, making him feel incredibly happy. While eating, Tang Shan revealed that they were searching for a giant centipede with blue spots on its body known as the blue-spotted centipede, which was so immense that it could even prey on humans. Tang Shan sought the blue-spotted centipede because his daughter was bedridden with a severe illness, and only the creature's inner core could save her life. Xiao Long silently admired the father's devotion and decided to help them since they had treated him to a meal, even though he felt a bit sorry for the centipede. He told them that while he did not know exactly what a blue-spotted centipede was, he could guess its location, as he was more confident in his knowledge of poisons than anyone else. Out of 8.7 million living species, about 20,000 are known to be venomous, and he had stored the knowledge of all of them in his mind. Every single species, including centipedes, was no exception, and with his expertise, everything related to poison was well within his grasp. Xiao Long held a book and focused his entire spirit as the pages flipped on their own and emitted a mysterious light. After a moment, he closed the book and excitedly told them he knew exactly where the giant centipede was located. Tang Shen asked in shock if it was true, while Tang Jun chimed in, asking where it could possibly be. He pondered deeply before questioning the two, asking where and when they had searched. Though Tang Shan didn't understand why Xiao Long asked, he replied that they had looked to the north and east. They had spent 3 days searching, primarily along the riverbanks to the north. He stroked his chin and muttered, realizing there was a clear reason why they had failed to find it. The two were stunned when Xiao Long remarked that it was only natural they hadn't spotted it. Tang Jun blurted out in surprise, asking what he meant by it being natural. The old man urgently asked for an explanation, and he smiled confidently, explaining that centipedes are arthropods of the class Cheilopoda. They have a wide range and are cold-blooded, requiring specific shelters to maintain stable temperature and humidity. Interestingly, unlike most insects with waterproof membranes, centipedes have very weak ones. Because of the spiracles on their shells, they actually dislike areas with excessive water. While they need high humidity, they avoid regions that are too wet. Conversely, they cannot survive long without moisture, which is a unique characteristic of the species. Sitting on the porch, Xiao Long continued to share his knowledge. Therefore, a massive azure-spotted centipede would likely not reside in dense jungles or near riverbanks. Tang Jun felt a headache coming on, unable to believe that they didn't prefer rotting logs. He explained that while small centipedes might be found in such places, they were searching for a giant specimen. Xiao Long continued his explanation, noting that fallen trees or riverside rocks wouldn't provide enough space for such a large creature to hide. After hearing this, Tang Shan and Tang Jun exchanged nods. Sitting beside him, the old man anxiously promised a reward if they found it where he suggested. He smiled confidently and pointed toward the mountain, asserting it was to the west. He instructed them to search the Rocky Mountains in the west instead, as centipedes rest under sun-warmed stones during the day and only emerge at night. Night fell as moonlight illuminated the steep cliffs where everyone had split up to search. At the summit, Tang Shan stood firm, observing the area with a furrowed brow. Someone ran up to ask if the young hero might have been mistaken. He fell silent for a moment before jumping down and ordering everyone to rest for the night. He commanded them to fire a signal flare to gather the search parties. The soldiers obeyed, and as the flare lit up the sky, they rested and sighed about their exhaustion. They hoped the young man's words would prove true, whispering among themselves about why the cursed centipede was so hard to find. It was true that the youth seemed quite intelligent, but then they heard a commotion near Tang Shan. He was trembling, his teeth clenched as he worried that heaven had abandoned Tang Yinner, the greatest genius in Tang clan history. Just then, a shout announced the return of the Supreme Patriarch. Everyone greeted him respectfully as he arrived. Tang Jun approached Tang Shan, asking if anything had been discovered that day. He replied that they had found nothing. He then asked if his father had found anything either. Tang Jun coughed, admitting the situation was grim, as Tang Yinner could only hold on for 3 more months, and they needed to find it within 10 days. Both men fell into a somber silence. He suggested searching the south the next day since no traces had been found, and the old man sighed in agreement before suddenly shouting in surprise. Suddenly, the old man slapped his forehead and laughed loudly, realizing why he hadn't noticed it before. This was the place. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Tang Shan asked if he had discovered something. However, Tang Jun gave an unexpected answer, stating that he had actually seen nothing at all. He asked in confusion if that was truly the case. The old man confirmed that he hadn't sensed any traces or presence, adding that this was exactly why he felt it was here. Tang Jun looked around and asked if they had found anything on this rocky mountain over the last 3 days. Tang Shan replied that they hadn't found a single trace of anything. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, noting the absence of animal droppings or territorial markings. There was absolutely nothing. As he finished speaking, he suddenly gasped, realizing the issue alongside Tang Shan. The old man excitedly noted that it was impossible for such a vast rocky mountain to have no signs of wildlife. He clenched his fists and muttered that this was its territory. Tang Jun joyfully agreed, explaining that all the surrounding animals had either fled or become prey for the centipede. He patted Tang Shan's shoulder, reassuring him that the azure-spotted centipede was definitely here and they could finally save Yinner. He bit his lip, feeling as though he had finally found the light. Before he could finish his sentence, the ground shook violently. Everyone cried out in terror, wondering what on earth was happening, while someone accidentally stepped into the embers out of sheer terror. A massive explosion erupted from the flickering flames. Tang Jun and Tang Shan stood frozen, shouting in shock as a sharp claw suddenly lunged out and struck the ground, sending debris raining down on the trembling soldiers. The old man turned pale and cried out as the massive form of the green-spotted centipede emerged, just as chaos began to erupt within the city. Amidst the sounds of panic, Xiao Long remarked lazily that everything had turned into a mess, wondering how large the centipede actually was to cause such a fright. He questioned why they had to upend the entire mountain just to find it, smirking at the thought of a centipede large enough to swallow him whole as his curiosity grew. Under the cover of night in the mountains, the group gathered around the carcass of the slain centipede, while Tang Jun opened a box, identifying its contents as the green-spotted centipede's inner core. Everyone was deeply moved, and as the old man stifled a cough while hiding his hand, he realized Yin-Er could finally be saved, just as a battered Tang Shan approached. Tang Shan suggested that his father send the uninjured warriors ahead to Sichuan, prompting Tang Jun to ask for his reasoning as he gazed into the distance. He replied that kindness must be repaid and grudges settled, for vengeance is etched in blood while gratitude is carved in stone, leading Tang Shan to ask if there was still work to be done. The old man suddenly realized he had nearly made a grave mistake by focusing solely on Yin-Er, while Tang Jun put away the box containing the inner core. They agreed to treat the young hero as an honored guest and fulfill any request he might have. While the wounded warriors remained in the village to recover, Tang Shan decided he would go to meet the young hero personally. Tang Shan noted that the young hero was likely anxious for news, while elsewhere, a gloomy Xiao Long was being swarmed by strange little creatures. Despite them clinging to him, he lamented that he had somehow become the father of the green-spotted centipedes overnight. Xiao Long muttered that he had planned to clean the eggs and keep them by his pillow, only to wake up and find the round, rabbit-eared hatchlings already crawling all over him. He hadn't expected them to hatch so quickly, and his shock grew when one of the little ones sleeping on his cheek suddenly relieved itself on him. He frantically tried to push them away, wondering if the little rascals had mistaken him for their mother, as one of them stubbornly bit onto his shirt. They refused to leave his side, reminding him of the previous night when he had discovered the green-spotted centipede's secret lair within a ravine. The cave had felt increasingly ominous until he accidentally kicked something, shouting in surprise at the sight of a beetle as large as a human fist. His torch fell as the beetle collapsed nearby, gasping for air, allowing a relieved Xiao Long to wipe his brow and check his bag. He muttered to himself that it was a stroke of luck the rain had stopped. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to save the 3 eggs currently in his possession. Realizing he couldn't afford to waste any more time, he stood up abruptly, knowing he had to return quickly to clean the eggs. He securely fastened the bag of eggs to his belt and excitedly told the unborn centipedes to wait just a little longer. Now that they had hatched, he sighed, thinking that while he never saw a live adult centipede, saving these eggs was a fortunate outcome. The adorable hatchlings continued to swarm him, making him feel awkward as he asked if they ever intended to leave him alone. As they crawled onto his back, he realized that while he didn't need to worry about feeding them until their second molt, their constant clinging was becoming a problem. A mischievous thought crossed his mind that they might let go if he submerged himself in water, which seemed to frighten the little centipedes. He decided it was time for a bath, and by early the next morning, a heavily bandaged Tang Shan made his way toward a certain room. Upon arriving, he called out for the young hero, but receiving no response, he eventually pushed the door open and stepped inside. Finding the room empty, Tang Shan noticed the various herbs, jars, and medicine boxes, wondering if the young man was actually an expert in the medical arts. Tang Shan sighed and blamed himself for his rudeness in entering the room uninvited, deciding to leave and return later. Suddenly, a strange noise caught his attention, prompting him to turn back and wonder about the sound as he approached some large jars. He opened a jar and gasped in shock at the sight of a spider clutching something white, muttering the word for spider under his breath. Looking toward the medicine cabinet in disbelief, Tang Shan opened a drawer to find an orange-striped creature and wondered if it was a lizard. Unable to believe his eyes, he discovered brown bugs in one jar, strange eggs in another, and a box filled with dried snakes. Paralyzed by shock, he muttered about the lizards and felt as though he were in a place teeming with venomous creatures, exclaiming his disbelief. Tang Shan wondered if the boy was breeding these creatures, noting that even the Tang family only managed toxins rather than breeding venomous insects like this. He closed the door and stepped outside, whispering that a small twist of fate had allowed him to save his beloved daughter's life. Tang Shan clenched his fist and wondered if this young hero was his true destiny before Xiao Long rushed over to ask about his injured arm. When asked if he had other injuries, Tang Shan placed a hand on the boy's shoulder and replied that it was nothing compared to what he needed to say. Suddenly sensing something wrong, he noticed a sinister aura manifesting behind the young man. The door shattered as a murderous figure with a terrifying, sharp-toothed grin appeared, prompting Tang Shan to push Xiao Long aside and tell him to flee. The stranger took an offensive stance and lunged toward Tang Shan, destroying everything in his path as he moved with incredible speed. The man struck with a powerful blow that left Tang Shan coughing up blood and severely injured, making him realize the true extent of his enemy's power. Realizing the foe was as strong as his own father, Tang Shan screamed for the boy to run just as Xiao Long was hoisted up by his neck. Struggling to breathe, Xiao Long called out to the senior while Zhu Yunxiang laughed, explaining he had come to investigate the Tang family's presence in Hainan. Zhu Yunxiang mocked the injured snake of the poison god for being alone, while Tang Shan struggled to his feet and asked who the intruder was. When asked why he was tormenting them, Zhu Yunxiang laughed and told him to look at his face and his crimson hand for the answer. He revealed that Tang Shan's father had turned him into the blood-handed Rakshasa, Zhu Yunxiang, prompting Tang Shan to recall the man's past. Tang Shan remembered hearing that Zhu Yunxiang had been poisoned and fallen off a cliff, yet he had somehow survived to threaten Xiao Long now. Tang Shan shouted that the young hero was innocent and offered to trade his own life for the boy's release. The villain refused, claiming that anyone who touched him would die, leading Tang Shan to realize this demon would bring ruin to the world. Tang Shan gritted his teeth in anger as he realized the demon had no intention of letting the boy go, while Xiao Long reached his limit. As Zhu Yunxiang laughed and told him to die, Xiao Long begged for help, and suddenly small centipedes swarmed out from the boy to bite the villain's arm. Zhu Yunxiang panicked as he realized the centipedes were dangerous, and they quickly injected venom into his body until he began coughing up blood. Finally, Zhu Yunxiang collapsed and lay motionless at Xiao Long's feet, leaving the terrified boy to wonder if the man had actually died. Xiao Long kicked the body to check for life, while Tang Shan stood stunned before laughing, realizing the young hero was truly an extraordinary guest. Xiao Long eventually became a member of the Tang family, and a few days after Zhu Yunxiang's defeat, a sigh of relief echoed through the Taoist temple. As Xiao Long tended to the bedridden Tang Shan, the older man offered his thanks, prompting the boy to speak up. Xiao Long insisted they couldn't wait and asked for the location of Tang Shan's home so he could investigate, scratching his chin in thought. "Ah, this won't do. Leaving the senior alone is risky, yet I cannot summon a physician." Hearing this, Tang Shan quickly insisted he was fine and just needed a few days to recover, leaving the boy feeling a sense of admiration in his heart. He marveled at how the old man could remain so calm despite losing so much blood, recalling the sight of him coughing up a pool of gore while still trying to offer reassurance that he was all right. Xiao Long immediately protested, urging him not to say such things as his condition was grave. But Tang Shan took a weak breath and insisted that everything was fine. Fearing the boy would worry further, he added that he was a member of the Wulin, which left Xiao Long utterly astonished as he questioned if he truly meant a martial artist. Excitedly, he asked if that meant people who could leap through the air and use palm techniques. The old man smiled, replying that while not everyone could, it was essentially correct, leaving the youth in awe. It was truly incredible. This world was clearly different, for otherwise, seeing a centipede as large as a house would have made no sense at all. Tang Shan spoke up, interrupting his thoughts, noting that it was a significant matter since he had saved the boy's life. Though it might be slightly impolite, he decided to formally introduce himself as Tang Zushan of the Sichuan Tang clan. The boy quickly replied that his name was Wei Xiaolong. The old man closed his eyes and praised the name, noting that Little Dragon was a fine name indeed before looking at him with a question. He mentioned having many things to ask and wondered if the boy would mind. Xiao Long politely agreed, leading the old man to ask if that black, venomous creature was a centipede. Looking down at the larvae clinging to him, he gave them a gentle poke and confirmed they were indeed the larvae of the green-spotted centipede. Tang Shan was so shocked he bolted upright, exclaiming in disbelief that the boy had tamed such larvae, which startled Xiao Long into shouting for the senior to please lie back down. Ignoring the advice, he pressed on, asking how such creatures could be tamed, to which the boy stammered that he found them while waiting, only for the old man to interrupt, asking if he had raised these venomous insects himself. Feeling a bit shy, the boy mentioned that the story might be quite long and asked if he wished to hear it. The old man cleared his throat and told him to go ahead. He began his tale with the eggs of the green-spotted centipede, as the night outside the temple remained still and silent. As if listening to Xiao Long's story, Tang Shan asked in surprise once it concluded, clarifying if the boy meant he had collected the eggs and raised them himself. He confirmed that he could predict when the eggs would hatch, causing the old man to break into a sweat as he wondered how anyone could know such a thing for certain. Asking the senior to wait a moment, Xiao Long opened a cabinet, brought out some creatures, and asked if he would like to see them. He proudly presented one, explaining it was a common cave lizard with yellow stripes on its body and white stripes on its tail. Introducing another, he explained that by pairing those with large white tail stripes, he had produced these two distinct colors. Tang Shan stared at the creatures and shouted in disbelief, asking if the boy had truly created those colors, which Xiao Long happily confirmed, asking if they weren't beautiful. Gulping, the old man questioned whether pairing creatures with potent toxins could result in an even more venomous species. Taken aback by the question, his mind raced with the theoretical possibility before he carefully considered his response. He replied that it was certainly possible if one knew which venom was stronger, though he hesitated, noting it would be difficult, which made the old man shout in shock. Placing a hand on the boy's shoulder, he seriously proposed that he join his clan, leaving Xiao long stunned as the man shouted about joining the Tang clan. He promised that every secret martial art would be taught without reservation, and rare herbs, spiritual plants, and any poison he desired would be within his reach. He passionately argued that someone like him could perhaps capture or raise one of the 10 great venomous insects of the Central Plains spoken of in the Jianghu. If that wasn't enticing enough, Tang Shan played his trump card, claiming without boasting that one of the 3 treasures of the Central Plains was his own daughter. Xiao Long hurriedly cut him off to ask what he had just said, which surprised the old man before he let out a boisterous laugh, as if realizing something. He remarked that since the boy was a young man, his reaction was natural, reiterating that his daughter was one of the 3 treasures of the Central Plains, as Xiao Long cried out at the misunderstanding. No, it wasn't about making conditions like that. He imagined the 10 great venomous insects the old man mentioned and asked loudly while clenching his fists. Are the 10 great venomous insects of the Central Plains as formidable as the green-spotted centipede? He emphasized, certainly, of course they are, with a smug smirk. Green-spotted centipede is powerful, but it is still a low-level venomous creature compared to the 10 great venomous species of the Central Plains. He described everything from a centipede as large as a house to one that shone like pure gold, leaving the boy in awe as he visualized it all, but continued, saying that reality would far exceed whatever he imagined. Tang Shan sighed softly, remarking that it was truly a strange matter. He looked at Xiao Long's bright, excited face and the 2 larvae crawling inside his shirt, then affirmed that it seemed he had successfully persuaded him. 2 days later at the Taoist temple, Tang Shan's disciples shouted upon hearing the news, asking if it was true that the blood-handed Rakshasa Zhu Yunxiang had appeared, to which Tang Shan confirmed it was so. I nearly faced a major disaster. I didn't expect that he had been in seclusion practicing martial arts and had reached a realm nearly equal to my father's, causing the disciples to stammer in fear. One disciple kept stuttering, unable to form a sentence, before another suddenly thought of something and asked if the family head had already killed him. Could it be that you have reached the myriad venom realm? Another disciple immediately offered congratulations, and the rest quickly followed suit, praising the family head. He sighed in relief and denied it, explaining that he wasn't the one who killed him, but rather this young hero here. A disciple gasped in surprise, asking if it was truly this young hero, then turned to grab Xiao Long's hands and shouted for confirmation. The disciples immediately expressed their gratitude to the young hero for saving the life of the Sichuan Tang family head, wondering if he was an enlightened master who possessed eternal youth, leaving him completely baffled as he asked what they meant. Tang Shan calmly interrupted, noting there was a misunderstanding, and asked to see them. After a moment of thought, he agreed and called the little ones out, while the disciples stared wide-eyed at the creatures wriggling out from his shirt. The tiny larvae chirped and looked around, and upon seeing them clearly, the disciple exclaimed in shock, asking if they were centipedes. These were the ones that defeated Zhu Yunxiang. One of the disciples suddenly shouted in fear, asking if their venom was safe to be around. Another disciple shouted with unconcealed admiration, amazed that such a young hero could tame the green-spotted centipede, leading Tang Shan to calmly announce his decision to welcome the young man into their clan. The disciple cheered, telling the young hero it was a wonderful opportunity, before Tang Shan spoke again, drawing the attention of the excited group. He clenched his fists and spoke seriously, stating they should not delay any longer, prompting Xiao Long to ask the senior if there was something else he was looking for. He just remained silent for a moment before speaking gravely about the blood-handed Rakshasa Zhu Yunxiang and the blood-hand poison claw technique he practiced. It was a horrific evil art that required human blood and marrow to advance, making him wonder in horror what kind of insane technique it was, as the old man made a firm decision. If he left behind any manuals or disciples, the threat had to be eliminated to ensure such a cruel evil art never appeared in the martial world again. He clenched his fists and asked if they shouldn't help anyone who might have been captured, to which the disciples wholeheartedly agreed. The family head turned and asked the young hero for his assistance, noting his familiarity with the terrain of Hainan Island, while Xiao Long fell silent. Looking pensive as the larvae approached him with chirps, He closed his eyes and reflected that joining the Tang clan might mean accepting a lifelong mission. Usually, an internship is meant for observing the company atmosphere and evaluating the leader's character. Right. He cheerfully replied that he understood and would provide full support once you have recovered your health, much to the disciples' delight. Tang Shan praised him, saying the young hero's thinking was exactly right, and he flashed a bright smile, agreeing that saving people was something he must certainly help with. Though he appeared humble on the outside, he secretly thought that he needed to thoroughly investigate the Sichuan Tang during this trip, smugly noting that talented people often conduct their own reverse interviews. 3 days had passed since Tang Shan recovered his health, and the group, including Tang Shan, Nguyen Xiao Long, and the disciples, decided to search for the blood-handed Rakshasa Zhu Yunxiang's seclusion spot, stopping at a village near an abandoned Taoist temple to ask the worried locals if anyone had gone missing. The old man recalled and shared that 1 or 2 people had disappeared in the forest over the past year, though it didn't happen often, leaving Tang Shan to stroke his beard in thought. The group clasped their hands in gratitude as Tang Shan spoke on their behalf. "Thank you, village chief," the old man warmly replied. "It was nothing. It is an honor to assist the Tang family." Then bid them farewell, and the chief wished them a safe journey. Unfortunately, they gathered no further information and continued on. Xiao Long wondered if this village was truly no different from the others. Tang Shan pondered deeply before replying. "Given how he discovered us and revealed himself, I thought he would be nearby, but finding him is proving difficult." He also found it strange that no traces were left behind. Recalling Zhu Yunxiang's attack, Xiao Long wondered what the man had actually said. Thinking of that, he suddenly exclaimed, "Senior, do you remember his words when he appeared?" Tang Shan turned and replied, "I don't recall clearly, do you?" He reminisced, "I was struck and sent flying then." He continued his analysis. "He mentioned that the Tang family had entered Hainan Island, didn't he?" The elder asked for confirmation. "Is that so?" he continued. "If so, it means someone knew the Tang family was on Hainan Island and informed Zhu Yunxiang, right?" He nodded. "Perhaps," Xiao Long excitedly suggested. "Then it's simple. We just need to retrace our path on Hainan Island. By using descriptions to inquire, we will find him." The elder and the disciples looked at him in surprise, and Tang Shan spoke happily. "I hadn't thought of that. It's brilliant. If the blood-handed Rakshasa Zhu Yunxiang said that, he must have heard it from someone who saw us." While he felt bashful from the praise, the elder decided, "Then we shall move immediately." They continued to a village where a heavy and gloomy atmosphere hung in the air. As they entered, Xiao Long spoke. "Sect leader, I heard that at the port of Hainan Island, this village." Tang Shan observed the village and noted it seemed to be a place where only women live. He ordered, "Let's investigate." As the young hero said, "Perhaps the women here won't be too hostile." The disciples replied in unison, "Yes, sect leader." The villagers appeared lethargic, with many dazed or lying before their doors. One villager worked in silence until they called out, "Is anyone here?" Their attention was drawn to the group. Seeing them enter, a resident asked, "What business do you have in this village of women?" Tang Shan was surprised to see the chief leading a young girl and 2 young men. He introduced himself. "I am Tang Taishan, head of the Tang family in Sichuan. We have come because..." While they spoke, Xiao Long quietly observed the surroundings. He secretly noted that the village was completely devoid of vitality. Even the children lacked energy. He wondered about the strange condition of these people as he looked around. Seeing everyone so dejected, he wondered if they had been drugged. The chief spoke up. "I know nothing of any disappearances. Nothing has happened here." His expression shifted as he said, "Go back." Tang Shan tried to persuade him, but the number of people in the house seemed to have dwindled. The old man shouted, "This is not your concern. Go back." Both Tang Shan and Xiao Long were startled by his sudden hostility. Tang Shan whispered, "Young hero, I heard the people here were friendly." He didn't understand either, but just then the child with the chief collapsed. The old man panicked. "Ma Zhen." He thought she collapsed. The old man burst into tears. "Oh heavens, Ma Zhen, you are my only remaining relative," he cried in agony. "Why must you also suffer from such a cruel illness?" Tang Shan knelt before the old man and offered, "Village chief, I have some medical knowledge. May I help?" The old man asked. Medicine from the Central Plains," he replied. "Yes, I am no doctor, but I know enough to examine the child's condition." The old man hurriedly agreed. "I beg of you." The village chief began to explain. "Actually, a terrible plague appeared in the village some time ago. The children are dying one by one, and the adults are growing weaker every day." Tang Shan comforted him. "I see. Let me take a look." The old man's eyes filled with tears as he thanked him. He told them, "Please come inside," then shouted to the villagers, "Hurry, bring the doctor and his group inside." The group rushed inside immediately. Xiao Long asked the senior disciple, while they were running, if he was also skilled in medicine, and the man replied that the martial arts of the Tang family were closely tied to the handling of toxins, making them proficient in pharmacology. and the medical knowledge required to understand the human body. He suddenly had a thought that while he initially believed they were merely assassins using poison, joining the Sichuan Tang family meant learning both terrifying secret techniques and fascinating medicine. The somewhat ruthless disciple immediately added that they occasionally captured villains and injected them with poison to test their reactions, which he found quite interesting, much to the boy's horror. He wondered if they practiced human experimentation, and thinking of Tang Shan and his rogue disciples, he shuddered at the thought of such terrifying people. The sky remained gloomy as the first rays of the new day began to shine upon a solitary house. Ma Zhen lay motionless as an unpleasant green aura radiated from her body, her eyes tightly shut, while Tang Shan gave a brief explanation to the village elder. He explained that he had stabilized her breathing by transferring internal energy into her, prompting the elder to tearfully thank him while stroking his only granddaughter's head. After the elder pleaded for help, Tang Shan noted that her pulse was irregular and asked if the child had been born with a weak heart. The old man replied that the illness had only worsened 6 months ago and explained that many others were suffering from this mysterious ailment they called the wicked disease. The elder explained that this was why he had turned everyone away at the main gate, a revelation that made Xiao Long instantly understand the situation. Tang Shan requested the elder to gather the villagers to test a heart medication he would prescribe, causing the old man to weep with gratitude. As the elder expressed his thanks once more, Xiao Long quietly observed Tang Shan's gentle smile until night fell, and a disciple quietly addressed the sect leader. The disciple said that he had worked hard examining everyone, to which Tang Shan thanked Jiu Bai before inquiring about the current condition of the patients. He thought for a moment and said that it was truly strange, analyzing symptoms like physical weakness, swollen eyes, unstable pulses, and mild fevers. He observed that while symptoms varied, those who were seriously ill all had heart problems, then suddenly asked about the young hero's status. Jiu Bai reported that the young hero seemed exhausted after assisting everyone and had fallen asleep, noting that he had already been moved to a room to rest. He remarked that since the boy hadn't trained in martial arts, traveling with them must be very tiring, and decided he should go check on the young hero's condition. Jiu Bai offered to lead the way, and they quietly opened the door to find Xiao Long fast asleep and completely unaware. Tang Shan did not enter, but stood outside quietly observing before he suddenly pushed the door open and rushed to the boy's bedside. His hand descended like a flash of lightning and slapped him hard, making him scream in pain and wake up to glare at the senior in confusion. At that moment, Tang Shan's unexpected strike left him completely confused as he clutched his cheek and asked in bewilderment what was happening. He cowered against the wall in pain, asking the senior what was going on, but Tang Shan quickly apologized, claiming he was only trying to catch a bug on the boy's face. He looked through the doorway and said he only wanted to visit for a moment before resting when he suddenly spotted a bug landing on the boy's face. He pointed at the bug with a sharp gaze and said that Hainan Island was home to many dangerous venomous insects he was unfamiliar with, so he had instinctively struck it. Tang Shan held up the bug in his hand and said, "Look, this bug is this large," leaving Xiao Long staring blankly for a moment before he suddenly spoke. He questioned why such a bug would be there, as a realization dawned on him, prompting him to address the senior once more. He asked if it was true that despite the varying symptoms, all the patients exhibited the same underlying abnormality, which Tang Shan confirmed. Xiao Long then pointed at the insect in the man's hand and declared that this very bug was the cause of the wicked disease spreading through the village. Tang Shan exclaimed in surprise as the boy explained that this was a type of kissing bug, named for its habit of sucking blood from the eyes or lips of those who are sleeping. This species is incredibly agile, even faster than a flea, and is commonly known as the vampire bug or assassin bug. Xiao Long wiped the bug's blood away and explained that while the insect itself isn't venomous, its abdomen is teeming with harmful parasites. He continued, explaining that a bite leads to infection through the creature's waste, causing diseases like trypanosomiasis or Chagas. This is the 7th deadliest species to humans. Xiao Long then asked the village chief if the local dogs were panting or exhibiting symptoms similar to the villagers. The village chief asked in a panic if the bug was truly the cause, to which Xiao Long sighed and said it was possible but not yet certain, prompting the old man to ask if his granddaughter could be saved. Xiao Long replied that it might be possible if they had medicine, but Tang Shan suddenly laughed with confidence and asked Jiu Bai what he thought of his eye for talent. Jiu Bai happily agreed that he had indeed recognized the young hero's true worth just as Xiao Long entered, wondering why they were acting that way. Tang Shan invited the young hero to join their Sichuan Tang clan. Xiao Long was stunned and muttered a confused response as Tang Shan confidently reiterated his offer to recruit him. He explained the existence of goo insects, also known as sorcery bugs, which are bred by wicked individuals within the Central Plains. Tang Shan continued, stating that these villains force people to ingest these insects to inflict periodic suffering or to manipulate them according to their whims. Xiao Long was shocked by the idea of such human control, and Tang Shan confirmed that while the power was real, many in the martial world had lost their lives to this bizarre sorcery. He explained that some had even murdered their own children before taking their own lives or betraying their families to serve as slaves to those evil men. Village chief wept upon hearing this, pitying Ma Zhen, while Tang Shan noted that martial artists had long struggled to create an antidote to expel or dissolve this strange poison from the body. Xiao Long found it hard to imagine, but Tang Shan suddenly pulled an object from his robe and loudly declared that if such an antidote existed, it would surely be made by his people, as he proudly revealed a round pill. He boasted that it would naturally come from the Sichuan Tang clan, noting that if the medicine could dissolve a fist-sized tumor within the body, then those tiny microorganisms would be no threat at all. Tang Shan presented a shimmering pill called the Goo King Harmonizing Pill, saying a small dose was enough, leaving Xiao Long in awe. He muttered that the name of the parasite cure was quite impressive, then looked at the tearful village chief and told him not to worry. Tang Shan announced that the granddaughter could be saved, and following her recovery, the rest of the villagers gradually regained their health. The village chief joyfully embraced Ma Zhen, exclaiming how fortunate she was, as the warm gratitude of the villagers served as a reward for their efforts. Seeing their cheerful faces, it seemed the rumors of the tribe's optimistic nature were accurate. Tang Shan patted Xiao Long on the shoulder and spoke. He remarked that if the young hero hadn't found the cause, he wouldn't be the one they were indebted to, but this young man instead. The village youths then spoke out in unison. They thanked the young hero repeatedly, and as Xiao Long responded bashfully, the crowd shouted that he was the savior of their entire village. Even though the Tang clan's medicine provided the cure, Tang Shan gave all the credit to me and watched the people's gratitude with a joy that seemed as genuine as if it were his own. The village youth surrounded hometown Long and tossed him into the air in celebration. Sometime later, the village chief approached Tang Shan with a question. He asked about the matter mentioned at the village gate, and when Tang Shan inquired for clarification, the chief explained they were looking for the village where people had vanished. Tang Shan confirmed this and asked why he wanted to know. The village chief, wishing to repay their kindness, mentioned he had heard a very strange story. Everyone listened as he spoke of a woman married into their village, whose parents' hometown had suffered a bizarre event years ago where residents disappeared one by one, leaving Tang Shan alarmed. He muttered that they had a lead and asked for the location. The chief pointed to a small village in the west, but they found only ruins upon arrival, as Tang Shan covered his nose at the sight of bodies. One of the attendants pointed out the location to the manor lord, who suddenly cried out in shock at the sight of the piled-up corpses. There were not only fresh bodies, but also skeletal remains. Tang Shan remarked on the grim scene, noting the presence of corpse poison rising from the decaying remains. A man with a thick beard exclaimed that it was a chilling sight and suggested the young hero shouldn't see it. But Xiao Long replied that he had already seen everything. Suddenly, he noticed something and asked what was over there, spotting sharp talons and the beak of a strange bird. The creature was devouring the severed head of a snake, so he raised a stone, refusing to let it desecrate the remains of the deceased. He hurled the rock with all his might, shouting for it to get lost as Tang Shan called out, and the flying stone startled the bird. It slammed its claws into the ground, eyes filled with murderous intent, but then it took flight, trailing a sinister aura as he realized something was wrong. Xiao Long watched in horror as a wave of black smoke swept over the skeletal remains, causing them to melt away before his eyes. Suddenly, a hand covered his mouth as Tang Shan yelled for everyone to stay back, identifying the creature as a Zhen bird while they formed a defensive circle. Tang Shan explained that the Zhen bird brings death when it spreads its wings. Its beak is bronze bright and spear-sharp, and its body is covered in deep purple feathers. He continued, explaining that when enraged, the bird's wings release a toxin that poisons everything nearby, which is why it is known as the Zhen bird. Xiao Long excitedly asked if that creature was one of the 10 great poisonous killers, and Tang Shan nodded in confirmation. With eyes gleaming, Xiao Long realized it was the leader of the 10 great poisonous killers, the legendary sovereign of all creatures, the Zhen bird. He muttered that the emperor of the 10 great poisonous killers was terrifying, making the venomous insects and snakes of Earth seem like cute pets by comparison. Xiao Long marveled at the Zhen bird, calling it a living biological weapon that had likely been lured there by the presence of the venomous snakes. The others whispered that the bird only eats the heads of the most toxic snakes. And when Xiao Long asked if this was an omen, Tang Shan replied that seeing one was a once-in-a-lifetime event. It was so rare that it appeared only once a century. As Xiao Long marveled, Tang Shan jokingly asked if the young hero intended to capture it. To the crowd's surprise, Tang Shan laughed and asked if he truly wanted to try, while Xiao Long hesitated after considering the bird's lethal toxicity. The old man then suggested that if the boy was so interested in the 10 great poisonous killers, there might be a way, prompting Xiao Long to ask if it was truly possible. Tang Shan asserted that by mastering the Tang clan's poison techniques, one's body would become immune to all toxins, even the lethal venom of the Zhen bird. He explained that only their clan's martial arts could withstand such poison, but noted that they never shared their secret techniques with outsiders. As the clan head, he couldn't break ancestral laws, but Xiao Long eagerly asked if joining the Tang clan would allow him to reach the stage of total poison immunity. When asked if he could truly resist the Zhen bird's venom, Tang Shan confidently promised to personally teach him if he committed to joining them right then. He promised a proper initiation ceremony, and despite the skepticism of others, Xiao Long believed him as the old man gave a mischievous grin. He warned that if the young hero hesitated too long, he might reconsider, causing an excited Xiao Long to blush and make a firm decision. Xiao Long agreed to join the Tang clan and asked for the clan head's guidance, prompting Tang Shan to laugh and praise his excellent choice while patting his shoulder. From that moment on, he was a member of the Tang clan. Meanwhile, at the dwelling of the blood-handed Rakshasa Zhu Yunxiang, footprints were found near some poison. A bearded man presented a book found in the cave, which Tang Shan confirmed was the blood-handed poison ancestor's manual written in blood, much to Xiao Long's surprise. When asked if they were heading to Sichuan, Tang Shan explained they needed to retrieve the green centipede's inner core, and the manual reminding Xiao Long of his own venomous pets. Xiao Long asked to stop by the Taoist temple to release his friends, and Tang Shan agreed, promising to prepare the necessary gear for their journey. As they prepared to depart, Xiao Long glanced back and noticed something unusual, pointing toward the cave and mentioning that something looked strange. The bearded man asked what he meant, and as they all looked down, they realized it was a Zhen bird feather glowing with a purple light, which Tang Shan carefully picked up with gloves. He placed it in a box and presented it as a gift for joining the Tang clan, noticing how much Xiao Long liked it, to which the boy excitedly expressed his gratitude. The old clan leader Tang Shan turned back with a smile and said that while everything was fine, he did not particularly care for that title. He continued, suggesting they change how they address each other after the sworn brotherhood ceremony, leaving Xiao Long to mutter in surprise, wondering if it was like an initiation rite. Meanwhile, at the Sichuan Tang clan, the injured Tang Jun was quickly assisted by clan members, as one reported that the Tang scouts had arrived ahead of schedule. He shouted, demanding to know Yin Er's condition, to which the subordinate replied that she was still alive. He ordered them to take him to Yin Er immediately. As the door swung open, Tang Jun appeared and called out her name while everyone in the room greeted the Grand Elder in unison. Madame Tang anxiously called out to her father-in-law, who replied that he had brought the medicine. Tang Jun produced a pill, explaining it was the inner core of the green-spotted centipede. She covered her mouth, struggling to contain her emotions as she realized he had succeeded. Everyone gathered around, watching as he prepared to give the medicine to the pale, gasping Yin Er. Tang Jun called out to Yin Er with pity, holding up the pill and remarking that he had arrived just in time. Madame Tang urged her father-in-law to proceed quickly. He told her to give the girl the medicine, slowly placing the pill into Yin Er's mouth as a green aura emanated from her body. Tang Jun checked her pulse and began circulating his internal energy. She watched her beloved daughter with worry, whispering for her to wake up. Xiao Long sat down exhaustedly, thinking about how he had heard the Central Plains were vast but never imagined they were this immense. After sailing from Hainan to Hangzhou and passing through Nanning, the month-and-a-half journey finally reached Sichuan. At the gates of the Tang clan, the guide spoke, announced they had arrived at the Sichuan Tang clan, leaving the young hero astonished by the majestic sight, as the guide explained the entire mountain belonged to them and was known as Mount Tang. Xiao Long could hardly believe his eyes as clan members rushed out, shouting a welcome to their returning leader, which caused him to mutter in shock. He wondered if all these people belonged to the Sichuan Tang clan, noting how crowded it was, just as a girl in red garments came running from behind the throng. Footsteps echoed to welcome the return, and Tang Shan was surprised to hear his beloved daughter, Yin Er, calling for him as she ran to embrace him while sobbing. Tang Shan cried out in joy, asking if she had recovered, while she held him tightly and apologized to her father. Yin Er asked if her father was all right, while Xiao Long watched her, whispering that it was his first time seeing someone radiate such brilliant beauty. He turned to introduce them, presenting Xiao Long to his daughter, Tang Yin-er, which caused the boy to freeze as Tang Shan recalled his previous comments about the scent of grass. Yin-er listened in confusion as Tang Shan teased her about being like wild grass, causing her face to flush red with surprise, while the two youngsters stared at each other in silence. Xiao Long recalled the man's earlier claim that his daughter was one of the 3 treasures of the Central Plains, and he quickly protested that he didn't mean she was like wild grass. Feeling embarrassed, he thought of her as a poisonous flower. Tang Yin-er was the only daughter of the Tang clan, and since childhood she had carried a deep, hidden sorrow that few understood. One elder felt her talent was still unproven, while another praised her appearance, noting she was one of the 3 beauties of the martial world. As Yin-er hid behind a tree listening to their critiques, one suggested that finding a suitable son-in-law would suffice, while the other argued that the clan leader should have taken concubines and wondered why he had refused. The bitter gossip reached Yin-er's ears, making her mutter that her father was not wrong, and she became determined to prove her own worth. She sought to demonstrate her capabilities to the clan elders by perfecting her martial arts, believing she could contribute greatly to the family despite not being a son. However, her impatience led to mistakes that created an inner demon, eventually causing her to fall into a coma until she finally regained consciousness. Thanks to the medicine and Tang Jun's assistance, the worried onlookers watched as Madame Tang joyfully exclaimed that Yin-er had survived. Yin-er wept, asking her mother what she should do and apologizing through her sobs, thinking her dreams of serving the clan were over as she told Tang Jun she had lost all her internal energy. He told the young girl not to feel guilty for troubling the family, as she had actually achieved what she always desired, and urged her to stop crying and be happy. Yin-er asked in confusion about the 100 poisons, and as she raised her hand, she was startled to see a faint, glowing green aura emanating from it. Yin-er turned to ask her grandfather what it was, and Tang Jun happily replied that he had something to tell her. He had not only saved her life, but helped her attain the 1,000 poison internal energy, surpassing the 100 poisons. Yin-er wondered if it was just a comment that drew laughter from the group while Xiao Long muttered shyly to himself, though Tang Shan stood nearby with a smug grin. Observing Xiao Long's awkwardness, the young man thought to himself not to let the man get too conceited as he forced a smile and greeted the young lady, expressing his pleasure at meeting her. He mentioned hearing of her past illness and remarked how fortunate it was to see her in such good health, to which Yin-er happily introduced herself. She identified herself as the poison flower, Yin-er, and expressed her eternal gratitude to the young hero for saving her life, a self-introduction that left Xiao Long completely captivated. He marveled at her beauty, but was startled by a sudden voice in his head, as Tang Shan used a sound transmission to tease him about the lovely weed. Tang Shan asked if he wished to pluck the equinox flower, causing Xiao Long to blush deeply before the scene shifted to him relaxing in a hot bath. As his centipede slept in a basin, he complained to himself that the creatures usually clung to him all day and warned them that the hot water might not be good for them. He asked if they wanted to join him in the tub for a moment, and they crawled in as if they understood his words, a sight he found quite endearing. Xiao Long smiled, noting how strange it was that they seemed to comprehend him, and jokingly told them that staring at his naked body was quite embarrassing. The creatures quickly dove underwater to hide, making him chuckle at their antics, while he recalled Elder Ku Bai's words about these centipedes being spiritual beings. Remembering Tang Shan's teasing remark about the beauty of the equinox flower and whether he wanted to pluck it, he found himself unable to remain calm. He decided to leave the bath immediately, while elsewhere, Tang Shan sat with others discussing matters over a cup of tea. Tang Shan suggested they settle everything properly, while Tang Jun shook his head in disbelief that such a young hero could possess such immense talent. Tang Shan praised the young man's extraordinary knowledge of poisons, noting he had not only slain Zhu Yunxiang, but also encountered legendary creatures like the Chen bird. To the amazement of Madame Tang and Yin-er, Tang Shan added that the young hero had even personally hatched green-spotted centipede eggs. Tang Jun laughed, regretting that he had overlooked such a treasure, while Tang Shan called out to Yin-er, who looked up in confusion. Tang Shan asked for her thoughts on taking the young hero as a son-in-law, causing Yin-er to cry out in shock at the sudden proposal. She fell silent and lowered her gaze, thinking that since she had mastered the heavenly poison realm, she wanted to prove she could be of even greater use to her clan. Finally, she spoke up, stating that as a member of the Tang family, she understood his intent, but she suddenly slammed the table with tears welling in her eyes. She demanded to know if the young hero was truly worthy of her. and insisted on testing him herself before running out of the room, leaving everyone worried. Tang Shan stood up with a bad premonition, silently warning the hero that even a beautiful equinox flower possessed sharp thorns. Yin-Er resolved that she had to reach the heavenly poison body, believing that if she stopped now, she would never earn the recognition of the clan elders. She intended to thoroughly investigate his character, while Xiao Long sat outside after his bath, enjoying the breeze and wondering what was happening. With a gloomy expression, Xiao Long worried he had made a poor impression on the young lady of the great clan, while he absent-mindedly stroked the centipedes on his chest. He asked the creatures what he should do when Yin-Er suddenly called out to him from behind, startling him as she arrived breathless from running. Xiao Long greeted her with surprise, and Yin-Er apologized for the intrusion, explaining she was in a hurry before asking if she could borrow his hand for a moment. Xiao Long reflexively reached out, but then hesitated with a red face, suggesting that perhaps such a thing should wait until they were better acquainted. He continued to stammer in confusion, saying that such an act required a much deeper level of intimacy and mutual understanding. Yin-Er looked at him in confusion before her face turned bright red, and she shouted that he was completely misunderstanding her intentions. As the sun set, the romantic atmosphere failed to ease the tension as Yin-Er sighed and explained she only wanted to check his pulse. "Perhaps you misunderstood because I suddenly asked for your hand," Yin-Er said. Xiao Long gave a forced smile, realizing he had misread the situation. Yin-Er sat down and apologized for her abrupt appearance and improper behavior. She observed Xiao Long, noting that despite his youth, he possessed a remarkably mature mindset. She decided to explain the current circumstances, to which Xiao Long stammered his agreement before listening intently to her story. Xiao Long felt as though he were in a familiar period drama. She was the sole descendant of her clan, constantly battling the schemes of branch families. To ensure the clan's survival, the elders sought an exceptional son-in-law. Xiao Long nodded, muttering about how they had even considered his potential rank within the family. Yin-Er continued, apologizing in advance while mentioning something she needed to verify, even if things didn't go as she had hoped. "I have no intention of mistreating you, as you are my benefactor, so we will treat you as an honored guest," she added, suggesting they could even become sworn siblings. Surprised by the offer, Xiao Long reached out and smiled, telling her he understood and to proceed with whatever she needed to confirm. Yin-Er fell silent for a moment. She then took Xiao Long's pulse and announced they would begin, as a strange aura suddenly emanated from her, leaving him astonished. Yin-Er explained that the Tang clan's martial arts weren't for everyone. Only a few could withstand poisons and master the family's secret techniques. She noted that some were entirely incapable of it, then detailed the poison hierarchy: heavenly poison, 100 poison, 10 poison, and 5 poison. She explained that Tang clan poison techniques required gradual adaptation as internal energy grew. After checking his pulse, she noted he was fortunately capable of learning them. However, she turned to him and added that it was only a 10 poison physique, meaning his body could only endure 10 types of toxins. For an outsider, possessing a 10 poison physique was impressive, but Xiao Long fell silent at the news as Yin-Er stood up to continue. "In terms of overall strength, you are considered a first-class martial artist, the highest level an ordinary person without innate talent can reach." She bowed and excused herself, and as Xiao Long bid her farewell, he wondered pensively if he truly possessed a 10 poison physique. He suddenly realized this meant he couldn't capture the Chen Dio, which was a serious problem. Meanwhile, Yin-Er stepped out of her bath. Wrapping herself in a cloth, she sighed and looked at her body, wondering why it had changed since she absorbed the green-spotted centipedes in her core. Her body now emitted a strange scent, forcing her to bathe several times a day. After dressing, she pondered the cause. She wondered if this was punishment for her disrespect toward her benefactor. The scene then shifted to Xiao Long's bedroom, where he was fast asleep and dreaming. He found himself among cherry blossoms and heard distant weeping. A voice thanked him and Lady Yin-Er, leading Xiao Long to mutter, "Am I dreaming?" A girl replied that while it felt like a dream, it was real, as the green-spotted centipede knelt before him. She explained she had borrowed the form of the girl who absorbed her core to avoid scaring him, identifying herself as the mother of these children. "The green-spotted centipede?" Xiao Long asked, startled by the adorable children at his feet, telling them they had given him a fright. He asked when they had arrived and if they were all her daughters. Kneeling, he asked why they were in his dream. The green-spotted centipede resentfully explained she had been brutally murdered, leaving her children behind. Her soul remained in the core, and she spoke of her curse manifesting in the girl who absorbed it, signaling that the time for revenge had come. She appeared in his dream to express her gratitude, calling him her benefactor for allowing her to bring her children along. After listening, Xiao Long replied that he understood, though he secretly felt guilty for having revealed her location to others. With a worried expression, Xiao Long admitted that while it wasn't intentional, he was still responsible for the green-spotted centipede's death. Seeing her somewhat pitying gaze, the Qing Ban Wugong spoke up. "Benefactor, if you don't mind, could you help me fulfill a wish?" Xiao Long, who was cradling a sleeping child, replied firmly, "Of course, I will grant any wish you have." She stroked her child's head and said, "Could you look after my children until they reach adulthood?" He wondered, but can't they live independently after molting twice from the mother's body? The Qing Ban Wugong explained, "That is true for lesser beings, but we are different." She comforted her children and explained that before their tribe's offspring molt twice, they rely heavily on the flow of energy from their mother's inner core. After that, they develop by absorbing true qi from other living beings, she added. Xiao Long asked, "But Lady Yin-Er has already absorbed the inner core, so does that mean they need to stay close to her?" She replied seriously, "You must understand our situation, benefactor." The Qing Ban Wugong then asked, "Did I mention the curse I placed on that young girl earlier?" He immediately replied nervously, "Yes, you did." She continued, "Because of my inner core, that girl's body is now emitting a foul stench." Xiao Long asked in shock, "A foul stench? Is it something malicious?" The Qing Ban Wugong said, "I will not allow any man to approach that girl, ensuring she can never bear children." He repeated her words in a state of panic. She continued, "To break this curse, let my children absorb the energy from the inner core. Perhaps you can use this opportunity to win her heart." Xiao Long rested his chin in thought for a moment before smiling and replying, "I don't think that's right. I don't want to take advantage of Lady Yin-Er's difficult situation." Qing Ban Wugong acknowledged, "You truly are an honorable man." She then asked seriously, "But if that's the case, how do you plan to overcome this challenge?" "It seems that girl is looking for a man with great strength," she noted, adding, "As for me, I cannot give you the inner core of the 10 great poisonous killers since it has already been absorbed into her body." Xiao Long muttered, the 10 great poisonous killers." He then said cheerfully, "I have an idea. Can you trust me?" She wondered, "What are you talking about?" Xiao Long patted the child's head and said, "Just leave this to me. I believe it will work." The next day, when Yin-Er heard Xiao Long's explanation, she was surprised. "Oh, so the scent from my body is due to the Qing Ban Wugong's inner core," she realized. He brought her children along and confirmed it. "That's right. If you keep these centipedes near you for a few days so they can absorb the energy from the inner core, the scent will naturally vanish," he stated. She shyly replied, "I feel a bit awkward asking this," Yin-Er began, "but you're telling me this without asking for any compensation in return. Shouldn't you ask me for something as compensation?" she continued. Xiao Long smiled. "I can't be heartless enough to exploit someone's hardship. I don't want to be a person without shame." She was surprised by his answer and looked down in silence for a moment. Finally, she decided, "Fine, in that case, I cannot continue to accept your kindness without giving something back." Yin-Er said seriously, "I will consider my father's words. Brother Xiao Long, I've realized there are things more important than talent or martial arts." Xiao Long scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Actually, I've been thinking about this matter as well." She asked, "Thinking about what?" He laughed shyly. "You said I possess the 10 poison body and have the ability to absorb 10 types of poison, right?" Yin-Er sighed and confirmed, "That's correct." Xiao Long looked at the children and asked, "So if I can only absorb 10 types of poison, can I take in the toxins of the 10 great poisonous killers from the Central Plains?" Yin-Er asked curiously, "Using the 10 poisons from the 10 great poisonous killers?" She blushed and muttered, "It turns out he wants to become the strongest man in the world. Oh, it can't be." Tang Yin-Er, one of the 3 flowers of Lin Wu, this was the first time a man had expressed such bold feelings to her. The sky seemed gloomy, yet rays of sunlight still pierced through the thick clouds, shining down on the cooling pavilion outside. The two were sitting on the steps, discussing something. Hua-En looked puzzled. She gazed at Xiao Long and wondered, does the young hero know what he is saying? He remained silent under Hua-En's gaze for a while. He scratched his head and laughed loudly as if he knew nothing, replying, "I don't know." She grew more impatient with him. Turning around, Hua-En placed her hands on her chest and confided, "This path is truly full of hardships and challenges. It could take 10 years, 20 years, or even a lifetime to pursue," she added. Xiao Long sat beside her with a foolish look, hesitantly wondering, Is it really that serious?" he asked. She covered her face with both hands, only letting out a soft, shy huff. "Very well, young hero Xiao Long. I heard you are only 15, so in 3 years, when you reach adulthood, it will be time for the wedding ceremony." With an innocent look, Xiao Long listened to Hua-En speak of the future in the shy tone of a young girl, saying that if he could master one of the 10 great venomous creatures within 3 years, he would surely earn everyone's absolute trust. Thus, if everything goes well, the chances of achieving that goal are high. She blushed in embarrassment, tapping her fingers together as she mentioned the wedding and what she intended. Suddenly, Hua-en stood up and shouted that she would always support him, causing the startled Xiao Long to shrink back. After speaking, she rushed out without looking back, only managing to say she was leaving. Xiao Long remained stunned in place, only able to let out a cry as he hurriedly called after her retreating figure, asking Lady Hua-en to come back. Startled, she asked if the young hero had anything else to say, while Xiao Long gave an innocent smile and patted the spot beside him. Looking as if he were radiating divine light from all directions, he explained that it was regarding the treatment and that she only needed to stay for 1 more hour. He asked the lady to try and stay before departing, a request that left Hua-en standing frozen, as if she were about to crumble into pieces. She screamed helplessly at his denseness, her body stiffening as she clenched her fists and walked back to her original spot step by step, her face flushed with shame, while Xiao Long, assuming she was afraid of the small insects on him, quickly reassured her they wouldn't bite before turning to the worms in his hand and calling out to them. He called to his little darlings, and they rose in response. Xiao Long then translated their words, startling Hua-en by saying they refused to listen to their father. They wanted to go talk to their mother instead, filled with joy as they repeated the key words father and mother, which caused Xiao Long to panic upon hearing them. He issued a strong denial, insisting it wasn't like that. While in the study, the three parents sat facing each other, discussing matters with serious expressions. It seemed the young hero's talent had not yet won over their daughter's heart, leading Tang Jun to solemnly ask Madame Tang if she had noticed anything that morning. There appeared to be something suspicious between them, causing the old man to fall into deep thought as he stroked his white beard and spoke softly, saying it was fine. Tang Shan remained silent for a long time before Tang Jun cleared his throat and regained his voice, stating that forcing a marriage was improper, and it was better to let their feelings develop naturally. Madame Tang immediately came up with an idea and looked at her husband, suggesting they entrust the young hero's martial arts training to Hua and so they could meet frequently. Perhaps feelings would blossom, to which Tang Jun replied it was a good idea. Hearing this, the Tang clan head nodded and decided to ask Mr. Yi if he could grant a favor to cleanse his mind and appearance to bring the two closer. Tang Shan worriedly reminded them that Hua-en was not very interested, suggesting his father might be expecting too much. But the old man simply crossed his arms and let out a cold snort. Closing his eyes indifferently, he said they should just try it and reluctantly agreed that it was their only option, just as a familiar figure appeared outside the door. Hua-en called out from outside, requesting an audience with her father, which startled the three people inside as they wondered why she had come at such an hour. Tang Shan regained his composure and finally told her to come in. She stepped inside without hesitation, but felt flustered and swallowed hard upon seeing the three parents looking so serious. Hua-en leaned back and stammered that everyone happened to be there together, causing the other three to stare at her without understanding her point. Straightening up, she clasped her hands respectfully and stated she had something to discuss, which prompted a surprised Tang Shan to ask what it was. Feeling embarrassed with a flushed face and a tight throat, she stammered that she would follow the instructions her father had given her. She clenched her hands for courage and spoke all at once, leaving Tang Shan only able to let out a gasp, his face frozen as he struggled to process her words. After a moment, Tang Shan hesitantly asked what words she meant, while Madame Tang excitedly pulled her daughter closer, impatient as Hua-en struggled to finish her sentence. She asked if young hero Xiao Long had caught her eye, causing the girl to freeze as her face changed colors like a chameleon and flushed red again to the parents' delight, though they wondered why she had changed her mind so suddenly. Her father's bluntness left Hua-en unsure of how to respond, and she tapped her fingers together in confusion for a long while before finally daring to speak. She explained that young hero Xiao Long had vowed to become the greatest in the world for her sake, a statement that prompted the two excited parents to ask for clarification. What, the world's number one? Lord Tang stroked his short beard and asked Hua-en to explain further, following her father's wishes. Hua-en spoke honestly, explaining that despite her modest innate talent, the young hero had vowed to master all 10 types of poison for her sake. The Tang clan leader laughed at her strange yet proud words. What 10 types of poison? That boy truly doesn't know his limits, he remarked, while her mother teased, wondering if such a person actually existed. Hua-en's face turned as red as a boiled shrimp, but she quickly regained her composure to explain that she had already accepted him in her heart. However, the wedding would only be approved once young hero Xiao Long matured and mastered one of the 10 poisons, asking if they understood her point. She glanced at the three of them to gauge their reaction, and the parents happily agreed, noting that as his daughter, she should hold him to such high standards. Lady Tang chimed in, remarking that men seemed a bit slow to catch on, prompting Hua-en to ask if she needed to explain herself again. Stroking her daughter's head, she gently pointed out that the young hero likely hadn't realized the matter had already been settled. Wondering why he wouldn't strive harder for his daughter, Lord Tang happily suggested they start treating him like a son-in-law. They decided to feign ignorance for now, believing that if he continued to work hard, he would soon officially join their family, leaving them satisfied. Elsewhere, Xiao Long's hand was gripped tightly, as someone excitedly exclaimed how impressive he was for completely winning her heart. The praise made him bashful, and he scratched his head with a forced smile, crediting only his courage and determination while a figure resembling Hua En with a green diamond gem on its head smiled back. The spirit told its benefactor that today would be their final meeting, as its resentment had vanished, and its soul would soon move on, while holding 3 frolicking children. Xiao Long nodded in understanding as his hair drifted in the wind, and the spirit asked if there was anything it could do for him in return. He placed a hand over his mouth in thought before snapping his fingers and asking if he could take a look at something, if it wasn't too much trouble. Blushing and clutching its robe, the spirit thought he was a typical man after all, yet it hesitantly agreed to his request. It began to pull down its robe, assuming he was weak for beauty, but Xiao Long's face darkened in panic as he frantically told it to stop, leaving the spirit confused. Bewildered, the spirit stopped and offered to keep its clothes on if that made him more comfortable, while the children covered their eyes and Xiao Long shouted that he didn't mean that at all. To avoid further confusion, he bluntly stated that he only wanted to see the form of the azure-spotted centipede, and the spirit finally understood his true intent. The scene shifted instantly as he let out an excited shout, watching the beautiful girl transform into a massive centipede spirit that asked in a coquettish tone if this was what he wanted. Xiao Long exhaled sharply, his eyes gleaming with excitement at its massive size, and he eagerly asked if he could touch it. He rubbed his hands together while asking, leaving the centipede speechless as it pointed out he was already touching it, yet Xiao Long only wanted more. He wondered if he could keep a piece of it, marveling at how its joints supported such a large body, and asking if its front legs glowed when it moved. The centipede shyly waved its short front legs in response, and Xiao Long grew even more excited by the adorable gesture. When he asked to touch its legs, the centipede was once again at a loss for words, reminding him that he was already doing so with expert precision. Xiao Long became increasingly hyperactive, firing off questions about the strength of its venom and whether it relied on its eyes or antennae to sense its surroundings. The 3 children kept their eyes covered, unable to bear the sight, while the spirit gave brief answers before Xiao Long stared intently at its sharp claws and asked another question. He asked to touch its venomous fangs just once, causing the centipede to hesitate and warn him that doing so might be quite dangerous. Xiao Long used a cute tone to remind the spirit of its promise to grant any request, making the centipede shake its head in bashful confusion. The azure-spotted centipede wondered if its daughters would be all right as his hand reached out, his face filled with longing for its shimmering chitin shell. Tang Taishan clasped his hands and softened his expression, concluding that the situation was quite unusual before addressing him as Xiao Long instead of young hero. "I've heard the story from Hua Yinner, so from now on, you are my son," he said in a warm yet powerful voice that left Xiao Long looking at her in shock. She smiled gently at her father's words, and Xiao Long, realizing she wouldn't help him, felt awkward and tried to explain himself. "Yes, but what about the 3-year trial?" Xiao Long started, but Tang Taishan interrupted him, declaring that the wedding would be held once he reached adulthood. "That is only natural," Tang Taishan added, causing Xiao Long to wave his hands helplessly in denial while Madame Tang watched from nearby. She cupped her aging but well-cared-for face with one hand and chimed in with a bright, cheerful laugh, addressing him as her son-in-law. "Welcome once again, Xiao Long. I am your mother-in-law," she said, as even the clan head joined in on the lively atmosphere. With a joyful expression and eyes that sparkled despite his white hair and beard, Tang Jun remarked that the family's luck would surely turn now that Hua Yinner had a partner. Faced with the family's unanimous support for the union, Xiao Long was at a loss for words and softly called out to Hua Yinner, who only responded with a smile. He thought he might have been mistaken because, upon closer inspection, her expression had returned to its usual cold indifference, which puzzled him greatly. He couldn't understand why she was acting as if she had already accepted the marriage when she was the one who had set the initial conditions. Despite his confusion, he decided to follow her lead for the time being, regaining his composure and scratching his head with an embarrassed grin. "I see, then I look forward to everyone's guidance," he said, expecting the atmosphere to become even more awkward for him. However, old Master Tang and his son paid him no mind, as the 2 elder men were already grinning and focused on their own discussion. "Indeed, let us begin," they agreed, moving straight to the matter at hand and leaving Xiao Long feeling completely bewildered by the scene. After a brief discussion with his father, Tang Taishan turned to Xiao Long and mentioned there was something he wanted him to see before teaching him the poison arts. When Xiao Long asked what it was with a look of surprise, the two elders couldn't help but laugh at his endearing reaction. With a serious gaze befitting a clan head, Tang Taishan told him that he was certain he would enjoy visiting the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. The four members of the Tang family lined up, allowing Xiao Long to follow behind Tang Jun as he curiously observed the scenery of the rear garden. Tang Jun happily explained to Xiao Long that they had been waiting for the moment he would officially enter the Hall of 10,000 Poisons as a family member. Xiao Long replied with excitement, his breath quickening and his face flushing with anticipation at the thought of the wonders inside the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. He imagined the Hall of 10,000 Poisons as a fascinating repository for countless toxins, but his thoughts were interrupted when he saw Hua Yinner looking radiant in the morning sun. He was captivated by her stunning beauty and perfect silhouette, causing his face to turn bright red as he marveled at her appearance. He thought to himself that her profile was as beautiful as a painting, unaware that Hua Yinner's parents had been watching his every reaction. They giggled seeing their future son-in-law so smitten, and Tang Taishan teased him, saying that staring so intently would make his daughter shy now that he was part of the family. "It seems our son-in-law is enchanted by Hua Yinner," they joked, while she reminded a flustered Xiao Long to watch his step as he replied bashfully. A while later, in front of a chamber built into the mountain, they encountered three burly guards, including the muscular A Zhuo and A Zhou, before a warrior stepped forward to greet them. A warrior stepped forward to announce their arrival, and Tang Jun immediately ordered the doors to the Hall of 10,000 Poisons to be opened for his grandson-in-law. The three guards promptly obeyed the command, while Xiao Long noted that the security here was far more stringent than anything from the Middle Ages. Upon receiving the order, the only robed man there shouted for the doors to be opened, as two guards used their full strength to heave the massive gates apart. It took a massive amount of strength to open the gate. The guard asked why it was being opened so early today. Xiao Long watched the two sturdy soldiers in surprise, thinking to himself as they struggled. He wondered if opening a door truly required such grueling effort. Once the two leaves were fully parted, a Zhuo and a Zhou were panting heavily, their clothes soaked with sweat. Once the guard felt everything was ready, he turned and signaled for them to enter. Tang Shan nodded to Xiao Long, telling him it was time to go inside. As they entered, he explained that this iron gate was forged from Nanan's Wu Gang steel. Being able to open this gate was a great honor. Xiao Long replied in surprise, "Is that so?" Once everyone was inside, Tang Shan proudly announced their arrival. Xiao Long's eyes widened as he looked around in amazement. This was the treasure vault containing all sorts of toxins belonging to the Sichuan Tang family. Tang Jun added that this was the Hall of 10,000 Poisons within the Palace of 10,000 Poisons, warning him not to touch anything. Xiao Long curiously asked if this was the place. He asked if the poisons were kept in these jars and pouches. Tang Shan quickly confirmed, noting that there were many varieties here, such as paralyzing poison and sleeping poison. As he spoke, Tang Shan nudged Xiao Long toward Hua Yin, suggesting she explain things to him since his future grandson-in-law would surely prefer that. Lady Tang agreed, and though Hua Yin's face reddened slightly, she didn't object and obeyed her father. She then led Xiao Long on a tour of the Hall of 10,000 Poisons, promising to show him the Tang clan's most potent toxins, starting with the Little Golden. Becoming increasingly shy as she spoke, she pointed out the cultivation-dispersing poison, a toxin that martial artists had to be extremely wary of. If inhaled, you would lose the ability to use your internal energy. She warned him to be careful before showing him the gut-wrenching poison, soul-extinguishing poison, fire-blood poison, and the 7-step soul-severing poison. Seeing their daughter point out the clan's deadliest toxins, Hua Yin's parents smiled with pride. Both looked adorable together. Meanwhile, Hua Yin turned serious and stated that while those were all powerful, the Tang clan's deadliest poison was actually something else. She then handed Xiao Long a tiny bean and told him to take it. Xiao Long looked at the small seed in his hand, feeling confused. He asked what it was, and Hua Yin explained that, excluding the 10 great poisonous creatures, this was currently the most lethal substance. She added that this was the castor bean, the symbolic herb of the Tang clan. Xiao Long was initially puzzled by the name, but then realized it contained ricin, an incredibly potent toxin. Just 2 milligrams were enough to kill an adult. Still in shock, he exclaimed that it was hundreds of thousands of times more powerful than cyanide. Hua Yin smiled and told him it was the closest thing to the Tang clan's goal of a colorless, odorless, and invisible toxin, making it their most precious golden poison. She continued, explaining that an assassination using this toxin was known as a golden kill. After hearing this, Xiao Long suddenly felt as if a blazing fire surrounded Hua Yin. He heard her warning him to remember that the strongest poison wasn't necessarily the most painful or terrifying, but the one that killed silently and surely. Poison arts of the Sichuan Tang family aimed for that silent certainty. Images of the clan members flashed through Xiao Long's mind, making him realize this was truly a family of assassins. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. Tang Jun spoke up from a distance, saying that was enough, and it was time to see the poisonous creatures Xiao Long had been waiting for. Xiao Long immediately looked excited at the mention of the creatures. The old man encouraged him, saying that if he liked them, he could manage them. He promised the family would support him in everything. Xiao Long was so thrilled he stammered, asking if they would truly support his hobby. Tang Jun quickly called everyone to head out, but before he could finish his sentence, an urgent report arrived from afar, forcing them to stop. A messenger named Jiu Bai rushed breathlessly toward Tang Shan, shouting that there was an urgent matter to report. Tang Shan asked what had happened. After catching his breath, the boy announced that they needed to go to the Xunwu Pavilion immediately. Tang Shan asked curiously why they had to go there. Jiu Bai quickly explained that the clan elders were waiting. Upon hearing this, Tang Jun shouted in anger, "What? Them again?" Xiao Long suddenly remembered the elders she had mentioned. Jiu Bai added that there were two matters. First, the medicine sent to the Sichuan city lord was ineffective, and he had sent a letter of complaint. Secondly, he glanced at Xiao Long with an awkward expression. Xiao Long sighed and asked bluntly if it was about what happened at the Palace of 10,000 Poisons. Tang Jun wasn't surprised and remarked on how quickly news traveled. He then led everyone away, not forgetting to tell Xiao Long to follow him as his grandson-in-law. Finally, at the Xunwu Pavilion, many elders were busy arguing with one another. As the group arrived, one of them suddenly called out Tang Shan's name in a loud voice. Before they even exchanged greetings, they began scolding him, asking why he made such a major decision alone and how he could marry off Hua Yinner, our precious granddaughter, to an orphan of unknown origin. Tang Shan angrily retorted, "An orphan of unknown origin." He exploded in anger to defend Xiao Long, asking if they were insulting his son-in-law, while the crowd quickly argued that they were only stating the truth. Tang Jun stepped forward and asked if anyone had an objection, since he was the one who decided, leaving the elders flustered as they addressed the Supreme Patriarch. Xiao Long was displeased by the malicious attacks. Meanwhile, an elder pleaded with the Supreme Patriarch to advise the clan head, even though Xiao Long had just agreed. Seeing the smile fade from Xiao Long's face, Hua Yinner softly apologized for the day's inconveniences, causing him to sigh and think to himself, "I've made her worry again," he thought, then suddenly spoke up amidst the elders' debate, apologizing for interrupting their conversation. He seriously stated that the issue seemed to stem from his own perceived lack of ability, then patted his shoulder and shouted, "If I can prove my capabilities, will the elders accept me?" An elder asked in surprise, "What?" And with a confident look, he declared he could solve the Sichuan city lord's troubles. Hua Yinner and Lady Tang watched him anxiously as he thought that, while he didn't care for status, he wouldn't forgive anyone who disrupted his peaceful life with his pets. The courtyard buzzed as Xiao Long dared to argue with his seniors, prompting a silver-haired elder to shout, "How dare you act this way? The elders are speaking. How dare a brat like you interfere?" Others joined in the criticism, agreeing that his behavior was unacceptable. "Do you even know the contents of the Sichuan city lord's letter to speak so boldly?" Lady Tang watched the dispute and remarked on the situation. "Clan head, he has no background yet dares to meddle, which is why we nominated a noble youth as a son-in-law," she said, leaving Xiao Long feeling dejected. He thought these old men were unbearable, recalling his successful live streams with over 1 million followers and thousands of live viewers. Xiao Long confidently told the elders that, since they hadn't recognized him as the Tang family's son-in-law yet, he should still be treated as a guest. He continued expressing his views, impressing Tang Shan, noting that he hadn't just helped the family's treasure, Hua Yinner. He had also saved the clan head's life by defeating the blood hand Rakshasa, Zhu Yungxiang, and he bowed respectfully before continuing. "Is it the Tang family's etiquette to insult a benefactor and guest to his face?" he asked, drawing on his experience as a streamer facing online attacks. Such hostility was familiar to him, and with his vast experience, he easily handled the situation in an instant. The irritable elders suddenly shifted their tone, with one coughing and stammering that they had perhaps been too hasty and misspoke. Xiao Long tilted his head with a disdainful smile, thinking they were pathetic, though some still doubted that he had defeated the blood hand Rakshasa. Claiming to have killed him seemed absurd, but Tang Shan, supporting Xiao Long, brought forth evidence to prove he wasn't lying. "Look at this," he said, leaving the nearby gentleman agape and stammering "What?" as the book was opened, shocking everyone with its contents. It was the Blood Hand Poison Claw manual written in blood. a relic of the blood sect. Tang Shan then smiled and asked Xiao Long to show them the centipedes. Yes, father-in-law, he replied, piquing everyone's curiosity about the centipedes as he summoned his precious pets. A dazzling golden light wrapped around his hand as the adorable little creatures emerged from his sleeves, chirping to announce their presence. Onlookers were stunned, unable to believe their eyes at the golden centipedes, which Tang Shan explained were the offspring of the green-spotted centipede he raised. Would you believe me if I said they bit Zhu Yongxiang to death? He asked, leaving the elders reeling in shock at the revelation. The green-spotted centipede, can this young man truly control them? Tang Shan didn't hesitate, asking how he could possibly not accept this son-in-law. Xiao Long could not hide his smugness as he stood beside the creatures, telling the little ones not to bite anyone. The elders were too stunned to speak, eventually claiming they never said they wouldn't recognize him, but only that certain procedures had to be followed. Tang Jun sighed, noting the patriarch was only angry because those rules were ignored, then asked why they opposed the matter of the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. The elders argued again, questioning how they could entrust the Hall of 10,000 Poisons to an underage youth who wasn't yet an official family member. Hearing this, the old man began to hesitate, agreeing that such an important place couldn't be handed over, so Tang Jun quickly proposed a solution. He asked if the boy could prove his ability, to which Xiao Long confidently replied that he would prove his worth using the methods of the Tang family. He declared he would use poison, causing everyone to hold their heads in fear and wonder if he intended to poison the Sichuan city lord. They clarified they were discussing delivering medicine rather than killing, while even Tang Jun and Tang Shan looked at him with confused expressions. He asked the patriarch for his thoughts, while Tang Jun secretly felt he was being too soft and insisted the Tang family must utilize poison. The next day arrived, and Tang Jun told Xiao Long during their training that he would begin learning the Tang family's 5 poisons origin art. He cheered with excitement upon hearing this, though he wondered if the training would still focus solely on physical conditioning. The old man explained the body would adapt through practice, and that the Tang clan emphasized practicality, then introduced the powerful ancestral weapons. He presented the hidden weapons, including needles, coins, darts, and knives, as well as swords and blades, noting these 5 were the primary types. He asked the boy which hidden weapon was the easiest to use, and when Xiao Long suggested daggers or flying knives, he asked which was the hardest. Xiao Long looked at a small pouch and guessed it was powder, but the old man shook his head and stated that needles were the most difficult. When asked if it was because they were small and hard to throw, the old man explained one must remember the exact position of every needle used. Xiao Long watched in amazement as Tang Jun pulled out a calligraphy brush and skillfully disassembled it into pieces in an instant. The brush vanished as its fragments drifted through the air like light white feathers, leaving Xiao Long in awe of the spectacle. He never imagined such soft objects could transform into sharp weapons, and while Tang Jun stood calmly, Xiao Long pulled his feet back in terror. He felt as if the feathers were piercing his skin like needles, while Tang Jun explained the Tang clan's secret technique, rain of flowers filling the sky. It was a secret manual that covered the entire area with thousands of needles, a revelation that filled the boy with a sense of dread. He asked if he was expected to fight enemies while surrounded by needles, wondering where he would even be able to stand. The old man confirmed he had to memorize everything to avoid harming himself, leaving Xiao Long to cry out in disbelief. He asked if he even had to remember the locations of needles that were deflected or fell, and the old man confirmed that was indeed the case. He added that a practitioner must remember at least 100 spots, noting that Huang Yin'er could remember 1,000 even as a child. Xiao Long could only click his tongue as the scene shifted to a peaceful mountaintop where he lay exhausted until Huang Yin'er came to check on him. She mentioned hearing that he planned to catch the great hornet and offered the supplies she had prepared if he needed them. He interrupted to say he could catch it himself with those items, which surprised her since she thought he intended to wait for the creature. Xiao Long told her she would understand once they arrived and asked if she knew the location of the great hornet's nest. She replied that she had found one nearby and they could go now, though she wondered if he had read the letter from the Sichuan city lord. He confirmed it, saying that of course he did. After listening, she asked again, "Xi Long is still young, so I'm a bit worried. Does he truly understand the contents of the letter?" He replied, "Of course, miss, this matter is vital for a man's vitality." Hearing this, she shyly told him to stop. That's enough, then asked, "You seem to understand the issue well. Indeed, the major problem the Sichuan city lord is facing is impotence." She praised him. "Xi Long, you are truly knowledgeable for your age." He stammered, "Well, since I live alone." Suddenly, she ran off. "Let's go quickly." Xi Long hurriedly chased after her, calling out, "Miss Hua Yin'er." The two entered the deep forest, where the vegetation was lush and wild flowers bloomed along the path. Zai Long was so distracted by a small climbing animal that Hua Yinner had to grab him by the collar to stop him. They halted at a spot, and Hua Yinner said, "We've arrived, Zai Long." He replied, "Ah, yes." Looking at the cave, they were certain it was there. While putting on protective gear, Hua Yinner asked Zai Long, "But Zai Long, what is the point of finding a beehive without any bees?" He explained to his fiancée, "Although we are looking for giant hornets, we won't be catching them." She spoke up in surprise. The two searched intently through every rock crevice. He looked deep into the cave and told her, "The poisonous insects we need usually live in small beehives." Hua Yinner wondered, "Poisonous insects inside a beehive?" He confirmed, "Yes." Upon seeing something, Zai Long happily said, "Fortunately, this hive seems to have them." With a swift movement, he used chopsticks to pick up a small creature and cheered, "I've caught you, little one," making Hua Yinner stare in amazement. She asked Zai Long, "Is that insect?" He continued, "Yes, we didn't come here to catch giant hornets, but to catch this insect," he said excitedly. "This creature will help solve the Sichuan City Lord's problem." Hua Yin observed the creature in Zai Long's hand and asked doubtfully, "Zai Long, is this insect a blister beetle?" Hearing her guess, he held the trembling creature high in front of him and happily replied, "Yes, that's right." In his mind, he thought, "So they call it a blister beetle here." He brought the insect closer for her to see. It looked pitiful with watery eyes and a shaking body. He explained, "This insect is often found in giant hornet nests. In the Central Plains, they are called blister beetles, while in Korea, they are known as leaf-biting bees. They belong to the Melody family," Hua Yin said in surprise. "But why do blister beetles live in giant hornet nests? I didn't know this," he happily explained. "Their life cycle is quite unique." He then shared his knowledge. "The reproductive method of the Melody family is very strange. Usually they protect their eggs or create a safe environment for them to hatch, but this species does not. Their eggs are small, oval, and yellow, and can appear anywhere from rocky outcrops to leaves. They can even be found in desolate or dense areas. They simply lay their eggs without any worries. Regardless, by some miracle, the blister beetle larvae will hatch and crawl to the highest point nearby. Once at the top, they huddle together and pretend to be a flower. But don't search for blister beetle larvae online. When a beautiful female bumblebee flies by looking for nectar and sees them, she will happily exclaim, 'Oh, hello.' Thinking it's a real flower, the bee will continue her pollen collection while the insects disguised as a flower turn sinister, knowing what she will do next. Their reach extends to the bee, and the moment she gets close, they quickly cling to her, leading to the downfall of the bee's nest." He pointed to the blister beetle in his hand and said, "I don't know why they choose bumblebees, but I heard it's the best environment for the larvae to grow." Hua Yin hesitated. "Is that so?" She leaned over and said sadly, "Poor little bees." Zai Long smiled to comfort her. "That is the law of nature, it cannot be otherwise." She remembered something and said, "But isn't this a type of poison that causes skin burns? I know eating too much can be fatal." He laughed and confirmed, "Yes, it can cause skin burns." He described the wound caused by the orange fluid from the beetle's body, explaining that upon contact with the skin, it creates blisters similar to a burn. She looked at the pitiful blister beetle, her face gradually turning red. She pursed her lips, covered her mouth, and whispered, "Even so, does it really have that effect?" He replied, "Yes, until the toxin is eliminated from the body." Seeing her expression, he narrowed his eyes and joked, "It can make a man rise again." Hua Yin quickly turned and ran away, her face flushing deep red. While running, she closed her eyes and shouted, "Enough, enough, let's go back to the Hall of 10,000 Poisons." Zai Long shouted in surprise, "Wait, let me catch a few more." A moment later, Zai Long had caught more blister beetles. Then he said, "Let's return to the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. I've guided the martial artists in the art of medicine crafting," he said, looking at the group before him and speaking deliberately. "Now, pay close attention." He raised a finger to signal them. "First, the earth pond herb must be dried and ground into a powder." Everyone's expression grew solemn as the medicinal formulas raced through their minds while listening to his analysis. Consuming 3 fen, which is 11.75 mg of poison, is definitely life-threatening. For every jin of body weight, or 3.75 kg, if one eats 3/10 of a fen, equivalent to 1.25 mg, half of the consumers will die, he concluded while looking at everyone. Therefore, prepare the medicine with a dosage of 1/10 of a fen, which is 0.375 mg, equivalent to about 10 drops of water, or 0.351 ml. After finishing his speech, he asked if they understood, but everyone remained in stunned silence, thinking their heads were about to explode. The leading man removed his veil and spoke slowly, emphasizing each word as he praised the clarity of the explanation and the excellent mathematics. "I will certainly succeed," he replied cheerfully. "Yes, haha, I'm counting on you all." That night, under the full moon in a brightly lit room, a voice remarked that they hadn't expected the Earth Leech to be so effective. After hearing his granddaughter recount the Earth Leech capture and the events in the apothecary, her grandfather suggested reevaluating the Tang clan's poisons, to which Huang Yin obediently agreed. He coughed lightly into his hand and asked if the boy was still good at math, to which Huang Yin replied that he had divided 1 fen into 10 parts. He stated it was equal to the weight of 10 drops of water. Hearing this, the old man's expression turned serious as he rubbed his thumb and index finger together. He spoke slowly, recalling the boy's immature appearance while furrowing his brows, then added that he had thought he knew a great deal about poisons. However, the boy surprised him even more, and the more he learned, the more he realized what a valuable asset he was to the Tang family. Suddenly, he turned to his granddaughter and curiously asked if she liked him more than before, causing Huang Yin to blush and look away in embarrassment as she stammered, "Grandfather." She clenched her fist and held it to her mouth to hide her shyness, softly admitting that she felt guilty for being too impulsive at the start. Closing his eyes as if he understood her feelings, he advised her to just treat him well from now on, then asked how the medicine's effectiveness would be tested. Startled by the question, she widened her eyes and recalled the previous events, covering her blushing face as heat radiated through her skin. She shyly mentioned the elder's arrogance and recounted to her grandfather how Xiao Long had wickedly suggested the clan would punish them. "What?" he asked in surprise, before bursting into laughter and calling him an interesting character, while Huang Yin stood silently by his side. With her face still flushed, everyone gathered in the grand hall, focusing their attention on the martial artist standing before them. The elders waited expectantly, some resting their chins on their hands and others crossing their arms, as the martial artist placed a hexagonal wooden box before Xiao Long and presented the medicine. He looked at the box and asked what it was, to which the martial artist bowed and explained they had added licorice powder and honey for sweetness, making him think how thoughtful they were. Upon opening the box to see a glossy black pill resting on red velvet, he asked if it had been prepared exactly according to his instructions. The man respectfully confirmed they had followed the dosage precisely, prompting the surrounding elders to murmur, with one coldly remarking that they were exaggerating. Another agreed with crossed arms, acting as if something truly special had been created, while the man in the head seat kept his eyes closed as his voice rang out. "Silence," he commanded majestically, then looked at Xiao Long and asked how he intended to prove the effectiveness of the prepared medicine. When he questioned how to prove it, a heavy hand slammed onto the table with a loud bang as the pot-bellied elder shouted that proof was absolutely necessary. He stood up and yelled that unverified poison could not be sent to the Sichuan city lord, while another added that any mistake would be extremely dangerous. Xiao Long looked at the martial artist and noted there was no other way, to which the man nodded and began searching through his pockets. The elders watched intently as the martial artist approached and placed a hexagonal box, identical to Xiao Long's, in front of the pot-bellied elder. He snorted dismissively, picking up the pill to examine it, and asked scornfully if they were expected to test it when no one knew its contents. Another whispered a warning that the boy was not only an outsider, but also harbored dark schemes. Yet Xiao Long only responded with a meaningful smile. Huang Yin's grandfather was enjoying the spectacle until a call for "grandfather" snapped him back to reality, and he turned around in surprise to ask what was wrong. "Didn't you say those who practice Tang clan martial arts fear no poison? Is that right?" He nodded in agreement. Xiao Long clapped his hands gleefully like a child and continued to tease. "But why do you look so worried then?" Grandfather rubbed his head and agreed. Hearing you say that, I actually do feel a bit concerned." He sensed that everything was proceeding exactly as he had planned. Seeing everyone's expressions turn grim, he cleared his throat and said, "Come now, you are all clan elders who have reached the realm of being impervious to 100 poisons." He added with emphasis, "Surely you aren't afraid of a mere swamp poison." Indeed, an elder crushed the pill, a confident smile playing on his lips. Xiao Long and his group couldn't hide their amusement as they watched each person put the pill into their mouth, even voicing their mockery. "Who would be afraid of such a low-level poison?" Another person quickly chimed in. "Exactly, you have vastly underestimated us." As soon as one elder swallowed the elixir, he shouted a threat. "If this medicine has no effect, you will certainly pay for this. We shall restore the clan's discipline." With that, he chewed the pill and swallowed it. Silence filled the air as everyone waited for the medicine to take effect. Time passed without anything unusual happening. One man couldn't help but sneer, pointing at Xiao Long and shouting, "See that? Nothing happened at all." Before he could finish, he was struck with shock as he saw his disciple suddenly stop holding his head high. The elders all hung their heads in a strange, heavy silence. On that day, the clan's discipline was forcefully re-established. Under the blazing sun, a voice rang out, "Send this medicine to the city lord of Sichuan. It is highly effective." A moment later, the elders left with peculiar expressions, looking flustered as they clutched their robes over their stomachs. Watching them depart with flushed faces, Xiao Long remarked, just as grandfather said, just provoke them regarding poisons and they'll fall for the trap immediately. Grandfather laughed and replied, haha, those men still have a shred of pride left, so they had no other choice. Grandfather smiled and reminded him, but do not resent them, they only did it for the sake of the clan. Xiao Long wondered, really? As the old man closed his eyes peacefully. After all, we are one family, he obediently replied. I understand. Just then, Hua Yin rushed in anxiously, shouting, Xiao Long, something terrible has happened. Seeing her state, he asked, what is it, young lady? She panted heavily before standing up straight, catching her breath to speak. There's a problem with our pets. He was shocked. What? Suddenly, grandfather grabbed his collar, his voice sharp and furious. Grandson-in-law. With eyes burning like fire, he demanded, what do you mean ours? He hoisted Xiao Long up by the collar, veins bulging in anger as he asked, Xiao Long, do you too have a child? It seems I haven't disciplined you properly yet. Hua Yin stood frozen nearby, both angry and embarrassed as she cried. It's not a child. It's the centipedes Xiao Long is keeping. Only then did Xiao Long realize the misunderstanding. With a worried expression, he opened his mouth but couldn't find the words for a long time. Grandfather finally released his collar. He approached Hua Yin and asked anxiously, wait, you mean the centipedes? She quickly explained, I saw you training more lately, so I asked my sister to look after them. Hearing this, he panicked, thinking, has something happened to my little darlings? In his confusion, his hand accidentally brushed against her chest as he said, let me see. Beside grandfather, his granddaughter's annoyed voice rang out. Ah, Xiao Long, they aren't here. A moment later, they saw the swarm of centipedes lying quietly on the ground. Ignoring the red handprint on his face, he whispered, you said they suddenly moved? Hua Yin clenched her hands and said, they were fine all morning. I hope they aren't in pain. He looked at the centipedes on the ground and noted their transparent color and strange-looking shells. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He thought to himself, this is. He smiled cheerfully and said, Lady Hua Yin, there's no need to worry. Watching the centipedes move slowly, he began to explain. They are just molting. Like snakes, they need to shed their skin as they grow. This must be that time. Hua Yin's grandfather asked in surprise, molting. He leaned against the edge of the tank and nodded. That's right. Suddenly, a centipede rubbed its head against the ground, making a rustling sound. Hua Yin cried out. Xiao Long looked. Seeing a centipede with new orange-yellow skin emerging from its old shell, she shouted, the head, as it completely broke free. The old man's voice was full of wonder. Oh, how marvelous! Hua Yin watched intently and suddenly exclaimed, Xiao Long, the other two are about to molt as well. Another centipede slowly emerged from its shell, its soft new orange-yellow exoskeleton inviting to the touch as the last one finally shed its old skin. Its entire body moved slowly, and seeing all three lying obediently on the ground, Xiao Long joyfully remarked that they had all finished molting. Hua Yin's eyes sparkled as she looked at them, and noted they seemed larger than before. Then she turned to Xiao Long and asked for their names. He paused for a moment, thinking to himself that they didn't have names, before his expression turned serious as he rubbed his chin in deep thought. Looking at the three centipedes on the ground, he smugly declared they should be called Wu Yi, Wu and Wu San. But Hua Yin found these names quite ridiculous. She immediately shook her head in protest, refusing the names while imagining a day when these small centipedes could soar through the sky and over high mountain ranges. Turning to him, she explained that if a centipede lives for 1,000 years, it transforms into a dragon, so they needed more majestic names befitting a dragon's form. Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh and replied, haha, young lady, how could a bunch of centipedes possibly turn into dragons after 1,000 years? Overhearing their debate, the grandfather chimed in, suggesting that since 1,000-year-old centipedes are still called dragons, he would refer to them as heavenly dragons. From the old man's tone, he immediately understood where Hua Yin's earlier attitude came from, and realized that he was the one who had taught her such things. He lowered his head to look at the three centipedes, thinking carefully before deciding on their names and telling Hua Yin they would be called Chu, Xiang, and Bin. She repeated the names Chu, Xiang, and Bin in surprise, so he slowly explained that the first one to emerge was named Chu. He named the second one Xiang because it looked like a female, and the third one Bin because of its shiny shell. While Hua Yin watched the three of them intently, he slowly repeated the names Chu, Xiang, and Bin as they all excitedly watched the centipedes, and she softly remarked that a child's name is usually given by the father. With their new names settled, Xiao Long walked down the street, his unsteady gait drawing the attention of everyone around him. As he walked, he thought about how another day had passed with the centipedes clinging tightly to him, which was quite exhausting, so he sat down next to a roadside crate. He let out a sigh, feeling his undershirt was still a bit damp, and thinking that while his body wasn't completely dry yet, he was at least able to move. He sighed again, still feeling a bit uncomfortable, when suddenly the centipedes crawled out from his shirt, and one tapped its head against his cheek, chirping happily. He smiled faintly, thinking they had grown much heavier and that their size was the most significant change. Then he lay back on the crate and looked at the sky with a red friction mark on his cheek. It seemed to apologize for its weight as another joined in, and he sighed while remembering how they were once as small as sausages, but were now as thick as his arm. He felt happy watching them grow and feeling their movements, thinking that the little centipedes must find his waist too cramped now, that they could only cling to his arms and torso. Suddenly, a loud laugh rang in his ears as someone boasted about being right, prompting him to sit up and see a tall man and a short man walking down the street. The shorter man with a mole on his face held a small red pouch and laughed, telling his companion they needed to keep a close eye on the Sichuan Tang clan. He patted the head of a centipede, clinging to him while hearing that loud laughter again about how easy it was to make money, making him wonder what was happening as he looked up at the beautiful sky. White clouds drifted lazily above the Sichuan Tang clan estate, where the scenery remained unchanged, and the atmosphere was exceptionally peaceful. The head of the house cleared his throat in satisfaction at the good news, and asked Xiao Long if they had just sent their homemade medicine to the city lord of Sichuan. He nodded in confirmation, recalling the city lord's plump figure and how he had been moved to tears of joy, while the old man signaled his approval with a thumbs up. He then announced that the medicine had worked wonderfully, prompting the city lord to send a generous reward along with his sincere gratitude. Both were delighted to hear this, and as he happily asked for confirmation, Hua Yin's father laughed and praised his new son-in-law for bringing such benefits. He laughed it off modestly, but the older man suddenly turned serious and stroked his beard while looking directly at him, declaring that he would grant him a spiritual elixir. Whether you humbly decline or not, he asked in surprise, spiritual medicine? What do you mean, sir? In his heart, he recalled the words the man had once spoken. He previously mentioned that spiritual medicine would boost internal energy. Hua Yin interjected, Father, what is that spiritual medicine? He replied that it was nothing major. Looking at the two of them, he enunciated each word. The nectar of the golden-haired bee king. Xiao Long immediately thought of honey-gathering bees. He thought bees' nectar? Is it honey? Hearing that internal energy was vital to becoming a master, he decided to accept it. With that thought, he shouted happily, Thank you, father-in-law. Hua Yin's expression suddenly grew tense, her joy vanishing. She spoke up, asking her father with a neutral yet questioning tone, Father, you promised a reward, but it is only honey. Seeing his daughter's reaction, her father became flustered and stammered, Well, about that. Before he could finish, she grabbed Xiao Long's hand and cried out in anger. Xiao Long's contribution this time cannot be overlooked. Although the golden-haired bee king is a mid-tier venomous insect, its nectar is the lowest grade among spiritual medicines. You cannot be stingy with Xiao Long's reward after his great service. She frowned, demanding a better prize for him. It should at least be a medicine that grants a year's worth of internal energy. Her father lowered his head and argued softly that even if it was spiritual medicine, the cost of refining it was not cheap. Hearing this, she clenched her fists, her eyes burning like fire as she gritted her teeth. Compared to the effort Xiao Long put in, that is still far too cheap. On the other side, her father avoided her gaze and coughed. He thought to himself that a grown daughter was truly like spilled water. Xiao Long broke the tension, looking at him and asking, Father-in-law, what exactly is the golden-haired bee king? He turned back, clearing his throat awkwardly. He pictured a massive golden beehive hanging from a tree branch. Bees were diligently flying back and forth to gather nectar. He then explained that the golden-haired bee king was a mid-tier venomous insect that typically lived in the forest. It resembled a giant bee, roughly the size of a small dog. Experience showed that consuming its nectar would increase internal energy by 2 months. Yet Xiao Long was more intrigued by the creature's size. His eyes lit up as he asked excitedly, As big as a puppy? How fascinating! Seeing his delight, Hua Yin pinched his cheek to stop him. Xiao Long, wait a moment, I am still angry. At that point, her father spoke up again, sounding a bit embarrassed. Hua Yin, that was not my intention. I thought Xiao Long would want to find the golden-haired bee king himself, which is why I chose this. Hearing this, he was startled and thought, Go there directly. He stood up quickly and asked with excitement, Father-in-law, do you want me to go find the golden-haired bee king myself? The man nodded in confirmation. That is correct. His breathing quickened and his face flushed with excitement. He thought, collecting honey directly? Back when I was a YouTuber, I did that many times. He rushed toward the door and shouted, Let's go, father-in-law. I am an expert at gathering honey. The man laughed heartily and with enthusiasm. Ha ha ha, I knew you would like it. Hua Yin sighed as she watched the two of them depart, their conversation still echoing in her ears. Xiao Long asked curiously, "What does the golden-haired bee king look like?" Her father replied flatly, "Well, naturally it looks like a bee." After leaving the Sichuan Tang clan, the journey to gather the nectar began. Along the way, he thought to himself that since this was valuable information from his father-in-law, there would surely be no competition. However, upon arrival, he saw two groups of people arguing loudly. A scarred man spoke up. "We arrived first, so the golden-haired bee king's nectar belongs to us." The man in black retorted just as fiercely, "What? We purchased this information legally, so it belongs to us." Hearing this, Xiao Long's group was stunned. Someone from the scarred man's side questioned them in return. "You bought the information. So did we. Did you buy it from a frizzy-haired guy with a large mole on his face?" The man in black could not hide his astonishment. "How did you know that?" "Regardless, we will not back down." Xiao Long's expression suddenly froze as he recalled two people he had seen on the road. He wondered if it was them. Xiao Long began to realize those people had sold the information to others. Hua Yin's father was listening to the argument and felt so enraged that his entire body trembled. He clenched his fists and bit his lip, cursing those bastards under his breath. He roared, "How dare you insult the Sichuan Tang clan here?" causing everyone to turn toward the voice, shock evident on their faces. Someone cried out in panic, "What? The Sichuan Tang clan?" Xiao Long felt dejected, thinking about his honey-gathering plan. He recalled the warning Hua Yin's father gave him before the trip started. "Xiao Long, this is your first time heading out, so you must be extremely cautious and remember that you are a member of the Tang clan." He replied politely, "Yes, sir." He looked at the group of people standing in formation below and said seriously, "Take them with you? You need to learn how to lead others." Xiao Long asked in surprise, "Yes, are you asking me to lead them?" He looked toward Hua Yin and spoke hesitantly, but before the young lady could respond, the elder burst into laughter. "Haha, you silly boy, Hua Yinner belongs to you, and you are her life partner." Hearing this, his face turned bright red as he stammered, life partner." Hua Yin also smiled cheerfully to encourage him, saying Xiao Long would do great, and added that she would assist him, making him even more bashful as he replied that he would try his best. At that moment, the atmosphere between the Sichuan Tang clan and those who arrived first grew tense as they glared at each other, causing Xiao Long to think anxiously. What should be done now? He turned to the person beside him, Captain Yue Jiang of the Poison Blood Squad, to ask how this situation should be handled. "Should we give them a share?" Yue Jiang stroked his chin and lowered his voice to ask how they would even divide it, crossing his arms with an air of disapproval. "Who do they think they are to demand a share from the Sichuan Tang clan?" Hua Yin agreed, noting that while their identity was unknown, they were certainly bold. He glared at the opposing group with murderous intent for selling information the Sichuan Tang clan had purchased, and their leader recognized her, exclaiming in shock that the poison flower moon lily of the Tang sect's direct line had arrived. The leader immediately clasped his hands, teeth clenched in calculation, and bowed his head to state that their Feng Wen sect had been unaware of the situation. "Since this involves the Sichuan Tang clan, we shall withdraw." Seeing his actions, the surrounding people were surprised, though they likely understood the reason. They followed suit by bowing and announcing that their Yun Hu sect would also retreat, while another man cursed in anger, vowing not to let it go before disappearing. Watching them flee as if they had seen a ghost, Xiao Long wondered if the Sichuan Tang clan was truly that terrifying, feeling suspicious as he saw them vanish. He asked if it was over, but Yue Jiang calmly replied that it likely wasn't, predicting that those people were surely hiding nearby and would not retreat so easily. He then turned to instruct his subordinate, Gu Bai, to locate them, and Gu Bai clasped his hands respectfully, obeying his lord's command. Noticing Xiao Long's restless expression, Hua Yin reassured him, while he stared at the forest ahead and muttered about his bees. Currently, Hua Yin, Xiao Long, and Yue Jiang were hiding behind a boulder, facing a massive tree with large hollows in its trunk. Several large bees hovered there, and upon closer inspection, they were black and yellow with thick fur, constantly flying in and out of the tree trunk. As the sound of wings echoed, Xiao Long exclaimed that it was the golden-haired bee king, and Hua Yin marveled at its size, seeing it for the first time. "Isn't it cute?" he asked, and Hua Yin nodded in praise of its fluffy fur, while Yue Jiang proudly added that this was why it was called the golden-haired bee king. After observing for a while, Xiao Long surmised that the colony seemed small, with only a few hundred bees, wondering if they could grow that large. Hearing an unfamiliar term, Hua Yin asked about the word colony, and he patiently explained that it referred to the entire swarm, which usually numbered 5 to 7,000. She asked in surprise if he could know without going inside, and Xiao Long confidently replied that one could estimate the number just by watching the activity at the entrance. The sound of footsteps behind them made them turn, and Gu Bai knelt to report to the Great Master that the locations of the private sects had been identified. Wei Jiang asked for their location, and Gu Bai hesitantly recounted his tracking, noting that as expected, they were currently lighting fires and waiting, leading Yue Jiang to curse under his breath. Those bastards are indeed on the opposite side, and though their actions are unclear, they will surely strike. Yue Jiang pondered, suggesting they were waiting for nightfall to use the Tang clan's honey harvesting method. Xiao Long curiously asked about the Tang clan's method, and seeing his interest, the elder explained that burning mugwort leaves to smoke the hive would make the bees more docile. Then we can enter and take the honey, he said, and Xiao Long nodded in praise of the clever method while Gu Bai spoke up hesitantly beside them. However, the wind is currently blowing toward us, and as they looked up to confirm Gu Bai's words, they all gasped. But while they worried, Xiao Long suddenly struck his palm and cheered that he had a plan, prompting Gu Bai to ask what he had devised. His face flushed with excitement as he shared his idea, explaining that if the wind was blowing toward them, it meant they could effectively conceal their scent. Hua Yin thought for a moment and agreed, so Xiao Long stood up abruptly, looked toward the base of the tree, and shouted that he would be back in just a moment. Hearing that, Hua Yin cried out in alarm, Xiao Long. Seeing him run off, she quickly grabbed his sleeve to restrain him. You can't, Xiao Long. The golden-haired bee king is a highly dangerous venomous insect. Instead of being afraid, he grew even more determined. Just once I'll try to touch it and come right back. Suddenly, a massive boulder rolled in front of them, making them both cry out in terror. The rock continued rolling toward the golden-haired bee king's nest and stopped. Both watched in horror as Xiao Long whispered while trembling, "Look," from the tree. The bees quickly swarmed out, radiating murderous intent. Hua Yin grabbed him tightly and pulled him in the opposite direction, shouting in fear, "We have to run now." Xiao Long groaned as his neck was held tight. The once peaceful forest suddenly turned chaotic as a heavy tension filled the air. High above, the mist drifted lazily as the sky turned toward dusk. Xiao Long sat cross-legged on a rock and spoke with a sigh. Is there really no way? He closed his eyes, trying to calm himself and organize his thoughts. He needed to go against the wind to start a fire. But I'm stuck between the 4 sects and the bee swarm. Thinking of the bees with their cloud-like fluffy fur, he pursed his lips tightly. He thought that the golden-haired bee king was likely different from any bees he knew. Opening his eyes, he stroked his chin, shivering as he recalled Hua Yin carrying him away. Even from 30 meters away, the sound of their wings was palpable. But hornets aren't usually like that. Suddenly, someone called from behind, Xiao Long, come here. He turned around and saw it was Hua Yin, a smile spreading across his face. Ah, Miss Hua Yin. She was leading several centipedes. 2 rested on her shoulders while she held another in her hands, presenting it to him. She said cheerfully, they seem to have finished eating. They kept circling around, so I brought them here. Watching the chattering centipedes, he spoke with emotion. Thank you so much, Miss Hua Yin. As the centipedes flew onto him, Xiao Long said gently, they've become much calmer now. Hua Yin then sat down beside him. Though neither spoke a word, the atmosphere remained warm. After a long while, Hua Yin turned toward him and broke the silence. Have you discovered anything else? He replied hesitantly. I just want to observe a bit more. She immediately said apologetically, I'm sorry for constantly rushing you. Xiao Long, please take your time to think. There's no need to hurry. Hearing this, he felt the pressure mount and only gave a silent smile, thinking to himself, haha, she really is pressuring me. Suddenly, Hua Yin looked ahead and cried out, Xiao Long, look over there by the base of that tree. In the distance, 2 monkeys were fighting beneath a tree while the bee swarm circled nearby, creating a chaotic din. She asked, monkeys, are they fighting? He was surprised, thinking monkeys. One of them raised its limbs high to threaten its opponent. It screeched intimidatingly, but the other monkey refused to back down, responding with fierce aggression. Watching this, Hua Yin covered her mouth in amazement. Oh my, they must be furious. Xiao Long observed silently until a scent suddenly wafted past his nose. He called out, Miss Hua Yin. He looked around and said, I think I smell something. He sensed the scent was coming from the golden-haired bee king's nest and cautiously speculated. Could this scent be? His expression darkened as a realization hit him. Could it be pheromones? He quickly pointed toward the tree and shouted in alarm. Miss Hua Yin, we have to get away. The bees are going to get angry and swarm here soon. Though she didn't understand what was happening, Hua Yin nodded. I understand. She stood up quickly, pulled him into her arms, and ran off just as before, leaving Xiao Long slightly stunned by her quick reflexes. Just as they leaped away to escape, a loud explosion erupted from the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. Hua Yin held him tightly as they landed. They skidded across the ground, her body tense and her face filled with shock at the sight before them. The bee swarm was rushing out like a violent storm. One monkey had been torn to pieces, while the other let out a dying gasp. Large gashes exposing bone appeared on the monkey's arms as the bees swarmed over to feast. Seeing the two monkeys become a feast for the bees, Hua Yin cried out in terror. "That was a close call." He nodded in agreement. "It certainly was." She turned to him and asked curiously, "But Xiao Long, how did you know the king bee would charge out to attack? You clearly told me to hide before we even heard them." Recalling the scent from the tree trunk, he stammered, "Well, it was because of the smell." She pressed further, "What smell?" Huang Yin thought for a moment and said, "Thinking back, it seemed to smell like magnolia." He was astonished to hear that name while looking at her now calm expression. He thought to himself, could Yin Hua have the ability to distinguish pheromones? To confirm his suspicion, he asked, "Do you recognize the scent from earlier?" Yin Hua smiled and replied, "Oh, I do." Continued, "The scent from before was just like magnolia." Before she could finish, he rushed forward and gripped her shoulders, exclaiming joyfully, "That's the one." Yin Hua shyly cried out, "Oh, Xiao Long." Overwhelmed with happiness, he buried his face in her shoulder and wept, feeling the sudden closeness between them. Her face flushed bright red even though she didn't understand why he was crying. The centipedes hiding in his robe poked their heads out as Xiao Long looked up from her embrace and smiled, saying, "I've found a way, a method to wipe out the 4 sects and seize the honey." Under the bright moon in the quiet night, everyone gathered around the campfires. Each group roasted their own food while sentries kept a careful watch around the perimeter. A man tilted his head back to drink, his face flushed with intoxication as he inhaled the delicious aroma of grilled fish. After finishing his drink, he wiped his mouth and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, this is truly tasty." Someone sitting opposite him asked curiously, "So when do you think we'll go for the honey?" The man pondered for a moment before replying, "To be honest, I'm not sure. 3 days ago, they were buzzing all over the place, but now everything has suddenly gone quiet." He speculated that they might be preparing for something. A man with a scar nodded in agreement. "Yeah, that's likely true." Suddenly, he asked a question. "Is that beehive actually worth any money? Have you been a fool your whole life to ask that? If that beeswax belongs to the imperial family, it's incredibly valuable. Only the royals use it. They'll just take the honey and discard the hive, leaving the rest for us." At that thought, he gave a sinister laugh. "And if they fail?" "Ha ha." The other man rubbed his hands together and mimicked the laugh. Hee hee. Recalling the girl with the cold gaze, he whispered, "Then there's that poison flower, the triple flower of the martial arts world. We need to be cautious and not let her cause any trouble." Thinking of her beauty, he chuckled. "She's really not bad at all, that figure of hers." "Ha ha." The man across from him licked his lips, looking greedy. "Ha, just thinking about it makes me itch with anticipation." Another man joked, "Who knows, maybe one of us will end up becoming their son-in-law." A repulsive voice rang out, "Oh, of course, if she saved our lives, she has to be repaid." Suddenly, a strange fragrance began to drift through the air, causing him to freeze and let out a grunt of surprise. The crowd slowly stood up, whispering among themselves, "Where is this scent coming from? Could it be the smell of a poisonous flower?" "Ha ha, it must be. Its fragrance is so exquisite and sweet as it draws closer." Everyone's expressions suddenly turned to shock as they gasped, "What is that?" Someone finally recognized it and screamed, "It's the queen bee. The queen bee has led the swarm in a full-scale assault. It's time for us to move in too, isn't it?" He led the way through the thick grass and exclaimed excitedly, "Let's go get the queen bee's honey." In his hand, he held something carefully wrapped in cloth as the 3 of them began to move forward cautiously. Arriving at the tree trunk and peering into the dark hole, the group seemed to hesitate. Yue Jiang tried to steady his nerves and cleared his throat. "HMPH, Xiao Long, this doesn't look safe. Let me lead the way." One by one, the 3 of them stepped inside. Once they were within and looked around, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Oh, look at that! The beehive is massive." Above them hung a colossal beehive, shimmering with a golden hue and featuring perfectly constructed cells that left a powerful impression on the beholders. Yue Jiang began to light a fire to create smoke, saying, "Fortunately, it seems the entire swarm has flown out." Just then, Xiao Long caught a strange sound. He scanned the area with a doubtful look. What's going on?" Yue Jiang, unable to believe his eyes, tried to get a clearer look and asked in a worried tone, "Is there no honey?" "It's impossible. The cells are completely empty." Huang Yin asked seriously, "Could it be that not a single bee remains, just as Xiao Long said? This has never happened before. It's very strange." Xiao Long suddenly noticed something suspicious. There wasn't a single egg in the entire hive. Yue Jiang asked, "Does that have anything to do with the lack of honey?" He boldly proposed a theory. The swarm might have been preparing to leave for a long time, so they swallowed all the stored honey into their bellies. He continued, "Perhaps it's because they sensed the presence of humans nearby." Yin Hua sighed and said, Ah, so that's how it is. To verify his deduction, he approached a nearby section of the hive to observe and added, exactly. When a swarm decides to migrate, they stop laying eggs. Because at that point, they no longer have the time or energy to care for the larvae. Suddenly, he froze when he spotted the rear part of a bee's body. It appeared to be quite massive, and with a peculiar grin, he asked Yue Jiang how long he could sustain his light body technique if he moved continuously without rest. Though surprised, he answered that he could keep it up for half a day at a moderate speed, then curiously asked why he was suddenly inquiring about such a thing. Just then, Qiu Bai's voice echoed from outside as he stammered, "Young Master Xiao Long," and urgently warned them after recalling the sight he had just witnessed. "The golden bee swarm is returning. You must leave this place immediately." Xiao Long didn't hesitate but lowered his head as if trying to grab something, then hesitated and said, "Wait a moment." Yue Jiang shouted for them to leave, and seeing Xiao Long's slow pace, Hua Yin grabbed his collar to hurry him along while he rushed after them with something hidden in his shirt under the bright moonlight. The three returned to their team panting and exhausted, and as someone nearby exhaled in relief that they had avoided a disaster, Hua Yin also let out a heavy breath. "Phew, luckily we escaped before the swarm returned," someone remarked, while the creature inside Xiao Long's shirt poked its head out to breathe the fresh air. Hua Yin asked in astonishment what he was holding, and he smiled while lifting a giant bee, explaining it was the queen bee he brought back to make honey, causing Yue Jiang to gasp in terror. Hua Yin looked at the bee as it tried to act cute, but as she hesitated and asked, "Young Master Xiao Long, could it be?" The faces of Yue Jiang and Hua Yin suddenly turned pale when the bee in his hand let out a piercing cry, "Biu biu." Unfazed, he added that the swarm would soon realize their queen was missing and chase them, as a massive, pitch-black cloud of bees began to gather behind them. Oblivious and smiling cheerfully, he shouted, "Run!" And thus a perilous chase for their lives began as the group fled in panic from the ominous buzzing sound echoing behind them. Several days had passed since the chase began, and looking into the queen bee's shimmering eyes, Xiao Long reassured her to stay calm. He promised to take her to a peaceful place, and after the group pushed themselves to the limit with minimal rest, Xiao Long suddenly looked into the distance and shouted while they were resting, "We're here!" Everyone looked on in shock as one person said in despair that they couldn't run anymore, while Xiao Long silently resolved to master his skills after seeing several Duzu team members fall behind. He realized he needed to master lightness skills properly, but suddenly someone tumbled forward with a cry, leaving the person next to him bewildered that another teammate was falling behind. The group looked back anxiously while running, only to see the man sprawled on the ground as a teammate screamed, "Tu Long has fallen." Consequently, Huang Tu Long of the Duzu team was left behind, and Xiao Long immediately urged the others to use their lightness skills and hurry up. He thought they would be safer if they stayed away from the queen bee, while a panting Qiu Bai asked if they could really escape. Xiao Long replied with some uncertainty, "Perhaps," and 3 days later, despite his best efforts, Yue Jiang could no longer go on and collapsed to the ground. Coughing and breathing heavily, he told Xiao Long he could go no further, while Xiao Long and Hua Yin looked miserable with their hair in a tangled mess. Xiao Long looked at him in surprise and called out anxiously, "Leader," but Hua Yin remained silent for a moment before suggesting she carry Xiao Long, which he shyly declined. He told Lady Hua Yin he could walk on his own, and suddenly she rubbed her face with both hands to regain her composure. She looked more refreshed and gave him a determined smile, saying a member of the Tang clan never gives up. While at the main gate, 2 guards were on duty. Dressed neatly and holding weapons, they were performing their duties seriously until they heard footsteps from afar and glanced over in confusion. As the figures drew closer, one guard said in shock, "Oh, the young lady has returned." Seeing the two exhausted with dark circles under their eyes as Xiao Long supported Hua Yin, leaving the guard agape. The Tang clan immediately fell into a frenzy as a signal flare was launched to summon the entire direct lineage, and both the Grand Patriarch and the Patriarch heard the signal. They quickly opened the doors and rushed out, with the Patriarch asking anxiously if something was wrong, only for someone to report that Lady Hua Yin had returned to the clan. Upon seeing them, the Patriarch saw his daughter looking haggard and supported by servants, while Xiao Long stood anxiously beside her, both of them looking completely disheveled. The Patriarch couldn't believe his eyes and asked, "Is it really her?" as he took his daughter into his arms and cried out in anguish, "Xiao Long, what happened?" He quickly knelt and stammered an explanation. "Please calm down, father-in-law. Lady Hua Yin is just exhausted after 10 days of non-stop travel using lightness skills." As if remembering something, his voice turned serious as he said, "But now is not the time for this. We must go to the martial arts field immediately." leaving the Grand Patriarch in shock. When asked why they needed to go there, he didn't answer immediately but reached into his shirt and held the queen bee up with both hands, announcing she was the queen of the golden-haired bee kings. Soon the rest of the swarm will arrive. We must head to the ancient tree at the training grounds immediately. The Grand Patriarch couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. This boy is truly promising and will surely achieve great things in the future. Meanwhile, the Tang family head's expression was not looking very pleased. He asked, "What? Weren't you supposed to just get honey? How did you end up bringing back the bee queen?" Before he could answer, the Grand Patriarch grabbed his shoulder and said, "All right, let's go." Xiao Long cried out in surprise. Huh. The old man used his lightness skill to leap into the air with him, making the boy shout in panic. Oh my God. Below, the crowd shielded their faces from the dust. Xiao Long felt dizzy as he was whisked through the air. Suddenly, he cried out in alarm. The Grand Patriarch glanced at him with concern and asked, "What's wrong?" As he looked into the distance, a familiar, dense golden cloud appeared. He quickly reported, "Grandpa, the swarm is catching up." Hearing this, the old man remained calm and remarked, Quite a large crowd, isn't it? Did you bring the entire hive with you?" he asked before accelerating. "It's just ahead, let's hurry." Xiao Long cried out in shock at the sudden burst of speed. The Grand Patriarch landed roughly, sending dirt and stones flying everywhere. He brought the boy to the massive ancient tree and announced, "We've arrived, Xiao Long." He quickly clutched the bee queen and rushed toward the tree. Looking up at the massive trunk, Xiao Long said, "Golden-haired bee queen, this is the place I mentioned. From now on, this will be your home." The bee in his hands buzzed its wings in confusion. He pointed to a large hollow in the tree and asked, "Is this all right?" However, the only response he received was the sound of buzzing wings. The golden-haired bee queen cautiously flew toward the tree. After a careful inspection, she turned back to Xiao Long and seemed to smile. Seeing this, he felt relieved and happy. "It seems you're satisfied, right?" As the swarm drew closer, the Grand Patriarch urgently called out for Xiao Long to leave the area immediately. He turned and replied, "Yes, Grandpa." As the swarm filled the sky with a thunderous buzz, everyone on the ground looked up in a mixture of awe and anxiety. Upon seeing her swarm, the golden-haired bee queen buzzed joyfully. She quickly led the entire colony into the tree hollow she had just finished inspecting. The Grand Patriarch watched the scene in amazement, sighing, "Good grief, I've never witnessed anything like this in my entire life." Xiao Long watched them and let out a soft sigh. Seeing the bees moving in and out of the trunk, he breathed a sigh of relief. The bee queen has been successfully relocated. Excellent. A bee extended its tongue to drink from a wooden basin. Seeing the bees gathering in groups to drink, he felt satisfied. He had provided sugar water to help the exhausted golden-haired bees recover. It's often said that sharing a meal fosters affection and builds goodwill. Fortunately, there was something similar to sugar available here. How lucky indeed. The Tang family members stood aside and watched, commenting cheerfully, "They're eating so heartily. Looking closely, they're actually quite cute." Watching the bee queen contentedly sip the sugar water, he thought to himself that this would likely lower their guard. It would be even better if they began to recognize him as their master. Suddenly he cried out, "Oh, that's right." The family head asked, "What is it?" He sheepishly inquired, What about Lady Hua Yin?" He gave a sarcastic look and said, "So you finally remember her." Recalling his daughter's exhaustion, he added mockingly, "She was so worn out that I had to take her to her mother. I never expected you'd make her use her lightness skill for 10 days straight without rest." Xiao Long didn't dare meet his gaze and shyly replied, "Yes, father-in-law, I'm truly sorry. We only slept for about 4 hours a day. The rest of the time was spent running." At that moment, the Grand Patriarch remembered something and asked Xiao Long about the group he had brought along. He inquired with concern, "So, where is the Poison Blood Squad now?" He froze, sweat pouring down his face. He guessed uncertainly. "They're probably collapsed somewhere along the road. We might need to go and retrieve them." The Grand Patriarch could only close his eyes and chuckle. Following his orders, the Poison Blood Squad was later safely returned to the care of their families. Inside Hua Yin's room, warm sunlight streamed through the windows. After hearing Xiao Long recount everything that had happened, Hua Yin was overjoyed. "It seems the golden-haired bees have regained their strength." "That's wonderful, Xiao Long." He smiled and replied, "Yes, Lady Hua Yin." Recalling the swarm currently gathering nectar in the Tang family mountains, he added, "Right now, they are collecting nectar from the poisonous flowers in the mountains." She nodded, "Oh my, they sound so lovely." Suddenly, a frantic shout from outside interrupted their conversation. "Master Xiao Long, Master Xiao Long." Xiao Long glanced outside and asked what was happening. Despite his haste, the man remained respectful, gripping the door tightly as he urgently requested that he step outside for a moment. He panted for a while before explaining that the situation with the golden-haired bee kings seemed very strange, as if they were searching for something. Upon hearing this, Xiao Long began to ponder. He immediately rushed outside, followed by Hua Yin. High above, several golden-haired bees were already waiting. Seeing the swarm hovering overhead, he asked in surprise if it was true. At the sound of his voice, the entire swarm instantly turned toward him, their wings buzzing loudly. As they repeatedly clung to his head and body, he asked in confusion, "Hey, you guys?" Hua Yin also became worried and asked if Xiao Long was all right. The bees continued their persistence, pulling at his arm and biting firmly onto his clothes. He asked impatiently why they were doing this. Suddenly, his feet began to lift off the ground, leaving him with nothing but a helpless, bitter smile. Those standing on the ground looked up as Xiao Long's figure was gradually pulled away by the swarm. Hua Yin opened her mouth in shock and called out his name. Bees dragged him to the base of a massive tree and set him down. With the sound of wings buzzing in his ears, he stumbled as he landed and gasped at the sight before him. His eyes widened in astonishment. He asked the swarm in shock what had happened to their hive and what was going on. A bee flew up behind him and pushed him inside. He complied, walking in with a smile and saying he understood they wanted him to enter. Once inside, he looked around and exclaimed at the sight of the neatly arranged, golden honeycombs. He couldn't help but think that the hive was nearly complete and the honey collection was well underway. Just then, a bee slowly flew toward him. He glanced over and asked in confusion, realizing it was the queen bee. She looked at him with an affectionate gaze before flying over to perch on his arm. As she gently fluttered her wings, he whispered, asking if she wanted him to lift her up. In response, her wings flapped more vigorously, and the swarm began to gather in even greater numbers. They clung to his face so tightly that his features became distorted. He thought with a headache that these creatures were holding him so firmly he couldn't even move. He lowered his head and lifted the queen bee as she desired. Her large, sparkling eyes were fixed on him. She slowly closed them, her front legs reaching out to touch his face. Seeing this, Xiao Long cried out in surprise, telling her to wait. But it was too late. The queen bee had already pressed against his face, causing his cheeks to flush deep red as he groaned inwardly. Feeling his lips touch something soft, his entire body began to burn. His eyes grew hazy and his mind started to spin. He instinctively swallowed, realizing with alarm that something was surging into him. The surrounding bees watched as Xiao Long was forcibly kissed by the queen bee. When their lips finally parted, a bubble appeared between them. He hurriedly released her and exhaled sharply, gasping for air. Covering his mouth tightly, he pointed at her with a flushed face and stammered that she, the queen bee, had just taken his first kiss. "What on earth are you doing?" Feeling his body spiral out of control, he panicked and collapsed onto the ground with a thud. His eyes brightened as he looked up for the queen bee, gritting his teeth in frustration. Seeing her seemingly smiling at him, he wondered what she had given him. After the intimate encounter with the queen bee, Xiao Long lay curled up on the ground. His face contorted in pain as he struggled to cough. His skin felt like it was on fire, and white foam began to leak from his mouth. A strange, itchy sensation overwhelmed his body. He rolled back and forth, yet he couldn't alleviate the intense feeling of agitation. His vision blurred as fluids continuously leaked from his nose and mouth. He could hear his heart thumping loudly. Reaching toward the queen bee, he let out a strained cough. "You?" he questioned, wondering what she had fed him. As his eyes slowly closed, he saw her looking at him with an innocent expression, and before losing consciousness, he heard Hua Yin's worried voice calling his name. "Xiao Long, Xiao Long." Then came the image of her calling for the Supreme Patriarch, saying that something was wrong with Xiao Long. He replied gravely that it seemed the boy had swallowed an excessively potent spiritual medicine. As his vision went dark, he heard Hua Yin's panicked cry before the elder said he would help guide his internal energy. When he opened his eyes, he saw Hua Yin preparing to place a towel on his forehead. Seeing him awake, she said joyfully that he had finally regained consciousness. He sat up, rubbing his head and asking where he was. She replied that they were at the Tang Sex Medical Hall. She gently tucked her hair behind her ear and recounted everything that had happened since he was taken by the golden-haired bee kings. Jia and I rushed to your side, but you were already unconscious, so we brought you here. She then asked if you could recall the events that took place. You hesitated to answer, remembering how you had clutched your face in a daze over your first kiss. Seeing your state, Hua Yin asked with concern, "Xiao Long, are you all right? Do you feel anything unusual in your body?" When you remained silent, she suggested calling your grandfather, but you quickly stopped her. "It is just that You stopped mid-sentence and let out a long sigh. Organizing your thoughts, you explained that the queen bee had fed you its own food. Perhaps that is why this is happening. Hua Yin asked curiously what you had eaten, and you replied with uncertainty. "I am not entirely sure of the name, but it could be called royal bee nectar." She repeated the unfamiliar name with a look of doubt, and you nodded with a smile. "That is right. Drones and worker bees spend their lives gathering nectar and pollen to survive, and they only eat those same substances. She then asked about the queen. As for the queen bee, from the moment of its birth until its death, it only consumes the royal bee nectar produced by the workers. You replied immediately. Suddenly realized with a shock that the nectar the queen bee forced you to eat was actually royal jelly. Hua Yin began to understand. So that is the queen's lifelong food. A thought suddenly struck you, and you excitedly added that royal bee nectar has special properties. When she asked what they were, you eagerly explained that worker bees usually live only a month. However, because the queen bee eats royal bee nectar, it can live 60 times longer. Isn't that incredible? She tried to calm you down in surprise. Xiao Long, please compose yourself. She blushed and coughed slightly to hide her embarrassment, noting that your question had been answered. She then mentioned that the 5 poisons origin art you learned is only a basic technique, so it cannot fully absorb the energy from spirit medicines. Hua Yin sighed in relief, noting that the golden-haired bee king's nectar is worth 2 months of cultivation, so you might have gained 60 times that amount. This means you have gained 10 years of internal energy. As she congratulated you on your stroke of luck, you were left speechless, repeating 10 years of internal energy. Hua Yin then hesitated, covering her blushing face with a handkerchief and suggesting you look in the silver mirror. It seemed the royal bee nectar had other effects. Your eyes widened in surprise as you touched your face, wondering what other effects she meant. A silver mirror. Indeed, looking at your reflection, you touched your cheek and whispered that something felt strange as the realization dawned on you. Does royal jelly really have such an effect? Where did the country boy from Hainan go? You touched your cheek, noting that your features had become much more refined. Your skin had become as soft as a woman's. At that thought, sweat dripped down your face and you blushed so hard you forgot to move your hand. Imagining a feminine version of yourself, you smiled and introduced yourself. I am Ruan Zioling. Panicking, you covered your face, wondering if this was truly what the queen bee ate. You quickly looked down and fumbled with your belt. Holding your breath in silence, you checked if your little brother was still there. Afterward, you lay on the ground, staring at the ceiling with a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it is still where it belongs. Recalling Hua Yin's words about your grandfather guiding the energy to prevent a disaster, you thought you should thank him for saving your life. Having been saved, you walked down a familiar path, but felt uneasy as everyone stared at you. Seeing the young ladies giggling, you grew suspicious. You wondered if these strange looks were due to your increased internal energy. You quickly ran off as if being chased by a ghost. You told himself you had to escape this place first, leaving the laughter of the girls behind. You arrived at the Sichuan house, the dining hall of the Sichuan Tang clan. You stood outside the door, hesitating to enter and only peeking inside. Meanwhile, the table was filled with delicious dishes of perfect color, aroma, and taste. Everyone was seated as servants brought out the food. When the madam turned her head and saw you, she observed you closely and spoke. Oh, my son-in-law looks much more radiant. She then asked if you were feeling better. You bowed and clasped your hands respectfully to answer. Yes, mother-in-law, I apologize for causing you concern. She clapped her hands happily, saying it was fine, and that such a fortuitous encounter should be celebrated. After saying that, she turned to tease her daughter, exclaiming that Hua Yin would surely love this skin, causing the girl to blush and shyly cry out to her mother. She hurriedly tried to change the subject, telling Xiao Long to sit down as well, and amidst the ladies' joyful laughter, he softly replied in agreement. Everyone took their seats for the meal while the servants brought out the final dishes, and as tea was being poured, the family head asked Xiao Long with concern. He asked if his body felt better, and the boy nodded politely, apologizing to his father-in-law for causing worry before respectfully thanking his grandfather for examining his health. The supreme head smiled, noting that such a fortuitous encounter was worth celebrating, while the family head interjected, asking him to recount what happened since he had heard about the royal bee jelly from Hua Yin. Wondering what had truly transpired, he touched his face out of habit, unsure of where to begin, and started to speak as he recalled his first kiss. Closing his eyes, he explained that perhaps the golden-haired bee queen was pleased with her new nest and tried to repay him, resulting in him being pulled back and fed the royal bee jelly, concluding that everything stemmed from that event. The lady gasped in surprise at how strange it was, while the supreme head marveled that even a venomous creature of the insect rank knew how to show gratitude before making a suggestion. He asked if more royal bee jelly could be found, as it would be incredibly beneficial for the Tang family, a sentiment the family head quickly agreed with. Since the honey of the golden-haired bee was already useful, the jelly would be even more so, prompting the lady, who was excited about its beauty-enhancing properties, to ask her son-in-law if more could be obtained. Feeling everyone's gaze upon him, he gave a small cough, and Hua Yin turned to him as well, asking if it was possible to find it again. He nodded slightly with his eyes closed, thinking to himself that with ordinary bees, one would need to build separate queen cells and use worker bees to collect the royal jelly. Recalling the sight of the defeated man fleeing in terror from the swarm, he couldn't help but think that the reality of the situation was far different from what they imagined. He worried that trying this with the intelligent golden-haired bee queen would result in being stung like a pincushion, and as he pondered her innocent form, he wondered if the jelly she fed him directly differed from the kind meant for larvae. After a moment of silence, he spoke up to honestly admit that it likely wasn't feasible, prompting the Supreme Head to immediately ask for the reason behind its impossibility. The lady also hurriedly asked why it couldn't be done, to which he replied that even if it were edible, no one would dare to consume it, leading the family head to start speculating. He asked if it tasted bad or had an odor, but the boy shook his head and delivered a shocking answer, explaining that the royal bee jelly was secreted from the queen's mouth. It seemed it had to be transferred directly from the queen, and to avoid confusion, he further explained that it was like a kiss, requiring lip-to-lip contact for the substance to be passed into the mouth. The Supreme Head's jaw dropped in shock and confusion, questioning the idea of contact with the bee queen, while the lady stood dazed, wondering what that could possibly mean. The family head sighed as his hopes faded, realizing that obtaining more was impossible unless it involved Zaire Long, the one favored by the golden-haired bee king. It was impossible for anyone else, but suddenly, the sound of chopsticks hitting the table drew everyone's attention as Hua Yin, without looking at him, asked in a low voice about the mouth-to-mouth contact. She quickly covered her mouth with her delicate hand, her eyes darting toward him suspiciously, as she asked if Brother Zaio Long had truly engaged in such an intimate exchange with that golden-haired bee king. Beneath the silent, waning moon that hung lonely overhead, casting a pale silver glow upon the world, appeared a hand covered in a web of crisscrossing scars. With veins bulging, this man was none other than the renowned martial arts alliance leader, Fist Emperor Zhu Jiangsu, whose mind was currently a tangled mess of conflicting thoughts on the verge of exploding. The wooden door creaked open as a graceful figure, as elegant as a descending celestial, entered the room with a delicate beauty mark accentuating her refined features. She bowed her head, carefully carrying a tea tray with her ivory hands, while Fist Emperor Zhu Jiangsu glanced at the beauty and remarked that she had prepared the famous West Mountain white dew tea. Clasping his hands behind his back, he spoke with pride about the unforgettable, rich taste of his hometown, while the beauty gently replied as she poured the tea. He confirmed it was indeed the premium West Mountain white dew tea, a renowned specialty of their Nanchang, and the Fist Emperor nodded kindly, thanking the beautiful woman. He declared that he would fully savor the cup of tea, while the woman stood by with shimmering eyes, watching his every move as he raised the cup to his lips to take a sip. Just then, a frantic voice called out from outside, reporting that the subordinate of strategist Juge, who had an urgent matter to bring to the alliance leader's attention. That anxious voice caused the Quan Huang to pause and quickly set down his teacup before speaking sternly. "Why are you still awake at this hour? What is the matter? Come in at once." Juge Hu, a handsome and agile young man, stepped inside and bowed respectfully, his tone carrying a hint of apology as he addressed the alliance leader. "Give my insolence for disturbing you so late at night," he said, before hurriedly reporting that urgent intelligence from the Sichuan network had arrived, prompting his immediate visit. The Quan Huang waved his hand dismissively and replied calmly that it must be important if the strategist came personally, urging him to speak freely as Juge, who reached into his sleeve. He produced a parchment scroll and placed it on the table, solemnly announcing that the blood hand Rakshasa, Zhu Yunyang, was dead, and the Tang clan had recovered his head and the blood hand poison palm manual. Unable to contain his rage, the Quan Huang slammed his hand onto the table, shattering a jade teacup as he roared in fury. "What?" while his hand trembled from the impact. Gritting his teeth, the Quan Huang demanded to know how that vile blood hand, poison palm, and Zhu Yunyang's head could have possibly been recovered. Juge Hu bowed quickly and explained that Zhu Yunyang had previously vanished after being struck by a lethal blow from the myriad poison god lord. He had later drifted to Hainan to live in seclusion and recover from his wounds. And then Juge, who added excitedly, as if remembering a fascinating detail. He noted that the incident was quite extraordinary, as the latest intelligence suggested the great demon Zhu Yunyang was defeated by a young hero and an unidentified poison user working together. The Quan Huang frowned in disbelief and asked for clarification about the young hero and the poison user, while Juge, who sat down and fanned himself with a mysterious air. He remarked that while it sounded like a cliché story full of unexpected turns, it was a compelling drama that the Alliance leader would surely find intriguing for a long time. Marin stood silently in the room, listening to Zhu Hu's narration with curiosity, while back at the Tang clan's main hall in Sichuan, all the branch and main lineage elders had gathered. After hearing the report, a white-haired elder nodded in agreement, while another hot-tempered elder shouted in rage about someone daring to sell the Tang clan's secrets to outsiders. Another elder chimed in, calling the act incredibly audacious and an insult to the Tang clan's prestigious reputation. Noticing the shift in everyone's attitude, Xiao Long whispered to Hua Yin, asking why his father-in-law wasn't furious with him today, to which she replied with a soft laugh that he wasn't. Seeing Xiao Long's confusion, she explained that when the family's honor is tarnished, even the clan elders cannot remain idle, as this had become an internal family matter. The Tang clan leader lowered his head in thought before deciding he had already dispatched the beggar's gang to verify the information and expected a response soon. He intended to go to Yangchuan Prefecture personally, and when an elder asked how he would handle them, he revealed his plan to use soul-extinguishing powder, blood-melting poison, and gut-wrenching poison. He described how the enemies would spontaneously combust and their internal organs would dissolve, leaving them to writhe in agony as if their souls were being torn from their bodies. He then declared he would grant them a final dose of 7-treasure soul-severing poison for a swift death, leaving Xiao Long stunned as Tang Lao turned to give a commanding order to Yue Jiang. With an authoritative tone, he ordered the immediate assembly of the poison extermination squad, and Yue Jiang bowed quickly to comply as the squad lined up in the courtyard with incredible speed. They stood at attention awaiting orders, and before departing, Tang Lao glanced at his son-in-law and told the boy to stay home and recover while he settled the matter. Xiao Long bowed respectfully and assured his father-in-law that he understood, wishing him a safe journey. Tang Lao laughed heartily with an imposing aura, stating that the vermin were the ones who should be careful as he prepared to unleash 1,000 retributions and 10,000 punishments upon them. After speaking, he led his formidable team away from the Tang residence, and Xiao Long watched the figures dressed in black with curiosity. He asked Hua Yin if that was the legendary poison extermination squad, noting that he had been at the Tang residence for a long time, but was only seeing them now. Hua Yin smiled mysteriously and confirmed they were responsible for the darkest and most dangerous affairs in the martial world, specifically tasked with eliminating others. She explained that was why they were called the Poison Extermination Squad, leaving Xiao Long with a chill down his spine as a suspicious cough sounded from behind them. They turned to see who it was, and Xiao Long bowed to greet the elders as the leading elder, leaning on a staff, remarked in a raspy voice that there was no need for formalities regarding his rare stroke of luck. Xiao Long remained humble and dared not show any arrogance as he replied, "Yes, elder." Internally, he couldn't help but speculate whether the news regarding the golden-haired bee king's honey had already reached the ears of the elders. The elder continued to cough incessantly, speaking with great difficulty. This old man has come to find my son-in-law because I have a favor to ask." Xiao Long was still confused about the situation and asked in return, "A favor? What might that be?" He probed further, "Is it perhaps about the golden-haired bee king's honey that you all have heard rumors of?" Before Xiao Long could finish his sentence, the elder hurriedly waved his hand, his tone sounding a bit guilty. No, it's not that. It's definitely not about that. Does our son-in-law think we are so greedy for such a small thing?" The elder behind him chimed in with a dignified air. Indeed, indeed. All spiritual medicines and treasures in this world belong to those destined for them. How could we possibly force the issue?" Seeing the two elders beating around the bush without getting to the point, Xiao Long grew even more suspicious and asked directly, "Then what exactly is the matter?" The two elders exchanged awkward glances as if something was difficult to say. After clearing his throat to gather courage, the leading elder stepped closer to Xiao Long and lightly patted his shoulder with a thin hand, wearing a mysterious expression. His face reddened slightly as he leaned close to Xiao Long's ear, whispering as if afraid others might overhear. "Come closer. The matter is, doesn't our son-in-law have that kind of pill called the Jai Dan pill? I heard that you refined it yourself. The right to distribute it belongs entirely to you, At this point, Xiao Long finally understood, letting out a long, meaningful ah as he smiled, then took out 3 glossy Jai Dan pills and tossed them lightly in his hand, a faint smile playing on his lips. I am also trying to adapt to the Tang family. There are indeed many things I am still unfamiliar with. If the elders could look after and support me a little, then this small matter would be of no consequence." Just then, the supreme elder of the Tang family stepped out from the inner hall. Witnessing the harmonious scene before him, he couldn't help but ask, What are you all doing gathered here, making such a commotion like a rowdy market? The sudden, majestic voice caused the group, who had been laughing and talking happily, to instantly freeze like stone statues. About 5 seconds later, the elder who had just reached out to take the pills choked on his own saliva, letting out a miserable gasp. The people around him quickly swarmed over, some patting his back and others supporting his shoulders in a frantic attempt to cover up the situation. "We're just having a chat to strengthen our family bond with our son-in-law." Seeing this, the supreme elder of the Tang family finally nodded in satisfaction and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, it seems you all have finally recognized Xiao Long's true value." Huang Yin, standing nearby and witnessing this performance of mutual flattery, felt cold sweat drenching the back of her clothes. The group of elders continuously nodded and bowed, their mouths never stopping as they replied, "Of course, Supreme Elder, you are absolutely right." Suddenly, a panicked voice came from a distance. "Supreme Elder, a report, a report. A great disaster has occurred." Hearing this, Master Tang immediately turned around and asked majestically, "What happened that has you panicking as if there were a funeral in the house?" The man did not dare to delay and hurriedly reported, reporting to the Supreme Elder. "The Sichuan City Lord. The Sichuan City Lord is on the verge of death, like a flickering candle in the wind with only a faint breath remaining." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces changed simultaneously in extreme shock. The elder from before couldn't help but exclaim, "What? The Sichuan City Lord?" Xiao Long quickly questioned, "May I ask if the City Lord strictly followed the instructions regarding the dosage and usage that I provided earlier?" The man hesitated for a moment, and knowing he could no longer hide it, he answered honestly, "The truth is, after the Sichuan City Lord saw the miraculous effects of the spiritual medicine, he took in several more concubines and even took it upon himself to increase the dosage several times over the original instructions." After hearing this, Xiao Long broke into a cold sweat, inwardly screaming, "Oh my God, what a profligate fool!" Master Tang felt a throbbing headache. He rubbed his temples, his tone filled with helplessness. "Fine, fine. This old man must rush there immediately." Before flying off, he did not forget to instruct Xiao Long. "Xiao Long, you are the only man left in the Tang family right now. Protect the female members well. Do you understand?" Xiao Long obediently replied, "Yes, grandfather, I will keep that in mind." Master Tang immediately executed his light body technique, turning into a streak of green light as fast as lightning to leave the Tang residence. Xiao Long watched Master Tang's hurried figure, wondering what could be so urgent. As dusk fell, all the main houses of the Tang family were brightly lit. Huang Yin sat beside Xiao Long and asked gently, "Xiao Long, how is your cultivation of the 10 poisons dual origin technique going this time? Has there been any progress?" Xiao Long hesitated slightly, replying with little confidence, Compared to the beginning, it has become much less difficult to understand." He mentally compared the two, noting that while the 5 poisons origin art felt like a massive, ceaseless current of energy circulating within him, the 10 poisons origin art functioned like 2 simultaneous energy flows, much like a twin-cylinder engine. And hearing this, Huang Yin could not suppress her delight. Notification: Senzada has achieved a preliminary level of resistance against common toxins. She excitedly added that she could now project her energy directly or infuse it into objects. Filled with doubt, Xiao Long asked in astonishment if it was truly that formidable, and after a moment of internal conflict, he set his jaw and agreed. He decided to test it out, staring firmly at the wooden dummy as he stood up and gripped a throwing knife between his fingers, focusing intensely until he felt at one with the blade. Reciting the mantra mentally, he channeled his internal energy and synchronized the 2 cycles until a pale blue aura rose from his feet and enveloped him, after which he slowly opened his eyes. His pupils took on a mysterious, faint blue hue as he felt the energy saturate his meridians and muscles, and with a firm stance, he prepared as the sound of rushing wind echoed in his mind. He lunged forward and hurled the throwing knife at the dummy with incredible speed, the blade trailing a sharp blue aura as it tore through the air like a bolt of light. An earth-shattering explosion rang out as the throwing knife struck the center of the dummy's torso, shredding it into fragments that scattered through the air like falling snow. "Lady Huang Yin, I have achieved a breakthrough." Xiao Long's jubilant voice shattered the silence, prompting Huang Yin to smile warmly and praise him as a true genius. He had successfully infused his true qi into the hidden weapon, while nearby in the shadows, the hidden assassins watched in sheer terror as the blade sliced through the air. The knife pierced the center of the wooden target and embedded itself deep into the stone wall, causing the terrified men to whisper among themselves about whether they had been discovered. One man shakily suggested they silence the witnesses, but another disagreed, calling it a coincidence, while a third clutched a goatskin manual and lowered his voice to an inaudible level. Although it was only a copy, they had secured the blood hand poison palm, and completed their mission, deciding to retreat to their headquarters before any further complications arose. He let out a smug, raspy laugh like a crow's cackle, mocking the foolish mortals of the Tang family for their pathetic and lax security. He boasted about how easily he had infiltrated their defenses, but he suddenly frowned in suspicion when a strange, unexpected scent drifted past him. He whispered a warning to his companions about a bizarrely sweet and heavy fragrance, prompting the entire group to look around frantically for its source. Upon looking up, they were paralyzed with fear to find a massive hornet staring them down with eyes that seemed to burn with pure rage. Its ferocious expression suggested it intended to devour them, and as its thunderous buzzing filled the air with killing intent, a blood-curdling scream suddenly shattered the silence of the training grounds. Startled, Xiao Long wondered what had happened, while Huang Yin fixed her hawk-like gaze on the source of the noise, deducing that Senzata had uninvited guests hiding behind the ancient trees. They screamed in terror as if facing a demon, questioning why such a monstrous hornet was there, while their strange attire and suspicious behavior immediately confirmed to Huang Yin that they were intruders. To protect the Tang family, Huang Yin unhesitatingly channeled her energy and lunged toward the enemies, barking out an order to her companion as she moved. She commanded Xiao Long to attack, leaving him to call out a warning for her safety, as the leader of the assassins realized the direness of their situation. Panicked, the leader ordered a retreat while one of his men, stung on the ear by the hornet, shrieked in agony for someone to remove the wretched creature. He begged for help against the beast, but his cold-blooded companions ignored him and used their light body techniques to flee as fast as they could. Huang Yin moved with lightning speed, her voice icy as she commanded them to halt, while channeling energy into her wrist to manifest a pitch-black leather whip. The whip, bristling with razor-sharp steel thorns, appeared in her hand as she swung it with all her might, sending it coiling toward her enemies like a powerful vortex. However, the skilled assassins leaped into the air to evade the thunderous strike, leaving Huang Yin astonished that they could dodge her descending black dragon whip. Realizing he could not escape after being stung, the man decided to stall her with a suicidal counterattack, roaring like a beast as he swung his sword at Huang Yin. Standing on the sidelines, Xiao Long could only shout warnings to Huang Yin, his voice trembling with an overwhelming sense of anxiety for her safety. The masked man swung his sword frantically, while the wasp continued its relentless assault. Yet Hua Yin remained a formidable martial arts expert. Her hands skillfully gripped both ends of her spiked whip as she easily parried a lethal sword strike, casting a contemptuous glance at her foe before launching a lightning-fast counterattack. She lashed the spiked whip toward the masked man's face like a bolt of lightning, leaving him paralyzed with fear as she continued her relentless assault without giving him a moment to recover. Every strike carried a sharp, powerful wind, and only then did the wasp finally release the hideous masked man, circling once before soaring back into the sky. Xiao Long looked at the masked man lying motionless on the ground like a dead dog and rushed over to ask Hua Yin if she was injured. Hua Yin calmly retracted her spiked whip and replied that she was fine, just as the masked man suddenly writhed with a groan and drew his final breath. Black smoke billowed from his body as his mouth hung open like a gasping fish, prompting a terrified Xiao Long to stammer and ask who the man was and if he had truly died. Cursing inwardly at the bizarre sight, Xiao Long watched as Hua Yin leaned down to carefully examine the bold intruder who had dared to infiltrate the Tang clan, noting his deathly pale skin and other strange symptoms. She concluded that he had committed suicide by biting down on poison, suggesting a massive secret was being hidden as lanterns across the Tang clan estate flared to light, turning night into day. Alarm bells rang out everywhere as shouts to capture the intruders alive filled the air, prompting Hua Yin to gather an elite squad and sternly order an immediate pursuit, telling Xiao Long and Captain Jiu Bai of the blood poison unit to follow her. In the silent night amidst a dense bamboo forest, torchlight flickered like fireflies as the Tang clan relentlessly pursued the enemy's trail, their shouts to capture the intruders echoing through the trees. Jiu Bai shouted that the vermin couldn't have fled far and must be caught at all costs, while Xiao Long, frustrated by their slow pace, looked at the golden-armored centipedes in his universe bag and prepared to use them as his jet engines. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, he unexpectedly slipped and fell into a deep pit, crying out in terror as he tumbled down. Hearing the desperate cry for help, Jiu Bai turned back in shock and shouted for Master Xiao Long, quickly returning with a trusted subordinate to assist him. They worked together to pull Xiao Long out of the pit and anxiously asked if he was all right, to which he sighed in relief while climbing out, admitting he thought he was dead meat. However, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss and turned back to peer into the deep pit behind him, muttering in confusion. Before him lay a sea of green snakes with red eyes huddling together, their heads rising to point toward him and sending a cold shiver down his spine. drenched in a cold sweat and paralyzed by fear. He stammered about the snake nest, while Jiu Bai's face also turned deathly pale. After staring at the pit for a moment, he remarked shakily that it appeared to be a venomous snake den, noting that snakes often gathered in areas with dense yin energy and became far more aggressive during this season. He warned him to be careful, yet unlike the terrified onlookers, the golden-armored centipede seemed delighted as Xiao Long muttered to himself about how the snakes were glaring and hissing at him to show off their power. The Tang clan members were increasingly puzzled, noting that these snakes were usually never this aggressive, while Xiao Long looked at everyone with an apologetic expression. He apologized for his carelessness delaying them and suggested they move quickly as it looked like rain, to which Jiu Bai immediately complied, addressing him as warrior Xiao Long. Having wasted precious time, the Tang clan group sprinted at full speed to resume their pursuit of the enemy until a flicker of firelight suddenly appeared ahead. The leader shouted to capture them as they were spotted ahead, while Jiu Bai quickly turned to order his troops to split up and cover the other direction as well. 3 masked men looked on warily as the Tang clan closed in through the pitch-black night and torrential rain, just as a deafening crack of thunder shattered the silence. As the two sides faced off with a massive disparity in numbers, the leader sternly ordered his men to tighten the circle and prepare for a life-or-death struggle. Jiu Bai declared firmly that the vermin had nowhere left to run before he and his subordinates reached into their robes for their weapons, while the masked men undauntedly drew their blades to meet the challenge. After a brief standoff, the lead member of the Tang clan let out a roar to attack and charged forward with great courage. Knowing that only a fight to the end offered a chance at survival, the enemy leader swung his sword at the man in black. However, the strike was skillfully parried with twin blades as the hideous man sneered, contemptuously calling them mere ants seeking their own deaths. His companions were no less fierce, roaring like tigers as they carved a bloody path and swung their scimitars with ease. The overwhelming pressure caused the white-bearded elder to stumble, nearly falling, while the terrified junior cried out, "Senior, be careful." But it was all a drop in the ocean. At the critical moment, a sharp flash of sword light tore through the rain, lunging toward the man in black like lightning and leaving him paralyzed with fear. This time, the man in black reacted quickly, narrowly dodging the strike with an iron bridge maneuver. Finally, the young man exhausted his internal energy to launch 3 flying daggers as fast as lightning. It turned out to be the Tang clan's famous triple shadow soul-reaping technique. 3 streaks of cold light pursued him relentlessly, forcing the man in black to retreat step by step. He struggled like a stray dog in a field, gritting his teeth as he leaped to avoid a lethal dagger at his feet. However, another flying dagger seemed to have eyes of its own, anticipating his every move. With unerring precision, it struck his chest with a thud. Fresh blood spurted out like a fountain, staining his clothes crimson as he clutched the wound tightly. His face turned pale as he hissed like a wounded beast. Jiu Bai gnashed his teeth and growled, "You lucky turtle." His eyes were like daggers as he glared at his opponent, his voice dripping with bitterness. "Consider yourself lucky today. The heavy rain washed the poison off my daggers." Just then, an eerie sound echoed through the air, making everyone's hair stand on end. What a lively gathering of lowly insects. Jiu Bai's nerves were stretched thin as he shouted warily, "Which devil dares to speak?" Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. With an imposing presence, he shattered an elephant-sized boulder into dust with a single palm strike. He was an old man with a face as fierce as a Rakshasa, his blood-red eyes emitting a chilling glow. Feeling an overwhelming aura like Mount Tai collapsing upon him, Jiu Bai turned pale and shouted to warn his comrades, "This is bad. An expert has arrived. Retreat." Faint blood-red light emanated from the old man as he let out a bizarre, raspy laugh. After his chilling laughter subsided, he asked the dying man in black on the ground, "Did you get that item?" The man hurriedly pulled an old book from his chest. Trembling, he offered it like a precious treasure. "Sect leader, it is only a copy from the Tang clan." Xiao Long had been eavesdropping from a distance this whole time. Hearing this, he turned his head in shock, recalling the warning from the supreme head of the family that only those with evil hearts would covet such a thing. The boy's face turned white with terror as he exclaimed, "What could it be?" His mind raced, wondering if it was the copy of that cursed book his grandfather had accidentally read. He hurriedly screamed a warning to those ahead. "Warrior Jiu Bai, be careful. That is the Blood Hand Poison Palm Manual." Just hearing the name was ominous. When Jiu Bai heard it, his reaction was just as severe, cold sweat pouring down his body. "What? Is that the copy of that vile manual?" He ground his teeth in frustration. His face turned purple with rage as he cursed, "Damn it, you rotten evil bastards, you're all perverts." Seeing the old man's indifferent attitude, Jiu Bai flew into a rage. He shouted directly at the old man, "What kind of person craves such a sinister technique? Do you dare reveal your name, you old turtle?" Ignoring the barrage of insults, The old man flipped through the book with a smug smirk. It is exactly as I predicted. Since it is a copy, it only contains the moves and lacks the profound core principles. However, this is more than enough. After skimming a few pages, he carelessly closed the book and commanded the injured man in black, "Zhu Rong, I permit you to unleash the secret techniques of the blood sect. Though it is a bit premature, this is a once-in-a-millennium chance to announce our return, the majestic and invincible blood sect." It turned out the man in black was named Zhu Rong. Upon hearing the sect leader's ruthless command, he quickly clasped his hands and bowed, replying firmly, "As you command, sect leader." Then he lowered his hand, aiming directly at another man in black lying face down on the ground. The blood from that man's body suddenly surged violently, and a thick, pungent stench filled the air in all directions. Witnessing this eerie scene, Xiao Long's eyes widened. He clutched his head and screamed as if possessed. "Ah, what on earth is this? Oh my God!" Jiu Bai muttered in confusion, as if in a trance. At that moment, spiritual energy was condensing in the man's palm. The surrounding blood gradually gathered into his hand. Was he actually draining the blood of the living? With a metallic clang, a sword tainted with blood poison fell onto the cold ground. He clutched his wound, which was slowly healing thanks to the sinister sorcery. The old man chuckled contemptuously. "Heh, not bad. You have a decent eye, kid." His hand, tipped with long, sharp claws, was gathering a terrifying red blood aura. He introduced himself arrogantly. "Listen closely. I am none other than the Blood Sect Elder, Blood Eagle Severing Claw Qiu Zhen." What a ridiculously long and tedious name. It sounds just like a puppy from the neighbor's house. He stared intently at Xiao Long, sizing him up from head to toe, remarking that the boy looked quite promising. Very good, he muttered, rubbing his hands together as saliva dripped from his mouth full of jagged teeth. He licked his lips hungrily like a long-starved demon, claiming it had been far too long since he tasted the essence blood of someone with a spiritual root. Amidst the torrential downpour, he anticipated a feast. Both sides stared each other down warily in a precarious situation, as Qiu Zhen tucked the secret manual into his robe and arrogantly ordered the staggering Zhu Ying to seize the boy. "Nothing restores my essence blood better than that of a young lad, ha ha ha." Zhu Ying immediately bowed and complied, acknowledging the sect leader's command. Then both men charged toward the Tang sect group with murderous intent, causing Jiu Bai to scream out in a panicked, raspy voice. "Quickly deploy the 5 Venom fire extinguishing formation. Do not let that old thief touch a single hair on Lord Xiao Long." Qiu Zhen used his void-stepping light body technique to glide through the air, laughing mockingly at the ants trying to stop him. His entire body radiated heat like a furnace as he soared into the sky like a hawk, followed by a world-shaking explosion erupting below. Amidst the echoing screams, Xiao Long covered his head with both hands to dodge the stones flying past his ears as cold sweat began to bead on his skin. An urgent voice pleaded for Lord Xiao Long to flee the danger, just as Zhu Ying appeared behind him like a silent phantom. He grabbed the boy firmly, leaving Xiao Long wide-eyed and agape in shock as the man's eyes gleamed with a terrifying, bloodthirsty cruelty. Zhu Ying spoke with a voice as cold as a blade, telling the boy to rest since the elder had already set his sights on his essence blood. "Your luck has run out, ha ha ha." Xiao Long's face turned pale as he struggled to breathe, and in that desperate moment he gritted his teeth and let out a faint whisper. "My beloved children, attack!" Instantly, a swarm of golden centipedes erupted from his body like disturbed bees, attacking the man in black with terrifying speed. Following Xiao Long's command to bite him to death, the lead centipede bit down hard on the man's hand, chirping furiously as if it wanted to tear him apart. Zhu Ying stared at the strange golden creature on his hand, wondering in confusion what kind of centipede it was, but while he was still dazed, a cold dagger whistled through the air and plunged into his head, sending blood spraying like fireworks before a mountain-crushing force struck Zhu Ying, sending him flying backward like a broken kite. Xiao Long quickly shielded his eyes from the blinding light and only dared to turn his head back once the brilliance faded. Hearing a familiar voice through the rain, Xiao Long saw the ethereal Hua Yin leading a group of people as they approached with an imposing aura. Behind her were Yuan Jiang and the solemn Great Elder. The boy jumped for joy, shouting that Sister Hua Yin had finally arrived to rescue him. Hua Yin and Yuan Jiang's expressions grew grave as they witnessed Qiu Zhen, shrouded in black mist like a yaksha, easily overpowering the Tang sect members, prompting Hua Yin to ask urgently, "The 5 Venom fire extinguishing formation. What on earth is happening here?" Jiu Bai turned toward Hua Yin with sharp eyes and called out to her. Without wasting any time, Jiu Bai urgently reported that the Blood Sect Elder had dared to raid their manor, leaving Hua Yin shocked and wide-eyed as she repeated the name in disbelief. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hua Yin gallantly ordered everyone to reinforce Vice Captain Jiu Bai, and Yuan Jiu immediately Hua without a moment's delay. The old man with the sharp eyes stroked his goatee and growled gloomily, realizing that the young girl was the one who had defeated the blood-handed poison eagle, Zhu Wenyang. His face contorted into a demonic scowl as he licked his dry lips, his voice filled with both hunger and mockery as he mentioned the blood-handed poison eagle. Such a grand title, yet he was nothing but trash, defeated by mere tiny centipedes. Yuan Jiang roared like thunder, telling him to shut his mouth and declaring that this place would be his grave. Qiu Zhen completely ignored the threat and burst into an arrogant laugh, the piercing sound echoing like a demonic melody that struck the eardrums. Haha, is that so? Let's see who truly ends up buried here. The ground began to shake violently as if a massive earthquake had struck while he frantically unleashed his dark sorcery. The surrounding dark energy surged wildly, becoming so thick it was hard to breathe, as his sparse hair stood on end like a lion's mane. An eerie, low voice echoed through the space. "Let me see what you ants can accomplish." Within the woods, Xiao Long carefully bandaged the wound on his arm while whispering to himself to endure just a little longer. He gritted his teeth and tightened the final knot as a surge of intense unease rose within him, for the current situation was truly hanging by a thread. He watched Qiu Zhen screaming in a frenzy, flailing about like a puppet while arbitrarily hoisting up one of his subordinates. Their forces were depleting their vital energy the more they fought, yet that blood sect demon could recover simply by consuming blood. If this continued, they would surely be annihilated. While Xiao Long was lost in thought, a figure streaked past his back like a meteor and slammed into an ancient tree with a heavy thud. Xiao Long turned back in a panic only to see Hua Yin gritting her teeth, her delicate brows furrowed so deeply they seemed capable of crushing anything between them. She struggled to suppress the bone-piercing pain while he called out in a voice thick with concern, "Miss Hua Yin, are you?" But suddenly she spat out a mouthful of blood. A fountain of hot, fresh blood erupted from her mouth, and he frantically grabbed her frail shoulders, his voice saturated with anxiety and helplessness. "Miss Hua Yin, are you all right?" he asked, while she tried to reassure him by forcing a weak smile onto her pale face and saying she was fine as she tremblingly raised her hands. Her small hands gripped Xiao Long's tightly as she looked directly into his eyes with determination and called his name, pleading with him despite her extreme exhaustion to return to the sect gate and urgently summon reinforcements. "We lack the strength to deal with these demons in our current state," she said, causing Xiao Long to knit his brows tightly as he gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. "Damn it," he thought, feeling utterly frustrated and useless as he watched Qiu Zhen continue his arrogant and tyrannical rampage. He felt like a complete failure who had contributed nothing to this battle. And as the situation grew more dire, Captain Yue Jiang turned back and spoke in a tragic tone. "Lord Xiao Long, please, for the sake of the clan and the entire Sichuan Tang clan, you must leave this place immediately to request reinforcements." The great elder added in a raspy but determined voice, "We will defend this position to the death, so you must go now before time runs out." Xiao Long remained silent with a heavy heart, unsure of what to do, until he finally agreed with great difficulty to do his best to return as quickly as possible. However, he was still plagued by uncertainty, doubting if he could complete the mission given his mediocre light body techniques. Upon hearing this, Hua Yin suddenly turned and embraced him, softly encouraging him by saying she believed he could definitely succeed. And from Xiao Long's sight, hot tears streamed down Hua Yin's face as she spoke with a choked, emphatic voice. "You will surely succeed, for I have witnessed how hard you have practiced all this time," she said, her voice as gentle as water as Xiao Long froze and touched her soft hair. "And next time, let us go search for poisons together again. I still remember that promise," she added before they reluctantly parted ways. Hua Yin gripped his broad shoulders and solemnly told him that everything depended on him before she resolutely turned and ran back toward the smoke-filled battlefield. Xiao Long was left standing there in silence, staring blankly at her retreating figure as he muttered to himself like a man who had lost his soul. "Damn it, I cannot delay for even another moment," he hissed, gritting his teeth as he turned and ran in the opposite direction, determined to fulfill his vital mission. The sound of his splashing footsteps echoed through the silent night as he ran, panting heavily while his sweat mingled with the freezing rain. Overwhelmed by exhaustion and stress, he failed to notice a protruding pebble and tripped, losing his balance and tumbling forward into the mud. His sturdy frame lay sprawled across the wet ground, covered in mud, as he remained motionless, seemingly lacking the strength to even stand back up. A swarm of centipedes crawled out from his clothes, their anxious chirping sounding like the wailing of infants as Xiao Long forced himself up, his head spinning. "How can I be this useless?" he wondered, poking the lead centipede's cheek while lamenting that, even with his full power, reaching the sect gate would take half a day. Furthermore, the clan's true masters were mostly away on other assignments, so even if he managed to summon reinforcements, they likely wouldn't arrive in time. By then, everything would surely be over. He looked up at the ink-black sky as the relentless rain lashed against his pale face. The icy rain soaked into his skin, yet it served to sharpen his mind as he finally realized they had intentionally sent him away to ensure his safety. It felt as though a massive hammer had struck him, leaving him wide-eyed and utterly stunned as he wondered why it had to be him. He clenched his fists as questions swirled in his mind like a storm, wondering if he was protected only because he was the youngest and weakest, and what he truly meant to them. He remembered the clan leader's warm expression when he announced that from that day on, he was officially a member of the Tang clan. The leader's voice still echoed in his ears as he muttered the word family while staring blankly at his open palms. He whispered to himself that he had never truly considered the meaning of family, having always felt like an outsider in the Sichuan Tang family until memories began to flash back. The smiling faces of his kin appeared vividly before him. They had always seen him as family, while he was the only one who remained insecure. A bitter smile touched his worried face as he mockingly wondered how a clan of assassins could be filled with such strange warmth and humanity. Xiao Long forced himself up with newfound resolve and told the small centipedes at his feet that it was time to save their mate, and they seemed to understand. They chirped excitedly in response, and Xiao Long shot forward like a sharp arrow at an incredible speed. Xiao Long clenched his fists and vowed to himself that he would find a way to save those people no matter what. He had to succeed, and as he recalled the old man's sinister face, thoughts of the blood cult and poisonous creatures like snakes or toads flashed through his mind, causing him to stop dead in his tracks. He slammed his heel into the ground and stared at the cave before him, wondering with suspicion if it was truly the den of the snake spirits. Indeed, red-eyed snakes were writhing together inside, and the great centipede on Xiao Long's shoulder suddenly jolted in surprise. It chirped in alarm, so he quickly lowered his head and stroked it to offer comfort, promising that it would all be over soon. He gently placed the drowsy centipede into the water, and seeing their leader asleep, the two smaller ones chirped along in unison. Xiao Long turned and dove into the cave reeking of snake spirits, leaving the bewildered centipedes chirping in confusion behind him. The venomous snakes looked at him with clear excitement, but Xiao Long remained unfazed and confident, recalling the records of ancient secret manuals regarding their nature. This species, known as the tiger keelback or grass flower snake, was a notorious venomous serpent, and Xiao Long stood motionless as they coiled tightly around his limbs. Unlike snakes with large front fangs, these had tiny ones deep in their jaws, making venom injection difficult, yet they remained the most toxic land snakes in East Asia. Xiao Long endured the biting pain as the snakes tore at his flesh, muttering for them to keep biting even harder as if reciting a mantra. With the Tang clan's internal cultivation protecting him, he was sure he would be fine, while the centipedes above watched him with worried chirps. Xiao Long reassured them that everything was fine and he would flex for them soon. But as he glanced down, his body suddenly froze once more. His arms were now covered in bite marks, and his skin was turning red, leading him to believe this was enough as he surveyed the cave one last time. He decided it was time to make his escape, but in his deep thought, he failed to notice a snake stealthily coiling around his neck. The sensation on his neck grew strange as the snake tightened its grip, causing Xiao Long to gasp in horror at what was happening. He looked up at the snakes constricting his legs and the hungry eyes fixed upon him, his mouth hanging open in sheer terror. He was truly doomed as the situation turned completely surreal, and though he knew he had to stay calm, he couldn't help but curse his misfortune. It was game over since this wasn't part of the script, but suddenly, the centipedes leaped down from above. They landed on Xiao Long's head and knocked the snake off his neck, reclaiming their spot with an air of triumphant excitement. Xiao Long asked in confusion who they were, while the snake that had just been cast to the ground hissed aggressively at the centipedes. The centipede atop Xiao Long's head glared back with intense hostility before lunging down to bite the snake's throat and tossing it aside like a piece of lint. It clamped its jaws onto the snake and thrashed it around, deterring the others from attacking Xiao Long, who broke into a sweat and stammered the name of the centipede, Bin. Bin chirped and raised its head upon hearing its name, earning a good job from Xiao Long as the snakes fell silent, while he patted its head and muttered about how much they cared for him. He thanked them profusely, and once Bin had settled back onto his head, Xiao Long chuckled and told them it was time to return to the manor. Meanwhile, amidst the torrential rain, an exhausted Hua Yin watched in dread as Jiu Zhen drained another victim, fearing that they were truly finished at this rate. As he tightened his grip on a Tang family member's throat, Jiu Zhen wore a sickeningly gleeful expression, thinking to himself how easy it was to deal with these people. He arrogantly bellowed, asking if there were any more brats left to face his palm, which caused Hua Yin and her companions to boil with rage. Assuming Xiao Long had already made a clean escape, Hua Yin gripped her thorn whip and stepped toward the man while issuing her commands. She ordered everyone to use guerrilla tactics to stall him from a distance, while she fought him alone, urging them to signal any nearby masters for help immediately. After a subordinate obeyed her, the Tang family elder suddenly blocked Hua Yin's path and urged her to retreat along with Xiao Long while she still could. Hua Yin gasped in disbelief, but the elder sternly asked how anyone of the Tang bloodline could possibly abandon their kin in the heat of battle just to save their own skin. Hua Yin countered that they would have no dignity left to face the clan head if they failed to save lives, while Jiu Zhen growled at them to stop their useless chatter and leave. As the Tang members swore to never abandon one another, the villains snapped at them to be quiet, calling them nothing more than noisy ants. The old monster's roar thundered through the tense air as he smirked with a predatory gaze, looking as though he wanted to devour every member of the Tang family alive. He chuckled while stroking his goatee, thinking it was more entertaining to let his prey struggle before the Tang sect was eventually reduced to nothing but ash. With a sinister grin, he decided that he had to do something grand to live up to his title as the Blood Demon by leveling the Tang sect and turning it into a living hell. He believed such a horrific display was the perfect way for the blood cult to resurface, while the Tang elder fumed with rage, realizing the old thief intended to leave no survivors. Hua Yin narrowed her eyes, knowing that retreat meant death, and swung her whip with a firm resolve to tear the skin off the old thief even if it cost her life. Her companions agreed to stand by her side until the end, their eyes burning with a suicidal determination, despite knowing they were facing an unpredictable and formidable demon. Jiu Zhen looked down on them with utter contempt, but just then, a clear and steady voice broke the heavy silence, agreeing that Lady Tang Yin's words were absolutely right. He declared that Tang heroes never abandoned their siblings, leaving Hua Yin stunned to see Xiao Long looking battered yet spirited, his eyes shining brightly as she stared in disbelief. Finding her voice, she stammered and asked why he had returned, her heart racing with 1,000 different emotions at his sudden appearance. Xiao Long calmly stroked the centipedes on his body and closed his eyes as he began to explain his return, reminding her of what he had said before. He stated that the Tang people were born to protect their kin before he decisively tore off his upper garments and cast them aside like a heavy burden. As his clothes fell, his powerful and muscular physique was revealed, and with a plan already in mind, he heroically declared that he too was a member of the Tang family. He gripped his twin blades and lunged toward Jiu Zhen like an arrow, though the old monster remained unfazed, watching the youth approach as if he were merely a helpless insect. Hua Yin screamed for him not to be reckless, while Jiu Zhen mocked him, laughing that he had spared the boy's miserable life only for him to foolishly return to his death. Calling him a fool for seeking death, the man watched as Xiao Long leaped into the air and swung his blades with the ferocity of a tiger, letting out a roar that made Hua Yin's heart skip a beat. She cried out his name in terror as Jiu Zhen casually flicked his sleeve, sending a wave of invisible force that lifted Xiao Long into the air as easily as if he were a small puppy. His other hand condensed pitch-black demonic energy as the old monster let out an eerie, piercing laugh. "Oh, are you voluntarily sacrificing your essence blood? Hee, I enjoy this kind of fortune even more." With that, the old monster struck a palm toward Xiao Long's abdomen with an expectant gaze. "Let me taste what the essence blood of a youth is like." Xiao Long hurriedly raised both hands, desperately trying to resist. The old monster's hands, with claws as sharp as daggers, tightly gripped his two hands. The old monster's strength was so immense that it forced a pained groan from Xiao Long. He laughed triumphantly. "What a complete fool. Don't you know that blood also flows through your arms?" The fresh blood on Xiao Long's hands began to rise into the air. Caught in the old monster's sorcery, Xiao Long felt his lifeblood being drained away. He gritted his teeth and let out a pained roar as Hua Yin cried out in terror. "Xiao Long! Someone save young Master Xiao Long!" Jiu Xiao watched the youth's blood spray through the air with sadistic glee, laughing like a madman. "Exquisite, so sweet. It has been ages since I last tasted such pure essence blood from a youth. This is truly a masterpiece." Sated, the old monster slowly descended and stomped the ground, sending debris and sparks flying in every direction before letting out a thunderous roar. He unleashed his ultimate blood wheel technique, causing the air to turn scorching hot as a violent gale swept the Tang clan members away like autumn leaves, while Hua Yin rushed to catch Xiao Long's broken body. Xiao Long," Jiu Zhen sneered coldly. "You ants are a nuisance, buzzing around with your hidden weapons, but thanks to this foolish boy, I shall wipe you all out in one fell swoop." Hua Yin shook Xiao Long's body and wailed in despair. Xiao Long, please wake up, while Jiu Zhen arrogantly declared, do not worry. I will grant you a swift and painless end. Hearing this, Hua Yin clutched Xiao Long tightly to her chest in utter hopelessness. She cried out, no, that's impossible, when suddenly, a hacking sound broke the somber air as Xiao Long opened his eyes, a strange white fluid oozing from his mouth, leaving the old monster stunned. What kind of sorcery is this? Jiu Zhen stammered in horror as he realized his hair and beard were falling out like withered autumn leaves. Is this the power-dispersing evil poison? The old monster trembled violently, his voice filled with sheer terror as he wondered how his protective cultivation could have been breached by such a toxin. Clutching his head, he shrieked in absolute agony. This defies the heavens. What kind of monster are you to pull off such a feat? A sinister smile played on Xiao Long's lips as he whispered, you want to know who I am? While weakly pointing a finger at Jiu Zhen. His voice rang out like thunder. I am your ultimate nemesis. As Jiu Zhen felt his strength fading, he gasped in shock. What? Nemesis? While Xiao Long's own condition remained dire. His vision began to blur as his consciousness faded, while Jiu Zhen turned deathly pale, sweat drenching his face as he wondered what kind of curse had befallen him. Jiu Zhen recalled the moment he absorbed the boy's blood to circulate his energy, realizing that his own lifeblood no longer obeyed his commands. It had turned against him. The old monster tried to stomp the ground, but his strength had vanished, leaving his body as limp as a noodle as he lamented the loss of the blood sect's imminent empire. His feet skidded across the ground as he roared in defiance, refusing to fall there, his face suddenly twisting into a mask of pure ferocity. Jiu Zhen howled maniacally, die, all of you die, while Hua Yin remained on high alert, tightening her grip on her whip before lashing it out like a coiling dragon. With a sharp crack, the leather whip coiled tightly around the old monster's throat, leaving Hua Yin wide-eyed and unable to believe what she had just done. Witnessing Jiu Zhen's feeble struggle, she wondered in amazement if her strike had truly succeeded, baffled that such an evil overlord couldn't even dodge her attack. The old monster struggled fruitlessly, drenched in sweat as he cursed through gritted teeth. You wretched brat, swallowing your blood was revolting. What have you done to my veins? As he frantically tried to yank the whip away. I will slaughter every last one of you ants. The blood sect shall rise again and rule the world, Jiu Zhen screamed, but Zhen's Yin pulled the whip taut and shouted, shut your mouth. Die! With a sickening squelch, Jiu Zhen's head was torn from his shoulders and went rolling across the ground, his grand proclamations of the blood sect silenced forever. Everyone stood frozen like statues as Jiu Bai asked in disbelief, did we actually win? Our young mistress just took the life of a blood sect elder with a single strike. Lady Hua Yin was left speechless, her eyes wide with shock as she turned toward Xiao Long and stammered, Xiao Long, what on earth just happened? Her only answer was a voice as thin as a thread. Hua Yin, help me. As the youth became drenched in a cold sweat. Foaming at the mouth, he struggled to squeeze out the words, I need the antidote for the tiger-coiled snake venom. Hearing this, Hua Yin nearly fainted from shock, crying out, the tiger-coiled snake? What kind of madness is this? When Xiao Long finally regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a bed with a trail of saliva on his lip, letting out a startled cry. Seeing him awake, the Grand Elder of the Tang clan quickly warned him that his body was still too weak to move, while Hua Yin's voice, thick with concern, urged him to stay put. Xiao Long shifted his body slightly and felt a bone-deep ache, causing him to groan in pain as he realized he was shirtless and lying face down on a bed. He vaguely felt warm fingers moving across his spine, filling his heart with confusion over this bizarre situation, while Hua Yin let out a sigh of relief and spoke with a hint of reproach. It is good that you have finally regained consciousness, the Tang family supreme elder announced, as you have been completely out of it for 10 whole days. Xiao Long was startled and stammered in disbelief. 10 days, while Hua Yin sat beside him and began to recount the events from the beginning. After you lost consciousness, a savior appeared just in time like a divine warrior, allowing us to kill that demon before everyone rushed you back to the family for treatment. Recalling the scene, she was still gripped by fear, saying that he was so heavily poisoned that he would have died if Grandpa hadn't returned in time. Xiao Long sighed inwardly, thinking about his terrible luck in being bitten by a venomous snake twice. He had nearly met the King of Hell, but once the treatment was finished, the Supreme Elder's voice slowly rang out. Since you are awake and alert, there should be no more issues, and Xiao Long struggled to sit up and respectfully thanked his grandfather. Before he could even compose himself, the Supreme Elder grabbed his shoulders and shook him until he was dizzy, asking if the tiger keelback was truly venomous. He also asked what trick they used to defeat the blood cult elder, to which Xiao Long cawed and promised to explain everything in detail. Rubbing his aching head, he held up 2 fingers and confirmed that the tiger keelback was indeed venomous, with a potency twice that of a normal snake. It possesses two types of venom, one inside its mouth and another from the glands on the back of its neck, leaving Hua Yin gasping in shock. The Supreme Elder was equally amazed by the mention of two types, stating that in all his years, he had never heard of such a strange thing as Xiao Long nodded in agreement. He explained that these snakes are incredibly timid and will flee the moment they spot a human. Furthermore, their fangs are so tiny that until the 1980s, people firmly believed that the tiger keelback was a non-venomous species. The Supreme Elder suddenly realized something and asked if the disruption of the Blood Cult Elder's internal energy was related to this. He noted that the Blood Cult members were like monsters with iron bodies who should be immune to poison. So Xiao Long shared his theory. He suggested that it was likely the peerless and overbearing toxicity of the tiger keelback that caused such an effect. Stroking his chin, Xiao Long analyzed that the venom must have severely impacted the blood source of their wicked arts, leading to the Elder's pathetic state. The Supreme Elder let out a profound exclamation, feeling deeply astonished by the new knowledge he had just acquired. It turned out that people were unaware of how lethal the tiger keelback was, as its venom is reportedly 5 times stronger than that of a common viper. If influenced by dark energy to become even more terrifying, he excitedly remarked that he never expected such a powerful venomous snake to exist in Sichuan. Hua Yin happily chimed in, praising Xiao Long for achieving such a magnificent and legendary feat this time. The Supreme Elder cleared his throat and spoke with a solemn tone. He mentioned that he vaguely remembered Hua Yin saying something while looking at Xiao Long with a knowing smile. He asked if the Blood Cult Elder had really called him their natural enemy and bane, which made Xiao Long flush with embarrassment. He thought to himself that the title sounded far too arrogant and wondered if he had truly let such words slip out. Hearing that hearty and jovial laughter, Xiao Long was so ashamed that he wanted to vanish on the spot, quickly pulling the blanket over his bright red face. The Supreme Elder took the opportunity to pat his shoulder and tease him, saying that if he could truly seal the evil arts of those monsters, then he was indeed their natural enemy. Suddenly, the Supreme Patriarch's tone turned incredibly solemn as he looked at Xiao Long and expressed his sincere gratitude on behalf of the entire Tang clan for his protection. He declared that he would never forgive those who dared to commit such cowardly acts against his family in his absence, vowing to eradicate them entirely, while Xiao Long, who viewed the Tangs as his own family, listened intently. Without a moment's hesitation, he agreed with the Patriarch, stating that those wretched pests must be completely wiped out for good. Now that they held the enemy's fatal weakness, the only task remaining was to gather a massive amount of toxin from the coiled lake serpent as quickly as possible. Recalling the beastly Qiu Zhen and his cruel henchmen, Xiao Long gritted his teeth and swore a silent oath of vengeance. He vowed to tear those bastards out by the roots, believing it was only right to ensure even their lingering spirits were purged from existence. Recently, the atmosphere at the Tang residence had been frantic, as the emergence of the heretical blood sect had officially placed the clan on high alert. The Supreme Patriarch was constantly busy sending out carrier pigeons to request reinforcements, as many Tang experts had already suffered tragic casualties or died at the hands of those demons. Consequently, the prestigious righteous sects of the Central Plains were mobilizing toward the Tang family to join forces and eliminate the blood sect before they could plunge the martial world into chaos. Not only did they kidnap innocents to practice their blood arts, but 30 years ago, they had committed a great massacre that made them the public enemy of all righteous factions. Realizing the situation was exceptionally grave, the old man placed his withered hand on Xiao Long's shoulder to offer him some comfort. The voice full of confidence, he told him that destiny would be different this time, because the Tang clan of Sichuan was the predestined nemesis of the blood sect, though Xiao Long secretly wondered if he was being teased. As if sensing the boy's inner thoughts, the old man simply turned his head and let out a hearty laugh in response. Then, with a more serious expression, the elder asked Xiao Long if he would be willing to do him a personal favor. Xiao Long immediately turned around and replied without hesitation, telling the Patriarch to give his orders and promising to give his all to any task within his power. The Supreme Patriarch solemnly announced that the members of the Martial Alliance were likely approaching, leaving Xiao Long stunned to learn they would be working alongside such prominent figures. The elder wanted him to demonstrate the unique poison he had developed, believing that since they found the blood sect's weakness, they should share it with their allies, to which Xiao Long readily agreed for the sake of justice. Hearing this, the Supreme Patriarch nodded with a satisfied smile, clearly pleased with the young man's resolve. He laughed and said he knew Xiao Long would agree, then added that he had some wonderful news to share with him. After leading Xiao Long to a secluded area, the patriarch revealed that the reconstruction of the Hall of 10,000 Poisons was finally complete. Xiao Long was skeptical at first, asking in shock if it was true that he would now be the one in charge of the entire hall. His eyes lit up with joy as the elder dropped another bombshell, revealing that he had also prepared a specialized chamber for Xiao Long to cultivate his venomous creatures. Knowing that breeding the legendary coiled lake serpent required a perfect environment, Xiao Long was overwhelmed with gratitude and thanked the patriarch profusely. Deeply moved by the elder's kindness, Xiao Long watched as a messenger bird disappeared into the horizon while the old man spoke softly. He urged Xiao Long to do this for the sake of the martial world and not to let him down, to which the young man promised he would meet all expectations. Following the Supreme Patriarch's directions, Xiao Long arrived at the designated location to see what had been prepared for him. He was stunned by the magnificent sight before him, and accompanied by the beautiful Hua Yin, he decided to name the place the Poison Garden. Hua Yin looked at him with confusion, so Xiao Long explained that the garden was built specifically to house rare and exotic venomous creatures. He intended to gather every type of poison found within the Central Plains, prompting Hua Yin to ask if he truly meant to collect them all. With a serious tone, Xiao Long confirmed his ambition to eventually possess the 10 most famous poisons in the land, reminding her of the promise he had made to her. Hua Yin's face suddenly flushed like the sunset. Covering her mouth, she whispered that she would cheer for him. Then she noticed a crowd in the distance and hurried toward them. She shouted, "Look, it seems many people are gathering over there. Let's go check it out." Xiao Long quickly called after her, "Wait, Miss Hua Yin." As they approached, a burly man stood waiting with his arms crossed. He spoke arrogantly, "Oh, has the young master finally arrived?" Xiao Long was startled to recognize the man and couldn't help but ask, "Could this be the former vice leader?" The large man laughed heartily and replied, "Indeed, it is I, Tang Jiubai of the Poison Creature Squad, at your service, young master." Xiao Long, still skeptical, repeated, "The Poison Creature Squad." Tang Jiubai nodded and confirmed, "Exactly. This is the new unit established by the family head under your orders. From now on, we will be your capable assistants in searching for and cultivating venomous creatures. Place ourselves under your full command, young master." Xiao Long looked at the group behind him, his face flushing from the scent of powder as he joyfully thought about his bright future and the inclusion of poison creature caretakers. "The clan truly spares no expense to nurture me. This is a major turning point on the path to fulfilling my great dream," Xiao Long mused. Scene shifted as a messenger crane delivered a secret letter to its destination. A woman dressed in snow-white robes gently opened the letter with her delicate hands and carefully read every line. After finishing the letter, the woman in white softly chanted a Buddhist prayer, "Amitabha." Has the evil blood sect reappeared in the martial world? She looked up at the deep blue sky and sighed softly. "During this era of peace and prosperity in the Central Plains, I fear a storm of blood and wind is about to rise again." On the main road, Zhu Zhangsu's group was advancing cautiously. A white-haired elder turned back and announced, "Military counselor, we are almost there. We can stop at the Tang family manor to rest today." Zhu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He could finally stop sleeping under the open sky. Recalling Zhu Zhangsu's grim expression, Zhu told himself he must at least bring back some valuable information this time. "If I can find even a small clue about the evil blood sect, this trip won't be in vain." Finally, the group reached the Tang family manor. The white-haired elder exclaimed, "We've finally reached the Tang family manor." Seeing the group approach, several guards of the Tang family manor quickly asked, "May I ask if you are the honored guests from the Righteous Martial Arts Alliance?" Zhu nodded and replied, "Correct, I am Zhu, the counselor of the Martial Arts Alliance." The guards clasped their hands and bowed deeply with great respect. "We thank you, masters, for traveling such a long distance to visit the Tang family. Please wait a moment." Another guard hurried inside to report their arrival. Suddenly, the guard from before lowered his voice and said, "Counselor, please wait." He looked serious and cautioned them. "When you enter the Tang family manor, there are certain things you must be extremely careful about." Zhu asked curiously, "What should we be mindful of?" The dignified old man speculated, "Could it be that the Tang family has constructed a sacred sword transformation pool?" The sword transformation pool was rumored to be an inviolable sacred site at the gates of great sects. Any pilgrim coming to pay their respects had to relinquish their weapons to show absolute sincerity. Gate guard stammered, his voice trembling slightly. "This matter might shock you all, but please listen to me. Even the smallest microorganism must not have its life taken while within the Tang family grounds." Zhu was stunned and asked skeptically, "Has the entire Tang family converted to Buddhism?" The guard emphasized again with a solemn tone, You will understand once you enter. You must, absolutely must, keep this firmly in mind. Juge Hu uttered a confused sound, just as Zai Long and Hua Yin both bowed and greeted him loudly, welcoming the Alliance counselor. Juge Hu returned the gesture with a polite smile. Miss Hua Yin, it has been a long time. Hua Yin smiled back and replied, since our meeting at the Martial Arts Assembly, a full year has passed. Juge Hu then inquired, where is Senior Tang Chenjun now? She lowered her head slightly, her voice sounding apologetic. Grandfather has left the sect to travel the world in search of traces of the blood sect. Please forgive our somewhat simple reception. Juge Hu quickly waved his hand, showing he didn't mind. Not at all. Monitoring the situation of the martial world is a vital matter. There is no need for such formality. Then, his gaze suddenly fixed on the person beside her. Hua Yin couldn't help but wonder, and who might this handsome young gentleman be? Xiao Long smiled, stepped forward, and bowed with his hands clasped. It is my first time meeting the counselor. He introduced himself formally. I am Wei Xiaolong. Hearing this, Juge Hu became even more puzzled. Wei, is he not a member of the Tang family? Hua Yin's cheeks suddenly turned bright red as she shyly pointed at Xiao Long and stammered. This gentleman is my beloved. The surrounding crowd immediately erupted into a commotion like a swarming hive of bees. Her beloved, the three flowers of the martial world, actually has a lover. This is truly an injustice against heaven. They howled in grief and indignation, their tears falling like a torrential downpour. Where did this brat come from? He is so arrogant and reckless. The world is truly unfair. Juge Hu quickly covered half his face with a fan and coughed a few times. Let us hurry and lead the way. I fear that if we delay for even a moment, these heroes here will demand to test their martial skills against this young master. Suddenly, a peculiar sound pierced through the noisy atmosphere, drawing everyone's attention. Juge Hu looked up and asked doubtfully, do you all hear a strange noise? A sharp-eyed person quickly pointed toward the sky and cried out in alarm, up there! Look, a swarm of bees is approaching. The crowd turned pale with fright, exclaiming in unison, isn't that the legendary golden-haired bee king? Why would such a dangerous venomous insect appear at the Tang clan? The crowd immediately fell into a commotion. Some rushed forward to shield Xiao Long and Hua Yin. Others cautiously retreated to protect Miss Hua Yin. Oh, that is... Xiao Long hurriedly spoke up to stop them. Everyone, please put your swords away. He patted the shoulder of the person in front of him and explained gently, it must be due to the Tang clan's new regulations. The other person remained uneasy, saying urgently, young hero, get out of the way quickly. The golden-haired bee king is an extremely dangerous venomous creature. A single sting is enough to kill a mortal. Xiao Long was pressed so hard his face turned red, and he struggled to speak. It is the golden-haired bee king. Feeling that such an explanation was inadequate, Xiao Long channeled all his true qi into his dantian and let out a thunderous roar. The golden-haired bee kings are venomous insects that I raised. Everyone, please calm down. The man's jaw dropped in shock as he asked, what? You raised them? As if to prove his words, one of the golden-haired bee kings swooped down. It affectionately rubbed its head against Xiao Long's cheek, making a tender buzzing sound. Then, one by one, they flocked over, surrounding Xiao Long as if paying homage. Xiao Long gently stroked them and asked softly, did you little fellows come looking for me? It makes sense, as I have been in seclusion for a while. Then his expression turned serious as he instructed them. Hey, I'm warning you, you are not allowed to spray venom at the honored guests. The man stood there dazed, thinking to himself, is he actually treating the golden-haired bee kings like children? The tense atmosphere, fiery momentum of the young martial artists suddenly deflated like a soaked rice cracker. After that terrifying interlude, the group followed Hua Yin into the guest reception hall, while Juge Hu walked along in deep thought. I truly never expected this character to be Miss Tang Yinner's cultivation partner. Although he is an outsider, it seems he can be considered a son-in-law of the Tang clan. Suddenly, a boisterous noise echoed from ahead. Juge Hu let out a doubtful hum. A large man pointed at a glass jar and shouted loudly, wouldn't a venomous insect like this be more fitting for the Tang clan? The young woman beside him immediately held up a gecko and retorted, what are you saying? Look at this. It shines as brilliantly as green jade. Juge, who felt a headache coming on and sighed inwardly, what is it this time? He quickly pulled Xiao Long's arm and asked curiously, young Master Xiao Long, why are those martial artists surrounding such a strange creature? Hearing this, Xiao Long glanced over and gave a soft hum. After hearing the whole story, he explained that they had all been affected by the companion venomous creature transformation. Juge Hu became even more confused and inquired, companion venomous creature transformation? Could it be that they violated some sect rule? Xiao Long frowned and stroked his chin thoughtfully. Violated a rule. It could be said they violated a rule. This happened a few days ago. In the pitch-black night, Hua Yin stood to one side giving instructions. Right there, feel the true qi, circulating and pushing it outward. Xiao Long gestured excitedly and asked, "Ah, is it like this?" Hua Yin shook her head and replied softly, "Xiao Long, it's not like that." Suddenly, an urgent voice tore through the silent night. "Great hero Xiao Long!" Jiu Bai arrived, leading two subordinates. All three bowed low with extremely awkward expressions. Seeing this, Xiao Long asked curiously, "Senior Jiu Bai, what is the matter?" Jiu Bai hesitated, his voice trembling slightly. I am truly sorry, great hero Xiao Long." Summoning his courage, Jiu Bai continued. "This time, more than half of the four spirit fish we worked so hard to catch as food for the lake-coiling swimming snake." Hearing this, Xiao Long gave a soft hum. He asked, Did they die?" He showed sympathy and sighed. "This is hard to avoid. The four spirit fish are naturally very sensitive if they are overly disturbed. The mother fish might even devour her own young." Jiu Bai shook his head vigorously and delivered shocking news. "No, those martial artists took them to use as snacks with their drinks." Xiao Long thought he had misheard and quickly dug at his ear. Jiu Bai emphasized once more, "They ate them as snacks." Xiao Long felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His mouth hung open in shock as he asked, "What? Impossible? Are you saying they ate the four spirit fish as snacks? Why would they eat them?" Hua Yin explained softly. Three squeak delicacy is a specialty dish from Henan. They usually dip live small fish into sauce and eat them." Xiao Long stood frozen like a statue, his face turning pale. Jiu Bai bowed his head once more, offering a sincere apology to young hero Xiao Long, while Hua Yin added that several people from Henan in the Poison Pavilion claimed they missed their hometown flavors and simply ate them. Xiao Long stood there in a daze, screaming internally that the juvenile four spirit fish he had painstakingly caught as food for the tiger-coiled swimming snake had been devoured by these people, and he could not allow this to continue, proclaiming with a hint of childishness that these creatures must be nurtured and cherished. Xiao Long solemnly declared that from now on, every master of the Tang clan must bond with a specific type of venomous creature. Jiu Hu, the profound sage, nodded in realization, understanding why the poisonous miasma here was so dense, before falling into a brief silence. Jiu Hu's gaze remained fixed on the youth beside him, thinking to himself that this boy possessed an extraordinary aura and was certainly no commoner. In the quiet room, three figures stood like pillars: the somber Supreme Grandmaster, the mischievous Xiao Long, and the contemplative Jiu Hu, gathered around a stone table as a heavy atmosphere descended. After hearing the full story, the Supreme Grandmaster let out a helpless sigh at the turn of events, while Jiu Hu laughed heartily, noting that his predictions were correct. The mysterious young hero the Tang clan leader met on Hainan Island was indeed young hero Ruan Xiao Long. The Supreme Grandmaster stroked his beard with a deepening smile and asked if it wasn't so. Asking if Xiao Long wasn't the priceless treasure of the Tang clan, the boy sat as still as a statue while the two seniors praised him, thinking to himself that he was still far from being truly mysterious. The golden-haired bee king truly broadened this old man's horizons, but Jiu Hu's expression soon darkened like autumn lake water as he sighed heavily, expressing his deep concern that the demonic blood sect remained untraceable. Stating they couldn't just stand by while the blood sect's power expanded, the Supreme Grandmaster winked at Xiao Long and signaled for him to bring out that specific treasure. Xiao Long obediently closed his eyes and complied, leaving Jiu Hu confused by their actions until the Supreme Grandmaster waved his sleeve to heighten the mystery. A dome of light immediately enveloped the three of them like an invisible shield. As the Supreme Grandmaster explained, he was setting up a sound barrier, prompting Jiu Hu to exclaim in surprise at the object's apparent significance. Xiao Long gently produced an exquisite porcelain jar and placed it on the cold stone table, which Jiu Hu then curiously picked up. He gave the jar a few light shakes, but could not discern its contents, leading him to question what kind of divine object required the use of a sound barrier. Supreme Grandmaster calmly identified it as cultivation-dispersing poison, but Jiu Xiao remained skeptical, wondering why such a common toxin would require such elaborate precautions. The Supreme Grandmaster glanced at Xiao Long with a meaningful look, and after the boy nodded, Jiu Hu was stunned by the revelation. When asked what if this poison only targeted those from the blood sect, Jiu Hu leaped from his seat in shock, asking if such a miraculous toxin truly existed in the world. The Supreme Grandmaster laughed and confirmed it was true, while Jiu Hu frowned solemnly, realizing that if this were the case, it would be an earth-shattering discovery. Recalling Hua Yin's account, Jiu Hu noted that while the blood sect members seemed unaffected, the poison's potency was actually formidable enough to reduce a victim to a mere mortal. He continued, noting that, according to Hua Yin, the poison weakened the victim so much that he was able to easily defeat a blood sect elder with a single strike. Hearing the Supreme Grandmaster's recount, Jiuzhu couldn't help but marvel that a single move was enough, as its power truly matched the legendary cultivation-dispersing poison. Deeply grateful after hearing the miraculous process, Jiuzhu bowed solemnly to express his respect to Senior Man Du Shen Jun, admitting his own ignorance of such a brilliant plan. Remarking that with this lethal treasure, the Alliance leader could finally sleep soundly, the Supreme Grandmaster laughed and said the one to thank was actually this young boy. The Supreme Grandmaster closed his eyes with an even more triumphant smile, explaining that it was Xiao Long who had discovered this supreme treasure. He revealed that the boy had dared to test the poison on himself, and then lured a blood sect elder into drinking his blood, causing the man to writhe between life and death for 10 days. Xiao Long scratched his head in embarrassment at Jiuzhu's high praise, but was startled when the man suddenly patted his shoulder and told him he was being too modest. With a determined gaze, Jiuzhu solemnly promised young hero Ryuan that he would do his utmost to fulfill any request and would certainly report his wishes to the Alliance leader. Xiao Long fell into thought for a moment before hesitantly asking with a blush of embarrassment if he might make a bold request. Jiuzhu was completely taken aback by the response when the boy asked if he could possibly receive some documentation regarding venomous creatures. Information on venomous creatures, not martial arts manuals, miraculous elixirs, or precious treasures. The Supreme Family head nearby couldn't help but burst into laughter. His laughter filled the room as Jiuzhu covered his mouth with a paper fan, thinking to himself that this man was truly an eccentric. In the long history of the martial world, this was likely the first time such an oddity had appeared. Jiuzhu did not give a direct response. Instead, he posed another question, asking if the man would be interested in a legendary, mysterious lizard, even if it wasn't the specific venomous creature he saw. Amidst the lonely mountain scenery, the babbling stream echoed like a melodic tune. Tian-Er turned and respectfully reported to his uncle that everyone seemed to have gathered. He then explained in detail that they were at Gongjia Mountain in Sichuan. According to the ancient map of the ancestors, the majestic waterfall and the towering turtle stone statue appeared in the distance, with the peak of Gongjia Mountain also coming into view. Jiuzhu walked to the edge of the stream and gently reached out to touch the crystal-clear water, feeling the bone-chilling cold of melting ice flowing through his fingers. Jiuzhu remarked that it was indeed water from 10,000-year-old ice, freezing to the bone. He then ordered everyone to rest there while telling Tian-Er to follow him closely, to which the youth respectfully complied. The attendants shouted in unison, obeying Lord Jiuzhu's command. With lightning speed, Jiuzhu activated his supreme light body technique, his toes lightly tapping the water's surface as he glided away like a passing breeze. The two figures moved swiftly one after the other toward the waterfall cascading down the steep cliff. Upon arriving, Jiuzhu leaned his hand against the damp rock face and observed the turbulent, rushing stream. While surveying the terrain, Jiuzhu muttered that after passing the turtle stone and going up the waterfall, they would find a hidden cave entrance next to a fist-shaped rock, causing Tian-Er to cry out in joy. Perfectly matched the records in the ancient texts. Their eyes met in mutual understanding as Jiuzhu gave a solemn instruction. He stated he would enter the cave first and told the others to follow closely behind. Tian-Er respectfully accepted the order, and Jiuzhu stepped into the dark, deep cavern with slow, heavy footsteps. His footsteps echoed through the terrifyingly silent space. His expression was exceptionally grave, for even the slightest mistake could lead to unpredictable consequences. When they reached a spot where the scenery suddenly brightened, Jiuzhu pushed the vines aside and let out a soft cry of astonishment as he looked inside. It turned out there was a natural skylight above, with light streaming down from high overhead. He let out a soft breath, noting that they had finally reached their destination. Tian-Er couldn't help but marvel at how such a divine scene was hidden within the gloomy cave. Jiuzhu looked around and firmly concluded that the place was indeed perfect for the growth of spiritual herbs. Next, he carefully surveyed the surroundings before shouting excitedly that he had found it. Before them stood a small green tree dotted with blood-red flowers, emitting spiritual energy so dense that even breathing felt refreshing. This was the famous 100-year snow ginseng, a spiritual herb that absorbed cold essence. Tian-Er was equally thrilled, noting that they only needed to trade it for the precious Black River he Shu Wu from the Nangong clan. Jiuzhu nodded in agreement, stating that with this in hand, the severed meridian condition of the Nangong clan's young lady would surely take a turn for the better. In return, they would obtain a Black River he Shu Wu over 200 years old. He sat down to admire the snow ginseng and spoke calmly before reaching out to pick it. but a sudden whistling sound by his ear made him freeze in place. A strange object was approaching at a terrifying speed. He was horrified as something shot out from a dark crevice in the rocks, moving like a bolt of lightning toward his elbow. Tian'er hurriedly asked if his uncle was injured. Zhuge, who watched the lightning-fast object leave white snowflakes in its wake, and shouted a warning that he was fine but to be careful, as the thing was eerily fast. Tian'er watched as the snowflakes grew denser within the cave. The mysterious creature launched another attack toward Zhuge. He quickly raised his fan to block it, then stared intently at the weapon in his hand with a furrowed brow. A thin layer of ice had already coated the fan. Zhuge suspected it was a poisonous cold aura. Tian'er approached him while trembling, asking what on earth that creature could be. He remained silent for a moment, searching his memories before slowly uttering the word, lizard. Tian'er cried out in surprise as Zhuge, who recalled the strange appearance of the golden-green creature. He calmly explained that it was a green lizard. Upon hearing this, Xiao Long couldn't help but exclaim in shock, asking if it was truly a green lizard. He thought to himself that a natural green lizard was an extremely rare species. The Supreme Family Head curiously asked what the concern was, as lizards were usually harmless. Xiao Long's eyes suddenly lit up like headlights, and he even began to drool, showing an expression of extreme obsession as he laughed loudly, saying it was nothing. He then whispered that in his eyes, a venomous lizard was a peerless treasure. The Supreme Family Head could only manage an awkward laugh. Haha, I don't quite understand what you're saying, fellow Taoist, but let's just go with that, Zhuge said with a dry laugh while thinking to himself. He truly is an eccentric individual, he thought, before kindly adding, if I hear any more news about other venomous creatures, I will definitely inform you first. Xiao Long's eyes immediately sparkled like stars as he flattered him. Wow, thank you, big brother. The Supreme Patriarch could only offer a wry smile, left speechless. The next day, his father-in-law finally returned, his booming voice echoing as he pushed open the door. My dear son-in-law. Everyone in the hall had gathered, seemingly discussing something important, and Xiao Long turned to respond. Yes, father-in-law, he replied, while Huang Yin also greeted him gently. Father. The man rushed forward, looking him over and pinching Xiao Long's face as he inspected him from head to toe, asking anxiously about his health. With his face being squeezed out of shape, he still managed to answer, I am fine, father-in-law. Xiao Long then raised his arms, which were covered in numerous snake bite scars. Speaking with a bit of exaggeration, he said, I finally woke up after being unconscious for 10 days. These ugly scars remain on my arms, but at least I managed to keep this measly life of mine. Hearing this, the clan head grew even more furious. He huffed and cursed loudly. What? Those blood-sect bastards. Suddenly remembering something, he immediately shut his mouth and turned to ask his daughter. Huang Yin, my daughter, are you all right? Covered in sweat, Huang Yin hurried to reassure him. Father, please calm your anger, before happily sharing the good news. I am also safe and sound. Brother Xiao Long saved my life and our entire family. The Supreme Patriarch chimed in. That's right, our worthy son-in-law Xiao Long has performed a great service. He added also, when he defeated that elder, didn't he say something like, I am your natural enemy? Huang Yin quickly corrected him. It was actually me, Xiao Long said, his face turning red with embarrassment. My plan just happened to have a bit of success through luck, haha. Because of that, we accidentally discovered the blood sect's fatal weakness. At this point, Zhuge spoke up slowly. Ji Shan, I've been standing here this whole time too. The clan head finally noticed Ji Shan and asked, Oh, brother, how have you been? The two shook hands joyfully as the clan head teased reproachfully. Ever since you became a high official, you've completely neglected me. I suppose I only see your face when something major happens. Zhuge gave a bitter smile and apologized. Oh, is that so? Then I truly owe you an apology. Seeing this, Huang Yin explained to Xiao Long. The two grandfathers have been best friends since they were young and poor. Xiao Long's mouth hung open in surprise as he exclaimed, Oh, so that's how it is, while thinking to himself how speechless he was. Zhuge patted the clan head's shoulder and said, Well, let's sit down first. We have plenty of important matters to discuss regarding that blood sect. He laughed and replied, Ah, you're right. The Tang clan patriarch waved his sleeve and commanded with a dignified tone, Both of you be seated as well. I want to hear the full story from beginning to end. Xiao Long nodded slightly. He respectfully replied, As you command, father-in-law. Once everyone was settled, the Tang clan head turned his gaze toward Zhuge and asked calmly, So about that spy? Hearing the word spy, Xiao Long was startled and immediately questioned, A spy? A series of theories instantly flashed through his mind. Could it be a secret agent? You mean moles who have infiltrated this place? The Tang clan head glanced at him sideways without bothering to answer. It seemed he had more important matters to handle. Those Blood Demon sect members broke into the Tang clan with the primary goal of obtaining the Blood Hand Poison Claw manual, correct? the clan head questioned sternly. Io Long quickly replied, reporting to father-in-law, that is correct. Those people seemed extremely desperate to get their hands on that manual. Exactly which vermin dared to leak the secret of the Blood Hand, Poison Claw to those blood demon cultists, and even claimed it was hidden within the Sichuan Tang clan. Io Long jumped up and exclaimed in horror, "This is far too serious. Could there be someone within our clan or among the Tang clan disciples conspiring with the blood sect to betray the sect?" The tense atmosphere vanished instantly as everyone around him stood frozen like statues, staring at each other in bewilderment. Juge Hu put his arm around the man next to him and laughed. "Brother Ching, it seems you need to properly educate this foolish son-in-law of yours. He's still a newcomer, so it's understandable that he's a bit slow on the uptake." The Tang clan head could only stroke his white beard and offer a wry smile to save face. Trying to recover some dignity, Xiao Long stood there frozen like a log, screaming internally, "Am I the only outsider here?" Huang Yin gently explained to break the awkward silence. "Xiao Long, it is absolutely impossible for there to be a mole within our Tang clan." Xiao Long was still skeptical and asked again, "Is that really true?" The Tang clan head then explained in detail, "Even when selecting a mere servant, we investigate their ancestors back 3 generations. Only if no issues are found do we admit their entire family into the Tang clan," he stated firmly. "When one's wife, children, and entire family are bound to the Tang clan, who would be bold enough to act as a spy for outsiders?" Hearing this, Xiao Long could only roll his eyes, wondering if their level of control was truly this twisted. Even with such strict secrecy, information still leaked out, causing him to break into a cold sweat as he wondered who that cursed spy could be. The scene shifts elsewhere, where a woman's throat is being tightly gripped by Zhu Xiao. He hoisted her into the air like a mere chick as her face contorted while she struggled to breathe. Saliva spilled from her mouth, and her bloodshot eyes pleaded for mercy. But Zhu Zhangsu ground his teeth in fury, staring at her with eyes full of hatred now that the truth was revealed. "So it turns out you are a mole for the Martial Arts Alliance," Juge Hu remarked with a raised eyebrow, his voice low as he noted that only a handful of people within the alliance were privy to this matter. It appeared the alliance leader had apprehended the correct traitor, and as the situation drew to a close, an uninvited guest arrived at the gates of the Sichuan Tang clan, shattering the prevailing silence. Holding his head high, the man arrogantly shouted to the gate guards that he had finally reached the Tang clan. Traveling all the way from distant Hebei to the Tang sect's doorstep without utilizing any movement techniques was certainly a peculiar preference. How interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck his own chest with a powerful fist, creating a dull, thunderous boom while flaunting his rippling, solid muscles. His physique was rock solid as he arrogantly announced in a voice that echoed everywhere, demanding they inform the Tang clan head that the leader of the Peng sect, Peng Wuhuan, had arrived for a visit. He thumped his chest, laughing heartily before instructing the guards. "Tell your master that Peng Muan of the Peng family has arrived." A signal arrow whistled into the sky, and upon seeing it, Xiao Long and Hua Yin rushed toward the main gate, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Everyone was surprised and curious about what was happening, prompting Xiao Long to ask if they could go out to welcome the visitors. Hua Yin turned back with a gentle smile, explaining that her father and the elders were discussing important matters. With eyes full of trust and a hint of shyness, she added that as the future son-in-law of the Tang clan, he should be more confident. Hearing those words made Xiao Long feel a bit anxious, but he approached the main gate and opened it with a smile, thinking to himself that it was likely just a guest from another family. There was nothing to fear, yet in contrast to his calm, the guard beside him had turned pale with fright the moment the gates swung open. Xiao Long came face to face with Peng Muan and his subordinates, all of whom were staring at him with such stern expressions that he couldn't help but shudder. Peng Muan appeared surprised and slightly confused, but he rested his hands on his hips and smiled instinctively upon seeing Hua Yin, who bowed respectfully to greet the head of the Peng family. "Haha, it's been a while," Peng Muan laughed, remarking that the last time he saw her, she was just a little girl, and now she had grown so much he almost didn't recognize her. Hua Yin closed her eyes slightly with a forced smile, noting that it had been 5 years since then. Realizing how much time had passed, Peng Muan's gaze turned serious once more. He then shifted his focus to Xiao Long, asking who the boy was, and under the intense scrutiny of the Peng clan head, Xiao Long began to sweat profusely. Seeing him drenched in sweat made Hua Yin feel somewhat embarrassed, while Xiao Long quickly greeted Peng Muan, introducing himself as the son-in-law of the Tang clan. Peng Muan stared intently at the young man while stroking his chin in deep thought, then suddenly pinched Xiao Long's cheek and asked a curious question. "Are you Hua Yin's fiancé?" he asked. Caught off guard by the sudden physical contact, Xiao Long was flustered, while Hua Yin covered her mouth and nodded with a smile. Peng Muen's gaze instantly sharpened, causing Xiao Long to break into a sweat again as he nervously looked away. Yet Peng Muen's attention remained entirely fixed on him. He placed a hand under Xiao Long's chin with a scrutinizing look, and without a moment's hesitation, he suddenly reached down and touched the boy's private parts, causing Xiao Long's face to turn as red as a tomato. Across from them, Hua Yin was stunned into silence with her mouth wide open, while Peng Muen laughed heartily and explained that he had been wondering if the boy was too young. But it seems your essence down there is already that of a true man, he remarked. Xiao Long panted heavily, looking back and forth between Peng Muen and Hua Yin in utter confusion. Completely bewildered by what had just occurred, Xiao Long watched as Peng Muen placed a hand on his head, gave a confident thumbs up, and smiled, saying that in a few years, this boy will surely be extraordinary. Hua Yin's face turned bright red as she quickly looked away and covered her face, suddenly remembering that the Peng family members were never ones for formalities or tedious etiquette. Consequently, their leader had a very unique way of evaluating people. Peng Muen placed a hand on Xiao Long's shoulder and began to smile, while his subordinates also cast surprised glances toward the boy. They thought to themselves that he was truly a special individual, and one man even rested his chin on his hand, leaning down to curiously peer at the boy's sensitive area, leaving Xiao Long's eyes filled with confusion. He looked away, feeling a bit dejected, but then told himself that this was perhaps just their style, a form of mutual recognition between men. Thinking this, he turned toward Peng Muen with eyes sparkling with joy, smiling as he thanked him for the compliment. Peng Muen burst into laughter, thinking to himself that this boy was truly different from the useless, pampered heirs of other prestigious families. He slapped Xiao Long hard on the back and introduced himself as Peng Muen, the head of the Peng family, hitting him so forcefully that Huang Long nearly stumbled forward. He returned the greeting, welcoming them to the Tang sect, while Muen Yin stood nearby breaking into a cold sweat before speaking up to catch Peng Muen's attention with a question. He turned toward her curiously, asking what her question was, as she looked back with wide, inquisitive eyes, wondering how they had arrived so quickly from such a distance to assist the Tang family. Upon hearing this, Peng Muen's expression turned serious as the truth was they hadn't come to help. He asked in surprise if the Tang sect was in trouble, scanning Xiao Long from head to toe, while Huang Yin broke into a nervous sweat. Seeing her expression, Xiao Long also became confused, and later, once the group returned to the manor and sat down for tea, Peng Muen was visibly startled to hear about the blood cult's appearance. As the atmosphere calmed, Huang Yin announced that the blood cult members had been completely wiped out, prompting Peng Muen to rest his chin on his hand and sigh in frustration, blaming himself for not arriving sooner. Sitting nearby, Juge, who merely smiled in silence until the family head broke the quiet by asking what had brought brother Peng there, to which Peng Muen seemed ready to explain. Turning to the family head, he confessed that he had been so engrossed in Lady Huang Yin's story about the blood cult that he forgot his main purpose, which was to ask the Tang family for a favor, drawing the immediate attention of both Huang Yin and Xiao Long. The family head, showing a mix of surprise and curiosity, urged brother Peng to explain further, prompting the man to cover his mouth and call out toward the door with a serious tone. He signaled his subordinate to bring the young girl in to meet the elders, while Juge, who watched Peng Muen intently with growing curiosity. The hall doors swung open as one of Peng Muen's bright-eyed subordinates stepped inside, causing Huang Yin to instinctively cover her mouth in surprise. She was shocked to see a child on the man's back, while a tense Xiao Long broke into a sweat as the man approached the table and told the young lady to come down and greet the elders of the Sichuan Tang sect. A sleepy voice muttered from behind him that she was still tired, a sight that left Xiao Long stunned and speechless with his mouth hanging open. Huang Yin was equally astonished as a young girl dressed in white stepped down from the man's back, casually sucking on a lollipop. The entire hall fell silent as every eye turned toward the adorable girl, who politely greeted the elders before introducing herself. She identified herself as Peng Yingying before going back to eating a cookie, while Peng Muen affectionately pulled her into his arms and happily introduced her to everyone. He introduced her as his young daughter, leaving both Xiao Long and Huang Yin in a daze, with Huang Yin marveling at how the father and daughter looked exactly alike. While Xiao Long remained in shock, Peng Muen couldn't help but laugh, explaining that everyone reacted that way because they looked so similar, before his voice turned somber as he patted his daughter's head and stated his reason for visiting the Tang sect. He had come for the sake of the girl, and as she continued eating her snack, he placed a hand on her shoulder and asked the Tang family head to examine her, as her health had been poor lately. The family head asked with a serious expression if Brother Peng meant his daughter was ill, causing Xiao Long to stare at the girl in disbelief that such a lively child could be sick. Upon closer observation, he seemed to sense a strange energy radiating from her body, and that night, Xiao Long tossed and turned in bed. Ignoring the small centipedes crawling over him, he carefully considered Peng Yingying's symptoms, but still couldn't determine the cause of her condition. Closing his eyes while absent-mindedly stroking a small centipede, he recalled the conversation from hours ago when Yingying sat in a chair under everyone's solemn gaze. Peng Muin explained that his daughter occasionally suffered from shortness of breath and red rashes, sometimes even losing consciousness only to wake up shortly after as if nothing happened. He expressed his frustration, noting he had even consulted disciples of the medical sect. However, they all claimed she was perfectly healthy, and one person even suggested something so absurd that he nearly beat them to death, prompting the question of what that absurdity was. When the clan leader asked, Peng Muin replied that they suspected she had been intentionally poisoned, but he insisted that no one in the Peng family would ever do such a thing. Xiao Long's eyes widened in shock while Huang Yin's expression hardened, and after checking Yingying's pulse, the clan leader stood up and concluded that she had indeed been poisoned. He suggested it might be an internal matter within the Peng family, leaving Peng Muin stunned and frantically denying it, swearing that no one in his clan would commit such a heartless act. Holding his head, he refused to discuss it further out of a refusal to suspect his own kin, while Zhu Zhu nodded in agreement, noting that since things were unclear, they shouldn't rush to judgment as poisoning isn't always an intentional act of malice. The patriarch kept his eyes on the girl eating snacks and decided to arrange a guest courtyard for them so he could observe her condition. He wanted to see if it was a case of poisoning or a rare disease, and Peng Muin gratefully thanked him before leaving his daughter in his care. Back in the present, Xiao Long recalled the girl eating sweets and realized her symptoms were very similar to heat syndrome from excessive sugar. He noticed that sugar seemed to be accumulating unnaturally inside her body, causing him to sit up and fall into deep thought. He wondered if this ailment caused red rashes, as such obvious signs should be easy to spot, just as a frantic knocking came from the door. His eyes widened in surprise as a panicked voice shouted that something terrible had happened, and when he opened the door, a maid told him Ying had fainted. Xiao Long was shocked by the news and quickly threw on his coat before rushing to the residence of Peng Muin and his daughter. When he arrived, he found Hua Yin and the Peng family's men already there, all looking worried as Ying lay unconscious with a flushed face. She was breathing heavily in her panicked father's arms, and Hua Yin explained that she had suddenly collapsed while sitting in the pavilion. The patriarch noted that since she fainted here as well, they could rule out a spy in the Peng family, causing Peng Muin to clench his fist. He became overwhelmed and confused by the situation, and without any hesitation, he delivered a thunderous punch directly to his own jaw. The blow was so strong that a tooth flew out, leaving his subordinate stunned as Peng Muin closed his eyes and smiled bitterly in self-reproach. He felt guilty for even momentarily doubting his own people, and was now certain that if Ying fainted again, there must be another reason. Seeing this, one of his subordinates sobbed into his hands with emotion, while Xiao Long stood there with his mouth agape in shock. Stunned by the sight of the flying tooth, Xiao Long watched as the other subordinates also began punching themselves for failing to protect the young lady. As they all took the blame for the incident, the patriarch gestured for them to stop, while Xiao Long raised his voice, asking everyone to remain calm. Hearing him, the bruised men stopped their self-inflicted punishment and turned their attention to Xiao Long, who held up a finger with a confident smile. He claimed there was a way to uncover the true cause of her illness and prove that everyone present was innocent beyond any doubt. Peng Muin and the patriarch immediately looked at Xiao Long with curiosity as he calmly sat down beside the former. Xiao Long stared directly at him, causing Peng Muin to widen his eyes in surprise before the boy explained that the first step was to remove all of Ying's clothing. Both the patriarch and Hua Yin were frozen in place like stone statues, while Peng Muin's eyes began to burn with a fierce, vengeful rage. The patriarch was speechless while Peng Muin glared at him, demanding to know what he had just said in a voice filled with confusion and anger. Xiao Long, caught off guard by their intense reaction, simply repeated that they needed to take off all of Ying's clothes. Before he could finish, a furious Peng Muin grabbed him by the collar, terrified that the boy intended to do something inappropriate to his daughter. As Xiao Long turned pale with fear and begged him to wait, a small centipede crawled out of his sleeve and glared menacingly at Peng Muin. Realizing the centipede was ready to strike, Xiao Long quickly ordered it to hide again, sensing that Peng Muin's composure was completely vanishing. The patriarch, looking equally pale, tried to intervene by suggesting that his son-in-law must have a valid reason for making such a request. Hua Yin also spoke up anxiously, pleading with the head of the Peng family to at least let Xiao Long finish his explanation. Xiao Long could only close his eyes and offer a forced smile as Peng Muin glared at him, his rage mixed with a sense of bewilderment. Despite her panic, Hua Yin tried to defend him by saying he was a good person, and eventually, Peng Muin let go of the boy who had dared to suggest touching his young daughter. He decided to listen to the boy's explanation to see if it was reasonable, and once released, Xiao Long panted heavily with a sense of relief. Sitting on the floor across from Peng Muin, he spoke seriously while the man listened calmly. Peng Muin then crossed his arms and closed his eyes in trust. Xiao Long raised a finger and sincerely explained that his intent was to remove Lady Peng's current attire and replace it with a different set of clothes. It was highly probable the cause of her fainting was linked to her clothing or personal items. Hearing this, Peng Muin stood frozen, realizing the gravity of his mistake as he lowered his head and clenched his fists. He was about to punish himself again for his suspicion, but seeing this, Xiao Long frantically waved his hands and urged him to remain calm. He remarked that being shocked by his daughter's state was understandable, and with a kind smile, Patriarch Peng thanked Xiao Long from the bottom of his heart for his understanding. Xiao Long looked directly at Peng Muin and explained that the Tang family would now oversee Lady Peng's care, restricting all contact with the Peng family until further notice, which surprised both the patriarch and Hua Yin. Peng Muin pointed at himself and asked in confusion if he was also excluded, to which Xiao Long nodded with a confident smile. He reasoned that if she continued to show the same symptoms under their care, it would prove the cause was entirely unrelated to the Peng family. This method is known as controlled environmental adjustment, a technique frequently used by those who raise insects and venomous amphibians. In his previous life, Xiao Long once took his small chameleon out of its cage, wishing the creature could actually converse with him. It could have told him if it needed more vitamin D in its food. If only such creatures could tell humans exactly where they were hurting, everything would have been much simpler. But since that was impossible, a keeper had to systematically alter environmental factors like habitat and diet. This was done to identify what was making the creature ill. Back in the present, Ying Ying remained motionless with a flushed face and heavy breathing. Xiao Long planned to use this exact method to diagnose the girl, intending to completely reset her environment and gradually reintroduce old elements to find the pathogen, as they couldn't just watch her keep fainting. The patriarch stroked his beard with a curious expression, nodding in agreement that Xiao Long was right. With a bit of time, they would surely uncover the cause of the girl's illness. He couldn't help but inwardly praise his son-in-law for such a brilliant idea, while Xiao Long's eyes widened in anxious alarm at the sudden compliment. Meanwhile, Hua Yin gently closed her eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Peng Muin now fully understood Xiao Long's plan, his entire body trembling with emotion. He held his daughter tightly with tearful eyes, earnestly pleading for Xiao Long to take good care of her, as Xiao Long's gaze shone with confidence. Placing a hand on his chest, he smiled resolutely and said, "Patriarch Peng, please trust me." For unknown to anyone, he was used to taming countless strange creatures, making this task seem simple. The next morning, Ying Ying woke up sobbing with tear-filled eyes. Things were clearly not as easy as Xiao Long had imagined, as the little girl began to wail. Seeing this, he panicked and didn't know what to do, which only made Ying Ying cry louder, leaving Xiao Long to scratch his head in frustration. He was completely bewildered because she hadn't stopped crying since she woke up. At that moment, Ying Yin and his mother-in-law were out. They were preparing the necessary items to care for Ying Ying, leaving Xiao Long alone to deal with the fussy girl. He approached the bed and asked in confusion, "You sleepy or hungry? I really don't know what to do." But as minutes passed and the crying didn't stop, Xiao Long could only clasp his hands in a plea. With a bitter smile, he asked if she was crying because Patriarch Peng wasn't there, pointing outside as he hurriedly explained that her father had gone to get medicine and would return soon. Still teary-eyed, Ying Ying puffed out her cheeks and replied that she wanted candy. Xiao Long broke into a cold sweat, realizing she was throwing a tantrum for sweets, not because she missed her father. Ying Ying sobbed again, saying her candy was all gone and she was all alone. Xiao Long suddenly remembered that while changing Ying Ying's clothes yesterday, Hua Yin had been surprised to find numerous secret little pockets on the girl's person just for holding candy. With a gentle smile, he coaxed her to be good and calm down. "You've just woken up, so you shouldn't eat candy right away. Have some porridge first and I'll make some candy for you later." Hearing this, Ying Ying stopped crying and asked in surprise, "Really? Will you really make candy for me?" Xiao Long raised a finger and promised that if the young mistress finished her porridge and behaved, he would make a special tanghulu just for her. Her eyes sparkled as she closed them with a sweet smile, deciding to trust him and firmly declaring that a member of the Peng family always keeps their word. She insisted he could strike her face if she failed to keep her promise, leaving Xiao Long to sigh inwardly, wondering how the Peng family raised their children. During the day, Peng Muin hid anxiously in a secluded thicket of the manor, watching from afar with tearful eyes as Ying Ying played with a bee while Hua Yin passed by. Unable to approach her due to the rules forbidding contact with the Peng family, he could only watch until Xiao Long suddenly spotted him and asked what he was doing there. Startled by Xiao Long's voice, Peng Muin immediately pulled him into the bushes and asked with great concern how Ying Ying was doing. Caught off guard by the sudden pull, Xiao Long tumbled to the ground before quickly sitting up to report that the girl was eating well and behaving perfectly. Peng Muin's jaw dropped in shock upon hearing his daughter was eating, and he was even more stunned when Xiao Long mentioned she had finished an entire plate of pork. Utterly bewildered by how Xiao Long managed to get her to eat, Peng Muin listened as the boy simply explained that she had done it all on her own. As Peng Muin's confusion grew, a woman in a red dress appeared, drawing both of their gazes toward the gently smiling Hua Yin. She respectfully greeted the Peng family head, who returned the gesture with a grateful smile, thanking her for looking after his daughter. When Hua Yin calmly mentioned that Ying Ying was asking where her big brother Xiao Long had gone, Peng Muin froze as a wave of intense jealousy washed over him. While Xiao Long felt a bit awkward, Peng Muin's eyes burned with rage at the thought that he hadn't even had a proper conversation with his daughter yet. Infuriated that the boy had already become so close to her, Peng Muin glared at the terrified Xiao Long and roared, demanding to know since when his daughter started calling him big brother. Without a moment's delay, Xiao Long gritted his teeth and bolted away, leaving a frustrated Peng Muin behind as Hua Yin cheerfully asked if he was heading to the training grounds. While running, he explained that Ying Ying had calmed down after playing with the golden-furred queen bees, and upon arriving at the training grounds, he saw her happily playing with one. She cradled the bee and greeted him warmly as more bees began to surround her, with one landing on her head and another licking her cheek, making her giggle from the tickling. Xiao Long stood with his arms crossed and a smile on his face, realizing that these small creatures had helped him and Ying Ying become close friends so quickly. When another bee climbed onto his own head, Xiao Long suddenly realized the golden-furred queen bees liked Ying Ying because she had spilled sugar syrup on herself while eating. He wondered if they had mistaken her for food, but Ying Ying was so delighted by their affection that she insisted on visiting them every single day. Just then, the queen bee emerged from a hollow in the tree, and Ying Ying pointed it out to Xiao Long with a radiant smile while continuing to play with the swarm. Sitting on a long bench, Xiao Long smiled and told her not to disturb the queen bee since it was busy, and the girl obediently nodded with her eyes closed. In that moment, Ying Long felt a strange sense of joy, thinking that this must be what it felt like to have a younger sister. He realized that looking after a child wasn't so bad after all, but his thoughts were interrupted when Ying Ying raised her hand and called out that there was another bee. Startled, Xiao Long quickly warned her to be careful, explaining that certain types of bees could be quite aggressive. Before he could finish his warning, the girl let out a sharp cry of pain from a sting, prompting Xiao Long to rush to her side and check the small mark on her hand. He told her they needed to go to the infirmary immediately, even though Ying Ying looked at the sting and whispered that it didn't seem too serious. Xiao Long firmly insisted on applying medicine as a precaution against the potentially dangerous venom, and the saddened girl could only nod in agreement. Suddenly, Xiao Long sensed something was wrong as Ying Ying began to gasp for air, her face flushing red before her entire body started trembling with cold. She lost consciousness and collapsed in an instant, but Xiao Long reacted swiftly, catching her small body before it could hit the ground as he stood there in shock. Peng Muin's words echoed in his mind, recalling how the girl occasionally struggled to breathe, developed large red rashes, and sometimes even lost consciousness. He finally understood as a flash of anger crossed his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he realized that the cause of Ying Ying's frequent fainting was anaphylactic shock. Anaphylaxis is a severe allergic reaction that occurs when the immune system overreacts. Normally, when toxins enter, the immune system attacks to eliminate the threat, causing local inflammation. The body releases histamine to dilate blood vessels, allowing white blood cells and antibodies to rush in and destroy invaders. But problems arise when the body overreacts to harmless substances. A massive, uncontrolled release of histamine causes blood vessels throughout the body to dilate suddenly, leading to a severe drop in blood pressure. Oxygen then fails to reach the brain and vital organs, which can be fatal in extreme cases. Without a second of hesitation, Xiao Long hoisted Ying Ying onto his back and sprinted at full speed with a grim expression, knowing they were running out of time. As he ran, he whispered softly into her ear, telling Ying Ying to hold on just a bit longer. A few minutes later, thanks to his extraordinary movement techniques, Xiao Long arrived at the patriarch's residence and shouted anxiously that his father-in-law should come because Ying Ying had fainted, prompting the patriarch to swing the door open. Ying Ying's face was now as red as a tomato, and her breathing was growing weaker, so Xiao Long held her carefully in his arms while gritting his teeth in worry. Peng Muin rushed out immediately after, and seeing his unconscious daughter, he frantically asked what happened while Xiao Long explained she was having severe breathing difficulties. Trembling with fear in his eyes, Peng Muin took his daughter and immediately began circulating his internal energy into her body to stabilize her vital energy and blood. The patriarch sat silently nearby and observed as Ying Ying's breathing gradually became steady, and the red rashes slowly began to fade away. Within seconds, all critical symptoms vanished, allowing Xiao Long to breathe a sigh of relief and collapse to the ground, silently marveling at the wonders of internal energy. In modern medicine, treating anaphylactic shock requires epinephrine, steroids, and antihistamines, and sometimes even intubation. Yet in this world, internal energy seemed capable of resolving everything. The patriarch's gaze remained fixed on Ying Ying, his expression turning serious as he recognized the symptoms were identical to previous episodes, and he turned to ask Xiao Long. He asked if he had seen what triggered the reaction while being with her, and Peng Muin also looked over curiously, hoping Xiao Long knew the cause. Xiao Long sat up straight and nodded firmly, stating he saw it clearly, then confidently raised a finger to reveal that Ying Ying collapsed right after being stung by a bee. Upon hearing this, both Peng Muin and the patriarch gasped in shock, unable to believe a tiny bee could cause such a severe reaction, leaving the patriarch to stroke his beard in contemplation. Although rare, he had heard of people fainting after bee stings, yet this still failed to explain the girl's previous instances of losing consciousness. Peng Muin agreed that if it were only bee stings, his daughter wouldn't have survived until now, and as he worried they still hadn't found the root cause, the patriarch sighed just as he was about to say they found no connection. Xiao Long suddenly smiled and nodded with his eyes closed, claiming he had found the cause, which left the patriarch stunned as he asked in disbelief if it were true, to which Xiao Long gave a determined smile. He explained that Ying Ying being stung by the bee was exactly what helped him discover the real reason, leaving Peng Muin speechless with astonishment as he hurriedly urged him on. He told him to explain it clearly, so Xiao Long nodded, preparing to give a detailed account while Peng Muin's face broke into a nervous sweat. The patriarch narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Xiao Long's gaze shifted to Ying Ying. He closed his eyes, smiled, and said something that left everyone stunned. He stated they must first remove the girl's clothes, and as dusk fell, Huang Yin closed the room door and turned back with a sincere look to confirm the situation. Everything was exactly as Xiao Long had described. At first glance, the rashes on her body were hard to notice, but close observation revealed old marks fading and new ones appearing, while Xiao Long stood behind her with a bump on his head. Alongside the patriarch and Peng Muin, the head of the family folded his arms with a satisfied smile, while Peng Muin's eyes sparkled with joy. He silently acknowledged that Xiao Long was absolutely right, and just then, the lady of the house peeked through the door, sternly gesturing for everyone to stay quiet since the young lady had not yet awakened. Everyone nodded softly as Peng Muin brought his fist to his mouth and cleared his throat, admitting that everything was indeed as Xiao Long said, noting other marks besides the rashes, while Xiao Long still had the bump on his head. He quietly observed the man with a gaze heavy with sadness and confusion. Peng Muin inquired why his daughter had been unconscious all this time, to which Xiao Long firmly replied it was due to bee venom, leaving Peng Muin bewildered. He recalled the family head asserting this was not the cause, questioning how a bee sting could possibly go unnoticed. The Peng estate's courtyard was paved entirely in stone without a single flower, so he demanded to know the basis for Xiao Long's conclusion. Acknowledging that a typical sting would be obvious, he remained certain because the girl's symptoms aligned perfectly with anaphylactic shock triggered by bee venom. As he opened his eyes, his pupils shimmered with a vast internal library of knowledge regarding every venomous creature in existence. With a look of intense focus, he realized he needed to find a different creature whose venom contained melatonin or peptides that caused swelling and respiratory distress. his thoughts drifted to the temperate forests of China's Hebei province, considering candidates like the white-lipped pit viper, the Chinese scorpion, and various red ant species. Xiao Long tapped his chin and ruled out snakes and scorpions, while Peng Muin and the family head watched his puzzling behavior with growing confusion. He visualized Ying Ying eating sweets, searching for an environment where she would frequently encounter such a venomous creature. Realizing her love for sugar was the key, he remembered her secret pocket for candy, and a confident smile spread across his face as he solved the mystery. He reaffirmed his conclusion with absolute certainty, insisting it was bee venom and asking Huang Yin to trust his judgment. An irritated Peng Muin reminded him that no bees existed within the Peng residence, but Xiao Long simply offered a self-assured grin. He explained that members of the Tang clan should know venom affects individuals differently, where a tiny dose might kill one person, while another could endure 10 times as much. Peng Muin stood agape in a cold sweat despite his confusion, while the family head reached out in agreement, acknowledging that the same toxin yields different results. Xiao Long further explained that Ying Ying was uniquely sensitive to this specific venom as Huang Yin, and the others listened intently, nodding in understanding. With eyes gleaming with confidence, he pointed to his head and stated that while she was vulnerable to bee venom, the absence of bees left only one possibility. As Peng Muin watched the boy with increasing anxiety, a queen bee lay nearby on the estate grounds, watching over her colony. The culprit was indeed related to bees but was a very specific species, and as night fell, Xiao Long crouched beside a pile of rocks. Huang Yin held a lantern to illuminate the area while the skeptical family heads watched the young man, questioning if he was truly in the right spot. When Peng Muin asked for confirmation, Xiao Long smiled confidently and requested that Huang Yin bring the light closer to the ground. Huang Yin complied and moved the lantern forward, allowing Xiao Long to place a single piece of candy upon the earth. Before long, several small ants emerged from the stone crevices and swarmed the sweet treat until one suddenly attacked another. As the victim seemed to cry out, Xiao Long used his chopsticks with lightning speed to snatch up the aggressive insect, identifying it as the culprit. Peng Muin and the family heads focused their attention on the creature, shocked to find that it was clearly an ant rather than a bee. Xiao Long urged them to look closer, explaining that this particular species of ant was actually a distant relative of the bee. Though Peng Muin was initially confused, his eyes soon widened in horror as he saw the tiny, aggressive ant possessed a large stinger at the end of its body. They were stunned that an ant could possess such a formidable stinger, finally understanding what Xiao Long meant by them being related to bees. While Peng Muin stood there speechless, Xiao Long revealed that this relative of the bee was the true reason Ying Ying had collapsed. It was a true needle ant, and as Peng Xiao stared at it in a cold sweat, the other family heads were equally paralyzed with shock. This creature, a member of the Hymenoptera order known as the Asian needle ant, was the genuine culprit behind Ying Ying's condition. SRT, or Pachycondyla chinensis. Many might wonder what ants have to do with stingers, but it's simple. These needle ants evolved from the same ancestor as bees. This means they still retain many similar traits, including venom. In fact, studies show that those who suffer anaphylactic shock from needle ant venom also tend to react similarly to bee stings. And when Xiao Long picked up the ant with chopsticks, it became even more aggressive as he pointed at it with a smile. I don't believe this ant intentionally targeted Ying Ying. It likely appeared to hunt the demonic beasts that had infiltrated the Tang family estate. Since the primary diet of needle ants consists of other demonic creatures, they recalled how a member of the Peng family had carefully examined the wound after she was stung. It looked like a common rash, so they couldn't identify what bit her, and even Ying Ying thought it was just a minor scratch, leaving Peng Muin speechless now that he realized such a small thing had caused her collapse. Simply because of such a tiny and insignificant creature, and with a curious expression, he turned to the Tang family head to ask if an antidote could be prepared. There is an antidote for bee venom, but for someone with a body extremely sensitive to toxins like Ying Ying, a standard antidote will not be effective. Hearing this, Peng Muin was stunned, but the family head continued, saying that knowing the cause was a major step forward that would allow them to take precautions. Peng Muin gritted his teeth in frustration, before sighing helplessly and turning to Xiao Long with a sincere smile to thank him. Xiao Long nodded cheerfully and confidently told Patriarch Peng not to worry, as there was still a way to treat Ying Ying. It might take some time, but it's definitely possible, he said, astonishing the family heads as Peng Muin quickly reached out and demanded to know the method. Xiao Long scratched his cheek and calmly replied that it was a method called desensitization. Drawing Hua Yin's immediate attention, as she wondered what her husband was thinking. Xiao Long began to explain, but Peng Mu Wen remained confused and asked if they had to undress Ying Ying again, causing Xiao Long to break into a cold sweat. He hurriedly explained that it was a treatment involving the injection of small amounts of venom into the patient's body over a period of time. This process would gradually reduce the body's sensitivity to the toxin, though it would take some time. While in the background, Hua Yin glared at him angrily. I am certain that once the treatment is finished, Ying Ying will no longer faint from the venom, Xiao Long asserted, while the Tang family head crossed his arms in surprised approval. He realized Xiao Long's method was entirely feasible, as even the Tang sect used similar techniques of introducing venom slowly to build up resistance. Peng Mu Wen clenched his fists and asked once more if Ying Ying would truly be fine, to which the Tang family head smiled and nodded in confirmation. A bright smile appeared on Peng Mu Wen's face as he closed his eyes and slapped Xiao Long's back heartily, thanking him for saving his daughter. Startled by the sudden slap, Xiao Long could only scratch his head in confusion, a sight that made the family head and Hua Yin laugh while Peng Mu Wen's eyes shone brightly. He squeezed Xiao Long's shoulder and said excitedly that after receiving such a great favor, he couldn't let it go unrewarded, asking the boy what he desired. No matter what it is, just say the word and I will grant it, he promised, leaving Xiao Long embarrassed with sweat on his forehead as he thought about how strange the people of this world were. Whenever he helped them, they immediately promised generous rewards with deep gratitude. So Xiao Long quickly cupped his hands and said that since Ying Ying was like a sister, he couldn't accept a reward, making Peng Mu Wen burst into laughter. He slapped the boy's back once more, telling him the Peng family wasn't accustomed to being overly polite and to just speak his mind, causing Xiao Long to cry out in pain. He knew that if he didn't speak up now, he might die from this overwhelming enthusiasm. But then his eyes suddenly lit up and his mouth began to water. He immediately asked if Patriarch Peng could accompany him to visit a mountain, a request that left Peng Mu Wen feeling quite surprised. The next day, Peng Mu Wen, Xiao Long, Gu Fei, and Hua Yin arrived at Mount Gongger in Sichuan, where they stood mesmerized by the majestic beauty of the waterfall. It was a sight they had never witnessed before, prompting Peng Mu Wen to admire the magnificent mountain, while Xiao Long smiled and replied, I heard there is also a stunning cliff here, he said, as Hua Yin stepped closer, her eyes fixed on the waterfall while she smiled in agreement with the general's words. This must be the place. Xiao Long confidently thought she was right, as this was the waterfall and cliff he had mentioned. However, the issue was how to enter the cave behind the cascading water. Hearing his concern, a thought suddenly flashed through Peng Xiao's mind. He recalled with surprise that Xiao Long had mentioned only just starting to learn movement techniques, so he surely didn't know the triple swallow step or the wave-treading swallow glide. What is that? Xiao Long asked curiously. Peng Mu Wen smiled briefly, but it quickly vanished, replaced by a mischievous glint in his eyes. He suddenly grabbed Xiao Long's shirt and hoisted him into the air, saying explaining was too tiring, and he would teach him directly. Xiao Long's eyes widened in terror as he broke into a cold sweat, while Huang Yin watched in shock, covering her mouth. Using all his strength, Peng Mu Wen hurled Xiao Long toward the waterfall as Huang Yin screamed in panic. Before Xiao Long could recover from landing near the falls, Peng Mu Wen was already standing before him, hands on hips, laughing heartily at his agility. Xiao Long collapsed to his knees, silently cursing the man as a lunatic, while Huang Yin rushed over to check on him with deep concern. She helped Xiao Long sit up, and as she looked ahead, she realized there appeared to be a cave entrance behind the white curtain of water. Xiao Long was equally amazed by the mysterious entrance hidden behind the falls. Peng Mu Wen's eyes lit up with excitement as he decided it was time to see what lay inside. A few minutes later, the entire group entered the cavern. The sight inside left both Xiao Long and Huang Yin stunned. He admitted that something felt very strange, and Huang Yin nodded in agreement beside him. For them were small rocks covered in brilliantly glowing crystals, yet the surrounding trees were all withered and dead. The interior of the cave was entirely different from what they had imagined. Xiao Long knelt by the crystals to observe closely as the ground was covered in countless blooming, nameless flowers, creating an indescribably mysterious paradise. While Peng Mu Wen and the others began to wander around, Xiao Long's gaze remained fixed on the dead trees. To him, this place didn't resemble a paradise at all, but rather a hell. Following behind, Huang Yin remarked that despite the light coming through the ceiling vents, no trees were blooming. Instead, they were all decaying, leading Peng Mu Wen to conclude that a divine beast was altering the environment. Focusing on the rocks, he noticed a frigid aura emanating from the central stone. Peng Mu Wen gripped his sword and ordered everyone to stay behind him before cautiously approaching the boulders. A wave of icy air radiated outward, making him sense the danger as his expression turned gray. Just then, a powerful roar echoed from deep within, startling Xiao Long and Huang Yin. Peng Muan immediately unsheathed his sword, his sharp gaze warning that the creature was ahead and telling them to hold their positions. In contrast to the others' tension, Xiao Long's eyes sparkled with excitement. To him, that roar was truly magnificent. From within the rocks, a creature with glowing eyes slowly crawled out, staring intently at the boy before letting out another roar. Xiao Long's jaw dropped in amazement at the sight of a giant fat-tailed gecko. The creature advanced toward them as the icy aura from its body grew increasingly dense. It was about a meter long with small, round yellow eyes and a short, thick tail. Xiao Long instinctively touched his cheek, his eyes overflowing with affection. The gecko was so adorable that he nearly lost his composure. Huang Yin also covered her mouth and giggled, remarking on how beautiful the green lizard was. Hearing this, Xiao Long clenched his fists and couldn't hide his smile, knowing she recognized its true value. Meanwhile, Peng Muan broke into a cold sweat but gritted his teeth upon realizing something just as another roar echoed from within. "There is another one," he warned, tightening his grip on his sword hilt. Hearing this, Xiao Long couldn't help but wonder if they were a pair. He was so excited that steam seemed to rise from his nose as he imagined them breeding. He quickly told Peng Muan they must capture both alive at all costs, even as the gecko outside glared at him with murderous intent. The icy aura from its body intensified, while deep within the rocks, the other gecko appeared to be injured. Huang Yin turned to ask him if anything was wrong. Xiao Long's expression turned serious as his attention shifted entirely to the interior. He had just caught a glimpse of a faint light, but he was certain of one thing. His gaze remained fixed on the gecko inside, as he said worriedly that he thought it might have stopped breathing. The gecko outside roared in anger once more, guarding the entrance without moving an inch. Xiao Long decided to entrust the task of monitoring the situation to Captain Gu Fei in case anything happened. He needed to be notified immediately. Hiding nearby, Gu Fei gave a forced smile and replied that he should be trusted to report any developments. He promised to report any unusual behavior. With that, Xiao Long led the group out of the cave, deciding to retreat for now as night fell, and they lit a campfire near the waterfall. Hua Yin and Peng Muan watched Xiao Long standing pensively near the cave entrance, unsure of the creature's habits, and fearing a reckless move might harm the already injured animal, while the centipedes played around Hua Yin as she brushed back her hair. She gently called him down for dinner, a moment that made Xiao Long instinctively imagine Hua Yin as his wife preparing a meal for him. He couldn't help but blush at the sweet thought while Peng Muan, sitting on a log by the fire, curiously asked if there had been any progress. Xiao Long sat beside Hua Yin and replied after a moment of silence that the gecko inside hadn't moved at all, to which Peng Muan seriously added that it hadn't budged an inch when he checked either. Staring intently at the flames, Xiao Long noted it was strange for a living creature not to eat, as geckos and lizards typically fast for several days when under significant stress. Fat-tailed geckos specifically store energy in their thick tails, so if it wasn't eating, it was likely surviving solely on those reserves. Realizing it was time to decide, Xiao Long solemnly suggested they go inside to check on the stationary gecko, prompting Peng Muan to chuckle. Thinking they were finally taking action, Peng Muan was corrected by Xiao Long, who explained they weren't capturing it but checking its injuries and offering food, requesting the elder to lure the guardian gecko away. Surprised by this, Peng Muan flexed his muscular arms and laughed loudly, asking if it wouldn't be simpler to just knock the creature out with a single strike. Xiao Long broke into a cold sweat, knowing the gecko would die instantly from such a punch, and offered a forced smile. He remarked that if Master Peng took action, the creature would likely perish on the spot, causing Peng Muan to laugh heartily and admit the boy was right. Slapping Xiao Long's back, the elder said it was understandable for a scholar who spent all his time studying to be overwhelmed by his immense power. He nodded in agreement with the plan to subdue it gently, and Xiao Long began sketching the strategy on the ground using a small branch. First, Peng Muan would lure the healthy gecko out, while he and Hua Yin checked the injured one, with Hua Yin adding that the poison team could block the path to support them. Believing this was the most logical approach, Peng Muan smiled and asked if there were any other details they needed to keep in mind. Xiao Long told him to just ensure it couldn't climb the walls to reach them, prompting Peng Muan to punch his chest with eyes full of fighting spirit. Declaring his body was itching for action, he dashed toward the cave, leaving a panicked Xiao Long to call out for him to slow down. A faint smile appeared on the faces of Hua Yin and Xiao Long, though he knew that if the gecko was truly ill, it might not have much time left. Carrying his sword on his shoulder, Peng Muan entered the cave with the others, where the gecko growled at their return with eyes flashing in anger. Xiao Long signaled by whispering into his hand that the clan head could begin, which brought an excited grin to Peng Muen's face. He drew his sword and infused it with internal energy until the blade glowed brightly, while his subordinates also drew their weapons and advanced toward the rocks. Seeing the impending attack, the gecko let out a loud roar and charged with all its might, but Peng Muen reacted quickly and blocked the strike with his sword. The gecko lashed its tail violently against the blade, the force of the impact making him smile in genuine admiration. He found it hard to believe such a small creature could hold its own against a top-tier warrior of the Peng family, as it retreated to lunge again, fueling his excitement. He swung his sword to deflect the gecko's attack, leaving the creature momentarily confused, and shouted that the opportunity had arrived. In an instant, his men surrounded the small creature, which roared in fury at being trapped, a tense scene that left Xiao Long feeling somewhat fearful. However, Hua Yin placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered for them to move quickly, and they soon left the combat zone behind. They reached the rocks where the sick gecko lay, and Hua Yin anxiously asked if the animal was truly injured. Xiao Long confirmed it as he observed closely, noting that the tip of its tail had become necrotic due to an incomplete shed, and its eyes were filled with discharge. When Hua Yin curiously asked what they should do next, Xiao Long leaned against a rock and explained they had to treat it immediately. Seeing the lack of medicine, he smiled confidently and decided to peel the skin off for the creature, which left Hua Yin confused and looking a bit resentful. "You seem to enjoy peeling things lately," she remarked, making Xiao Long turn as red as a tomato, though he knew it was the only way as he took a step forward. The injured gecko stirred and woke as he slowly reached out, gently explaining that he was there to heal it and asking it to stay still until it finally closed its eyes. Xiao Long picked it up, amazed to find that, much like the queen bees, this creature seemed capable of understanding his words. He explained to Hua Yin that these creatures shed their skin like snakes, but wild geckos usually eat their own shed skin, making it difficult to find any traces. Hua Yin's eyes widened in surprise as Xiao Long placed the gecko on a rock and drew his kunai, realizing the skin was too tough to remove with his bare hands. Using the small blade, he began his work, prompting Hua Yin to exclaim in wonder that the creature looked just like a precious gemstone. Xiao Long used the kunai to make a small incision in the old skin, revealing the beautiful and lustrous new layer underneath. He gently peeled the skin from the gecko's legs like a pair of gloves, while Hua Yin watched with delight, a fascination Xiao Long understood from his days as a YouTuber. Peeling videos were always popular, and now only the head and tail remained, so Xiao Long proceeded with extreme caution, especially around the eyes, to avoid causing any harm. Debris had built up in the gecko's eyes due to an incomplete shed, causing inflammation, but Xiao Long very carefully and gently removed the skin from its head without injury. "Do you feel better now?" he asked with a smile as the gecko's body trembled before it slowly opened its eyes, making Hua Yin cheer with excitement. However, Xiao Long continued to observe intently with a pensive expression, and when Hua Yin asked if something was wrong, he honestly admitted there was. He broke into a sweat, unsure of what to do with the tail, knowing he would have to amputate it to prevent the necrosis from spreading further. But in its current weakened state, the procedure might kill it. Just then, Peng Muen shouted from a distance, warning Xiao Long to be careful. He and Hua Yin immediately grew alert as they were told the other gecko had escaped, and at that moment, the healthy creature appeared behind them with eyes burning with hatred. Panicked, Xiao Long gestured for it to stay calm, holding up his kunai while cradling the injured gecko with his other arm. He hurriedly explained he was only trying to help its friend, but while the creature's eyes were fixed on the kunai in confusion, the sight of the weapon soon triggered its rage. It roared in anger, emitting a violent blast of cold air that pushed Xiao Long back, making him realize with alarm that the creature was truly incensed. As the gecko leaped into the air, Hua Yin immediately rushed to shield Xiao Long, shouting a warning to be careful without a moment's hesitation. She shoved him aside just as the ferocious gecko slammed into the ground with terrifying force, but fortunately, they both managed to escape as Xiao Long fell backward. Still clutching the injured gecko, Xiao Long watched as the other one focused its attention on them and roared in fury, prompting him to reach out with a fearful expression. "Wait," he said earnestly, looking at the male gecko and trying to reassure it that things were not what they seemed. As he urged it to calm down, the female gecko in his arms suddenly made strange noises, leaving him feeling quite bewildered. The male gecko, eyes blazing with rage, prepared to pounce, but suddenly skidded to a halt with a look of surprise on its face. The two geckos began communicating, and then let out soft chirps that sounded like laughter, a sight that left Xiao Long speechless just as Pang Muin and his men returned to the cave. "Xiao Long, are you all right?" Pang Muin asked, gripping his sword and admitting he hadn't expected the fierce and agile creature to slip past him so easily. At the sight of Pang Muin's sword, the male gecko snarled, but before the tension could escalate, Xiao Long stepped between them and asked the patriarch to wait. With a confident smile, he told Pang Muin he was fine and asked him to step back so he could try talking to it, leaving the patriarch confused by his intentions. "Do you really think it can understand human speech?" he asked, to which Xiao Long replied with a trusting look at the gecko that it seemed to understand to some extent. "Perhaps it won't attack us anymore," he said, turning to Hua Yin. "Could you bring some dry grass?" Though still confused, she nodded. She and another person quickly gathered dry grass near the rocks, soon weaving a soft nest for the female gecko. Xiao Long and Hua Yin sat down nearby as he spoke gently to the male gecko. "Don't worry, I have no intention of harming your mate. I'm only helping her shed these stuck scales and removing what's covering her eyes. Continue licking her eyes for a bit longer." The male gecko then moved closer. It curiously licked the female's eyes while Xiao Long crossed his arms and said, "Now, only one issue remains." Hearing this, both geckos and Hua Yin turned their gaze toward him. "Her eyes will recover, but the problem is that half of her tail has already become necrotic. I don't believe licking it will help." The male gecko looked at its mate's tail and then nodded in agreement towards Xiao Long. Xiao Long made a scissor gesture with his fingers and stated firmly, "We must amputate it." At this, the male gecko broke into a cold sweat, his face paling with fear at the thought of his mate's tail being cut, and he began to growl again. Seeing this, Xiao Long felt a bit flustered as the gecko suddenly lunged forward with glowing eyes, preparing to attack. Terrified, Xiao Long shielded his chest and cried out. A few hours later, Peng Muin's subordinates had lit a campfire inside the cave. Xiao Long and Hua Yin sat on a boulder while Hua Yin used her fingers. He gently applied a special ointment to his cheek. Xiao Long sighed, still feeling aggrieved. "I only wanted to help, yet it still bit me." Hua Yin softly reminded him, "Stay still now. Otherwise it will leave a scar." Standing nearby with his arms crossed, Peng Muin burst into laughter. "Finally, you're starting to look like a real man. After all, you've earned a glorious scar from battle." Upon hearing this, Hua Yin gave him such a sharp glare that even a veteran of many wars like him couldn't help but shudder. Xiao Long felt relieved that the misunderstanding was finally resolved. Small centipedes crawled onto Hua Yin to play, and seeing that they didn't react to any killing intent, he realized the gecko never intended to harm him from the start. Just then, Gu Fei appeared and said, "This creature has something to tell you." Xiao Long gave a forced smile. Touching his cheek, he asked, "Are you ready?" The gecko nodded. Xiao Long stood up and promised to do his best, but first he wanted to ask it something. Holding up a finger, he asked, "What do you usually eat? If I'm to remove the tail, your mate will need something nutritious to recover quickly." At that, the gecko took small hops, turned around, and began to walk away. Xiao Long followed quickly. The gecko moved a few meters before stopping near a small plant. It used its mouth to uproot the plant and handed it to Xiao Long. As the boy held the small plant, Peng Muin and Hua Yin gathered around curiously to observe. Hua Yin suggested, "Could you let me take a look?" Xiao Long handed it to her. After a careful inspection, she said, "Though it's weak, I can feel a flow of spiritual energy. I'm certain this is the sprout of a spirit herb that once grew in this cave." Xiao Long took the sprout back in surprise. Peng Muin added solemnly, "I've heard of this long ago. They say spirit herbs always grow where spirit beasts reside." Hua Yin looked at the centipedes sleeping on the rocks and speculated, "If so, perhaps these tiny creatures survived by absorbing the spiritual energy of the spirit herb." Xiao Long clenched his fists, realizing that if the spirit herbs were uprooted, it meant they were in serious trouble. Panicked, he tried to replant it, but Peng Muin stopped him, saying, "It's useless." Placing a hand on his shoulder, he explained, "Once a spirit herb has been touched by human hands, it will never grow again. The gecko surely knew this, which is why it dug it up for us. Even if you replant it, it won't survive." His words left Xiao Long completely shocked. In Xiao Long's mind, an image appeared of Zhuge tearing the spirit herbs out of the cave. Leaving the little geckos crying piteously, he couldn't help but tear up at such human cruelty. At that moment, Peng Muin curiously asked Gu Fei the name of the spirit herb that used to grow here. Gu Fei watched him silently for a moment before replying, "That thing is called ice ginseng." Peng Muin pondered for a moment, then a bright smile appeared on his face. "In that case," he said, "all we need to do is find something that emits the same kind of energy as ice ginseng." Hearing this, Xiao Long jumped up, his eyes shining with hope. "Is there really such a thing?" Peng Muin nodded with a smile and revealed, "It's called ice jade. Like ice ginseng, it also contains the essence of cold energy." But then he rubbed his chin thoughtfully, adding, "The problem is how to obtain it. Ice jade isn't something that can be bought with money. While they were engrossed in discussion, Hua Yin stepped forward, drawing everyone's attention. She said seriously, "If you two are talking about ice jade, I know someone who possesses it." These words were like a ray of light, bringing curious smiles to the faces of both Xiao Long and Peng Muwen. This was truly good news. Xiao Long eagerly approached and asked who possessed the ice jade. Faced with his intensity, Huang Yin panicked and told him to settle down. She broke into a sweat, struggling to find the right words. Seeing her distress, both Xiao Long and Peng Muwen felt perplexed. Huang Yin swallowed hard and toyed with her chin before admitting it was a different kind of weed. Xiao Long gasped in shock at this strange reply. Peng Muwen grew even more confused while Huang Yin sighed with a serious expression. Xiao Long felt a wave of dread, unable to grasp the situation until a memory surfaced. In this world, women were sometimes metaphorically referred to as wild grass. He sighed and rubbed his face, wondering why his father-in-law used such cryptic language. Peng Muwen crossed his arms and asked directly who this wild grass with the ice jade was. Huang Yin regained her composure and raised a finger to reveal the truth. She was one of the 3 flowers of the martial world, known as the Peony Queen. Her real name was Nangong Zhu, the daughter of the Nangong family. According to what she heard, Zhu possessed the ice jade but had no actual use for it. Hearing this good news, a smile returned to Peng Muwen's face. Xiao Long remained in a daze. Meanwhile, the small gecko ran over and chirped loudly to catch his attention. He turned around curiously and saw its eyes filled with tears and a sorrowful expression. Huang Yin asked what it was trying to say. Xiao Long replied that it was urging them to save its friend. He gestured for them to wait, deciding to pause their talk until the gecko was treated. Huang Yin nodded in agreement. Xiao Long peered through a rock crevice and saw the injured gecko fast asleep. He gently removed it from the nest to begin a careful examination. The other gecko stood by with a worried gaze. Huang Yin asked in confusion why it hadn't just dropped its tail instead of letting it get this bad. Xiao Long sadly admitted she was right, but explained that some gecko species lacked that ability. Huang Yin's eyes widened in surprise at this revelation. He explained that autotomy varied by species. Some could drop tails but not regrow them, some could do both, and others could do neither. Therefore, he couldn't make assumptions and had to check precisely. Xiao Long began feeling the gecko's tail for the fracture point, explaining it to the bewildered Huang Yin. Although it seemed a tail could break anywhere, the fracture points were actually predetermined. One simply had to apply pressure to the right spot to trigger the separation. Huang Yin was stunned by his knowledge of non-venomous creatures. As the gecko slept in his hands, Xiao Long noted that the tail was severely necrotic. He wasn't certain the surgery would succeed, but he gripped the tail with a determined look. He had to try. The procedure began a few minutes later. Peng Muwen sat on a rock, realizing the task was taking much longer than he had anticipated. He watched Xiao Long intently while the small gecko chirped incessantly. Eventually, Xiao Long emerged carrying the sleeping gecko. Sect leader Peng asked about its condition. Huang Yin smiled as Xiao Long brightly replied that the surgery was a success and it just needed careful recovery. Hearing this, the small gecko shed tears of joy and offered a grateful smile. Xiao Long sat beside it, feeling a sense of shared happiness. Peng Muwen observed the boy closely, finding him more extraordinary the longer he watched. With the surgery over, the geckos returned to their nest. Xiao Long and the others decided to stay nearby for a few days to monitor its progress. Days later, he and Huang Yin returned to the cave. The gecko pair was playing happily together. Seeing their improved health, Xiao Long couldn't help but smile. The geckos looked at them with gentle eyes. He clenched his fist, excited to see they had transformed from wild cats into adorable lizard puppies. He thought to himself that if this happened in his previous life, it would have certainly gone viral online. His focus then shifted to the female gecko. Noticing she had regained some of her strength, he decided it was time to depart. At his words, the gecko's eyes filled with a hint of sadness. Xiao Long smiled and explained they weren't leaving for good, just going to find food. He told them to guard the chi seeds well before turning to Huang Yin with a confident look. It was time to return to the Tang sect. Clenching your fists, you thought that the moment to seize the ice jade had finally arrived. A few hours later, they returned to the manor to converse with the patriarch. Back at the Tang sect, putting the matter of the geckos aside, they received some new information. The most shocking among them was certainly the issue regarding the blood cult. The patriarch interlaced his fingers, his gaze solemn as he decided to speak about it. This followed the exposure of a spy's identity, who had successfully infiltrated the martial arts alliance. The experts tracked the owl he had raised, while a mustachioed man hid behind a tree, his eyes widening in terror as he peered out. The owl led them straight to the blood cult's lair, and by chance, a team returning from the martial arts alliance brought venom extracted from the Wenhu water snake. This poison proved vital during the raid on their hideout, and the Patriarch revealed a handwritten thank-you note from the Alliance leader, expressing pride in Xiao Long, who responded with a forced smile and a cough. The Patriarch asked if the mysterious gecko had been captured yet, mentioning his plan to visit the Venomous creature garden to see it, which made Xiao Long break into a nervous sweat. He replied that they had only half captured it, leaving the Patriarch confused by the strange answer, until Huang Yin stepped forward with a serious expression to explain everything to her father. After listening, the Patriarch set down his tea and stroked his beard while pondering the ice jade, as Huang Yin stood up to explain their plan to travel to Anhui province to visit the Nangong clan. After some thought, the Patriarch calmly gave them his permission, finding it convenient since he needed them to deliver an item along the way. Although the blood cult's recent activities made it a dangerous time to travel, he felt somewhat at ease knowing Xiao Long would be accompanying Huang Yin. Xiao Long sighed, wondering if this was just a disguised mission. But before they could leave, the Patriarch solemnly asked them to wait and revealed troubling rumors regarding the Nangong clan. Xiao Long and Huang Yin exchanged shocked glances, and that night, near the Nangong clan's estate in the Huangshan Mountains, two men were walking through the area. A sweating, bald man asked his friend if he was joking, but the friend insisted with a firm gaze that the Nangong clan's young lady was not normal, prompting the bald man to snap at him to stop talking nonsense. He warned against spreading such foul rumors, but his friend's attention was suddenly drawn to a man lying sprawled on the ground not far from them. Terrified by the sight, they rushed toward the fallen man, wondering why he was there. But as the friend cradled the man's head to check for signs of life, the stranger began to smile, deepening their confusion. He wasn't unconscious at all. Instead, his nose was bleeding, his face was flushed, and he was panting as if in the throes of passion, leaving the two men staring at each other. Growing more perplexed, and assuming he was drunk, they decided to carry him back to the village, unaware that a woman was watching them from behind a nearby tree. A strange aura radiated from her, as her unnaturally large shadow stretched out like a spider, hanging from its web in the deep of the night. Under the moonlight, a woman practiced her swordsmanship with intense focus and determination, her movements both precise and graceful. She swung her blade repeatedly to slice through falling leaves, but her body suddenly trembled, and she gasped for air, looking disappointed that a few leaves remained untouched. She thought she needed more practice just as a young girl with braided hair and a lantern hurried over, calling out to her as a nurse. The girl was Nangong Yin of the Nangong clan, and with a serious expression, she urged that they return immediately before they were discovered. She warned that their father would surely scold her if they were caught again, admitting that while her sister's swordsmanship was brilliant, the eldest young lady needed to take better care of herself. Anur listened quietly before slowly removing her wide-brimmed hat and sincerely admitting her sister was right. She was none other than Nangong Zhu. As the eldest young lady of the Nangong clan, known as the Fiery Peony, she suddenly began to cough violently, causing Yin's eyes to fill with intense worry. Nangong Zhu clenched her fists as her face turned pale from her mysterious ailment, a condition the clan had initially mistaken for a divine blessing. This was because her meridians were completely clear, allowing her to accumulate internal energy many times faster than normal, without any obstacles in her qi circulation. However, the old physician treating her pointed out that having too many open acupoints caused her innate true qi to deplete at an alarming rate. When her worried father asked for a cure, the physician pondered for a moment before stating that she required a source of pure and powerful yin qi. This had to be administered before her innate true qi was completely exhausted, or her life would be forfeit. Returning to the present, Nangong Zhu gasped for breath as her strength failed, and as Yin rushed to her side in concern, Zhu offered a weak smile and told her not to worry before they both headed back. Her gaze lingered on the lantern as a strange sense of empathy washed over her, for she felt just like the flickering flame trapped within. As her life force flickered like a lamp running out of oil, she gazed at the bright moon and vowed to master the Emperor's sword technique quickly, before her life's flame could vanish forever. A boat carrying Xiao Long, Hua Yin, and Gu Fei drifted along the vast Yangtze River, where Gu Fei suddenly pointed at the water and shouted for Xiao Long to look at the Beiji dolphin. Xiao Long was stunned to see a Yangtze River dolphin, a creature long believed to be extinct. The dolphin breached the surface and played joyfully. Though he loved insects and reptiles, witnessing such a legendary creature was a completely different experience. Hua Yin smiled and noted that following the Yangtze would lead them to Wuhan, the seat of the Martial Arts Alliance. while Xiao Long added that they needed to stop there to deliver red-necked snake venom as ordered by his father-in-law. They could then disembark at Anyang, a safer region, and Hua Yin happily remarked that they would arrive ahead of schedule at their current pace. Xiao Long sat beside her with a pensive expression, admitting that something was troubling him, which prompted Hua Yin to curiously ask what it was. He couldn't stop thinking about the fact that if the cold jade was truly that precious, the Nangong family would not part with it so easily. She laughed and told him to trust her, explaining that the cold jade served a specific purpose for the young mistress of the Nangong family. Ironically, the cold jade was inedible, but she confidently pointed out to Xiao Long that the item they possessed could actually be consumed. Therefore, they would surely trade it for the cold jade. Xiao Long reached into his robe and touched his chest, nodding in agreement, yet his anxiety remained. He wondered if the cold jade was safe for his lizards, remembering that as cold-blooded creatures, they typically detested freezing temperatures. Unwilling to feed them something he didn't understand, he seriously asked Hua Yin about the cold qi she had mentioned was contained within the jade. He asked what cold qi actually was, noting his confusion despite hearing of yin and yang qi, while Hua Yin turned to him with sparkling eyes and raised a finger. Smiling, she explained its importance in martial arts and told him to listen closely, describing yin qi as the essence that forms yin fire, a heavy energy that settles in low areas. Generally, yin qi suppresses life, as dark, cold, and frightening things possess yin properties. Thus, the cold yin qi you asked about was simply a variation of yin energy. Xiao Long's eyes widened as he concluded that yin qi must be terrible, but Hua Yin explained that was not the case. While yin qi creates ice, yang qi produces yang fire. However, an excess of yang qi overstimulates life functions, leading to rapid aging and energy depletion. Xiao Long imagined his lizards playing with the ice jade and realized they needed cold qi because their bodies were naturally cold in nature. They grew by absorbing that yin qi, which made him wonder if it was like charging a battery. He scratched his head, confused about how they achieved balance if yin and yang should be equal like men and women. As he scratched his head in confusion over their pure yin bodies, Hua Yin stared at him intently, her face suddenly turning as red as a tomato. She quickly looked away and stammered that she didn't know, then loudly declared they would discover how to balance yin and yang together, making Xiao Long blush in confusion as well. Hua Yin covered her face in speechless embarrassment, just as Gu Fei appeared to announce their arrival and told everyone to prepare to disembark. Their ship docked at Wuhan, and as they stepped off, Hua Yin introduced herself and stated they had brought the requested items. A man with a ponytail reached out and smiled, saying the general was waiting for them. As they crossed a bridge, Xiao Long was awestruck by the martial arts alliance's grandeur, while a woman nearby grabbed a man's arm. The man screamed in pain, his face drenched in sweat, as he begged the woman named Jian Feng to stop, claiming he was only about to teach the other fellow a lesson. With a furious glare, the girl made it clear that dueling allies was forbidden, while the other man spoke sincerely to Cheng Hu. He admitted she was right, and that he had been too hasty without verifying the facts, to which Cheng Hu replied that he was merely defending the young mistress's honor. At that moment, his gaze shifted, and he froze upon realizing the newcomer was the poison flower Hua Yin, who turned and recognized them as well. The man in the white scarf was Zhan Long, the woman was Jian Feng, and Cheng Hu was actually Kang Long. She smiled, noting it was their first meeting since the Dragon Phoenix Assembly, and as she asked how they were, Cheng Hu couldn't hide his smile. It had been a long time since he last saw Hua Yin, and they began to chat animatedly. Xiao Long thought to himself that in the martial arts world, only those with exceptional skills receive the titles of Dragon or Phoenix, proving they are all masters. Jian Feng hesitated before speaking up. "A strange rumor has been circulating about you lately," he said. "What rumor?" Hua Yin asked, looking a bit puzzled. "People are saying that you have someone in your heart." Hua Yin's eyes widened in shock, while Xiao Long stood nearby breaking into a sweat, feeling quite awkward. "Is that rumor true?" Jian Feng inquired. With a forced smile, Cheng Hu confirmed it, saying that all the martial artists were discussing the matter. He even mentioned his intention to challenge whoever spread that baseless rumor to defend her honor. "We are comrades. I cannot allow others to insult you like that," he added. Xiao Long caught a glimpse of the man's feelings for Hua Yin, who quickly looked away. He firmly stated that the rumor was false. Cheng Hu grew furious, intending to find the one who started the gossip to teach them a lesson, but Hua Yin stepped forward. Deciding to set the record straight, she took Xiao Long's hand, which left him feeling a bit flustered. Then she proudly announced that she didn't just have someone in her heart, but a fiancé. She introduced Xiao Long to everyone, leaving them all stunned. Jin Feng noticed how young Xiao Long appeared, while Hua Yin gave a sheepish smile. He apologized, saying she should have introduced him sooner. After the greetings, as Xiao Long looked up, he met Cheng Hu's murderous gaze. The man approached and asked if his name was Xiao Long, to which he fearfully replied that it was. Suddenly, Cheng Hu dropped to one knee before him, shocking everyone present. He introduced himself as Yang Cheng Hu, the spear dragon of the Yang family. Xiao Long began to sweat profusely as Cheng Hu looked up with a furious expression and issued a challenge to him. Jian Feng and Zhan Long sighed, feeling somewhat disappointed by Cheng Hu's behavior. Covered in sweat, Xiao Long asked if he truly wanted to challenge him, and Cheng Hu confirmed it was for a duel, his eyes burning with rage. Immediately, Jian Feng grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back. Hua Yin also angrily demanded to know why Cheng Hu was suddenly calling for a duel. Jian Feng glared at Cheng Hu, telling him to be serious. Xiao Long was bewildered, unable to believe he was being challenged the moment they met. Couldn't understand why he kept encountering such strange people. Just then, a man dressed in white approached and asked why they were making such a commotion. That person was none other than the strategist Jiu Hu. Xiao Long quickly closed his eyes and respectfully greeted him, while Cheng Hu turned pale with fright. Jiu Hu used his folding fan to strike Yang Cheng Hu on the head, angrily asking what he thought he was doing to their honored guests. For Yang Cheng Hu was so terrified that he became tongue-tied. With a gentle smile, Jiu Hu suggested that everyone head to the Tian Shui Pavilion, where the alliance leader was waiting. Xiao Long nodded in surprise. As Jiu Hu, Xiao Long, and Hua Yin walked toward the Tian Shui Pavilion, Yang Cheng Hu remained behind, clenching his fists with eyes still burning with rage. Seeing his expression, his friends could only sigh and advise him to leave. Beside the Tian Shui Pavilion was a stunning river. Hua Yin decided to stay back at the guest hall, while Xiao Long agreed to accompany Jiu Hu. A girl in the guest hall, appearing somewhat flustered, hurriedly pointed the way with a worried look. "Please, this way," she said. They first had to pay their respects to the alliance leader, and Xiao Long immediately realized the girl was a newcomer who still felt out of place. Jiu Hu smiled and explained that catching that spy was thanks to Xiao Long. He mentioned that this young lady was a newcomer who had replaced the previous maid. Since she was new, she lacked experience, and Xiao Long could only offer a wry smile. The maid closed her eyes slightly, gathered her courage, and announced that the strategist and young Master Tang had arrived. "Let them in," a voice replied. The large doors swung open to reveal the alliance leader standing on the balcony, gazing out at the distant scenery. Jiu Hu and Xiao Long clasped their hands and bowed respectfully. "I am Xiao Long from the Sichuan Tang clan," he stated. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in the alliance leader's eyes. He gave a kind smile and invited them to sit, acknowledging their long journey. Suddenly, the alliance leader's eyes narrowed, and he became quite alert. He pointed toward Xiao Long and sternly asked if the small creatures on his wrist and belt bit people indiscriminately. Xiao Long was startled and quickly replied that they did not. The small centipedes were still fast asleep under his clothes. He was secretly terrified, realizing the rumors that this leader was one of the 3 great masters of the martial arts world were true, as he had identified the deadly creatures with just a glance. After they sat down, the alliance leader got straight to the point, asking if Xiao Long had brought the venom of the lake-striped water beetle. Xiao Long smiled and produced 3 small vials, explaining he had prepared as much as possible before leaving. Jiu Hu could not hide his amazement. In a calm voice, he mentioned that while he was in Sichuan, he had once witnessed the process of extracting this particular venom. It was an incredibly complex task that required immense effort, and I truly do not know how to thank you enough, the alliance leader said to the young man. "I heard you have become the son-in-law of the Tang clan," he remarked as Xiao Long turned and nodded in confirmation, before the leader asked about his family. "I have no family and am all alone with no one to rely on," Xiao Long replied, but Jiu Hu interjected, explaining that he had lost his memory in an accident. Before being adopted by the Tang clan leader, he lived alone on Hainan Island as a snake hunter, causing the alliance leader to look on with sympathy. Realizing that Xiao Long must have lived a very lonely and difficult life, the leader watched as the young man scratched his head and smiled, saying he wasn't entirely alone. The alliance leader changed the subject, stating he summoned him to provide a reward for the vital role he played during the recent blood cult incident. Xiao Long's eyes widened with a hint of anxiety. As he mentioned, he had already told General Jiu Hu what he desired, prompting the general to smile. What Xiao Long discovered is a monumental achievement, enough to ensure those foul leeches of the blood cult never dare to set foot in the Central Plains again. Such a feat deserves far more than a simple prize. But Xiao Long waved his hands in refusal, explaining he only found it by chance while saving his people. Upon hearing this, the alliance leader and Zhuge, who turned very solemn as the leader placed his hand on the table and asked if he truly found it while saving his own people. I now understand why I feel such a sense of familiarity with you. It is because we are very much alike, the alliance leader explained after seeing Xiao Long's confusion. I am not referring to physical appearance, he said with cold, pained eyes, recounting how he lost his entire clan and loved ones to the blood cult beasts. On that journey, I attained enlightenment and reached the pinnacle of martial arts, the leader said, noting how Xiao Long had charged a blood cult elder while poisoned. A smile appeared on the alliance leader's face as he walked toward Xiao Long, remarking that he had done the exact same thing 30 years ago. Despite his majestic presence, his voice carried deep empathy as he recalled how he had also rushed into a perilous situation, back then with nothing but despair. He placed a hand on the young man's shoulder and smiled, announcing his decision to pass on his unique martial art, the iron box art, leaving everyone stunned. With their mouths hanging open in shock, the alliance leader laughed, noting that he had never taken a disciple and that this martial art would die with him. I have no intention of becoming your master, so the Tang clan has no reason to worry, he added, causing Zhuge to stand up abruptly while drenched in sweat. Xiao Long was also speechless and broke into a cold sweat, thanking the leader from the bottom of his heart and swearing not to disgrace his name. As night fell, Xiao Long walked along while tightly clutching a thick manual, which was the martial arts technique personally bestowed upon him by the alliance leader. This was a secret he could currently only share with the clan elders, knowing that if word got out, he would likely become a target for the blood cult. While heading toward the guest hall and thinking about sharing this good news with Hua Yin, a deep, raspy voice suddenly called out, ordering him to halt. Xiao Long turned around curiously and couldn't help but shudder when he saw Yang Chenggu standing there, staring at him with a malicious gaze. I heard you pass the other trials, he said in a stern voice, and I have come here to demand an answer regarding our duel. Xiao Long was inwardly amazed by the man's persistence as Yang Chenggu continued, stating he wanted to see if Xiao Long was truly worthy of Hua Yin. Prove it to me, he challenged, to which Xiao Long worriedly replied that a duel was dangerous. But Yang Chenggu explained he would remove his spear's tip. I am worried because I fear you might die, Xiao Long replied, leading to a heavy silence as they stared at each other, his words adding fuel to the fire. Enraged, Yang Chenggu grabbed him by the collar and roared, "What did you just say?" Just as something began to squirm inside Xiao Long's shirt. 3 small centipedes then crawled out from his shirt, ready to fight to the death against anyone who touched their master, forcing Xiao Long to quickly grab them. Yang Chenggu, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, collapsed to the ground in terror, his face turning pale as he broke into a profuse sweat. Xiao Long strolled over with a smile, remarking that he had warned him of the danger, then sat before Chenghu, causing the man to tremble even more violently. With glowing eyes and a hint of arrogance, Xiao Long stated clearly that he had already spared his life once, leaving the panting Chenghu to realize he was not joking. Had he not restrained the centipedes, the man would likely be dead by now, and as Xiao Long stood up, his gaze became sharp and piercing. To Yang Chenghu, Xiao Long was now nothing short of a terrifying monster, yet the boy simply asked if he was all right just as Hua Yin's voice echoed from behind. Startled by her voice, Xiao Long jumped as Hua Yin approached with a murderous glint in her eyes, demanding to know if Chenghu intended to harm him. Xiao Long quickly placed a hand on Chenghu's shoulder and offered a forced smile, explaining it was just a misunderstanding after he got lost leaving the pavilion. He claimed Chenghu had fortunately appeared to guide him, but Hua Yin remained skeptical, noticing the centipedes on Xiao Long were acting restless. Thinking quickly, Xiao Long placed a small centipede on Chenghu's head, explaining he had asked the man to emit some killing intent to test the creature's reactions. He laughed it off as a joke, and though confused, Chenghu quickly played along by putting an arm around Xiao Long's shoulder, though Hua Yin's gaze remained doubtful. Deciding not to press further, she thanked Chenghu and said it was time to return, prompting Xiao Long to nod vigorously and lead the way. Chenghu breathed a sigh of relief at having avoided a major disaster, but as Xiao Long walked away, he turned back with a smile to mention this was the second time. After stating he had now saved the man's life twice, he and Hua Yin departed, leaving Chenghu standing there in a daze, unable to process what had just occurred. The next morning, as the boat docked and the group prepared to depart, Hua Yin bowed to Chenghu and the others, explaining they had matters to attend to. She thanked them for their hospitality while Zhan Long told them both to take care, but just before they could leave, Jian Feng called out to them. Asking Xiao Long to wait, she placed a hand on Cheng Hu's shoulder, and the one surrogate man now bowed before Xiao Long with a look of utter sincerity. Jian Feng mentioned she had heard of Cheng Hu's actions and thanked Xiao Long for his generosity, leaving the boy slightly flustered as Cheng Hu sheepishly offered his own thanks. He explained that a talk with Jian Feng the previous night made him realize his folly, and with teary eyes, he admitted he was truly moved by Xiao Long's tolerance. He confessed his poor behavior and declared Xiao Long the one most worthy of Hua Yin, while Xiao Long smiled goodbye, knowing their paths would cross again. They would meet at the Dragon Phoenix Assembly, as there was no need to turn friends into foes, and Cheng Hu waved farewell as their boat slowly pulled away. Under a clear sky, the group eventually reached an inn at the foot of Mount Huang to eat after traveling from Wuhan to Anqing, where Gu Fei suggested they rest. Since the mountain was treacherous and the Nangong estate was still half a day away, they agreed to stay the night, though Hua Yin remained in awe during their meal. She was stunned that Xiao Long had received the Iron Box Divine Art, the Fist Emperor's exclusive technique, especially since the old man claimed they looked alike. When Xiao Long asked if that was a good thing, Hua Yin nodded firmly, noting that while the training for the Iron Box Divine Art was notoriously agonizing, once mastered, it could block sword chi and was said to rival Shaolin's Vajra indestructible divine art, and as an external style, it would not conflict with his internal energy. Xiao Long was speechless, realizing he had acquired a world-shaking technique that would make him invulnerable to blades and spears without any complications. Hua Yin offered a gentle smile and proposed to help him train, mentioning she heard the technique's creator used to whip his own body every morning. Xiao Long's jaw dropped at the mention of self-flogging, but Hua Yin remained determined, explaining that hardening the skin with a whip was a vital part of the process. Xiao Long blushed as he inadvertently imagined Hua Yin in a maid outfit holding a whip, just as an old man approached to ask if they intended to climb Huang Tian Mountain. Xiao Long turned in curiosity while Hua Yin nodded and asked why, prompting the old man to introduce himself as the innkeeper and ask if they were headed to the Nangong estate. Xiao Long stood up in confusion, asking if there was a problem, while Hua Yin recalled her father's warnings about malicious rumors and wondered if they were connected. Lowering his voice, he revealed that over the past few months, people ascending Mount Huangshan had been mysteriously vanishing, though they were all later found safe. However, their vital yang energy had been completely drained. Hearing this, Xiao Long turned pale with fright while Hua Yin remained skeptical. She found the situation peculiar and asked what any of this had to do with the Nangong family. The old man coughed, his face flushing as he revealed that every victim said the same thing. The person they spent the night with was none other than Lady Nangong Zhu of the Nangong family. Hua Yin was stunned and immediately protested that it was impossible. She insisted it was a trap and a malicious slander. Xiao Long quickly tried to calm her down while the innkeeper frantically noted that everyone reacted the same way upon hearing the news. At the Nangong estate, Zhu was embroidering in her room when a maid suddenly opened the door, announcing that the patriarch had summoned her to the main hall immediately. She was slightly surprised, wondering if her father had discovered her secret nighttime sword practice. Upon arriving at the hall, Zhu was shocked to see several men kneeling before her father. Seeing her arrival, the Nangong patriarch looked stern and ordered the men to raise their heads and confirm if she was the woman they had seen. Trembling with fear, one of the men raised his head while the others desperately begged for their lives. The patriarch growled, demanding they tell the truth at once. This left Zhu even more confused. Her father turned to her and asked sternly if she had been sneaking out to Mount Huang at night. He told her these men claimed she had drained their yang energy. Zhu's eyes widened in terror and confusion, her face turning pale as she lost her composure. She burst into tears as her father pointed at her and demanded an explanation. The girl admitted she had indeed been practicing her sword skills over the past few days. She explained she was in the valleys of Mount Huang but swore she had done nothing else. The father turned back to the men, stating his daughter had maintained her innocence. He demanded they provide solid proof for their claims. The fat man, with tears in his eyes, swore to the patriarch that they were telling the truth. He insisted they were only reporting what they had witnessed with their own eyes and meant no offense to the young lady. The other man also began to wail. He cried out that he didn't understand what was happening to the world, wondering if everyone had gone mad or was possessed. Hearing this, the fat man suddenly remembered something. His eyes lit up as he jumped to his feet, mentioning a mole. The curious patriarch asked him to clarify which mole he meant. Pointing to his own chest, he revealed that the woman they saw had a mole on her breast. The father muttered that it was absurd before turning to ask his daughter. He asked Zhu if it was true. The girl covered her mouth, her eyes shimmering with horror, and seeing her reaction, the father could no longer contain his rage. He couldn't believe this was the truth. Meanwhile, Hua Yin and Xiao Long left the inn and began trekking through the forest, with Hua Yin still looking visibly upset. She walked ahead sullenly while Xiao Long followed, carrying all the luggage. He approached her and curiously asked if she was still upset about the innkeeper's words. She denied it, but then turned back and snapped that it was ridiculous to think Nangong Zhu would go around absorbing men's yang energy. Seeing her anger, Xiao Long felt a bit intimidated. Hua Yin sighed and softened her voice, apologizing for her outburst, but insisting the rumors were nonsense. She revealed a secret that stunned Xiao Long. Nangong Zhu was physically unable to have contact with men. With a somber expression, Hua Yin explained that Zhu suffered from a strange illness where her lifespan would short if she didn't constantly absorb yin energy. Due to her unique constitution, yang energy was like poison to her, which was why she was always careful never to let any man get close, let alone spend the night with them. A few hours later, they arrived at the gates of the Nangong estate, where a guard eyed Xiao Long suspiciously and asked what business they had there. Hua Yin whispered with a serious look that the atmosphere in the Nangong household seemed off. She warned that they might not be let in if they didn't have a good reason to see her sister. She told him to come up with an excuse. Xiao Long decided to follow her lead, stepped toward the guard, cleared his throat, and confidently announced they were there for a transaction. The guard remained silent. Seeing his plan fail, Xiao Long began to sweat while Hua Yin looked on in panic, not understanding what he was trying to do. Just then, someone heard the noise and came to open the gate. When the person stepped out, both Xiao Long and Hua Yin were astonished to see it was Hua Yin. She was equally surprised to see Hua Yin, and thanks to Yin, they were able to enter. Upon reuniting, Hua Yin and Yin jumped for joy. It had been a long time since they last met, and Yin happily remarked that it had been 2 years since the gathering of the 7 great families. Xiao Yin replied with a smile. Then, Yin turned to Nangong Long and asked in confusion what he meant by a trade earlier, causing Hua Yin to close her eyes and sigh in worry. Xiao Long could only offer a sheepish grin, so Hua Yin explained that they were looking for cold ice jade, mentioning she had heard Sister Zhu possessed it. Hearing this, Yin was somewhat surprised. Hua Yin earnestly added that they truly needed it and had come to see if a negotiation was possible. Yin clasped her hands and gave a kind smile. Let us go to my father's hall to talk first, as he will surely be delighted to see you again after such a long time. Hua Yin placed her hand on Xiao Long's shoulder and revealed with a smile that she had brought this to exchange for the cold ice jade, leaving Xiao Long wide-eyed and confused. Yin asked in shock if she intended to trade brother Xiao Long. Before long, they arrived at the main hall of the Nangong family. After hearing the explanation, the patriarch stood up abruptly and asked in astonishment if it was true. His eyes were wide with shock, unable to believe they had brought a spirit pill filled with frost energy. Hua Yin told Xiao Long to show it to him. Xiao Long smiled, reached into his robe to take out the spirit pill and placed it on the table. The patriarch's attention was immediately captivated by it. Inside the spirit pill, a small object was glowing brilliantly. He curiously asked if he could examine it more closely, and Xiao Long nodded in agreement. His heart was pounding with nervousness. This was the spirit pill he had carefully carried and kept close to his chest throughout the journey, hoping they would accept the trade. The patriarch carefully inspected the spirit pill and remarked that the purity of the frost energy was exceptionally high. With this, she could hold on for at least 10 years. Is it truly that incredible? Yin asked curiously. Because the item was so precious, the patriarch decided to exchange it for the cold ice jade. Hearing this, joyful smiles appeared on the faces of both Hua Yin and Xiao Long. The head of the house pointed at the pill and asked what was inside. Xiao Long could only give a forced laugh and replied that it was a secret he could not reveal. The patriarch assumed it might be related to where the spirit medicine was found, so he chose not to press further. Xiao Long coughed slightly and smiled in thanks, though he broke into a cold sweat knowing that wasn't the real reason. He recalled an event from a few days ago while walking with his grandfather. He suddenly felt something cold inside his robe. Seeing his strange expression, his grandfather asked what was wrong, and he pulled out a dried gecko tail in confusion. Xiao Long showed it to his grandfather, explaining that there was a strange ice crystal-like object inside the tail he had kept as a souvenir. His grandfather examined it carefully and realized it emitted frost energy. He remarked that it would be an excellent material for those practicing ice attribute martial arts. Xiao Long stroked his chin, recalling the geckos. He had thought they stored nutrients in their tails like fat-tailed geckos, but it turned out to be frost energy. His grandfather suggested he try refining it into a spirit medicine. Back in the present, Xiao Long thought to himself that this withered gecko tail was truly not worth mentioning. With a joyful expression, the patriarch told Yin to inform her sister that he wanted to use this spirit pill to exchange for the ice jade. The young girl nodded obediently. patriarch invited them to rest and said he would host a banquet to welcome the honored guests. He also perceptively noticed that Hua Yin seemed close to Zhu. He then spoke up, mentioning that his daughter had recently gone through a difficult ordeal, and asked if Lady Zhu's Yin could stay by her side to comfort her. Hua Yin smiled and agreed. They stood up and were led to the guest house by Yin. Along the way, Yin happily remarked that thanks to sister Hua Yin, her father was finally in a good mood. For the past few days, the whole family had been living in fear. Hua Yin curiously asked about Zhu's situation, as she had heard some rumors near Emperor Heaven Mountain. Yin's gaze dropped in sadness as she remarked that she hadn't expected her sister to know. She didn't believe Sister Zhu would do such a thing, but since no clues could be found, she had been imprisoned and forced to use a cinnabar mold to prove her innocence. Hua Yin was stunned to hear this, while Xiao Long was completely confused. Hua Yin explained to him that the cinnabar mole was something women in ancient times used to prove their virginity. A gecko would be kept in a jar and fed cinnabar until its entire body turned red. It was ground into powder and applied to the woman's body. If she remained pure, the mark would never wash away. Xiao Long listened in shock, then thought indignantly that determining a maiden's purity should be the duty of a Kilin, not a gecko. At that moment, they arrived at Zhu's location. Not far away, she sat quietly, the red lipstick mark still visible on her arm. Zhu's Yin offered a smiling greeting. Seeing her, Zhu was struck with surprise. Yin then explained they had brought a spiritual elixir infused with frost energy, which her father intended to trade for the glacial ice jade. Yin handed the spiritual elixir to Zhu. Upon touching it, she was astonished to feel a massive surge of frost energy emanating from within. She thanked them and produced the glacial ice jade for the exchange. Xiao Long carefully examined the gem, unable to hide his satisfied smile. Suddenly, Zhu let out a sorrowful sigh. Hua Yin spoke sincerely, saying she had heard the rumors but refused to believe Zhu would do such a thing, urging her not to lose heart. Zhu replied sadly that there were many witnesses who even knew the location of her birthmark. A sharp glint flickered in Xiao Long's eyes. This was clearly a mysterious case right up his alley. In his previous life, he was known as a master detective in mystery-solving games. He smiled and asked Zhu if she ever bathed alone in a pond or river at night. Zhu looked at him in confusion while Hua Yin asked calmly. She asked if he wanted to know who had been spying on her. Xiao Long gasped, realizing his thoughts had been read. Zhu shook her head, stating she never bathed outdoors. Furthermore, the villagers were as close as family, so there was no reason for them to slander her. Yin mocked him, pointing out that his guess was wrong. Xiao Long couldn't believe he had failed so miserably, collapsing to the ground in despair. At that moment, Hua Yin suddenly smiled, clasped her hands, and made an announcement. She declared that she had solved the mystery, claiming there was only one possible explanation. As everyone watched her with curiosity and confusion, Hua Yin paused before confidently asserting that the culprit was a ghost. Both Yin and Zhu were stunned. With sweat beading on her forehead, Hua Yin nodded in confirmation. Xiao Long felt a bit bewildered, as he had expected her to provide a more profound explanation. He hadn't expected her to suddenly bring up spirits. Rubbing his chin, he recalled encountering the ghost of the blue-spotted centipede after its death. He realized the situation wasn't entirely implausible. Xiao Long reached out and asked Zhu if she had touched anything strange lately, like consuming a spirit beast's core. Zhu pondered before seriously replying that she had recently touched an acorn and a tree branch. Xiao Long and Hua Yin broke into a cold sweat, baffled by her innocent response. This was exactly what people referred to as a clumsy charm. Suddenly, Zhu's eyes widened as she clasped her hands, remembering something vital. She mentioned that while practicing alone at night, she felt a presence as if someone had been watching her the entire time. Yin asked anxiously if this was true. Zhu nodded firmly, explaining that she initially thought it was Yin, but found no one there upon checking. She rested her hand on her chin, wondering if she was being overly sensitive. However, as Xiao Long observed her, he knew the situation was highly suspicious. While they were deep in thought, a maid rushed over, gasping for breath, and announced that something terrible had happened. They asked what was wrong. Zhu asked with concern. The maid clenched her hands and stammered that another villager had vanished, and the clan's martial artists had already begun a search. Yin was terrified while Zhu lowered her head, her face etched with anger. Xiao Long calmly observed and asked if she was all right, as Zhu's eyes suddenly flared with determination. No matter what, she had to personally capture that ghost to clear her name. Yin gripped her hand tightly, pleading with her sister not to go. If she sneaked out alone again and got caught, it would lead to a very serious problem. Zhu thought for a moment and then smiled. She told Yin not to worry. Then, turning to Xiao Long and Hua Yin, she announced they wouldn't be going alone this time. Yin asked in confusion what she meant. Zhu approached Hua Yin and took her hand, pleading with a sorrowful expression for their help. Both Xiao Long and Hua Yin were stunned by the request. As night fell somewhere in the forest, a small owl perched on a branch. Turning its head, it saw Xiao Long and the others searching the area. Yin trembled as she gripped Hua Yin's hand and whispered. If they were caught this time, she would be locked in seclusion for at least half a year. Hearing this, Hua Yin could only offer a nervous smile. Yin turned to Xiao Long and said she thought he was helping her stop her sister, expressing confusion over why he had suddenly developed such feelings for her. Xiao Long looked awkward and could only manage a forced laugh. A moment earlier, Zhu had produced a gold ornament, explaining it was a norigi, a traditional hanging accessory. The center is designed to hold an ice jade. I am unsure why you two need one, but if you seek something to carry with you, this is a fine choice. She split the norigi in two, noting that even when separated, it can still serve as a token between you both. She spoke while looking directly at Xiao Long, promising to give it to him if he helped her. Xiao Long was stunned. Both his and Hua Yin's gazes were drawn to the shimmering jewelry. Returning to reality, Xiao Long pondered for a moment before placing a hand on his chest and speaking firmly. As I mentioned, I do not desire the norigi. I simply wish to protect Lady Zhu's honor. You are lying. Yin snapped, her face flushing with anger. Yinner, do not be so impulsive, Zhu said, turning to advise her younger sister gently, while Hua Yin could only offer a wry smile. Yin was nearly driven mad with frustration. A few minutes later, they halted at the location where Zhu had sensed someone's presence. She decided to search the area thoroughly, hoping to find a trail. What if the culprit is actually a ghost? Hua Yin asked anxiously as she approached. Zhu drew her sword and declared with determination that she would use its evil-dispelling energy to cut it down. Xiao Long stood nearby, observing the mounting tension. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as a thick fog began to roll in from nowhere, becoming so dense that visibility was completely lost. Xiao Long looked around in confusion, shouting for Zhu and the others, but there was no response. He began to wander, fearing they had been separated. Suddenly, his foot caught on something. He leaned down and realized it was a spider web. Picking it up, he felt the thick silk and knew the creature that made it must be enormous. A piercing scream rang out. Xiao Long turned in alarm, recognizing Yin's voice. He quickly called to his small centipedes, asking if they could find their mother. The small, obedient creatures leaped from Xiao Long and scurried away. He tasked them with protecting Hua Yin. Meanwhile, he rushed through the forest, realizing they were being pulled deeper inside. He could not understand why there were so many spider webs. Xiao Long panted as knowledge about spiders flashed through his mind. Spiders are divided into two types, those that stay in one place and those that wander. The stationary ones spin webs and stay put, while the wandering ones move constantly. Yet, this entire forest was covered in webs spread across the ground. No ordinary spider would spin webs like this. He realized this was no normal creature as a crimson mist began to envelop everything. As the mist cleared, Xiao Long looked serious, determined to find Yin and the others quickly. Seconds later, he stopped, seeing trees ahead tangled in webs, leaving him bewildered. Suddenly, he heard Yin's voice. He looked up and froze. She was trapped in a silk cocoon, stuck firmly to a tree. Xiao Long turned in horror to see a woman sitting atop a massive spider. She was smiling, her eyes gleaming with malice. It was Nanggong Zhu. With sinister eyes, she gave a haunting smile. Xiao Long stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes. The entire area was covered in the webs of a ground spider he had never seen before. It wove its silk on the ground instead of in the air. Xiao Long gritted his teeth, staring at the figure perched on the giant spider. Finally, he understood. The being before him, appearing as Nanggong Zhu, was actually a disguised spider demon. He watched as it intentionally bared its shoulders to lure him, thinking this must be an evolutionary trait for hunting. Xiao Long blushed involuntarily, thinking that such effort was unnecessary as he was already captivated. At that moment, Yin regained consciousness and struggled to escape the silk. She glared at Xiao Long in anger, shocked that even he had fallen into the trap. Without hesitation, Xiao Long stepped toward the spider demon. Seeing this, it gave a triumphant smile. With a face full of infatuation, Xiao Long exclaimed how beautiful she was and suddenly pulled the creature into an embrace. This stunned the spider demon. Its eyes flashed with cruelty as it prepared to strike, but at that exact moment, Xiao Long issued a command. In an instant, a small centipede lunged from his sleeve and sank its fangs into the spider demon's neck. It shrieked in agony as Xiao Long stepped back. The tiny centipede quickly returned to him. With tearful eyes, the spider demon reached out to Xiao Long as if pleading for help, its expression so realistic it could easily deceive anyone. It clutched its neck, stumbled, and soon collapsed. Zio Long panted, his eyes wide as he stared at the motionless spider. He was unsure if the centipede's venom had completely paralyzed it yet. Holding a branch, he carefully poked its body, noting that centipede venom is a neurotoxin used to paralyze prey. He figured that despite the potent venom, a creature of this massive size would be fine. Reassured, he began stroking the spider and whispered, "Don't be sad, I saved you from the villagers." Zio Long's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, he joyfully wrapped his arms around the spider. Its body was a vibrant crimson, featuring 4 large mounds on its back covered in fur as soft and thick as velvet. "What a magnificent red spider!" he cheered internally. Curious about the appearance of this beautiful creature, he decided to examine its fangs. Wondering if they were as large as a Goliath spider's, he curiously flipped the creature over to check its belly. Suddenly, a figure blurred toward him as an angry scream of "pervert" rang out, followed by a devastating kick landing squarely on Zio Long's face. Before he could process what was happening, his body was sent flying like a leaf, slamming hard against a tree trunk before collapsing to the ground unconscious. Huang Yin stood stunned, covering her face as she realized with horror that she had lost control of her strength in her rage. A few minutes later, Zio Long staggered to his feet, his expression still dazed. Huang Yin hurriedly asked if he was all right, her voice still trembling as she explained that the mist surrounding the forest was produced by that spider, and inhaling it would heighten a man's desires. "It acts like a stimulant. I inhaled some as well and felt strange, so I had to use my internal energy to expel it from my body before coming to find you." Zio Long calmly replied that he felt nothing unusual, then rubbed his chin and concluded that the villagers' possessed behavior was caused by this mist. "I wonder if it's some kind of pheromone," he mused, innocently touching the spider while asking Huang Yin what kind of monster could exhale such toxic fog. Seeing Zio Long continue to touch the spider so casually, Huang Yin felt a surge of fear, but then her face turned as red as a tomato as she whispered an apology. She confessed she thought the spider had seduced him. Zio Long was bewildered at first, but then realized that, in a certain sense, she was right. He truly had been captivated by the spider's beauty. "I was just trying to see what it looked like," he explained, his hand still stroking the creature's hairy leg. "Its legs are so fuzzy and cute," he said. A sweating Huang Yin told him to stop, suddenly remembering something about its bright red body and the 4 large mounds on its back. Its fur was thick and soft like velvet. Just then, a dry cough echoed, causing both of them to spin around, though they saw no one. Zio Long wondered if the spider had made the sound, but the voice spoke again. It was Yin, who was still trapped within the webbing. Damn it, he had completely forgotten about her. They rushed to lower her down. Yin's face was pale and her breathing was faint, but she was alive. He realized she was merely paralyzed. Hearing this, Huang Yin breathed a sigh of relief. As night fell, Zio Long mentioned that their only remaining task was to find Zhu. Huang Yin was certain that since the mist had cleared, they would find her soon. However, Zio Long decided to do something first. He began using the spider's own silk to bind its body so he could drag it along. He planned to bring it back to the clan for research. Shortly after, Zhu appeared. Seeing Yin lying motionless on the ground, her eyes filled with tears and burning rage. This spider had not only dared to tarnish her honor, but had also harmed her younger sister. She drew her sword, prepared to finish the monster off. "Wait!" Zio Long shouted in a panic. Without a second's hesitation, he ran to shield the spider's body. Zhu paused, pointing her blade at him as she commanded coldly, "Move." But Zio Long stood his ground firmly. Seeing this, Zhu was bewildered. Zio Long pointed at himself and boldly declared, "I am the one who captured it. Therefore, it belongs to me now." Huang Yin was stunned by his audacity. Zhu looked down in silence before looking up, her eyes blazing with fury. "What did you just say? Killing a creature like this is a waste. You already killed a salamander with a poison spell. Do you want to kill this spider too?" "Wait, Zhu," Huang Yin cried out, clutching Yin tightly. "She's still alive, just paralyzed." Hearing this, Zhu's eyes filled with relief mixed with surprise. "Is that true?" she asked. Huang Yin nodded in confirmation and urged her to calm down. "I understand how you feel," Huang Yin continued. "But if the host is killed, the camouflage technique will break, and it will transform into a different shape. At that point, there would be no way to clear Lady Yin's name. Think about it," she said seriously, looking at the spider. "If you bring this creature back to your family, your innocence will be proven. Furthermore, Zio Long was the one who captured it, found the medicine, and saved Lady Yin's life. He helped clear your name, so you shouldn't swing your sword so recklessly." Both Zio Long and Zhu were stunned by Hua Yin's biting remarks, leading Zhu to sigh, sheath her blade, and offer Zio Long an apology. She asked for his forgiveness for overlooking his benevolence, to which Zio Long quickly dismissed the matter as insignificant. Grinning, he gave Hua Yin a thumbs up for her composure, before Zhu inquired about his plans for the captive spider. He explained his intent to spare the creature and bring it to the Tang clan, then affectionately patted Zhu's head, remarking on how adorable she was. Startled and blushing deeply, Zhu misinterpreted his words and nervously pointed out that he was already with Lady Hua Yin. Hua Yin sighed wearily, clarifying that he was actually referring to the spider itself being cute. She noted its red color, soft fur, and unique traits as the reasons for his praise, though this only made Zhu look more frightened. While stroking the spider, Xiao Long asked what they were discussing, but the two women quickly shifted the conversation. By the following dawn, Nanggong Yin had been safely returned to her family, where the sight of the massive spider left everyone in shock. The Nanggong patriarch, startled, drew his sword in a rage, blaming the creature for stealing his daughter's likeness and shaming his house. But Xiao Long intervened. He explained that the confusion was resolved and the rumors would be corrected, prompting the patriarch to finally compose himself. Noticing the resemblance between the father and daughter, Xiao Long listened as the patriarch reached out his hand and declared that he had saved the lives and honor of both his children. He ensured that the Nanggong clan would never forget this debt and would honor any request the young man made. Xiao Long smiled and gestured to the spider, stating he would take it with him, though the patriarch expressed concern over it still looking like Zhu. He requested the creature take a different form, so he would never have to endure the pain of doubting his own daughter again. Xiao Long pondered the situation with his hand on his chin, realizing that while he owned the creature, there was still the matter of its borrowed appearance to consider. Suddenly, a commotion broke out, and he rushed to Gu Fei to find an agitated crowd gathered outside. An old woman screamed for the spider's death for mimicking the young lady, but Gu Fei sternly warned them that the creature was now family property. The terrified elders begged for mercy, as Xiao Long noted that the misunderstanding was over, and enough people had already seen the creature. He instructed Gu Fei to close the gates to prevent the spider from being harmed, and the guards moved to comply once the crowd dispersed. Just as the gates were closing, a frail, panting old man leaning on a cane called out for them to wait. With desperation in his eyes, he coughed and asked for a single look, but the guards insisted they had strict orders to follow. The old man pleaded for just a moment of his time, leaving the guard scratching his head in a state of indecision. Xiao Long smiled and allowed him entry, noting that the man must have a significant reason for traveling so far in his condition. The old man thanked him and approached the demon spider with trembling steps, his eyes filling with tears as he recognized the creature. The spider stared back in surprise, as the old man turned to ask Xiao Long if he intended to kill it like the others wanted. Xiao Long calmly replied that he viewed it as a precious being and planned to raise it properly at the Tang clan in Sichuan. He remarked that despite its odd diet, it was merely a lost guest, and the old man wept with relief at his kind words. Declaring his trust in the youth, the old man immediately began to untie the restraints holding the spider. Everyone watched in alarm as Xiao Long warned of the danger, but the freed spider simply nuzzled against the old man affectionately. As the old man stroked it affectionately, its eyes lit up with joy, and Xiao Long sighed, finding the situation unsurprising. From the start, he had sensed a familiar aura from the elder, recognizing him as a fellow enthusiast of exotic creatures, and the man revealed its name was Yao Hua. He recounted how, over 20 years ago, after losing his entire family to a plague and falling into despair, he discovered this tiny creature, then only the size of a fist. They had lived together ever since, and while he was still strong, he used his own yang energy to sustain it, but his strength eventually failed. Troubles began when he could no longer provide energy, leading the creature to cause a terrible incident involving the young lady of the Nanggong family, for which the old man felt deeply repentant. Xiao Long's eyes widened in shock as the old man tearfully confessed to his miserable wanderings, unsure of what to do. Now that a kind young master like him was adopting it, the elder could finally find peace, and he pleaded with Xiao Long to take good care of the creature. Xiao Long bowed respectfully and promised to raise it well, while the tearful old man turned to Yao Hua and told her he was now too old to care for her. He urged her to follow the young man and live a long life, and as they embraced, the creature's eyes also filled with tears. Deeply moved by the scene, Xiao Long found himself weeping, amazed that a demonic beast could understand human speech and express such profound emotions. He realized the elder truly cherished it like his own daughter, so he reached out and asked the old man to stop and come with them. He asked if the elder would like to accompany them to Sichuan so they wouldn't have to part ways, but the old man declined with tearful gratitude. He explained that he no longer had the strength for such a long journey and that his family was buried there, so he could not leave. Xiao Long scratched his head and smiled, asking if the elder could share his experience in raising Yao Hua, as it was his first time handling such a creature. The old man promised to answer any questions within his knowledge, and Xiao Long sheepishly admitted he was most curious about how to provide yang energy. The elder offered his finger for Yao Hua to suckle on, demonstrating the process to show him how it was done. He explained that it was as simple as offering a finger, and that even sleeping in close proximity seemed sufficient to transfer the energy. Suddenly, Yao Hua began to transform as everyone watched, and the old man revealed that it takes the form its owner considers most beautiful. Yao Hua took the form of the elder's late wife in her youth, and after expressing his relief at seeing her face one last time, he asked Xiao Long if he wanted to try. Xiao Long approached Yao Hua, and after a moment of contemplation, placed his finger in its mouth, causing its shape to shift once more. His eyes widened in anticipation, nervously wondering what form it would take, and assuming it would surely be the young lady Hua Yin. The spider began to change, but when the new form appeared, everyone stood frozen in shock, while Gu Fei and the Nangong patriarch looked on in terror. It had turned into a wooden doll, leaving the old man confused as he recognized the form Yao Hua had held before ever becoming human, and he frantically asked Xiao Long why. He demanded to know why it hadn't taken the form of Lady Hua Yin, leaving a sweating Xiao Long feeling dizzy as the realization hit him. He understood that Yao Hua had maintained Nangong Zu's appearance because the villagers saw her as the ultimate beauty. But now Hua Yin was present, since she was known as the greatest beauty in the Central Plains, and he was the one providing the energy. He couldn't understand why Yao Hua hadn't transformed into her. Finding the situation nonsensical and unacceptable, Xiao Long turned and bolted away with his mind in a complete state of confusion. He worried that if the Tang family heard of this, they would see it as a betrayal, wondering if his obsession with poisons was truly stronger than his admiration for Hua Yin. Refusing to accept such a reason and certain there was another explanation, he burst into Nangong Yun's room, gasping for breath. Hua Yin was there, looking startled and confused by his appearance, as he stammered out a request, nervously asking if he could give her a hug. For a moment, he secretly thought that such a misunderstanding might not be so bad, while she stood up with clenched hands and nervously confessed, "Have you finally found out? I didn't mean to hide it from you, but I only read about it in books and wasn't certain, so I didn't dare say anything." Xiao Long had no idea what she meant, so Hua Yin sighed and decided to tell him directly that the spider was the human-faced spider, one of the 10 deadliest creatures in the Central Plains, leaving him utterly stunned. Yao Hua, the creature he had been doting on, was actually the notorious human-faced spider, and Hua Yin fidgeted with her fingers in embarrassment. "I swear I never intended to deceive you, but I wanted to be sure because of our past promise." Realizing this was why she had hesitated, Xiao Long watched as she approached and hugged him without hesitation. Before Xiao Long could even react, a groggy voice called out from the bed, asking if he should leave to give the two of them some private space. It was Yin who had woken up, and her presence startled Xiao Long, making her look away anxiously. 2 days later, Xiao Long's group bid farewell to the Nangong family as Zhu thanked them and promised to remember their kindness. Fortunately, after Yao Hua absorbed Xiao Long's yang energy for the second time, it took on Hua Yin's form, and he felt they no longer had to fear prying eyes, as he gently asked the creature if it was all right. "Please endure it a bit longer, as I will release you once we arrive." Meanwhile, Gu Fei asked Xiao Long about their next move, and he began to explain. He had originally planned to head straight for Mount Gonga, but with Yao Hua now with them, he wondered if he should stop by the Tang clan first. Upon hearing this, Yao Hua shook its head vigorously, and seeing the worry in its eyes, Xiao Long was touched that the creature was truly concerned for him. He marveled at its kind and gentle soul, and promised to reach their destination as quickly as possible, finalizing the plan to head to Mount Gonga to retrieve the geckos. Afterward, they would return to the Tang sect with Yao Hua. As their boat drifted downstream under a clear sky filled with seagulls, 2 men nearby began to converse. One man asked if the other had heard that the Alliance leader was personally leading the Azure Dragon squad on an expedition, to which his friend replied that captives from the Blood Cult raid had revealed other strongholds. The man with the ponytail added anxiously that he heard there were almost no casualties, because a master had reportedly used a poisonous mist that only affected the Blood Cult members. It was hard to believe, and Xiao Long was startled to realize they were talking about him, while the man with the ponytail wondered who could have performed such an incredible miracle. His friend replied that the Alliance was keeping the person's identity secret to avoid retaliation, noting that whoever it was, they were a true hero. The man declared his admiration for that person, and hearing this filled Xiao Long with excitement as he reminisced about his past life as a YouTuber. They soon reached Mount Gonga and disembarked, heading toward the waterfall area where Xiao Long offered a sincere explanation. I am not skilled in lightness techniques, so I cannot cross on my own. Perhaps Lady Hua Yin and Captain Gu Fei should go ahead and bring the little ones back. He knew no one would be throwing him across this time, while Gu Fei scratched his head, unsure if the geckos would follow them without Xiao Long, a concern Hua Yin agreed with. She suggested it might be better if he came along, or if she tried to pull a wild vine across to the other bank while they were still deliberating. One of the warriors suddenly pointed to the sky, telling a surprised Xiao Long to look at Yao Hua quickly climbing the cliff, causing him to shout for her to come down. At that moment, the spider decided to show off by shooting a silk thread and making a graceful leap over Xiao Long's head before landing softly in front of them. Everyone was stunned as Yao Hua reached out her arms, and Xiao Long suddenly realized what was happening, wondering if she was using a ballooning technique. He wondered if Yao Hua was showing she could fly because she was a spider. Though wingless, spiders can travel tens or even hundreds of kilometers by catching the wind. This phenomenon is known as ballooning, which explains why you might suddenly feel as though you have walked into a spider web floating in the air. Those are the traces of that technique, and Xiao Long's eyes widened in amazement as he realized Yao Hua could also balloon, sparking a sudden idea in his mind. Shortly after, Yao Hua grabbed Xiao Long and leaped into the air using her ballooning skill to safely cross the waterfall, leaving him so happy that he hugged her and praised her incredible ability. How can you be so ridiculously versatile? Hua Yin approached and expressed her discomfort, saying that since Yao Hua had taken her form, the situation made her feel as though he realized he was being embraced and felt a bit awkward. Hearing this, Xiao Long nervously let go of Yao Hua, told them to wait, and entered the cave alone. Sunlight streamed through a hole in the ceiling, illuminating a pair of geckos in front of Xiao Long. He smiled, drawing their attention. The geckos turned around, appearing surprised to see him. They hopped toward him as Xiao Long ran to meet them, anxiously asking if they were hurt. The pair began affectionately licking his face, making him beam with joy. He realized they had grown much more fond of him. He was relieved to see them healthy after his absence. Holding out the cold jade, he promised to take good care of them if they came along. The geckos stared at the jade and smiled. Xiao Long named the female Zhu and the male Bing. Cradling them, he said it was time to go to their new home. Thus, Zhu and Bing officially joined the family. It was dark when they reached the Tang clan manor. The guards were stunned to see Xiao Long, Gu Fei, Hua Yin, and another girl who looked just like her. Upon closer inspection, they realized the second girl was actually a spider and couldn't fathom why it shared Lady Hua Yin's appearance. Xiao Long cleared his throat and confidently told them to inform the elders. He proudly announced that the Tang clan's official son-in-law had returned. He then corrected himself, stating he had brought back one of the 10 great poisonous creatures. Shocked by the mention of such a creature, the guards immediately reported the news. They fired a signal flare into the sky to announce Xiao Long's arrival. Soon, the clan leader, his wife, the great elder, and the other elders rushed to the gate. The great elder, remembering Xiao Long went for lizard food, skeptically asked why he brought a spider instead. The clan leader questioned where he had been and what he had done. Both he and his wife stared in disbelief at the spider that was a mirror image of their daughter. With a cheerful grin, Xiao Long explained they had stumbled upon it while passing the Nangong clan. This left the elders bewildered, as no one simply stumbles upon one of the 10 great poisonous creatures, especially not a notoriously fierce human-faced spider. With a look of pride, the great elder remarked that Xiao Long always achieved the extraordinary. He declared that such feats made him truly worthy of being a son-in-law of the Tang family. The clan leader laughed heartily, officially proclaiming Xiao Long as their son-in-law. Hua Yin's mother smiled, noting that the promise between the two had now been fulfilled. Xiao Long gaped in surprise, wondering how she knew, while Hua Yin blushed in embarrassment. The great elder looked at Xiao Long calmly, saying that since he was now family, he must go to the river tomorrow to catch a live goose. He explained that Xiao Long had to personally prepare a goose for the engagement ceremony. Though too young to wed, they could still hold the engagement. Xiao Long was speechless, and the clan leader added a warning. He joked that once the ceremony was over, Xiao Long wouldn't be able to escape even if he stopped liking Hua Yin. Hua Yin's father then bashfully told him to stop talking about it. Amidst the conversation, a radiant smile broke across Xiao Long's face, drawing everyone's gaze. He bowed respectfully, filling the elders with pride. Hua Yin also couldn't help but squeeze Xiao Long's hand in excitement. With a confident smile, Xiao Long declared that as a member of the Sichuan Tang clan and their official son-in-law, he would rely on their guidance from now on. Upon returning, he first arranged housing for the creatures. Yao Hua chose a large tree by the village well, while the geckos stayed with him. Instead of sending them to the poison garden, he allowed them to stay in his room. Once settled, Xiao Long sat down to talk with them. He asked if they liked the place, and both the geckos and Yao Hua nodded happily. He told them to come to him if they were ever hungry. The girl smiled and pointed to the web she had spun everywhere. Xiao Long looked on curiously, realizing she had covered the area in silk. She explained she would punish any intruders and signal him. Xiao Long's eyes lit up with joy, realizing that if anyone suspicious entered, he would know the moment they touched a web. She clapped happily, and the geckos looked at him as if promising to protect him as well. Xiao Long covered his mouth, unable to hold back tears of happiness. They were so reliable that he felt like giving them all a big hug. Once the new residence for the members was prepared, the engagement ceremony commenced. The clan elders assembled, and betrothal gifts were presented during a modest rite to seal their vows. A minor confusion arose during the preparation of the offerings, however. As Xiao Long waited within the hall, Huang Yin arrived carrying several geckos in her arms. Xiao Long felt both startled and perplexed. Seeing the resolve in her eyes, he understood that she intended for these geckos to serve as the formal engagement gifts. He couldn't help but wonder if they were merely meant for decoration. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he realized this was quite a predicament. He struggled to comprehend how he could present geckos as a betrothal offering. Although he recalled her fondness for them, he never anticipated she would be so straightforward. Maintaining a solemn expression, he apologized and noted that the matter would be quite complex. When she looked at him in confusion, Xiao Long took her hand, gazed into her eyes, and explained that these gifts were meant to symbolize a vow of everlasting love. He remarked that while the geckos were lovely, the gifts should consist of enduring items like ice jade to properly represent their commitment. Huang Yin couldn't help but blush, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. Xiao Long softly explained that wild geese, representing a lifetime together, and calligraphy both carry profound significance. He further mentioned that once the engagement ceremony is performed, essentially everything he possessed would belong to her. She turned away with trust, deciding to fully abide by his arrangements before suddenly turning back toward him. With a confident gaze, she told him to call her Huang Yin from then on instead of Lady Huang Yin, as they were now engaged, and there was no need for such formalities. The sudden request caused Xiao Long's face to flush a deep crimson. While the geckos played nearby, he could only nod in embarrassment. At dawn the following day, both were summoned to meet with the sect leader. The leader kindly inquired if they had rested well. Xiao Long secretly wondered if the summons was intended to provide them with some form of guidance. With a grave expression, the sect leader revealed that he had summoned them to discuss Xiao Long's great secret technique, prompting the young man to listen intently. Amidst his confusion, Huang Yin quietly explained to him that the great secret technique involved absorbing toxins to cultivate the Tang clan's internal energy. Xiao Long suddenly understood that she was referring to the 10 poison body. The great sect leader smiled and remarked that bringing back the human-faced spider was a very positive development. As the weakest of the 10 great poisonous creatures, it was the most suitable candidate for his initial absorption. Xiao Long hastily asked if he would begin practicing the great secret technique immediately. The sect leader shook his head, noting that while he intended to use the 10 great poisonous creatures, there was another proposal to consider. Upon hearing this, Xiao Long was quite surprised. The sect leader calmly explained that while reviewing the toxins he intended to bring back, he recalled a secret that the clan had long since forgot. He asked with a smile if he knew the meaning of the 5 poisons. Xiao Long was stunned, wondering if the leader was referring to the 5 poisons origin art he had already mastered. The clan head nodded and raised his fingers one by one to name them: the centipede, lizard, scorpion, snake, and toad. He explained that these 5 creatures formed the foundation of the 5 poisons origin art. With a solemn look, he proposed a daring idea for Xiao Long to cultivate the 5 poisons origin divine art. He explained that within the Tang clan, poisonous creatures were categorized as either common venomous beasts or spirit beasts. Common venomous beasts were ordinary poisonous creatures, whereas spirit beasts possessed mystical power, intelligence, and even internal cores. The golden-haired bee king, the pair of snow and ice geckos, the blue-spotted centipedes, and the human-faced spider he brought back were all considered spirit beasts. The great clan head laughed as he clarified the situation. He explained that the 5 poisons origin art was limited in mastery because it only absorbed common toxins, whereas its original form, the true 5 poisons origin art, could actually absorb the venom of spirit beasts. He pointed out that with the blue centipedes and the pair of geckos, he already possessed 2 of the 5 required spirit beasts. If he could find the venom of a snake, a scorpion, and a toad at the spirit beast level, he would meet the requirements to master the 5 poisons origin divine art. Xiao Long asked for clarification. He recalled that fat-tailed geckos were not poisonous, but the great elder stroked his beard and explained that he had inspected them. They carried a venom that induced extreme cold, and the frigid aura they emitted was their actual poison. Now 2 paths lay before Xiao Long. The first was to absorb the venom from the centipedes and geckos to cultivate the 5 poisons origin divine art. The second was to absorb the human-faced spider's toxin and begin the journey to collect all 10 poisonous creatures for the dual-core 10 poison body. He then asked if he could use the 10 great poisonous creatures to complete the 5 poison body. Xiao Long inquired curiously, but the elder shook his head since geckos were not among the 10 great poisonous creatures, leaving the youth to sink into deep thought. He understood that if he absorbed toxins from lower-tier creatures like centipedes and geckos, he would no longer be able to complete the 10 poison physique using only the 10 great venomous creatures. The choice was this: absorb what he called child's play toxins to follow the spirit beast level 5 poison physique path, or persevere in gathering the 10 great venomous creatures for the ultimate 10 poison physique. Xiao Long realized this was exactly like choosing a skill tree in a game, a memory that remained vivid from his past life playing the PG. Selecting a skill tree would determine if a character became trash or a god-tier being, as the elder sternly advised him to think it over carefully. 5 poisons returning to origin divine art is an extraordinary martial art, but without divine luck, even I would struggle to encounter the 10 great venomous creatures, let alone tame them. Xiao Long was completely lost in thought, unsure of what to do as he wavered between the quick, easy path of the 5 poison physique and the arduous, grueling path of the 10 poison physique. One path would allow him to reach even greater heights. Hours later, Xiao Long remained deep in contemplation while Hua Yin watched him with a trace of confusion in her eyes. She called out to him, saying that if it was because of that promise, he didn't need to bind himself to the 10 poison physique, as the 5 poisons returning to origin divine art was already more than enough. It was an extraordinary martial art in its own right, and with worry in her eyes, she urged him not to make a hasty decision under pressure, regardless of which path he chose. He would still be Xiao Long. So he turned back and replied with a sincere gaze that even the clan head had said the preparation process for both cases was identical. Only the final toxin would differ, so he decided to take more time to think it over. A few days later, Xiao Long was still sprawled out on his bed. Although 2 days had passed since the great rite was prepared, he still couldn't decide. But at that moment, Hua Yin opened the door with a look of pure shock. When Xiao Long curiously asked what was wrong, she revealed with a sweat-drenched face that the blue-spotted centipedes were about to molt again, causing him to bolt upright in shock. Without wasting a single second, he rushed to the peak where the centipedes were kept, and upon seeing them, both he and Hua Yin felt a sense of tenderness. Their skin had become as hard as stone, and while Xiao Long remembered they had been growing rapidly, he hadn't expected their second molting to occur so soon. When Hua Yin curiously asked if their appearance would change again, Xiao Long nodded confidently, noting that blue spots would now begin to emerge on their bodies. His eyes were full of excitement, as the mere thought of them becoming identical to their mother made his heart race, while Hua Yin smiled kindly, eager to witness their transformation. Xiao Long remarked that they would surely be even cuter than before, but then his eyes widened in alarm as he realized this wasn't something to celebrate if they couldn't dry their bodies in time for the great rite. He clutched his head in extreme anxiety, knowing that normal centipedes took a full day to dry their bodies, and based on their previous molting, this would be no different. This process would undoubtedly take even longer, and he had been torn between using the blue-spotted centipede venom or the demon flower's toxin for the first dose. If this happened, he wouldn't be able to use the centipede venom, and Xiao Long knew that forcing the extraction now would lead to disaster. Yet he couldn't just sit idly by and wait. He imagined the demon flower, the pair of geckos, and the centipedes in an arena with the flower raising its fists, and it was then he realized why he had been tormenting himself for days. 2 days later, the Great Rite was finally held at the Great Rite Hall deep within the Tang clan's Hall of 10,000 Poisons. He had considered a delay for the centipedes, but the preparations were too intricate to postpone. The process was incredibly elaborate, involving hundreds of cauldrons to boil various herbs and extract their essences, which were then cooled and concentrated into a single massive vat. Next, a precise mixture of various poisons and venomous beast blood was added. Managing hundreds of ingredients, each with unique properties. To achieve perfect harmony was an extremely difficult task. Even a slight delay would render the entire medicinal liquid useless, so waiting was not an option. He resolved to accept the toxin of the demon flower, one of the 10 great venomous creatures. Xiao Long closely observed the liquid in the vat, noting its extremely dark and thick consistency. As the great clan head approached to announce the start of the great rite and told him to undress and enter, he stepped into the medicinal vat and slowly submerged himself, his eyes widening in surprise at a strangely familiar sensation that reminded him of a previous herbal bath. The great clan head smiled and explained that they would now add a drop of the demon flower's toxin to trigger a reaction, followed by prepared medicinal ingredients so his body could begin absorbing the poison. Normally, this process would be unbearably painful, but fortunately, the demon flower's toxin had a paralyzing effect, so it wouldn't hurt too much, he revealed with a loud laugh. Hearing this, Xiao Long couldn't help but worry as sweat began to pour. The family heads decided to fetch the remaining ingredients, leaving Xiao Long alone in the room. Shortly after, Hua Yin entered carrying several geckos and spirit flowers. She greeted him with a joyful smile, mentioning that the centipedes had finally awakened. They had just finished molting, their bodies now covered in new spots and emitting a brilliant light. As they began to play, Xiao Long noticed that Nova, Mila, and Gray looked even more adorable than before. They curiously climbed up, making him doubt his own eyes. Their transformation wasn't too sudden. They now looked like soft, plush toys, becoming strangely even Xiao as their attention shifted to the liquid in the vat. Xiao Long chuckled, thinking they must find it strange to see their father soaking in there. Knowing it was dangerous, he told them to stay back with cuter Yin. She smiled and called the centipedes back, but Nova didn't listen. It remained fixated on the medicinal solution, and while trying to climb down, its antenna accidentally touched the surface of the water. It immediately began to writhe in agony. Seeing this, Xiao Long's eyes widened in alarm. Hua Yin, Nova's antenna touched the solution. Quickly wash it with clean water. Hua Yin's eyes widened in shock and concern. Without a second's hesitation, she grabbed Nova. In its struggle, it opened its mouth, and a drop of saliva fell into the medicinal vat. Xiao Long watched closely as Nova's saliva caused the solution to react violently and change color. Poison! The poison is seeping into the vat, Hua Yin realized in terror. Xiao Long gritted his teeth before letting out a sky-shattering scream. Xiao Long, stay calm, Hua Yin cried out in distress. The medicinal solution acted like acid, burning his flesh and turning his face bright red. He had never experienced such excruciating pain before. It felt as if his entire skin was being peeled off while his whole body was on fire. He remembered the instruction not to move, despite desperately wanting to jump out. With extraordinary willpower, he tried to restrain himself. Foam began to bubble from his mouth as the pain became unbearable. Witnessing the horrific scene, the spirit flowers and geckos were stunned. Hua Yin covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes filled with anxiety and helplessness. Just then, the great family head and the family head returned. Seeing what was happening, they were horrified and rushed toward him. Hua Yin explained through tears that a centipede had accidentally dropped some venom inside. Save me, Xiao Long mumbled weakly as he collapsed. The great family head quickly caught him, supporting his head while trying to reassure him. Stay conscious, Xiao Long, breathe slowly. You must not lose consciousness, the family head shouted. He could no longer endure it. His hands went limp and his entire body lost all strength. The family head's eyes were filled with horror. Everyone was in a panic, wondering if Xiao Long would survive as his eyes gradually closed. Xiao Long felt as if he were sinking deep underwater. Eventually, he opened his eyes to see Nova sleeping soundly beside him. A strange energy from its body began to transfer into him. Hours later, someone cried out, "Grandfather, Xiao Long is awake." Hua Yin couldn't help but burst into tears, relieved to see he was okay. Xiao Long touched his head, realizing he was still in the same place. "Are you all right, brother?" Hua Yin asked worriedly. The great elder explained, "Fortunately, I managed to guide your inner chi directly through the Beihui point in time, so you have passed the critical danger. The great technique has also concluded safely and successfully. Although it wasn't the spirit flower's poison, you ended up absorbing the centipede's venom as a substitute." Xiao Long rubbed his forehead and sighed, finally understanding that Nova had done all this because it wanted its father to master the 5-poison body. He asked anxiously, "Is Nova okay? Its antenna came into contact with that poison." Hua Yin and the great elder were slightly surprised. She explained, "I washed its antenna immediately. At that time, I was so worried, not knowing if you would live or die." Xiao Long's gaze was fixed on her. Filled with regret, he watched as she turned away petulantly. Xiao Long panicked, knowing he was in the wrong. Right after the engagement ceremony, the first person he should have sought out was his fiancée. But instead, instinct had led him to the centipedes. His head began to throb again. Seeing this, Hua Yin asked with concern, "Is the pain returning?" But at this moment, the most important thing for Xiao Long was knowing for sure that Nova was safe. The Great Elder and Hua Yin were stunned that he was more worried about a centipede than himself. The Great Elder decided to call the physicians. 2 days later, the great technique process finally ended. When the medicinal vat had run dry, Xiao Long went to see the Supreme Elder, who asked, "Are you truly all right? Or should we examine you a bit more thoroughly?" Xiao Long assured him that he was perfectly fine. With a serene expression, the Supreme Elder spoke. "Regardless of your feelings, you have already embarked on the path of the 5 poisons origin divine art, so I shall grant you the corresponding martial manuals." Xiao Long listened in silence, his eyes wide with shock as the Supreme Elder revealed 5 distinct techniques: centipede poison claw, poisonous snake life-taking hand, scorpion tail consecutive kicks, spider wall-crawling movement technique, and toad explosive palm. Stroking his beard, he explained that each technique belonged to a specific category, ranging from claw and hand styles to kicking, movement, and palm strikes. This martial art allows the practitioner to reach a state where the person is the poison, and the poison is the person, achieving a true fusion between oneself and the toxins. Xiao Long's eyes gleamed with excitement and joy, and seeing his interest, the Supreme Elder noted his approval as Xiao Long nodded, admitting his surprise. However, they were not the poison arts or assassination techniques he had expected, leading the Supreme Elder to cough and praise his keen observation, revealing that this martial art did not originate from the Tang clan. Closing his eyes, he disclosed a shocking secret. The 5 poisons origin divine art, and these 5 poison techniques originally belonged to the 5 poison sect. The sect was destroyed long ago, but 200 years prior, the second young master of the Tang family, a genius of his era, fell in love with the daughter of the southern barbarian wild beast palace's lord. Despite fierce opposition, they fled to establish the 5 poison sect and created a new martial art by combining the Tang clan's poison arts with the wild beast palace's beast fist. However, their selfish actions did not escape pursuit, and about 100 years ago, the 5 poison sect was finally annihilated by the combined forces of both powers. Afterward, both sides agreed to reclaim their respective martial arts, and what the Tang family brought back was the 5 poisons origin divine art and the 5 poisons techniques. Because the martial essences of both families were intertwined, many disputes arose, but it was ultimately passed down to the Tang family. It is said the former sect leader of the 5 poison sect once single-handedly repelled attacks from both the Beast Palace and the Tang family, proving this is an extraordinary martial art that the Supreme Elder believes is perfect for someone with Xiao Long's talent for poisons. Great Clan Head was pleased, believing that with such dedication, he would surely achieve greatness, and thus Xiao Long took his first steps on the path of cultivating the 5 poisons origin divine art. Leaving the poison hall, he stretched and breathed in the fresh air, wondering how long it had been since he last saw the sun. Only now did he feel truly alive again, and at that moment one of the small centipedes rushed toward him, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. It was Nova, who could not hold back tears of joy upon seeing its father safe and sound, and Xiao Long realized it had been waiting for him there all this time. "Do not be sad anymore, for this was not your fault. Look, I am fine now," he said as Nova joyfully leaped into his arms, crawled inside his shirt, and began to play. He thought its newly molted skin felt a bit prickly and wished it would crawl on his clothes instead of his bare skin. And immediately, Nova seemed to understand, emerging from his shirt to run along his arm. Xiao Long was stunned, wondering if Nova had just read his mind, but he told himself it was impossible and likely just a coincidence. He assumed such things occasionally happened after keeping a pet for a while, and felt foolish for believing that Nova, a simple poisonous creature, could do something so extraordinary. But then, Nova's eyes suddenly flared with anger as it grew upset with Xiao Long, leaving him panicked and confused about what was happening. Without saying a word, he mentally commanded it to climb onto his head, and Nova obeyed instantly. Then, Xiao Long hid behind a tree and ordered it to find him. It succeeded without the slightest difficulty, and after repeating this 3 times in a row, Xiao Long was truly terrified. Nova sighed with an air of confidence, as if its heart and Xiao Long's were connected by a strange energy. While meanwhile, Huang En grew worried about Nova and went to search for it. She approached the other 2 centipedes to ask if they knew where Nova had gone, lamenting that it had wandered off so much since molting, just as Xiao Long arrived panting with Nova on his back. He ran toward Huang En with eyes full of astonishment, resting his hands on his knees to catch his breath as she asked if he was all right. She then immediately turned to scold Nova, saying she had warned it not to go far and to inform her before leaving, but he interrupted, saying that was not the issue. Xiao Long pointed at Nova and exclaimed that it understood human speech, to which Huang En calmly replied that Nova had always understood humans, and it was nothing new. Breaking into a cold sweat, Xiao Long frantically explained that it was more than that, as the creature understood him even when he was only thinking in his head. This surprised Hua Yin as well. Carrying Nova on his back, Zai Long decided to visit the great clan chief to investigate, and Hua Yin offered to go along. A few minutes later, Zai Long placed Nova on the table and explained that it could understand his thoughts, leading the family head to suspect it was an effect of the great art. However, the great elder stroked his beard and explained that this was not the case, as many in the Tang clan's history had absorbed the venom of spiritual creatures. He noted that if such supernatural abilities had been discovered, they should have been recorded, yet he had never seen or heard of any such accounts. When Hua Yin asked what the cause could be, the great elder pondered before concluding that it was certainly due to the 5 poisons' origin divine art. The family head interrupted, noting the great art was meant for absorbing poison, and Zai Long was the only one to use it to absorb a spiritual creature's venom. Great elder smiled, suggesting the secret might be linked to the southern barbarian beast palace, where people treat fierce beasts as their own limbs. He added that their secrets might be embedded in the 5 poisons' origin divine art, but the family head stroked his beard and said the reason would be impossible to find. Zai Long asked why. The great elder explained they would never reveal their most precious secrets if they found someone had mastered a martial art influenced by them. Hua Yin asked if there was a way to avoid this, and the family head replied it wouldn't be easy unless they owed them a great favor before Zai Long left the sect leader hall. Feeling somewhat disappointed, he imagined himself and the beasts forming a group like the town musicians of Bremen from the fairy tale. While he was daydreaming, Captain Gu Fei approached with a smile, greeting him and expressing her happiness at seeing him recover. She mentioned there was an issue at the Venomous creature garden and asked if he wanted to join her, which surprised Zai Long and made him pause to think. He decided to handle the garden's issues before the southern barbarian beast palace, realizing he had forgotten the garden due to his engagement ceremony. Gu Fei happily agreed to go and introduced Ying Ying, who ran out from behind her to hug Zai Long as he took the young girl's hand. He decided to bring her to the garden since she refused to let go, then turned to ask why Ying Ying was there in the first place. Gu Fei explained that the girl was there for treatment and would stay at the Tang clan for a while Ying Ying asked why he hadn't visited her sooner. She complained that she had been waiting for him, and Zai Long chuckled upon noticing she had lost a front tooth. He patted Ying Ying's head and apologized for thinking she had already left, but she showed him a small pouch and said she had been playing with tea-tack. Zai Long and Gu Fei looked inside the pouch to find a click beetle, a creature capable of making a clicking sound when flipped over. Though it was a pest that fed on potatoes, it was a common toy for children, leading Gu Fei to ask if it was a wood-boring beetle. Ying Ying insisted it was tea-tack, making Zai Long smile as he remembered calling the same insect by that name during his own childhood. This was the very first insect he had ever raised in his past life, the introductory creature that had led him into the world of exotic biology. He knelt before her and noted her love for insects, to which she nodded and added that she also liked the uncle. Zai Long's eyes sparkled as he realized she was like a mini version of himself, prompting him to consider training her with venomous creatures. He picked her up and asked if she wanted to learn about insects with him, promising that they were very special and interesting. Ying Ying's eyes lit up with joy as they chatted, while Gu Fei watched with a wry smile before they arrived at the garden where Ying Ying spotted a turtle. Zai Long opened a drawer containing a striped snake and asked Gu Fei how the mouse breeding project was progressing. She replied that there would be no shortage after a few more litters, estimating the population would exceed 1,000 in 2 months, which Zai Long acknowledged. With the food for the tiger keelback snakes settled, he wondered what the other problem was while Ying Ying played with a small turtle from its cage. Gu Fei scratched his head and explained that the cricket population wasn't growing, leaving some of the creatures hungry. Resting his chin on his hand, Xiao Long wondered if they were cannibalizing each other like the baby rats. Crickets were never in sufficient supply. He concluded they needed an alternative food source, just as Ying Ying burst into tears, startling both Xiao Long and Gu Fei. He quickly comforted her, asking if she was all right, while she sobbed about a strange, foul odor coming from her silk bag. Surprised, Xiao Long used chopsticks to open the bag, and his eyes widened as he realized she had made the same mistake he did as a child. He sighed and told her to look closely, explaining these weren't click beetles but something else, as Ying Ying stopped crying. Gu Fei recognized it as a mealworm beetle, which releases a foul-smelling secretion from its scent glands when touched as an adult. Xiao Long explained that they are often mistaken for click beetles, but while click beetles make noise with their abdomens, these do not. He told her to be more careful next time, and Ying Ying nodded with determination while Xiao Long smiled proudly at her efforts. He mentioned he actually needed these insects, leaving Gu Fei confused as to why he would want such smelly creatures. With a look of resolve, Xiao Long revealed they would now begin breeding the mealworm beetles Ying Ying had found in the venom garden. Though they seemed unremarkable, they were the most common food for insects and lizards, and replacing crickets would stabilize the food supply. With the immediate problem solved thanks to Ying Ying, he still decided to visit the cricket facility to investigate further, and Gu Fei agreed. At the facility, Xiao Long observed carefully, noting that the breeding environment and conditions appeared to be perfectly fine. However, when he opened a jar, he was stunned to see crickets with missing legs, a clear indication of cannibalism. This was why the population wasn't increasing. Though Gu Fei insisted he fed them well, Xiao Long reassured him he'd seen this before in Hainan. He fell into thought, realizing that despite being a venom expert, it was ironic that he knew little about mass-breeding common insects. This proved to be a difficult dilemma, since he lacked experience with large-scale breeding of non-venomous species. Just then, Huang Jian, a member of Gu Fei's team, shyly approached and mentioned he knew someone who was an expert on crickets. Gu Fei explained that Huang Jian was the only volunteer in the poison squad, which made Xiao Long find him both surprising and reliable. Huang Jian confessed he occasionally visited cricket pits to gamble for drink money, explaining that strong crickets were highly valued there. He described a mysterious woman at the casino who cared for the crickets, noting she was covered in bandages but knew everything about them. At night, the streets of the Tang clan were lit by red lanterns as Xiao Long, Gu Fei, Hua Yin, and Huang Jian headed to the capital's casino. Xiao Long expected to use lightness skills, but they took a carriage instead. He was startled when the driver announced they had arrived. Gu Fei loudly announced the arrival of Lady Hua Yin of the Tang clan and her fiancé Xiao Long, causing the casino owner to turn pale. The owner of the Golden Phoenix Casino bowed respectfully and led them through velvet curtains into the noisy world of gambling. Xiao Long's attention was drawn to a group of excited martial artists gathered around a table where a match was about to begin. A man bet all his winnings as two crickets clashed, and Xiao Long was amazed by how lively and intense the cricket fight was. One cricket bit its opponent's abdomen, sending it fleeing in fear, while the victor raised its mandibles in a proud display. The owner of the winning cricket grinned triumphantly as the match concluded, and several men celebrated their heavy bags of winnings. The owner revealed that winning crickets would be auctioned off immediately, potentially fetching up to 30 taels of silver, a figure that left Xiao Long stunned. His eyes gleamed with excitement as a cunning smile played on his lips, and he decided that he might dedicate himself to selling crickets in the future. A few minutes later, they walked down a dark staircase where the owner opened a basement door, unable to believe they had come to see a lowly cricket keeper. He indifferently explained that although guests occasionally asked for her, there was nothing special about this girl whose only job was feeding and cleaning. The owner pointed to a woman with her back turned and identified her as the caretaker, adding with a look of disdain that she was quite useless. He claimed that was why he gave her this task, as she was always sullen and gloomy. Seeing she still hadn't turned around, he began shouting for her to stand up. He scolded her for not knowing how to greet such important guests, causing the girl to stand up with a terrified expression and mumble an apology. Xiao Long was amazed to see a look of intense fury in the caretaker's eyes as she stared at them, so he silently approached her. He introduced them as being from the Sichuan Tang clan and asked if he could consult her regarding a question about cricket care, to which she nodded. Xiao Long raised a finger and explained that he was raising several crickets together, but they kept cannibalizing each other, asking if she knew why. She thought for a moment and said it was because they wanted meat. She suggested he might only be feeding them grass, but since crickets are omnivores, they need meat to prevent cannibalism, leaving Xiao Long stunned by a thought he had never considered. Realizing the cannibalism was due to a protein deficiency, and sensing a strange aura from her, he decided this expert must be recruited immediately and smiled at Hua Yin, who understood his intent. She pulled out a pouch of money and asked the owner if she could buy the woman, leaving the man confused as to why they would want her. With an arrogant smile, he slapped her on the back and said they could take her right now, but the woman suddenly stepped forward. She violently struck Hua Yin's hand, sending the gold pouch flying and leaving everyone in shock. The enraged owner then grabbed her by the hair, shouting at her audacity. He demanded if she knew who they were and began beating her to make her go with them. But she only screamed that she didn't want to until Xiao Long cried out for him to stop. Hua Yin also sincerely promised they would treat her well and even bring her family to the Tang clan if she wished, yet she still refused. As the owner grew angrier, Gu Fei watched silently while Xiao Long asked the man to calm down and inquired if the girl had any debts. The owner replied that about 5 years ago she had come to work for free, and since she wasn't good with guests, he only gave her minor chores. He considered her just another mouth to feed. Xiao Long sighed, unable to understand her refusal, while Gu Fei mused that she reminded him of himself before the Tang clan protected him. He turned to the owner and asked if they could take her with them for just 1 day to feed her and try to persuade her, which made the owner laugh out loud. He allowed them to do whatever they wanted. So Gu Fei kindly asked the girl if she wanted to go outside for some fresh air, and she nodded slightly while looking at the ground. Gu Fei promised to return for her the next day, bringing relief to Xiao Long and a smile to Hua Yin. Later, they took her to the Tang clan's guest house in the capital for a meal, where Xiao Long was surprised to find they had a building there. Gu Fei explained that this was like a branch of the Sichuan Tang clan, noting that 2 inns, 8 pharmacies, and 5 restaurants in this alley all belonged to them. He promised to show him their merchant guild and escort agency later, leaving Xiao Long's mouth agape with shock that the entire alley belonged to the Tang clan. Since his grandfather and father-in-law spent all their time practicing martial arts, he had always wondered how the family survived and certainly hadn't expected this. Gu Fei curiously asked the woman if she could now tell them why she didn't want to leave, offering their help if she was in any trouble. Xiao Long whispered to Hua Yin that the woman still hadn't said a word, and Hua Yin replied that she hadn't even touched the food or tea. Gu Fei sensed she was harboring a grudge and urged her to speak, reminding her they were in Tang clan territory. The woman then stood up slowly and bowed to Xiao Long, leaving him stunned. She introduced herself as Song Ryu from the nearby Song family village, and Hua Yin was amazed that she finally spoke, while Xiao Long calmly asked, "Is there a reason you refuse to leave the casino?" The woman stood up straight and brushed aside the hair covering her face. At that moment, everyone was struck with absolute shock. She possessed a beautiful face, yet half of it had been ravaged by horrific burns. Who could be so heartless as to burn a woman's face like that? Gu Fei wondered, as she decided to reveal the truth with a voice full of resentment, vowing to have her revenge at any cost while gritting her teeth. Tears of sorrow and rage welled up as she declared she would not depart until this grudge was settled. And then Song Ryu began to recount her past. The story began on a peaceful day in Song family village, a small town where she lived with her younger sister, Song Nyan. Having lost their parents at a young age, Song Ryu raised her sister alone, and both became famous in the village for their beauty and jade-like skin. Known to everyone as the Jade Sisters, Song Nyan sadly asked her sister that day if she could take the day off, but Song Ryu smiled and explained the situation. "The neighboring village isn't far, and I'll return right after helping with the festival, so please wait a moment." But Song Nyan cried out that she didn't want to be alone and wanted to go along. It was the young girl's birthday, and as Song Ryu stroked her sister's head, she felt a pang of regret, yet she could not let her sister suffer more, fulfilling a promise to their parents. She pointed to a jar containing a few crickets and told her to play with them until she returned, though Song Nyan remained hesitant with tears in her eyes. Song Nyan argued that cricket fighting required 2 people to be fun, so Song Ryu sighed and pulled a hidden birthday gift from her pocket, a fragrant sachet. She asked if this was what her sister had wanted before, a small pouch filled with aromatic herbs, and Song Nyan was stunned to realize it must have been very expensive. Song Ryu explained she received it as a reward for her previous help and gave it to her early, asking her to wait patiently as Song Nyan took the sachet. After thanking her sister and promising to cherish the gift, Song Ryu saw her sister was happy again and decided to leave, waving goodbye as Song Nyan promised to wait for her early return. Watching her sister, Song Ryu felt immense joy, but the work lasted longer than expected due to a large crowd. As night fell and lanterns were lit, she hurriedly left, worried that Song Nyan must be starving. Eager to celebrate the birthday with delicious food, she rushed away without a lantern, traveling down the deserted village road in the middle of the night. Song Ryu accidentally bumped into a man and apologized, but the man grumbled at her to watch where she was going. At that moment, her eyes widened in shock as the man turned and fled, leaving behind a trail of the exact same fragrance from the sachet she had just given her sister. She felt uneasy since strangers rarely appeared in the village, but she brushed it off and headed home. Upon arriving, she called out, but was met only with a terrifying silence, leading her to think her sister had fallen asleep. She lit a small candle, and stepped inside, only to be frozen by the sight of her home in ruins and her sister lying motionless on the floor. With her sister's clothes torn and the candle falling to the floor, Song Ryu rushed to her side with tearful eyes, her heart filled with agony and fear over what had happened. The fallen candle quickly ignited a fire that engulfed the house, and the villagers began to scream in panic that Song Ryu's home was burning down. Soon after, a figure emerged from the sea of flames. It was Song Ryu carrying her sister, but before she could explain what had occurred, she gasped for air and collapsed unconscious. In the midst of the panic and shouts for a physician, the only thing Song Ryu could see in her delirium was her home and her memories being consumed by the fire. As everything burned, Xiao Long finally understood the origin of the scar on her face, and she choked back tears as she continued, saying that over 2 weeks had passed by the time she woke up. An elderly couple was tending to her bandaged body, where deep burns still remained, and the old man wept as he explained that his efforts to have the escort agency find that scoundrel had been in vain. The woman felt deeply apologetic, admitting she didn't know how to face Song Nyan's spirit, leaving Song Ryu with nothing to do but weep in silence. Just as all things fall silent in late autumn, her heart slowly withered away, and her only interaction with the world was the faint moans she made whenever her bandages were changed. As time passed and winter gave way to spring, the crickets began to chirp again, bringing back the haunting image of her sister inside the burning house. Her sister's final plea echoed in her ears, begging her to catch that bastard and avenge her, causing Song Ryu to wake up in terror at midnight and collapse in the garden. The incessant chirping of crickets, sounding like Song Nyan's voice, finally pulled her mind back to reality. Song Ryu tightened her grip, her eyes blazing with a fierce orange flame. She was determined to track down and kill that scoundrel. All that remained within her now was a deep-seated hatred that had seeped into her very marrow. The following day, she informed the old man of her plans, which left him terrified. He pressed her about where she intended to go when her injuries had not yet fully mended. Song Ryu remained resolute, claiming she heard Song Nyan's agonizing screams every night. As his sister, she had to seek vengeance for him, leaving the old man even more bewildered. He wondered how a frail woman like her could possibly get revenge when she didn't even know what her enemy looked like. His wife also tried to dissuade her, but every night, the sound of the crickets only served to bolster her determination. Eventually, she slipped away in the dead of night, leaving behind only a wish for the elderly couple's well-being. Song Ryu clutched her small pouch tightly and whispered to Song Nyan's spirit, promising her sister to wait just a little longer. Her first destination was the city. That was where the scoundrel had headed. Although she did not know his face, his voice was etched into her mind like an indelible mark, much like the red scars covering her body. She approached every strange man she encountered, though naturally, none of them looked upon her with kindness. 2 years later, on a rainy night, she arrived at the Jin Feng Casino just as the crickets began to chirp once more. Shivering from the cold, she begged the owner for a moment of shelter from the rain, only to be met with insults and driven away. At that very moment, a man walked past her. He expressed his disgust at the foul odor emanating from her, snapping that the stench had ruined his mood and telling her to get lost. Hearing that voice, Song Ryu stood frozen in shock. She had not forgotten. She could never forget. She had finally found him. Xiao Long and Hua Yin were eager to learn what occurred afterward. Song Ryu recounted how she had approached a beggar and learned that the scoundrel was a regular at the casino. Initially, she planned to shadow him and stab him, but the old beggar warned her that he was a martial artist, making such a revenge impossible. The old man suggested she poison his wine or food, and she followed his advice, but it failed. The poison she bought in a back alley had no effect whatsoever. After that, she took a job tending to the crickets in the basement. Every time she heard their chirping, she was reminded of Song Nyan's face, drifting between moments of sanity and madness. She was consumed by agonizing pain. Song Ryu gritted her teeth, her eyes brimming with tears and her voice thick with resentment as she vowed to kill that scoundrel. She declared she could not leave this place until she had succeeded. Xiao Long whispered to Gu Fei and Hua Yin, expressing his doubts. While her circumstances were clear, her psychological state was deeply concerning. She needed to raise the crickets, yet the sound of their chirping caused her to lose consciousness. Her mind seemed to be profoundly fractured. Hua Yin held a different perspective, noting that this only proved the depth of Song Ryu's hatred. She believed that once the woman achieved her revenge, she would finally recover. If we assist someone harboring such intense resentment, she will never betray us and will become a valuable member of the Tang clan. Gu Fei conceded that Hua Yin was correct. He explained to Xiao Long that before he had avenged his parents, he too used to mutter to himself in the rain just like her. However, after the Tang family sought vengeance on his behalf, all those burdens were washed away. Gu Fei's gaze fixed on Song Ryu. He now understood why he saw a reflection of himself in this woman. Xiao Long watched Gu Fei thoughtfully. Gu Fei nodded with a confident smile. He placed his hand over his heart and firmly declared that they would help her resolve her deep-seated hatred. He asked if she would promise to join their clan once it was finished. Song Ryu's eyes widened in astonishment as she asked if they would truly help her. She swore that if they succeeded, she would dedicate her entire life to serving them until her final breath. Xiao Long reassured her, telling her not to worry and to leave everything to them. Then his eyes gleamed with a cold intensity as he asked exactly who the man was. Song Ryu was slightly taken aback, her expression shifting to one of worry and hesitation. Uncertain whether she should reveal the truth, she eventually clenched her fists after a brief internal struggle and identified him as Jin Dasheng, the third young master of the Great Fire sect. Xiao Long confidently placed his hand on his chest and declared that he would deal with Jin Dasheng and utterly destroy him. Hua Yin asked again in a state of panic. Asked if Song Ryu was certain the man was the third young master of the Great Fire sect. Song Ryu nodded, leaving Xiao Long confused as to what the issue was. Gu Fei turned to him and revealed that the Great Fire sect was a righteous sect in Sichuan, with power second only to the Tang family, Imei, and King Cheng. Xiao Long was stunned, having not expected them to be such a formidable sect. However, he maintained that if Jin Dasheng's actions were true, the status of his sect was irrelevant. The issue stems from a pact our clan made with the Great Fire sect. My great-grandfather once received immense help from them. Consequently, even if they commit a grave offense, we must grant them unconditional forgiveness at least once. Xiao Long's eyes widened in alarm, realizing this meant Jin Dasheng could act with impunity. Huang Yin further explained that in the martial world, oaths are paramount, especially those sworn in a clan's name. Such vows are sacred and must be upheld. Is something wrong? Song Ryu asked anxiously. Xiao Long quickly forced a smile to reassure her, telling her not to worry and to get some rest. Song Ryu's eyes filled with tears of gratitude, knowing she could finally avenge Nyan. Shortly after, she collapsed and drifted into a deep sleep from sheer exhaustion. Huang Yin noticed that she seemed to have let her guard down too abruptly and suggested taking her to the Tang residence to rest. Gu Fei stood by with his arms crossed. Realizing the situation was more complex than anticipated, Xiao Long nodded. He knew he would have to speak with his grandfather and father-in-law, trusting they would understand. The following day, the atmosphere in the Tang residence's main hall was incredibly tense. The great clan head sternly clarified that the Great Fire sect was a prestigious organization. He noted their leader was a man of integrity, yet a tiger father had sired a dog son. The clan head clasped his hands in frustration, unable to believe Xiao Long sought revenge for a woman despite knowing their oath. Xiao Long sincerely pleaded for his father-in-law's permission. The clan head fell into deep thought. While the circumstances were sympathetic, the ancestral oath was bound to the Tang clan's honor. If they began making exceptions, their credibility would vanish. Finally, the clan head stood up and made a formal declaration. I forbid any Tang bloodline or poison from assisting that woman. Xiao Long's eyes widened in shock as he stood to plead again, but the clan head remained resolute. Just as Xiao Long was about to beg further, Huang Yin grabbed his hand and winked, signaling him before telling her father, I understand. We shall obey your command. Xiao Long was left bewildered, but Huang Yin simply smiled. She had spotted a loophole in the order. Only the Tang bloodline and their poisons were prohibited from helping. This meant that to ensure the clan remained uninvolved, their poisons would not be used, and Xiao Long would be permitted to act on his own. She revealed that since Xiao Long did not share the Tang bloodline, he was exempt. The clan head turned away, asking with a smirk why they were still standing there. Xiao Long was stunned, realizing this was the clan head's tacit approval. Huang Yin urged him to leave quickly, as they had much work ahead of them. Xiao Long clenched his fists. Having received permission, it was time to prove his worth as the Tang clan's son-in-law. He imagined capturing Jin Dasheng, thinking it felt like a gang initiation. Early the next morning, Gu Fei arrived to see Xiao Long with a scroll in hand. Though we have permission, he said, we must avoid tarnishing the clan's name. I will covertly track Jin Dasheng's movements. Then I'll leave that in your hands, Xiao Long replied. The first step was to confirm the man's location and habits. Xiao Long then went to Song Ryu's room and opened the door. He found Huang Yin and Song Ryu drinking tea together. He greeted them and asked Song Ryu if she had rested well. She was now dressed in Tang clan attire. With her hair neatly tied back, she nodded and thanked him for his help. Seeing her recovery, Xiao Long felt a sense of relief and produced a small pouch. "I've brought some burn ointment from the Tang clan." Song Ryu thanked him once more, unsure how she could ever repay the debt. Xiao Long took a seat. Curiously, he asked if he could inquire about the crickets. Song Ryu nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a panting Gu Fei burst into the room. "Captain Gu Fei, have you confirmed the information?" Xiao Long asked. "I encountered a guest on my way back," Gu Fei said anxiously. Behind him stood a man with long hair. He had a long beard and wore a hat. His gaze swept across the room before settling on Huang Yin. With a smile, he tipped his hat. "Miss Huang Yin, it has been a long time." Huang Yin stood and bowed respectfully. "I am Huang Yin of the Sichuan Tang clan. Greetings, Senior Beggar King." Seeing Xiao Long's confusion, she explained he was one of the three sovereigns, like the Fist Emperor. Xiao Long's eyes widened in shock. Was he one of the three sovereigns, like the martial arts alliance leader? He hurriedly offered his greetings. "I am Xiao Long. It is an honor to meet you, Senior Beggar King. I heard the Fist Emperor taught you martial arts," the Beggar King remarked. "So I came to see what kind of man you are." Song Ryu was stunned to realize this senior was the old beggar who had helped her in Chengdu. She quickly apologized for her past disrespect. "Do not trouble yourself," the Beggar King waved it off. "I am merely a reclusive old man now." "Did you come to the Tang clan because of the Great Fire Sect?" Huang Yin asked curiously. The Beggar King let out a laugh. "You truly live up to the name Poison Flower. Your insight is sharp," Guy Huang said, resting his chin on his hand. Huang Yin had been startled, fearing he had come to stop Song Ryu, but he asked how he could possibly hinder the girl after learning of her circumstances. "Since there is no clear evidence, I cannot intervene directly, but I have come to lend a hand." Xiao Long approached and asked, "You will help without direct intervention?" Guy Huang smiled and said, "I will assist with information. I'm also curious to see how the successor of the Fist Emperor will handle this matter." He revealed that he had his men investigate events from several years ago, confirming that Jin Dasheng was indeed a most heinous villain, a man who assaulted women and did not hesitate to kill. He remained uncaptured only due to his sect's influence. Guy Huang suspected there were 5 cases in total, 2 of which occurred in Chengdu. It seemed even the Great Fire Sect considered him a major headache. As Xiao Long listened, his anger grew, realizing the situation was far worse than he had imagined. Stroking his beard, Guy Huang explained that since the incident at the Song family manor, Jin Dasheng had acted more cautiously, only leaving for the casino once every 3 days, which was why he had advised Song Ryu to use copper. Xiao Long cleared his throat, thinking the only way to deal with him was at the casino, perhaps by trying to poison him. "You must not use the poison of the Tang clan," Huang Yin stated firmly. Xiao Long turned to Song Ryu and asked curiously how she could distinguish that bastard's food and drink from everyone else's. Song Ryu honestly revealed that every time he arrived, he made very specific and demanding requests, so that information always reached the kitchen. Whenever a dish contained ingredients like crab or shrimp, he would demand they be removed from his portion, which was why she had placed the poison in those dishes, even if it wasn't real. Guy Huang recalled the man saying his body broke out in rashes just from a taste. From his account, Xiao Long realized Jin Dasheng had a severe allergy to crustaceans. He suddenly thought of tropomyosin, a protein found in crabs and shrimp. Seconds later, a confident smile spread across his lips as he turned to Gu Fei, asking the captain to fetch some yellow worm powder from the poison storehouse. Gu Fei was bewildered, not understanding why he suddenly needed such a thing. Xiao Long only gave a sly smile, making everyone even more curious. Raising a finger, he declared he would kill the man in a clever way. Then, crossing his arms and imagining a plump yellow worm, he decided to name this operation Delicious Death. He knew that the root cause of Jin Dasheng's allergy was tropomyosin. While this protein exists in most animals, the version in invertebrates has much lower similarity to humans, making it a potent allergen. Crucially, tropomyosin is found in extremely high concentrations in yellow worms, even more so than in shrimp or crab. Just then, Gu Fei returned with a bag of powder. Xiao Long immediately set to work, taking out the yellow worms to lightly boil and then stir-fry them in a hot pan. A moment later, a fragrant plate of stir-fried yellow worms was placed on the table. He smiled and invited everyone to taste it, but Song Ryu, Guy Huang, and Huang Yin stared at the dish with expressions of pure horror. They couldn't believe he was asking them to eat this, but Xiao Long remained insistent, promising it was delicious. Trusting him, Guy Huang was the first to take a bite. Seeing this, Huang Yin also closed her eyes and popped a worm into her mouth. The rich flavor immediately astonished them. It was truly delicious. They couldn't fathom how an insect could taste so good, and seeing their reaction, Xiao Long couldn't hide his triumph. "Of course it's good. It's so rich and savory that it's practically a delicacy. In his past life, this had been a surprisingly popular snack. Guy Huang admitted it was tasty, but still wondered how it could be used to assassinate Jin Dasheng. Xiao Long smiled confidently, reminding them of the man's allergy to crab and shrimp, explaining that what is harmless to one person can be a deadly poison to another. Just like crab or shrimp, these worms contain a component that acts as a toxin to him. Huang Yin suddenly understood, noting it was similar to Peng Yingying's sensitivity to bee venom. Xiao Long added that if they ground the yellow worms into a fine powder and mixed it with other food, it would only add a savory flavor, leaving no one to suspect a poisoning. Guy Huang stroked his beard and nodded in approval, finally understanding the meaning behind the name, Delicious Death. Xiao Long said that the more they used, the more certain the effect would be, but the question was which dish to use. Song Ryu suddenly raised her hand and calmly made a suggestion. How about putting it in the injialmi? We often eat that at the casino. She explained that injialmi was made from glutinous rice with a red bean filling. The outside of the cake is coated in syrup, and then a layer of soybean powder. If they mixed the yellow worm powder with the soybean powder and coated the cake, no one would notice. A perfect idea flashed through Xiao Long's mind. A sticky glutinous rice cake, saturated with yellow worm powder and covered in a thick adhesive syrup. This was the ideal dish to cause death by suffocation through anaphylactic shock. It was too perfect for an assassination. Song Ryu clenched her fists, her eyes filled with determination as she said, "Let me be the one to make that injialmi. Only by doing it myself can I feel liberated from this hatred," she said. Hua Yin nodded in agreement, believing the revenge should be carried out by her own hands. His final meal, an injialmi coated in insect powder, was a fitting end for such a scoundrel. Xiao Long decided to ask the casino owner to let Song Ryu cook for a day, while Hua Yin suggested they gamble to keep him occupied. A smile spread across Xiao Long's face as his eyes gleamed with malice. The plan was becoming flawless, a trap from which Jin Dasheng could never escape. A few days later, Jin Dasheng arrived clutching a heavy pouch of coins. He strode arrogantly into the Jin Fu casino with his bodyguards. The owner rushed out to greet him respectfully, but Jin Dasheng brushed him aside with a haughty expression. He demanded wine and a game at his usual table. "Young master," the owner apologized quickly, "that table is already occupied by distinguished guests." Jin Dasheng looked slightly bewildered. Upon entering, his eyes widened in shock. Sitting at his regular table were Xiao Long and Lady Hua Yin, engaged in a game of chance. Jin Dasheng's gaze immediately fixed on Hua Yin's beauty, recognizing her as the poison flower of the Sichuan Tang clan. He approached with a respectful smile, saying he hadn't expected to see her there. "Who are you?" Hua Yin asked coldly, making him feel uneasy. He quickly introduced himself as the third young master of the Dahua sect, reminding her of his previous visit. Just then, Xiao Long interrupted, declaring that he had won. He looked at Hua Yin with a confident expression and asked what she thought of his skills. "Truly remarkable," she replied, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Confused, Jin Dasheng turned to his bodyguard to ask who Xiao Long was. The guard replied that he had heard the poison flower was engaged and assumed this man was her fiancé. Jin Dasheng was stunned. He couldn't believe it, wondering how such a weak-looking man could possess a woman of such extraordinary beauty. Since even he couldn't win her over, his eyes flashed with a sinister light. He recalled a woman from the Song family years ago who hadn't been bad at all. The thought made him salivate. If she hadn't resisted so fiercely, he wouldn't have accidentally killed her. It was a shame her older sister hadn't been present at the time. He heard the sister was even more beautiful. With that thought, he approached the table and sat opposite them, announcing that it was an honor to meet the poison flower's fiancé. "Would you like to play around with me?" he asked. Xiao Long did not refuse, causing a devious smile to spread across Jin Dasheng's face. He thought this was the perfect opportunity to crush and humiliate the man in front of everyone. A short while later, however, Jin Dasheng's arrogant expression had completely vanished. In its place was utter astonishment. Xiao Long won again with Hua Yin cheering him on. Jin Dasheng couldn't understand what was happening. He was losing. He'd lost consistently for an hour, squandering half of his wealth. Xiao Long gathered the pouches of money and said with a smile, "It's late. We must be going." Infuriated, Jin Dasheng gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He tried to compose himself, dismissing it as a mere streak of bad luck, and then ordered the servant to bring out some food. His attention was drawn to several men eating nearby. One of them remarked that today's injialmi was exceptionally delicious, prompting him to ask the servant about it. The servant smiled and confirmed, asking if he would like to try some. When the dish was brought out, Jin Dasheng picked up a piece and took a bite. It was indeed savory, and he noticed it became crispier and more fragrant the more he chewed. However, his face soon contorted in agony, and he collapsed from his chair to the floor. He clutched his throat as a familiar sensation washed over him. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Long and the others rushed back. The panicked bodyguard revealed that the young master had collapsed. After eating the injialmi, Xiao Long told the bodyguard to step aside so he could tend to him. Foaming at the mouth with tearful eyes, Jin Dasheng grabbed Xiao Long's robes and begged for help. But then his eyes widened in terror as a malevolent aura radiated from Xiao Long's body. He stared down at Jin Dasheng and asked a question. "Do you enjoy the injialmi?" With a cold expression, he continued. "For the atrocities you committed in the Song family village, I hope you regret them forever, even in the afterlife." How do you know?" Jin Dasheng snarled, grabbing Xiao Long's collar. Xiao Long brushed his hand away and remarked, "You seem to be in excruciating pain. If the patient struggles too much, I won't be able to channel my internal energy to stabilize him," he said. Everyone rushed to pin Jin Dasheng down as he slowly began to suffocate. The lingering taste in his mouth became the final memory of his life. The next day, Xiao Long and Hua Yin met the elderly couple who had looked after Song Ryu. The old man bowed to them, asking them to take good care of the girl. Xiao Long reassured them that she was now a member of the Tang clan, and they had no reason to worry. As the wind gusted, Song Ryu walked silently toward a grave in her old village before heading back to the exit. The Jin Dasheng incident had been settled quietly, avoiding what would usually be a standard investigation into potential poisoning. Because his own family had cast him out, they kept the matter hidden while a guilt-ridden Song Ryu wept at her sister's grave. She cried over not returning home sooner that day, while Xiao Long noticed that even the crickets and Hua Yin seemed mournful. Remembering that Song Ryu associated crickets with her sister's voice, Xiao Long wondered what the girl might be saying in the twilight. Song Ryu remained lost in her deep remorse as the sun began to set over the alleys of the Sichuan capital. Nearby, Gai Huang sat in his hat enjoying the meal Xiao Long made, smiling at the food's surprisingly rich and delicious flavor. Xiao Long's clever revenge plan proved he was special, but Gai Huang's expression turned serious when he sensed two people watching him. He ordered the intruders to come out, and the two embarrassed figures emerged from their hiding spot after being discovered. Landing behind Gai Huang, the man praised the emperor's sharp senses. He was Jiang Zhihao, one of the 5 emperors. Accompanied by his disciple Zhao Wanlian, the god of thieves, Jiang Zhihao crossed his arms, feeling offended by the word thief. He argued that his title sounded much better, while Gai Huang looked on with a sense of growing annoyance. Zhao Wanlian's respectful greeting only gave Gai Huang a bigger headache, as dealing with Jiang and a disciple meant future trouble. Gai Huang curiously asked what business had brought the two of them all the way to the Sichuan region. Jiang Zhihao explained with concern that he was looking for the person with the most profound knowledge of silkworms in the land. He pointed to his wrist, explaining that his sacred relic, the heavenly silkworm, had recently snapped despite its supposed eternal nature. He intended to pass the relic to his disciple after her training, but he feared there would be nothing left to give her. Gai Huang stroked his chin thoughtfully, knowing exactly who could help, his eyes lighting up with sudden confidence. Thinking of Xiao Long, he realized that no one in the Central Plains possessed a greater understanding of insects than the boy. Days later at dawn in the poison garden, Xiao Long's screams of pain erupted as one of Gu Fei's men whipped his back. Hua Yin and the small centipedes watched in silence as Xiao Long endured the harsh training for the iron casket technique. This martial art operated on the principle that the body becomes stronger the closer it is pushed toward the brink of death. As the subordinate gripped his whip tighter to continue, Xianger watched the weapon with eyes full of excitement. Recalling the sensation of being petted by Hua Yin, the little centipede lunged from its owner's arms toward the incoming whip. Xiao Long shouted in fear and caught the small creature, using his own scarred back to shield it from the heavy blow. He set the centipede down while gasping for breath, as a worried Hua Yin scolded Xiao for her reckless behavior. When Xiao Long asked if the creature was always this troublesome, Hua Yin explained that Xianger was hyperactive and never stayed still. After hearing about Xianger's past mischief, Xiao Long smiled as he watched the eldest centipede, Zhe, discipline the younger one. He understood that every creature has its own personality, and Xianger was clearly the most curious and playful of the group. While Zhe acted as the calm leader who kept the others in line, Binner remained the most quiet and reserved sister. She appeared cold on the outside, but was the most affectionate within, though she slept quite often, and he only hoped they would grow up healthy, so that one day they could become great blue poison overlords like their mother. And seeing Hua Yin gently call the small centipedes to come to her, Xiao Long could not help but smile warmly just as Song Ryu and Gu Fei appeared, with Gu Fei bowing respectfully while Song Ryu carried a jar. Xiao Long praised their diligence with a smile, noticing how well the Poison Squad uniform suited Song Ryu, who thanked him with a shy expression. When asked about life in the Tang clan, she said everyone treated her well, and the work was light before happily opening the jar full of crickets he had requested. Gu Fei remarked that the quantity was large because Song Gu was so meticulous, making her feel slightly bashful, while Fei Long thought being too efficient was almost a crime. He confidently declared that he would soon bring new members to the poison garden, prompting a surprised Gu Ryu to ask if he intended to capture new venomous beasts. Xiao Long nodded and explained that the best way to use the excess crickets was as bait, but upon hearing this, Hua Yin immediately tried to stop him. She urged Xiao Long to wait for news from the Wulin Alliance first, as they needed an official permit to go out and capture venomous creatures. Given the current tensions with the blood cult, approval would not be easy, especially since the Alliance leader had personally led a raid on the Dadong border and vanished. At those words, the gazes of Xiao Long and Gu Fei turned sharp and cold, but the tense atmosphere was interrupted by a servant running toward them in a panic. Hua Yin asked why she was in such a rush, and the servant reported that the patriarch was summoning them both to the main hall for an urgent matter. They hurried there to find an unusually heavy atmosphere, and Xiao Long wondered what had happened since the patriarch was normally very busy at this hour. The mysterious smile on his father-in-law's face gave him a strange feeling before the patriarch spoke with a bright grin, calling out to his worthy son-in-law. He announced that he had the news Xiao Long wanted most, and pulled out a scroll, excitedly stating that the Wulin Alliance expedition had been a brilliant success. Joy and astonishment lit up the faces of Xiao Long and Hua Yin, as the patriarch explained that the Alliance leader had raided and leveled the blood cult base at the border. Half of the evil cult had been killed or captured, while the rest fled in disarray, and both of them immediately understood the significance of this report. They were so thrilled, they nearly jumped for joy, as the clan leader confirmed that their expedition to capture venomous beasts had finally been officially approved. Xiao Long excitedly admitted he hadn't decided on a destination yet, so the clan leader clasped his hands and solemnly offered a recommendation. Looking directly at Xiao Long, he stated that for the Tang Clan Poison Squad's first expedition, no place was more suitable than a land teeming with venomous creatures. It was a place where even the entrance was guarded by beasts rivaling the Golden Phoenix, a land known as a paradise for venomous animals called Yunnan. A few days later, the group crossed Sichuan and headed toward the far southwestern edge of the Central Plains to reach the tropical jungles of Yunnan. Deep within the Alau Mountains lay the Venom Gorge, a land of rugged karst rocks and mysterious creatures where the roars of beasts drowned out human voices. That night, Xiao Long lay in bed beside his sleeping pets, filled with excitement about the hidden mysteries of the land as he gently picked up a centipede. He whispered for them to wait patiently as he would soon bring back many new friends, and a few mornings later, the elite expedition team had fully assembled. Management of the poison garden was left to Song Ryu, the newly appointed vice-captain, while Xiao Long, Gu Fei, and the others finished packing to leave the Tang estate. A bittersweet scene unfolded as a small centipede clung to Xiao Long's leg with a whimper, followed quickly by the rest of his pets. From the lizards and centipedes to the demon flower, they all swarmed him and refused to let go, forcing Xiao Long to give a wry smile and ask to be released. They responded with determined growls, so he coaxed them by explaining he was only finding new friends and that other squad members would provide them with yang energy. Upon hearing this, the demon flower silently spun its silk to bind Xiao Long tightly, making him cry out while Hua Yin realized the creatures truly refused to leave his side. Elder Tai spoke up as he saw the little dragon struggling in the mass of spiderwebs, stating that while the others might leave, the flower demon could not since it bore the likeness of Miss Hua Yin. However, that massive spider form would draw far too much attention, making it impossible to explain. Yao Hua gazed silently at Elder Kai. Having seemingly reached a decision, she drew every curious and bewildered gaze as her body began to transform. In an instant, her colossal spider form vanished into thin air, leaving behind a figure identical to Lady Hua Yin. She sat down calmly with a smug smile, leaving Xiao Long and Elder Kai speechless with shock. They couldn't fathom how such a massive frame had disappeared. "Where did my pet's magnificent body go?" Xiao Long cried out in alarm within his mind. He stepped forward and reached out, feeling the smooth texture of Yao Hua's spider carapace still present in the air. Elder Kai, with his vast experience, immediately recognized it as an invisibility technique, much to Xiao Long's delight. With this ability, no one would ever suspect Yao Hua was actually a demon spider. Hua Yin sighed with a helpless smile and agreed that they should all go together. She approached the creatures and issued a stern warning, stating that since they dared to ignore the family head and cause chaos, chaos. They must strictly follow orders throughout the journey. Xiao Long stepped forward, raising his hand high as he enthusiastically declared their readiness to depart. Thus, the Poison Team's first expedition officially commenced. As the group approached Mount Amei, they encountered a long queue of people waiting. Xiao Long wondered why it was so crowded, only to learn it was a checkpoint. Gu Fei explained that since the rise of the blood cult, such blockades had appeared everywhere and were notoriously difficult to pass. Suddenly, a female guard at the post recognized Elder Kai. The female guard's eyes suddenly flashed with astonishment. "Please wait a moment," she requested, her gaze fixed intently on Yao Hua. At that moment, Yao Hua appeared to be hovering in midair. "We're in trouble," Xiao Long groaned inwardly, realizing that the invisibility of the spider's body made her look like she was floating. Because of this, she seemed to be drifting through the sky. However, contrary to his fears, the female guard cried out in awe and admiration. She was convinced that Lady Hua Yin had mastered the legendary void walking technique, a divine martial art that seemed truly unbelievable. She truly lived up to her reputation as one of the three flowers of the martial world. As the crowd erupted in praise, Yao Hua could only respond with a graceful, knowing smile. At that moment, Hua Yin glared angrily while apologizing, claiming their lady was merely feeling shy. The two of them then hurried away from the scene. Leaving the bewildered crowd behind, Hua Yin nearly screamed, "What did you do to Yao Hua? Everyone is going to misunderstand." Xiao Long quickly tried to calm her down. To avoid suspicion, Hua Yin spent the rest of the journey disguised as a man with a veil. Despite Central Plains superstitions about twins and a few minor incidents, they reached Yunnan safely. After their long trek, Xiao Long and the others were exhausted, but a picturesque landscape of mountains and rivers soon appeared before them. Elder Kai announced that they had reached Mount Alayashan. He noted that Poison Valley was just a bit further ahead. Suddenly, Xiao Long turned back with a stern expression, his hand on his chin. "Something isn't right," he remarked, prompting a curious inquiry from Gu Fei. Xiao Long's voice dropped as he noted how eerily silent the area had become. He scanned his surroundings carefully, searching everything from the cave crevices to the treetops. Everything was shrouded in a deathly silence, devoid of any signs of life. The great family head also frowned, his expression turning solemn. "I've felt this before," he said. "It's exactly like when we were hunting the Blue Poison Lord." Hearing that name, Xiao Long couldn't help but stiffen. The great family head explained that near the lair of a powerful beast, even the insects fall silent. Every living creature has either fled long ago or fallen prey to it. He decided to scout ahead and instructed the others to retreat to the confluence of the two rivers, where birds could still be seen flying. After the great family head departed, Hua Yin observed closely and confirmed his words. In the area they had just passed, birds and insects were still thriving. Gu Fei felt as though an invisible boundary was dividing the region along the river. Xiao Long mused that a formidable creature must be lurking in Mount Alayashan to claim such a vast territory. "It must be something extremely dangerous," he muttered, crossing his arms with a soft sigh. "That's strange." Hua Yin asked him what he found so peculiar. Xiao Long explained that for a beast to dominate such an expansive area, it would need to be of colossal size, much like the Blue Poison Sovereign. Yet he hadn't found a single trace of such a massive creature, and couldn't understand how it could hunt when no prey remained within its domain. Its size and habitat appeared to be entirely at odds, and shortly after, the great clan head and his men returned to report that they had found nothing, not even the entrance to Alao Mountain. He surmised that the poisonous ravine might also be deserted, and decided the group should halt for rest, resuming their search the following day. Though consumed by anxiety, Xiao Long knew the man was right as they could not return empty-handed. So they lit a fire to prepare dinner while he played with his centipedes until Huang Yin brought him food. "You should eat something," she said softly before turning to the centipedes with affection. "Come here, little ones, let your father rest and come to mother," while Xiao Long smiled and thanked her. Noticing him studying the map intently, she questioned him, and he explained he was analyzing the terrain, convinced the mysterious creature's lair was likely located in the heart of this region. As they conversed, a dragonfly fluttered nearby, catching the attention of the centipede Xiang who lunged without hesitation, darting toward the insect like a bolt of black lightning. This sudden, aggressive strike startled both Xiao Long and Huang Yin, prompting Xiao Long to gently scold Xiang for giving him a fright and telling it not to jump around. Huang Yin realized it was attempting to catch the dragonfly, and while Xiao Long initially attributed their presence to the nearby river, he suddenly froze, remembering the area had been completely devoid of them just moments ago. His eyes widened in shock as he watched the swarm of dragonflies in the distance. Then Xiao Long turned to the Great Elder and told him not to waste any more time. He asked the Great Elder to return to the previously searched areas to check for dragonflies, and when the confused Elder asked for clarification, Xiao Long explained his reasoning. While land creatures can hide, dragonflies cannot as they fly everywhere. They will temporarily flee if they feel threatened, but they return once the danger has passed. They would return, he noted, resting his chin on his hand as he confidently explained that the absence of wildlife wasn't because this was the territory of a fierce beast. Instead, something had swept through the land just before their arrival, and following Xiao Long's deduction, the team set off immediately as the great clan head warned them to remain vigilant in the upcoming dense forest. Xiao Long's eyes gleamed with the realization that he had to catch the moving entity before it escaped, and despite his usual tendency to complain, he was determined not to give up when a strange sound caught their attention. Gu Fei noted that it sounded like bamboo rustling in the wind, yet strangely, there was no bamboo forest in sight, causing the two leaders to come to a sudden halt. They warned of a cliff ahead and signaled for caution because something was lurking below, revealing a deep, yawning abyss right in front of them. The sight at the bottom of the chasm took their breath away, as thousands upon thousands of bizarre creatures swirled together into a massive, roiling heap. Upon closer inspection, the great clan head realized with horror that they were red ants, wondering if they were demon ants, while Gu Fei was equally stunned by their unprecedented size. Even the ancient records of the Tang clan contained no mention of such a species, prompting him to turn to Xiao Long in the hope that he might recognize them. Xiao Long fell into deep thought, and although he had never seen them grow to such a massive size, he was nearly certain they were army ants. Army ants are a species typically found in Africa and the Americas, renowned for their tendency to migrate in colossal swarms. Unlike most ants that build permanent nests, army ants migrate in massive numbers when food is scarce, resembling a sweeping military force, which is how they earned their name and reputation for extreme aggression. They would leave nothing but bone once they attack, and as the group watched breathlessly from the bushes, Xiao Long signaled for a quiet retreat just as a sudden noise occurred. A sharp snap echoed as someone accidentally stepped on a dry branch, causing the faces of both Xiao Long and the clumsy man to turn deathly pale. As they looked back, they found thousands upon thousands of eyes from the ant swarm fixed squarely on their position, leaving everyone paralyzed with fear. Following a chilling silence, the sea of ants surged upward like a dark tsunami, forcing a sweat-drenched Xiao Long and his companions to flee for their lives. As dusk approached, they continued to run with all their might, shocked to discover that the ants were far swifter than they had ever anticipated. They passed a small deer grazing peacefully, but the ants swarmed it instantly, a horrific sight that turned Xiao Long pale as he suddenly remembered these demon ants sensed movement through ground vibrations. He realized that if they continued running this way, the ants would inevitably target them as prey, prompting a worried question about what they should do. The great clan head asked anxiously, but Xiao Long's gaze suddenly fixed on a nearby river as an idea struck him. They had to cross the water, for the ants could not follow them there. "Jump in," the patriarch shouted, pointing toward the river, and without a single second of hesitation, they all dove into the freezing water just as the bloodthirsty ants reached the shore. The group remained deep underwater, and a few seconds later, Xiao Long surfaced with a relieved smile upon seeing the swarm of ants turning away, realizing they had survived. Gu Fei exhaled, nearly spent, and they waited until the ants had completely vanished before crawling onto the bank, where he sneezed and shivered, remarking that it felt like they had one foot in the grave. Xiao Long collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, while Patriarch Kai stood up with a trembling voice, calling them truly freakish creatures and noting that even he, the myriad poison god lord, was shaken. Despite his history of fearless wandering, those demon ants had terrified him, leading Xiao Long to warn with a worried look that they must be extremely careful since the swarm devours everything alive. This explained why they hadn't seen any other living things, and Patriarch Kai nodded while stroking his beard, agreeing that a swarm of this size certainly accounted for the silence. Xiao Long felt a bit disappointed, thinking they were only demon ants rather than some rare beast, but as night approached, Patriarch Kai suggested they rest since the area seemed safe for now. Xiao Long agreed and approached Gu Fei with a sly grin, suggesting that they return to scout the demon ants once the sun went down. Gu Fei nearly jumped in shock, asking what they would scout, to which the boy innocently replied it was the demon ants, leaving Gu Fei trembling with wide, horrified eyes. Having just narrowly escaped death, he couldn't believe the boy was serious, asking if he planned to catch them all like the Golden Phoenix beasts, but Xiao Long laughed and said there were too many to catch. His plan was simply to sneak in and capture a few for research, a suggestion that made Gu Fei and the other man simultaneously think that the boy had gone completely mad. Xiao Long stroked his centipede, which hissed with delight, and his eyes lit up as he turned to ask the two men if they wanted to come along. As night fell, the group ventured back into the blood-red forest, and their midnight abduction mission ended up being a complete success. Xiao Long, the patriarch, and Gu Fei managed to capture 4 giant demon ants, and only after they had retreated to safety and bound the monsters did Gu Fei finally catch his breath. Still reeling from the shock of participating in such a crazy scheme, he admitted he had assumed the ants would be sleeping soundly during the night. Xiao Long laughed and explained that demon ants don't sleep, but they had still caught 4. Meanwhile, Gu Fei looked at his captive with doubt, questioning if they could actually raise them. After analyzing them, he concluded that taming them was impossible because they only had a 3-day memory and lacked a queen to keep them in check. Any training efforts would be a total waste, leading a dejected Gu Fei to ask if it was all for nothing. But Xiao Long gave a mysterious smile and said it wasn't a waste at all. He pointed out their strange beauty, explaining that simply displaying these magnificent creatures at the entrance would be enough to cause a sensation in the martial world. Gu Fei covered his face in despair while Xiao Long chuckled, telling him he had to get used to the poison squad before the patriarch interrupted to ask about the next plan. He suggested they could head west toward Ruili or deeper south into the jungle, but Xiao Long shook his head with a look of absolute confidence. He revealed that they would first regroup with Hua Yin's team and then follow the demon ants again, or more accurately, stay one step ahead of them. While Gu Fei and the others stood there stunned, Xiao Long cracked his knuckles, a sly glint in his eyes as he began to reveal his daring plan. The real goal wasn't the ants, but the countless venomous creatures their army would flush out of hiding, turning a major threat into a golden opportunity. Gu Fei broke into a cold sweat, thinking they wouldn't make it back alive, while a mischievous smirk played on Xiao Long's lips as he realized that catching the ants was no longer the priority. With this plan, he intended to seize every venomous creature in Yunnan. Later that night, by the flickering campfire, Hua Yin stared in shock at the 4 bound demon ants. Her gaze was fixed on their razor-sharp legs, her mind a mix of shock and anger as she struggled to believe that Xiao Long intended to race against such creatures. He even wanted to capture the venomous beasts fleeing from them, as if the golden-haired queen bees weren't enough, and he now had to add these ants to his collection. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Long nervously laughed and argued that she herself had said they achieved great results last time, which made Hua Yin stop in her tracks. She recalled the patriarch's words about how that relentless race against the bees had allowed her to absorb most of the energy from the blue-spotted centipede's inner core. Xiao Long added that the centipedes had molted twice and no longer required the inner core, giving her the chance to fully absorb the remaining energy. The Grand Patriarch approached and chimed in, suggesting that Xiao Long should also join the run, a suggestion Hua Yin immediately supported with a nod. She insisted that since Xiao Long had also consumed the queen bee's elixir, he needed the exercise to process the energy, causing sweat to bead on his forehead. He quickly turned to the Grand Patriarch, pleading that his Lightfoot skills were poor and asking to be carried, but the elder laughed and patted his shoulder, praising his running. "This is a rare opportunity, do not waste it," the elder said, leaving Xiao Long to grit his teeth until Hua Yin smiled sweetly and asked if he would run with her tomorrow. As Xiao Long stood speechless, Hua Yin sighed and whispered into his ear with a mischievous glint in her eyes, "This is your punishment for making decisions on your own." The following day, the massive hunt for venomous creatures began in an unexpected manner, as a swarm of giant demon ants swept through the forest like a flood. They cornered a massive wild boar and devoured it in an instant, leaving no trace behind while Hua Yin, Xiao Long, and Gu Fei ran nearby at full speed. "The hunting unit is just ahead," Xiao Long shouted, his eyes shining as he warned them that the ants would tear apart anything in their path. A sly smile crossed his face as he explained the plan to maintain a distance of 60 zhang from the swarm, occasionally closing in to 30 zhang. They would capture venomous creatures and pass them to the main group running parallel to be caged and moved across the river, starting a frantic race for survival. The plan proved incredibly effective as countless creatures fled the ants in a panic, allowing Xiao Long to snatch up a venomous snake with an excited grin. Realizing the Valley of 10,000 Venoms lived up to its name, he vowed to capture them all, and after 2 hours of hunting, the iron cages were nearly full. Xiao Long, Gu Fei, and Hua Yin were exhausted from running and carrying beasts, yet Xiao Long assured a worried teammate that he was fine as he handed over another snake. "With so many venomous creatures waiting for me, how could I be tired?" he asked, just as Hua Yin suddenly spotted a giant python ahead. Xiao Long's eyes sparkled at the sight of a massive electric python coiled in a tree, noting it was one of the world's largest snakes and quite easy to raise. When Gu Fei confusedly asked if it was even venomous, Xiao Long grinned and said he had to catch it anyway, prompting Gu Fei to recall his similar reactions to the scorpion and toad. At this rate, we might as well just catch everything, Gu Fei remarked, causing Xiao Long's eyes to brighten even more as he suddenly stopped and turned around. That is a great idea. I will take that snake as well, he declared, ignoring Hua Yin's warning that the ants were catching up as he promised to return quickly. Xiao Long reassured her before lunging toward the python, successfully grabbing it and draping it around his neck with a satisfied smile despite the approaching ants. He refused to let such a beautiful creature become ant food, but his luck ran out when he tripped over a root and fell right in the path of the oncoming swarm. Xiao Long turned back with eyes wide in terror, completely frozen by fear as he watched the tide of ants rushing toward him. At the critical moment, someone yanked him up by his collar. It was Yao Hua, much to the relief of Hua Yin and Gu Fei, who told her to take him to safety. From now on, I forbid you from going anywhere near those ants, Hua Yin scolded, while Xiao Long apologized sheepishly and asked about the swarm to change the subject. Gu Fei replied that they had fortunately stopped behind the hill, and since the sun was setting, they decided to rest while Xiao Long hung his head in shame. Hua Yin agreed to set up camp and wait for the main team, but she suddenly grew alert at a rustling sound in the nearby bushes just before a spear flew through the air. The spear thudded into the ground right next to Xiao Long, startling everyone as men armed with spears emerged from the brush and ordered them not to move. This is the territory of the Beast Palace. State your names, intruders, one shouted, prompting Gu Fei to draw his dagger while Hua Yin tried to calm them. Please remain calm. We are members of the Sichuan Tang clan, she explained, as a man accompanied by a fierce, glowing-eyed wolf stepped forward. Why would the Tang clan be this deep in the Yunnan jungle? He asked suspiciously, but his expression turned grave when he noticed the spider silk necklace on Xiao Long. It is not what it looks like, Xiao Long quickly explained with a wave of his hands. The leader gritted his teeth as a powerful surge of internal energy radiated from his body. What on earth are you doing on the Beast Palace's territory? He roared, his eyes burning with fury. This man was named Hao Lan, a warrior of the southern barbarian Beast Palace who had discovered them after hearing strange noises while on patrol. We will withdraw immediately, he said, but then he suddenly paused as if remembering something. Brother Hao Lan, wait, I have something important to tell you. What is it? Hao Lan asked curiously, turning back. Could you come up that hill with me for a moment? Xiao Long asked, his voice tinged with urgency. Hao Lan agreed, but upon reaching the hilltop, he froze in his tracks. His eyes widened in sheer horror, unable to believe the sight unfolding before him. In the distance, a pitch-black mountain was surging forward, devouring everything in its path. Those are army ants, Xiao Long said, his voice heavy. The rustling sound from before was the noise of their movement. I believe the Beast Palace lies directly in the path of the ant swarm. If the 10,000 Beast Valley is indeed a long, narrow valley, it will become a death trap. Cold sweat broke out on Hao Lan's forehead. He understood all too well what it meant if this were true. A catastrophe of total annihilation was looming over them. I must return immediately to report to the palace master, he stated firmly. I invite the members of the Tang clan to come along and explain these ants in more detail. While Yao Hua was happily playing with Hao Lan's wolf, Hua Yin replied with a smile. Would be glad to. Xiao Long's gaze remained fixed on the distant sea of ants, his anxiety unconcealed. We must reach the Beast Palace at once. The sooner the better, he urged. That night the massive ant colony stopped to rest, and the entire land was plunged into a terrifying silence. It was like the calm sea before a devastating tsunami. They would remain still until dawn broke, then resume their relentless sweep. As the night grew thick, Xiao Long's group finally arrived at the Beast Palace. The scenery was breathtakingly beautiful, resembling an earthly paradise where humans and beasts lived in harmony. Hao Lan remarked with a smile that this was likely the first time the Tang clan had visited in 100 years. Hua Yin added that the beast-taming techniques of the southern barbarian Beast Palace were truly peerless and second to none. Hao Lan pointed to a circular clearing at the entrance, identifying it as the training grounds. He described the 10,000 Beast Valley as being shaped like a gourd. It had a single entrance surrounded by towering cliffs, making it an impregnable natural fortress. However, through the eyes of someone accustomed to traps, Xiao Long spotted a fatal weakness. If that sole entrance were blocked, the entire valley would turn into a death trap with no way out. Upon arriving at the main hall, Hao Lan announced solemnly, Palace Master, distinguished guests from the Sichuan Tang clan have arrived. A majestic voice echoed from within, granting them entry. As they stepped inside, a heavy pressure immediately weighed down on them. Three figures sat on high thrones, flanked by massive black leopards whose fierce glares seemed ready to pounce. A white-haired old man with a face covered in scars introduced himself as Menghu, the palace master of the Beast Palace. Xiao Long and Hua Yin cupped their hands in greeting. Menghu got straight to the point. I heard you came to Yunnan to hunt venomous creatures. I also heard from my warrior about the army ants. Tell me, what exactly are they, and why have they appeared here? Xiao Long nodded and began to explain in detail the extreme danger posed by the ant swarm, describing their horrific destructive power and warning them to evacuate immediately. However, their reaction was the complete opposite of what he had expected. A suffocating killing intent radiated from Meng Hu as he growled in anger. Are you telling me to abandon a legacy of over 300 years just because of a measly swarm of ants? A brown-haired woman sitting beside him placed a hand on her chest, her eyes full of arrogance. Palace Master, do not listen to the nonsense of this outsider from the Central Plains. Just give me 500 flying wolves, and I alone will annihilate them all. No matter how many there are, they are nothing but a bunch of crawling insects. Xiao Long clenched his fists and asserted, I am not exaggerating. If the 500 flying wolves you mentioned charge in, they will all be devoured in an instant. The woman was stunned, then became enraged. Hua Yin quickly rebuked Xiao Long for being too blunt, but he decided to stand his ground. They are no ordinary ants. If the beasts here are slaughtered, it will be a true tragedy. The woman grew even more furious. What does an outsider from the Central Plains know? Your people even eat dog meat. How could you possibly understand the bond with animals? Those words were like a spark hitting a powder keg. Xiao Long gritted his teeth as his rage flared up. Her judging all of them based on a cultural difference had crossed the line of his endurance. A powerful aura radiated from him. He could tolerate many things, but he would never forgive anyone who dared to doubt his feelings for his companions. It was time to show them. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out his hand and said in a voice as cold as ice, Everyone come out. From within his robes, 3 giant centipedes crawled forth. Yao Hua revealed its true form, its crimson spider body radiating an imposing aura as the snow and ice geckos appeared, casting a bone-chilling frost through the air. The entire hall fell into absolute silence as everyone, including Palace Master Menghu, stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide and speechless. Even the ferocious leopards growled and retreated several steps, while Xiao Long stood proudly beside his companions. Everyone present was stunned as they recognized the legendary venomous creatures and finally realized the woman accompanying him was no ordinary twin. Caressing his pet centipede, Xiao Long replied confidently that her words were somewhat insulting, as these were not mere pets but his companions. He explained that he would be heartbroken if they were sick or injured, so he understood them perfectly. The woman was stunned, and the old man with the parrot asked in surprise if he meant they would stay together forever. Another elder who kept cats chimed in, noting that even in the Beast Palace, where love for spirit beasts was absolute, no one had ever used the term companion. Suddenly, the anger on Menghu's face vanished, replaced by a hearty smile as he laughed loudly and exclaimed how extraordinary it was. He explained his confusion at seeing a woman chain a young warrior, but if the one holding the chain was this tamer and her companion, it could only mean they both viewed each other as masters. Xiao Long realized this was a disastrous misunderstanding, but the elders turned solemn, reasoning that if a young warrior could call the creatures, he raised his companions. It showed how immense his love for them was, and if his advice stemmed from such sincere affection, they should not ignore it. Menghu nodded in agreement, stating that buildings could be rebuilt, but the lives of humans and beasts were irreplaceable, as Xiao Long and Hua Yin exchanged glances. Their plan had succeeded, and Menghu ordered everyone to gather in the main courtyard. A few hours later, the entire assembly was present. Menghu approached Xiao Long and placed a hand on his shoulder, expressing both gratitude and regret that the emergency prevented him from seeing the boy off or offering proper compensation. The woman from before also apologized to Xiao Long, admitting she was wrong to judge him, but he simply smiled and told her not to worry. It turned out Zhu Pio was not just an elder, but also the palace master's daughter. She curiously stroked the centipede on Xiao Long's head, marveling at his ability to command insects and venomous creatures, and asked if she could raise one of their offspring in the future. At that moment, agonized roars echoed through the valley, startling everyone. Zhu Pyro asked in confusion what the sound was, noting it resembled an elephant. Xiao Long's eyes filled with horror as he turned to see a terrifying sight, a swarm of demon ants surrounding and tearing apart a massive elephant. The elephant had likely fled in this direction, leaving the elders stunned. Xiao Long shouted in a panic that there was no time left and they must evacuate immediately. The ant colony was heading straight for them, and Menghu gritted his teeth, stating it was too late as they had already reached the gates of the myriad beast valley, leaving no path for retreat. In an instant, the giant elephant was stripped clean, leaving only a withered white skeleton. The sight made everyone tremble with fear, and Menghu solemnly declared they had no choice but to fight. Hua Yin anxiously asked Xiao Long if the great grandmaster and the Venomous squad were safe, and he confidently replied that given their caution, they were surely secure on the other side of the river. In contrast, Gu Fei's face was drenched in sweat as he worried intensely for his group, while Xiao Long mused that breaking through this sea of ants was nearly impossible. This was the worst-case scenario, and if things continued, they would eventually be devoured by the swarm. He had to devise a plan. Just then, a massive spider web descended from the mountain peak, catching everyone's attention. It was none other than Yao Hua. While Xiao Long was still astonished, Hua Yin smiled, remembering they could use Yao Hua's silk to cross the mountain and reach safety. Nearby, Menghu and the others waited. Xiao Long wondered what the people of the southern barbarian beast palace would do, as it would be fine if it were just his group, but the situation was different with so many people. Menghu smiled confidently and told them to go without worry, explaining that in the world of beasts, eating or being eaten was natural, and if they could not defeat these creatures, then their fate was to be consumed. Xiao Long and Hua Yin were stunned, as he could not simply abandon these people who loved animals just as he did. He focused deeply, telling himself there must be a way to rescue them all, and that as a YouTuber, he had to apply logical thinking. Xiao Long began to carefully analyze the ants' habits and movement patterns before his eyes suddenly lit up with a bright smile, announcing he had a plan, while Xiao Hu and the others looked on in confusion. Xiao Long nodded firmly, explaining that while they would have to endure some hardship, there was definitely a way, and he excitedly asked if they wanted to hear his proposal. The following day, after the ants had completely finished digesting the elephant, they began their march into the Valley of Beasts, according to the plan prepared throughout the night. The warriors of the Beast Palace stood in formation, waiting for them in the middle of the meadow as the ghost ants began to swarm, while Xiao Long watched them with bated breath. He waited patiently for them to draw closer, and the moment the first wave stepped onto the liquid-covered grass, he shouted and threw a torch, which Hao Lang immediately followed with a blazing brand. The torch traced a perfect arc through the air before landing directly in the oil, instantly igniting a violent blaze that formed a massive ring of hellfire. A portion of the ant colony was successfully trapped inside, causing Xiao Long to cheer as the scent-tracking vanguard was completely isolated, his eyes burning with determination. He charged forward, shouting that their formation was in disarray, and ordering the water buffalo herd to advance alongside the warriors to strike the trapped ants. They needed to eliminate this entire group to clear a path for Xiao Long to reach the main army, and he anxiously reminded everyone to remain cautious. While the warriors were locked in fierce combat, Xiao Long successfully broke through and reached the main force of the ants' swarm. Yet strangely, they seemed to ignore him. He began making faces, shouting and dancing provocatively to taunt the insects, shouting that he was right there, and his plan finally began to take effect. The ants flew into a rage and turned to pursue him in a frenzy, while behind him, Zhu Piao and the others finished clearing out the isolated group. She watched his retreating figure with concern, wondering if his plan would truly succeed as he ran with all his might, leading the swarm around the meadow until disaster struck. He stepped into a pool of oil and lost his balance, his eyes widening in horror as the ants seized the opportunity to close the distance and swarm him. He realized with panic that he had slipped on the very oil they had poured earlier, and as the ants descended like a black rain, he closed his eyes and prepared for the worst. Hao Lang screamed out that Xiao Long had been captured, leaving Hua Yin and Gu Fei stunned with fear as the black tide of ants began to tear at him, though he refused to give up despite the pain. He roared for Yao Hua, and the spider responded instantly by firing a thick strand of silk toward him, which he fortunately managed to grab. With a powerful tug, Yao Hua pulled him away from the deadly encirclement of the ants, allowing Gu Fei and Hua Yin to breathe a sigh of relief while praising the spider. Xiao Long slumped down onto some rocks, gasping for air, only to find a stubborn ant still clinging to his clothes and trying to bite through the fabric. Fortunately, his body was as hard as iron thanks to his cultivation of the iron casket technique, and he silently thanked the martial art that had just saved his life. Yao Hua and the centipedes scolded him fiercely for his recklessness, but he could only offer a forced smile, knowing that Hua Yin would likely do the same shortly. His eyes gleamed as he watched the ants begin to move in a continuous circle around the rocks, leaving Meng Hu and Hao Lang in disbelief that the boys' prediction had come true. Only Xiao Long understood that their path had been severed, and since these creatures had poor eyesight, they relied entirely on following the pheromone trails left by their leaders. With the vanguard destroyed by the Beast Palace warriors, the worker ants behind them lost all sense of direction and began mindlessly following whoever was directly in front of them. They would remain trapped in this loop until they died of exhaustion, a phenomenon he triumphantly identified as a death vortex or an ant mill. Zhu Piao turned to her father in joy, and Meng Hu nodded his approval for his daughter to go and spread the good news that the crisis had been averted. And so, a young warrior prevented the destruction of the Beast Palace, as the legion of ants remained trapped in their fatal spiral 3 days later. The massive swarm of insects continued their endless, self-destructive march until they gradually withered away, allowing the Beast Palace warriors to finish off the few survivors. Meng Hu asked if the long ordeal had finally come to an end, and Xiao Long gave a hesitant nod. The grateful palace master then asked what reward Xiao Long desired, leading him to make a strange request to help him find the queen ant among the dying swarm. With a mischievous smile, he explained his desire to try raising it, while inwardly feeling the excitement of his childhood passion for ant keeping. Under Zhu Piao's command, the search began immediately. Everyone fanned out to search for an ant with an unusually large abdomen. Before long, a warrior shouted, and Xiao Long rushed over to witness a gruesome sight. A massive red ant gasping for breath on the ground, surrounded by countless dead offspring. The monster had murderous crimson eyes and a spear lodged deep in its head, yet it was not yet dead. The group was shocked to realize that the ants had been slaughtering one another. At the center of this chaos was the giant ant. "Is this the queen?" Hua Yin whispered. "It must be," Xiao Long replied, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was extremely bizarre, leaving him utterly bewildered by the scene. His knowledge of insects screamed that something was wrong. While a queen might eat her eggs to survive, she would never devour her young once the colony was established. He could only reach one terrifying and unnatural conclusion. This queen was preying on her own offspring. While Xiao Long was lost in thought, Hua Yin urgently told him to look closely at the queen's head. Xiao Long's eyes widened when he spotted a shimmering object within the spear wound. It was a golden needle driven deep into the creature's forehead, emitting a faint aura of energy. Driven by curiosity, Xiao Long cautiously approached the dying beast. He reached out, gripped the needle, and pulled it out firmly. The giant ant let out one final cry of agony before falling silent forever. Xiao Long stared in amazement at the strange needle before asking Hua Yin if she recognized it. She observed it thoughtfully, noting that while the Tang clan used golden needles, this one's length and shape were exceedingly rare. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Long noticed the needle was hollow, likely used to inject some kind of drug or toxin. While he was still stunned, a familiar voice called out to him and Hua Yin. It was the Grand Patriarch and other clan members rushing toward them. Both felt a wave of relief. The elder explained he had encountered the Beast Palace warriors and learned of the situation. Meng Hu then approached the Grand Patriarch, and after confirming his identity, did something that stunned everyone. The palace master and all his warriors dropped to one knee and bowed their heads in deep respect. "My people owe the Tang family a massive debt of gratitude," Meng Hu solemnly declared. As Meng Hu made his solemn declaration, Hua Yin thought to herself that it was truly rare for a leader as proud as him to show such profound reverence. They stood up. Meng Hu insisted on hosting the Tang family at the palace, but Xiao Long interrupted with an urgent tone. He stated he had a vital question for his grandfather immediately. Holding up the golden needle, he explained where it was found and asked the Grand Patriarch if he had ever seen anything like it. The moment the Grand Patriarch saw the needle, his smile froze. His expression shifted abruptly from relief to shock, and then to absolute horror. He gripped Xiao Long's hand, his voice trembling as he asked where it was found. "What's wrong, grandfather?" Hua Yin asked anxiously, sensing the gravity of the situation. With a grim and heavy tone, the Grand Patriarch looked at his grandchildren and the Beast Palace members, revealing a terrifying truth. An old enemy with a deep grudge against both the Sichuan Tang clan and the Beast Palace was still alive. This news left Meng Hu and his warriors speechless. "Who could possibly harbor such hatred for both our families?" Meng Hu asked in shock. With a dark expression, the Grand Patriarch spoke the enemy's name slowly. "The Five Poison Sect." The name struck like a bolt of lightning. Meng Hu and his elders were stunned into silence before erupting in disbelief and fear. "Impossible!" they cried. "Does the sect we thought was wiped out a century ago still exist?" As the elders reeled from the shock, Xiao Long recalled the stories his grandfather had told him. He realized the secret technique he had learned originated from the very sect the Tang clan and Beast Palace had united to destroy long ago. The Five Poisons sect. Meng Hu immediately connected the pieces. If it was the Five Poisons sect, they must have used a forbidden Beast Palace technique to trigger the Queen Ant's frenzy. Seeing Xiao Long's confusion, Zhu Paiyou explained that it was a dark secret art that forced a beast's potential to explode into madness. It was considered a final resort because even a minor error would kill the creature. The Grand Patriarch added more about the sect's cruelty. They were ruthless people who forced beasts to mate with venomous creatures to refine elixirs and would kill anyone in their path. He concluded that the combination of the Tang clan's golden needle and the Beast Palace's secret art was undeniable proof. An invisible fear began to spread among the Beast Palace warriors as they whispered, fearing a repeat of the tragedy from a century ago. To break the atmosphere of shock, the Grand Patriarch placed a reassuring hand on Xiao Long's head. He acknowledged the danger they had just faced. However, his voice shone with pride. Though the ant swarm had been destroyed, the more significant outcome was that this incident proved the Five Poisons sect was still active. You have accomplished something truly extraordinary. Meng Hu agreed wholeheartedly as he patted Xiao Long's head, noting that without the young hero's help, the myriad Beast Palace might have been blindsided by the coming disaster, causing Xiao Long to blush at the praise. Finally, the great sect leader stood tall and announced in a solemn, clear voice that because the Five Poisons sect had not yet been truly eradicated, the covenant established a century ago remains in effect. And as sect leader, I pledge that the Sichuan Tang clan will fully support the myriad Beast Palace in the coming conflict. With a resolute expression, Meng Hu clenched his fists and solemnly replied, officially re-establishing the alliance by declaring that the myriad Beast Palace would stand shoulder to shoulder with the Tang clan. Once the major matters were settled, he turned to Xiao Long with a warm smile, stating that the young hero had done them an immense favor, and he wished to reward both him and his clan. Feel free to ask for anything without hesitation, which left Xiao Long slightly flustered as he wondered why he kept accumulating such massive debts of gratitude. But the great sect leader seized the opportunity. The great sect leader leaned in and whispered to his grandson to ask Meng Hu about the Five Poisons soul restoration technique, as he wouldn't dare refuse after receiving such a great favor. Xiao Long turned to Meng Hu and said he had a question, to which the palace master replied he could ask anything he wished as they returned to the main hall of the myriad Beast Palace. As Xiao Long's two small centipedes frolicked on the tiger skin rug, he began explaining his unique situation, noting that unlike other Tang clan members, he had mastered a secret art of the Five Poisons sect. This technique allowed him to command one of his venomous creatures using his mind, and getting straight to the point, Xiao Long asked the crucial question. He inquired if the Five Poisons soul restoration technique held by the Tang clan contained the secrets of the myriad beast heart mantra. Explaining his goal was to understand how to forge that spiritual bond. He wondered if he could achieve the same connection with his other beloved companions. But after a long silence, Meng Hu shook his head with regret. Your request is truly difficult to fulfill, Meng Hu said, and Xiao Long could not hide the disappointment that washed over his face. Zhu Paiyou gently explained her father's predicament, stating that while the palace was not stingy with its martial arts, the myriad beast heart mantra was their ultimate secret and most strictly guarded treasure. It is a mental cultivation method that harmonizes the soul with beasts, reserved only for the palace master's direct descendants. So the fact that Xiao Long, the Tang clan's future son-in-law, held part of this secret put the elders in a difficult spot. Suddenly, Meng Hu's eyes gleamed as a bold idea struck him, and he stared intently at Xiao Long, asking a seemingly unrelated question about his biological family. Confused, Xiao Long honestly replied that he was a loner with no family or relatives, much to his utter astonishment. Meng Hu and Zhu Paiyou were visibly delighted, with the palace master even exclaiming that being an orphan was absolutely perfect, a statement that only deepened Xiao Long's confusion. Unsure why that was a good thing, he watched as Meng Hu laughed heartily, praising Xiao Long's name and his genuine love for animals. He declared that Xiao Long's bond was more sincere than anyone else's in the palace. Then his expression turned serious as he looked directly at the stunned young man. Pointing an authoritative finger at him, he made an earth-shattering announcement. Xiao Long, from this day forward you shall be my son, leaving the entire hall in dead silence. Xiao Long and his companions were completely speechless at this sudden declaration, and in his immense confusion, he could only stammer in response. Meng Hu nodded with a firm gaze, explaining that if Xiao Long became part of the family, he could legitimately learn all the myriad Beast Palace's techniques, including the highest secret art. He added that with the rise of the five poison sects, it was vital for the two great clans to become closer than ever before. Turning to the Grandmaster, Meng Hu respectfully sought his opinion, admitting that while the attempt to unite the two houses 2 centuries ago had failed, he believed a special child like Xiao Long could succeed. He could rectify the mistakes of the past, and the Grandmaster stroked his beard thoughtfully, acknowledging it was a very tempting proposal, but the final decision rested with Xiao Long. He wanted Xiao Long to choose for himself, and with the Elder's approval, Meng Hu turned back to offer an even more enticing deal. If you become my adopted son, I will personally teach you the secret art of spiritual connection with all beasts, an overwhelming offer that made Xiao Long panic at the prospect of suddenly gaining a father and sister. Sensing Xiao Long's hesitation, Meng Hu and Zhu Pyro exchanged glances until Zhu Pyro's face lit up with an idea, and she excitedly suggested a gift to her father. Why don't we give Xiao Long the flying sand snake? Since he loves venomous creatures so much, that legendary serpent would be the perfect gift. Unfamiliar name of the flying snake left Xiao Long bewildered, prompting him to look toward Tai Lao, whose expression immediately turned gray. He explained that she was likely referring to the legendary hundred-smoke divine snake, a supreme venomous beast with 2 horns that could soar through the heavens. That description sent a jolt of excitement down Xiao Long's spine, causing his hesitation to vanish as he envisioned such a majestic creature with glowing eyes and clenched fists. Seeing that Xiao Long was swayed, Zhu Pyro delivered a final persuasive blow with a confident smile, promising that if he became her younger brother, she would personally help him tame that legendary flying divine snake, a promise that finally caused all of Xiao Long's remaining doubts to vanish. Without a moment of hesitation, he respectfully bowed and greeted his new family, calling Meng Hu his father and Zhu Pyro his elder sister. The palace master laughed heartily as he welcomed his new son, filling the hall with joy while Hua Yin and the Tang sect members watched in stunned silence. Consequently, an adoption ceremony was held immediately, officially making Xiao Long a member of the Southern Barbarian Beast Palace. That night, lying in his soft new bed, Xiao Long smiled at the irony of his situation, having adopted many animals in his past life but never expecting to be adopted himself. He felt that the people of the Beast Palace, with their profound love for animals, were truly good-hearted, much like his own family back at the Tang sect. His peaceful thoughts were suddenly interrupted when the door swung open, revealing his new sister Zhu Pyro and a very flustered Hua Yin standing at the threshold. Both were dressed only in their nightgowns, and before he could react, Zhu Pyro innocently declared that since they were family, they should all sleep together and chat. She winked, explaining she had always dreamed of doing this if she had a brother, while a blushing Hua Yin could only stammer when Xiao Long looked her way. She explained it was a Beast Palace custom for betrothed couples to share a room, making Xiao Long's head spin and his heart race as he realized the full implication. Ignoring his state of panic, Zhu Pyro playfully pulled back the covers and climbed into bed with a hesitant Hua Yin, trapping him right in the middle. As Xiao Long let out a silent scream in his mind, Zhu Pyro cheerfully suggested they begin their night by discussing his various pets. Nearby, his small venomous creatures watched in bewilderment as their master was literally squeezed by his new family, leaving him looking haggard the next morning. When Meng Hu asked if he had slept well, he could only manage a wry smile before being told it was time to begin training his desired technique. A stream of warm internal energy flowed into him for the inspection, after which Meng Hu thoughtfully concluded that Xiao Long had only simulated the beast heart incantation. He noted that his version was both incomplete and significantly weaker, prompting a confused Xiao Long to ask what the beast heart incantation actually was. Zhu Pyro explained it was an internal cultivation method that allowed one to bond with beasts, understand their hearts, and issue special commands to grow stronger together. Meng Hu signaled his daughter, who took a deep breath and let out a sharp howl that was immediately answered by a pack of massive wolves. These fierce creatures with glowing blue eyes emerged from the forest, and though the alpha growled at Xiao Long, Zhu Pyro was quick to reprimand it. She warned them not to be rude as he was now her brother, causing the wolf to fall silent before she encouraged Xiao Long to try commanding them. She ordered the wolves to attack Meng Hu in a fierce formation, but the palace master remained motionless, using only an invisible surge of internal force. He easily repelled the entire pack without even touching them, ending the demonstration as he stood calmly amidst the now subdued wolves. Now as gentle as puppies, the wolves had moved in perfect synchronization, a feat Meng Hu proudly explained was made possible by the beast heart incantation. He described it as a technique to become one with all beasts, allowing a master to command thousands at once, which completely captivated Xiao Long's imagination. Clenching his fists with eyes ablaze in excitement, he realized this was truly a peerless divine technique and did not hesitate for a single moment. He knelt down to perform a formal bow, earnestly pleading for his father and sister to teach him the beast heart incantation, bringing a bright smile to Meng Hu's face. He laughed heartily and told his newly adopted son to stand up, promising to pass on his techniques, which left Xiao Long overjoyed as he thanked his foster father. Meng Hu placed his hand on Xiao Long's back once more, sending a powerful surge of energy into his body while contemplating as he imparted the mental technique. He decided to help him refine the 5 poisons origin returning art, noticing that Xiao Long's body was under immense strain from constant use of poison techniques. During the energy transfer, Meng Hu explained that the beast-taming heart mantra wasn't meant for controlling poisons, but for connecting with something far more primal. It was the creature's bloodline, an explanation that stunned Xiao Long. Meng Hu added that even a drop of blood or saliva sufficed, which was why he could command the centipede with his mind since the bond began when it bit him. Memories of the bite flooded back as Xiao Long finally understood, and Meng Hu declared the ritual complete, stating he was now fully bonded with his little centipede. He could fully sense its heart and emotions while cradling the tiny creature, feeling a warm, golden energy envelop him. He was stunned to truly feel a wave of pure, unconditional love emanating from his companion. It was as powerful and primal as the love for a newborn, causing tears to stream down his cheeks as he held the small creature tight, earning a satisfied nod from Meng Hu. This was the true power of the completed myriad beast heart art. Ready for the next step, Meng Hu asked Xiao Long for the other small creatures to repeat the process, assuring him he would be fine despite the boy's fear of them biting. However, the method this time was far more bizarre than Xiao Long could have imagined as Meng Hu ordered him to lie on the ground and open his mouth. Before the young man could react, Meng Hu held 2 creatures over his face, explaining that his exercise was to use the heart mantra to sense their saliva as it entered his body. Xiao Long was horrified, but before he could protest, the 2 creatures above began to drool drop by drop. He remained speechless in utter disgust, thinking the situation had become completely absurd. At the training grounds of the Southern Barbarian Beast Palace, Xiao Long began training 3 rabbit-eared centipedes under the watchful eyes of Zhu Paio and Hua Yin. He signaled the start of the centipede chain formation, shouting orders for them to execute a new battle array he had personally created. The 3 tiny creatures rushed toward the wooden stakes, prompting Zhu Paio and Hua Yin to gush over how cute they were, much to the dismay of Xiao Long, who found this far from the fearsome effect he intended. He groaned inwardly, comparing his cute creatures to He Lan's majestic wolf pack, and tried to correct them by demanding a more aggressive attack. However, seeing their sad and dejected expressions, Xiao Long panicked and quickly pulled them into his arms, praising them for doing a great job. Half a month passed since Xiao Long officially received the Beast Heart Mantra, and having a similar foundation, he mastered the new technique rapidly. Naturally, Xiao Long did not repeat that horrific method, choosing instead to complete the bonding process by letting his pets suck on his pinky finger, which was a much more sensible solution. While walking that day, Xiao Long asked Zhu Paio for news on the flying divine snake, and she mentioned the scouts were investigating an area 3 days away. Expecting news soon, Gu Fei suddenly ran up out of breath, calling out to young Master Xiao Long to deliver a message from Patriarch Tai. A surprised Xiao Long asked what happened, and Gu Fei, catching his breath, announced that they had finally located the flying divine snake. The news sent Xiao Long and Hua Yin into a frenzy of joy, and with a determined smile on his face, he refused to waste a single second. He declared they should go see his grandfather immediately at the location where Patriarch Tai was personally overseeing the preparation of various medicinal herbs. Upon seeing his grandson, he warmly welcomed him and asked about his training, but Xiao Long immediately inquired about the flying divine snake instead. Patriarch Tai confirmed the news, explaining that he was supervising the creation of a special realgar mixture based on a secret Tang clan formula. It was essential for the capture, but he warned that despite finding its trail, they couldn't act yet because the snake's venom, while not among the 10 great poisons, was not to be underestimated. Before finishing, Patriarch Tai's expression softened as he told Xiao Long he had caught something interesting and wanted to show him. He pointed toward a large ceramic jar, piquing Xiao Long's curiosity. and as Patriarch Tai opened the lid, both Xiao Long and Hua Yin peered inside. Their eyes instantly sparkled with amazement as they looked into the jar at a peculiar spider with a hard, flat abdomen featuring a pattern resembling an intricately carved ancient coin. A golden coin spider, Xiao Long exclaimed with the excitement of someone finding a hidden treasure, while Master Tai smiled and confirmed it was a rare species he could never find in his previous life. Following the gift presentation, the old clan head steered the conversation back to their primary mission, stating that the next step was to find a secure way to contain the flying celestial serpent once it was captured. His expression grew solemn as he expressed concern that ordinary methods would fail, given that the creature they were hunting was a high-level venomous spirit beast capable of shredding any container, before asking if he had any ideas. The old master turned to him, noting that he was the expert in this matter. But as Xiao Long was deep in thought, someone cried out in panic that the golden coin spider had vanished. The man held up the empty jar with a pale, apologetic face. Yet in contrast to the group's confusion, Xiao Long remained remarkably composed. He reassured the man that the spider had not escaped and requested some spider silk and chopsticks, which he used to dangle an insect over the jar's opening. Almost instantly, the golden coin spider lunged out from beneath the soil to snatch its prey with startling speed, leading Xiao Long to explain that this was the natural behavior of trapdoor spiders. He told the man not to worry since they typically dig burrows for concealment, and as the man carried the jar away, Xiao Long watched him with a pensive gaze. He visualized how the spider constructed its burrow to create a secure nest that fit as snugly as a pouch, and suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through his mind. A specially designed bag crafted in that exact shape would be the perfect solution, causing his eyes to light up as he clenched his fist and shouted that he had figured it out. Driven by this inspiration, Xiao Long hurried to find the only one capable of bringing his vision to life, his companion, Yao Hua. Finding it dozing on its web, he called its name softly to wake it, and once he had its attention, he held up a small cloth pouch. He asked Yao Hua if it could create a similar item, but on a much larger scale, planning to use its incredibly durable silk, which had withstood an entire army of ants, to weave a massive containment bag. Understanding its master's intent, Yao Hua immediately set to work, and before long, a massive white bag that was both exquisitely woven and beautiful began to take shape. Xiao Long was struck with awe as he took the bag and praised it as exactly what they needed, prompting Yao Hua to let out a joyful chirp. It seemed quite proud of its handiwork, and the others could not hide their admiration either as Gu Fei attempted to slash the bag with his dagger. The sharp blade only struck sparks against the resilient surface, leading him to exclaim in shock at how incredibly tough the miraculous creation was. Master Tai nodded in approval of the final preparation and declared that everything was ready for them to set out at dawn the next day. Understood, Xiao Long replied firmly, standing with pride between Yao Hua and Hua Yin before reaching out to affectionately pat Yao Hua's head for a job well done. Yao Hua appeared delighted by the praise, and while Master Tai and Gu Fei laughed at the endearing sight, Hua Yin could only watch them with a blushing face. With all preparations for capturing the flying celestial serpent complete, the group departed at sunrise, led by elite beast-taming warriors toward He Shui Gorge, where the creature was rumored to be. Master Tai spoke with a nostalgic tone, mentioning how he had waited a long time for this day and had never seen all of the 24 venoms, which were ranked just below the 10 great miraculous venoms. He explained that the name was symbolic, much like the 24 hours in a day, as the Tang clan had assigned a powerful venomous beast to each hour despite them not being part of the legendary 10 great miraculous venoms. These 24 venoms were a list of top-tier and extremely formidable beasts, and shortly after his explanation, a lead warrior shouted that they had reached their destination. Xiao Long's breath caught as he looked toward a waterfall on the cliffside and saw a massive, majestic creature that resembled a cross between a dragon and a serpent. Its long, graceful body was adorned with jade-green fins, and its head featured a pair of sharp, imposing horns. He could only whisper the name, Flying Celestial Serpent, in sheer disbelief as Master Tai began to recite descriptions from the ancient records of the Tang clan. Rides the turbulent winds of the gorge as if swimming through water, its body merging with the blue clouds, while its horns exhale spiritual energy as sharp as blades. It glides through the sky and mist so seamlessly that the boundary between heaven and sea vanishes, and the master then revealed that the Tang clan ranked this beast as the first among the 24 venoms. It is the beast that rules the first hour of the day, representing the dawn of the Xuanwang universe, a truly ancient and formidable entity. Staring at the unbelievable sight, Xiao Long's mind raced back to his previous life, recalling that flying snakes did indeed exist on Earth. Back then, he had excitedly shown his million subscribers a real paradise tree snake, explaining scientifically that it merely glided by spreading its ribs to catch the wind, though viewers accused him of clickbait. Yet he had confidently asserted that everything in the universe must obey the laws of physics, believing a snake could never truly fly like a bird. But now, witnessing a massive horned python soaring through the air in defiance of all logic, he questioned his own eyes as his mind reeled, turning to his grandfather to ask a foolish question. "Grandfather, isn't a flying snake a bit nonsensical?" "That is precisely why it is called the pseudo-flying celestial serpent," he replied, leaving Xiao Long speechless as he struggled to find words. Meanwhile, Hua Yin was utterly captivated by its beauty, lifting her small centipedes and whispering for them to grow quickly so they might one day become as magnificent as the creature before them. Unfortunately, her excited whispers alerted the divine serpent, which turned its razor-sharp eyes toward the cliffside. For a moment, its massive form was enveloped in a brilliant green aura before it suddenly shrank into a streak of light and vanished at a terrifying speed, prompting Xiao Long to shout that it was escaping. Amidst the panic, the great patriarch remained remarkably composed, reassuring him that the creature had merely sensed them and would not venture far. He decided the group should set up camp and dispatch a scouting party, while the rest remained on the cliff to discuss their next move after the serpent's disappearance. Zhu Paiyou approached Xiao Long and, seeing him lost in thought, asked what was on his mind. He explained he was trying to devise a plan to lure the creature down. Zhu Paiyou chuckled and playfully teased him, saying she expected someone capable of controlling venomous swarms to be well-versed in the most fundamental principles of hunting. Noticing Xiao Long's confusion, she explained a simple yet vital truth. Regardless of its ability to fly, it remained a living being. It must eat and sleep, eventually returning to the earth, which would be their chance. This simple logic struck Xiao Long like a bolt of lightning, making him realize he had overcomplicated things. Realizing he had overlooked the obvious, he recalled video games from his past life where final bosses were most vulnerable while eating or recovering, and he sincerely thanked his new elder sister. Zhu Paiyou smiled confidently and promised to help him capture the pseudo-flying celestial serpent, but their shared laughter was destined to be short-lived. As night fell, the situation took a cruel turn, leaving the hunting party in total chaos, with the warriors of the Beast Palace scattered across the ground. Groaning in agony, they finally grasped the true nature of their prey as the divine serpent hovered above them in the moonlight, radiating a powerful aura that proved why it was ranked first among the 14 oddities. Hua Yin rushed to Xiao Long's side, asking with concern if he was all right, and though he was shaken, he reassured her that he was unharmed. From high above, the glowing eyes of the divine serpent stared down at them in a display of absolute power, marking 3 days since they had first established their camp. Through scouting, they had learned the pattern of the pseudo-flying celestial serpent. Every 3 days, it would descend to the ground to feed on a specific type of fish. Furthermore, its ability to fly lasted only 2 hours at most, so they had prepared an ambush trap to spring under the cover of night. However, the plan failed utterly as the monster was far more vigilant than expected, detecting their movements and instantly soaring back into the sky. What followed was a one-sided massacre, as its steel-hard scales rendered all weapons useless, though its sheer physical strength was even more terrifying. The python dove repeatedly like a living meteor, creating shockwaves that tossed warriors aside like dry leaves amidst a storm of debris. And though its venom might not rival the 10 great poisons, its overwhelming physical power and keen senses were more than enough to earn it the title of the strongest venomous creature among the 24 species. Seeing the mounting casualties, the old patriarch decisively ordered an immediate retreat, and Xiao Long nodded without hesitation as the group scrambled to carry the wounded. As they fled from the mighty beast, their faces were etched with fear and resentment, their first attempt to capture the pseudo-flying celestial serpent having ended in a total disaster. That night, a heavy atmosphere hung over the campfire as Hua Yin bandaged a wound on her hand, and Xiao Long approached her with concern. He reassured him that it was only a minor scratch. Nearby, the old patriarch had just finished splinting a warrior's broken arm. He took full responsibility for the defeat, admitting he had underestimated the monster's power. "We were far too reckless," he remarked. "If a lower-tier beast was already this formidable, we should have been much more cautious with the alpha." Then he turned to Xiao Long and asked what their next move should be. Xiao Long fell into deep thought, realizing that his knowledge from his previous life was entirely useless against this creature. Observing the warriors covered in bandages, he concluded that another direct assault would be suicidal. They couldn't sacrifice precious fighters just to capture a beast. He suddenly thought how much easier everything would be if that serpent couldn't fly. "I remember now," he exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. "I have a theory about how that divine serpent flies every time it takes off. I sense a strange energy surrounding it. Since it ascends without flapping wings or moving its body, I suspect it manipulates this energy to lift itself." Confused, Xiao Long turned to Hua Yin for an explanation. She clarified that it was a superior form of lightness skill, using pure internal energy to lift the entire body into the air. To achieve this, an unimaginably massive amount of internal energy was required. "Does that venomous creature possess such vast internal energy then?" Xiao Long asked in astonishment. "It's not its own internal energy," the Grand Ancestor stepped forward and asserted with absolute certainty. He then revealed the true source of its power. "An internal core. I am certain that venomous beast possesses a sphere of pure energy, which allows it to perform the impossible." This revelation sent shockwaves through the group. Gu Fei and Zhu Pyro cried out in amazement, asking the elder if such a thing was truly possible. Xiao Long's mind immediately went to the internal core he had taken from the blue-patterned centipede. This discovery sparked a new wave of excitement. "This gives us even more reason to capture it," Gu Fei declared. Zhu Pyro enthusiastically agreed. The great patriarch further explained that if Hua Yin could absorb the internal core of a creature as powerful as the flying divine serpent, her martial arts would advance tremendously. However, he also presented a grim condition. If the primary goal was the core, then capturing it alive would become extremely difficult, if not impossible. The thought of having to kill such a beautiful creature made Xiao Long's expression darken. Noticing his sudden change, Hua Yin asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" "Killing it is not an option," Xiao Long declared firmly. "We will capture it and it must be alive." The others were surprised by his decisive choice. Zhu Pyro was the first to speak up, asking why they would pass up such a golden opportunity. "This is the internal core of the legendary flying divine serpent." Xiao Long merely smiled and explained that while internal power was valuable, it could be cultivated gradually over time. Slaughtering a unique creature just to take a shortcut was a waste. To him, a living venomous beast was 10,000 times more precious than an internal core. The great patriarch smiled warmly, noting that such respect for life was truly his grandson's style. He accepted Xiao Long's decision, but then asked a practical question. "So what is our new plan?" Looking down at his three tiny sleeping friends, Xiao Long spoke softly. "Actually, I already have an idea." A confident, slightly mischievous smile played on his lips. In his heart, he sent a silent challenge to the divine serpent. "I will catch you without letting you lose a single scale." The plan was set in motion immediately. The group found the serpent as it descended to a quiet river to drink. Hiding behind a rock, Xiao Long picked up a pebble and threw it hard toward the creature. The sudden noise startled the serpent. It let out a furious hiss, raising its head high as it alertly searched for the intruder. Observing its reaction, Xiao Long began to analyze. In his mind, everything became clear. Snakes perceive the world in three primary ways. They sense vibrations through their jawbones, analyze scents with their tongues, and track prey's body heat using pit organs. From this, he drew a simple conclusion. If they could hide their scent and body heat, they would become invisible to the serpent. However, the method of execution was not majestic in the slightest. The entire group, from the patriarch Sun Yan to the graceful Lady Hua Yin, was wrapped from head to toe in thick layers of white silk. They resembled mummies rising from a tomb, prompting the patriarch to grumble in embarrassment about whether he truly had to wear such a bizarre outfit. Xiao Long explained that these suits, crafted from the durable and heat-insulating silk of the demon flower, were essential for the plan, though they did not fully mask their presence, requiring everyone to maintain a safe distance. When asked how these outfits would help capture the serpent alive and unharmed, Xiao Long simply smiled and began detailing his entire strategy. Recalling Zhu Pyro's advice that even divine beasts are living creatures requiring food and sleep, he revealed the next phase of his plan based on that principle. It was a simple yet ruthless tactic. They would shadow the creature and pelt it with stones whenever it attempted to land for food or rest. By denying it a single moment of peace or a morsel of food, this harsh strategy left both the Great Elder and Hua Yin in utter shock. Xiao Long confidently explained the logic behind his plan, noting that the demon flower silk suits would render them nearly invisible to the beast. Unable to locate them for a counterattack, the serpent would eventually collapse from exhaustion due to the relentless harassment and lack of food and sleep. Despite being the most powerful of the 24 venomous creatures, it could not overcome basic biological needs, though he admitted the task would be equally taxing for them and relied on their endurance. His words drew weary sighs from the group as the harassment campaign began, and after 6 grueling days, the exhausted team saw that the divine serpent had also reached its breaking point. As it desperately descended toward a small stream for water, a lookout immediately spotted it and raised a loud cry. A barrage of stones rained down on the beast, causing the python to roar in weary resentment as its massive frame began to tremble violently. With its vision blurring and head spinning, the massive creature could no longer hold on. Overcome by hunger and exhaustion, the divine serpent lost consciousness and plummeted from the sky like a falling leaf before crashing into the ground. Below, the warriors cheered for their successful campaign and quickly rushed forward to bind the unconscious beast within a massive bag made of demon flower silk. They had successfully captured the soaring divine serpent without a single scratch on its body, and more importantly, without any casualties among their own ranks. Gazing proudly at his prize, Xiao Long named his strategy the Heaven and Earth Net, and once the python was secured, the group loaded the massive white bag onto a large wooden cart to begin their return journey. Standing beside Zhu Pio, Elder Tai sighed as he looked at the cart, remarking on how much trouble the wretched creature had caused them. Curious about their prize, Xiao Long asked his grandfather if he had inspected its inner core, and Elder Tai confirmed that while small, the energy within was incredibly pure and dense. He estimated its power to be equivalent to 120 years of internal cultivation, a staggering treasure that left Hua Yin gasping in disbelief. The immense value of the inner core immediately changed her mind, and she joined Zhu Pyro in earnestly urging Xiao Long to harvest it. She reminded him that this was not a mere 5 or 10 years, but a full century and 20 years of power, which would allow him to master any martial art to its peak while he was still young, calling it a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Elder Tai agreed, noting that an inner core of such quality could rejuvenate the body and completely transform a person's physical constitution. With its power, Xiao Long might even surpass the legendary 10 legendary venomous creatures, a prospect he silently admitted was incredibly tempting as he seriously considered the offer. However, his thoughts turned toward the creature itself, as the soaring divine serpent was an exceptionally rare and magnificent being. The idea of killing such a majestic creature was something he could not easily accept, but sensing his hesitation, Zhu Pyro and Hua Yin became even more persistent. As they pleaded for a decision, the pressured Xiao Long could only ask for more time. But their debate was abruptly cut short by a terrifying event as the wooden cart carrying the serpent began to shake violently. To everyone's horror, the entire cart was hoisted into the air, leaving Xiao Long stunned as he realized the creature inside had surely awakened. The warriors strained to hold down the violently thrashing silk bag, horrified to realize that the fierce beast's strength seemed entirely undiminished as a muffled, angry growl erupted from within. As the sound echoed from within the silk prison, Patriarch Tai watched the chaos with a grim expression, realizing the serpent was still brimming with vitality and showed no signs of a creature that had been starved for days. Zai Long sighed, adding that snakes were incredibly resilient creatures capable of fasting for an entire month. The great patriarch pointed out that this placed them in a very difficult position, as the snake had now awakened and would not stop resisting. Its violent thrashing had already destroyed the carriage, making further transport impossible. He explained that while Xiao Long's other pets were manageable, this divine snake was far too aggressive and powerful. He was uncertain if they could find a sufficiently secure location to imprison it upon their return. Eventually, the great patriarch lost all patience. With a hardened expression, he issued an ultimatum. If it continued to resist so fiercely, they would have no choice but to kill it to harvest its inner core. Regardless of whether you approve or not, he declared. As soon as he finished speaking, the struggling inside the bag abruptly ceased, replaced by an unsettling silence. Only a faint hissing sound broke the quiet before a strange mist began to emanate from the silk bag. Everyone watched in stunned silence at the unbelievable sight unfolding before them. A glowing blue sphere expanded from an opening in the bag, leaving the martial artist speechless. Finally, someone cried out, "Young master, come quickly, the soaring snake has shrunk." The once majestic and massive python had transformed into a tiny creature with large, teary eyes. It looked like a completely harmless stuffed animal. This sudden transformation was a heavy blow to Xiao Long, who collapsed to the ground, heartbroken rather than relieved. He cried out not in joy, but in grief for the once mighty soaring divine snake that had been reduced to such a small creature. The great patriarch quickly realized what had happened. He explained that the creature must have voluntarily surrendered its inner core to save its own life, marveling at its intelligence and ability to expel the core on its own. However, Xiao Long wasn't listening, as he was busy scolding the small snake and calling it a fool for giving up its power so easily. He insisted that if it had only waited a bit longer, he could have persuaded his grandfather. He picked up the inner core and tried to force the small creature to swallow it again, begging it to reclaim its strength. Unexpectedly, they had achieved two goals at once, obtaining the legendary inner core and gaining a tamed divine snake. Since the creature had shrunk, they could easily transport it back to the Beast Palace. The following day, in the majestic main hall of the Beast Palace, Manhwa and the elders gathered to admire the spoils of the journey. The inner core rested inside a brocade box, radiating a pure and potent energy. "It is truly remarkable," one person remarked. "Now I understand why the great patriarch valued it at 120 years of cultivation." However, as Manhwa examined it more closely, his expression became pensive. He noted that, unfortunately, the energy within the inner core was of a celestial nature. Meanwhile, Xiao Long's cultivation technique was based on lightning energy, meaning the two powers were not entirely compatible. Elder Tu Shan told him that he might only be able to absorb about half of its potential, yet Xiao Long remained undeterred. He believed that even half of such a powerful inner core was a godsend. Huang Yin congratulated Xiao Long on this incredible opportunity, and he happily accepted the brocade box containing the precious gem. Yet the moment his hand touched the box, three small rabbit-eared centipedes suddenly lunged from his cloak, their eyes glowing with an unusual light that reflected a primal and wild hunger. Before Xiao Long could react, the three creatures darted like lightning, knocking the box from his hand and sending the glowing inner core rolling across the floor. They immediately surrounded it, their bodies shining brightly as they frantically fought over the precious jewel. Huang Yin was shocked by their behavior and rushed to stop them. Nova Myra Gray stopped this instant, but the creatures, consumed by their desires, only hissed back at her in defiance. Xiao Long was equally stunned and angered, demanding to know what they were doing and how they dared to be so disrespectful to their mother. He quickly grabbed Myra and Gray, scolding them and declaring that their father was very angry. Huang Yin felt the situation was highly unusual. While it was common for spirit beasts to compete, this level of aggression contradicted the nature of these three, who were usually inseparable. As she was still trying to intervene, a dry swallowing sound rang out, abruptly ending the chaos. Xiao Long's pupils constricted as he looked down in horror at the third centipede, Nova. A violent surge of blue energy began to erupt from its tiny body. It turned out that Nova had swallowed the inner core when no one was looking. That is the end of the video. If you enjoyed it, please like to support the bear. Thank you and goodbye, everyone.